In the 34th year of Konoha, in the hidden sand village. Ouch, that really hurts. A silver-haired youth with emerald green eyes sat up from his bed, cradling his head and gasping for breath. Even though I have lost consciousness numerous times, the pain upon awakening remains excruciatingly intense. However, the experiment has finally succeeded. The boy's gaze fell upon a purple scroll resting on the bedside table, and the anguish on his face eased considerably. Within that scroll lay the culmination of his efforts over the past 6 years. At that moment, a short, elderly woman with bluish-purple hair entered the room, her expression laced with concern. "Chiya, you've finally awakened. Are you all right?" Seeing her worried demeanor, Chiya offered a faint smile. "Grandma Chiyo, it's merely a case of chakra depletion causing me to faint. I'm accustomed to it. What could possibly be wrong?" Indeed, this elderly woman with bluish-purple hair was none other than Chiyo, the esteemed advisor to the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village and a master of puppetry. "Why must you push yourself so hard? How many times have you fainted due to this experiment? I understand your desire to grow stronger and prove yourself, but you must also consider your health. Though I am old, I'm still capable of protecting you. Grandma Chiyo, your protection can be temporary, not eternal. The gossip circulating in the village is quite harsh, you know." Chiya chuckled lightly. "Besides, my experiment has succeeded." Upon hearing this, Chiyo was taken aback. "Succeeded? Are you certain? That is an achievement that is nearly impossible." "Of course, I will need you to test its power shortly." Chiya flashed a confident smile. "From this day forth, I, Napufi Chiya, shall no longer be labeled as the perennial genin." Observing the boy's earnest desire to prove himself, Chiyo nodded with a mixture of pity and encouragement. "Very well. I, too, look forward to witnessing the power of your research." With that, she turned to leave. "I will be waiting outside." Watching Chiyo's departing figure, Chiya clenched his fists with determination in his eyes. The years of slander shall come to an end. 6 years prior, Chiya had traversed to the hidden sand village, where he was taken in by Chiyo. At the tender age of 7, he was discovered to possess the magnet release Kekei Genkai, along with remarkable ninja aptitude. Everyone believed they would witness the emergence of a prodigious warrior. Chiya himself held such hopes. However, reality often unfolds in a dramatically different manner. Despite his exceptional ninja talent and magnet release Kekei Genkai, his chakra reserves were woefully inadequate. If a typical genin possessed a chakra level of 10, he was left with a mere 2 or 3. In a world where chakra serves as the fundamental means of combat, possessing scant chakra is akin to receiving a death sentence, condemning him to a life devoid of strength. After all, even a taijutsu ninja, unable to learn ninjutsu, would at least have a normal chakra level. And so it was. At the tender age of 7, Chiya graduated to the rank of a genin, yet now at 13, he remains in the same position. Meanwhile, his peers have ascended to the status of chunin, and some even to special jonin. Over the course of 6 years, Chiya has become a source of ridicule within the Sunagakure village. The saying goes, "A genin for 1,000 years," and it aptly describes his plight. As the old adage suggests, when God closes a door, he often shuts all the windows as well. Chiya chuckled bitterly at his own misfortune. After discovering his meager chakra reserves, Chiyo had attempted to teach him the art of puppetry to enhance his strength. Compared to other techniques, puppetry requires less chakra. However, despite his remarkable talent, he struggled to master the crucial skill of multitasking, which is essential for a puppeteer. He could barely manipulate 1 or 2 puppets for a mere 3 to 5 minutes in combat. Consequently, Chiyo had to come to terms with the reality that Chiya may never become a formidable ninja. After all, even a crank ninjutsu could drain his chakra reserves to nothing. Yet, Chiya was unwilling to surrender. In his previous life, he had earned a comfortable living, and now, in this second chance, he could not bear the thought of being branded a failure for eternity. He simply could not accept it. After 6 months of deep contemplation, he devised a potential solution. If he could develop a sealing array capable of storing chakra and embed it within his puppets, they would function with a battery of sorts. This way, he could utilize a minimal amount of chakra to manipulate the puppets in battle. Although his chakra was limited, he could input small amounts repeatedly into the sealing array, accumulating enough energy for prolonged combat. By incorporating techniques from his past life in firearms manufacturing, the puppets he created would undoubtedly possess formidable capabilities. However, his aspiration to merge puppetry with sealing techniques was swiftly dismissed by Chiya. She had entertained the same notion years ago and had spent several years experimenting, ultimately concluding that it was an unviable path. Nevertheless, Chiya refused to abandon this solitary avenue for growth, even in the face of repeated failures. Fortunately, he had finally achieved success. "Now let me see the true power of my puppets," Chiya exclaimed as he consumed a soldier's pill to replenish his chakra and stepped outside. The replenishment from the soldier's pill was not rapid and could lead to dependency, diminishing its effects with frequent use. In the past, Chiya had considered using these pills to compensate for his chakra deficiency, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to the side effects. In the courtyard outside, he called out, "Grandma Chiya, I'm ready to begin." Chiya unfurled a scroll, summoning two exquisitely crafted ebony puppets. The puppet on the left bore the character 4 instrument on its chest, representing a standard type of puppet created by combining puppetry with sealing techniques, employing various mechanisms and poisons as offensive capabilities. The puppet on the right featured the character 4 fight on its head, a special type that integrated firearms, puppetry, and sealing techniques. Currently, the apparatus is equipped with submachine guns and sniper rifles, utilizing condensed magnetic chakra as ammunition. Both puppets are powered by chakra, and the characters Chi and Do inscribed on them serve both as their names and as indicators of chakra levels. Green signifies a full chakra state, orange indicates half remaining, while yellow denotes a third left. "Come forth, Chiya. Allow me to witness the fruits of your 6 years of research." Chiya extended her hand, summoning 2 puppets, male and female, from the scroll. Whoosh! With a swift motion of his hands, Chiya set both puppets into action simultaneously. The cheap puppet opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of emerald green poison needles. Knight's secret technique. Emerald needle, 1000 rain. The speed was astonishing, even catching Chiya by surprise. With such velocity, I doubt even an elite chunin could defend against all of them. She deftly maneuvered her fingers, causing the left female puppet to project a shield to intercept the incoming projectiles. At the same time, the towering male puppet charged forward, brandishing a chakra-infused blade, closing in on Chiya's Do puppet and mercilessly swung down the massive sword. "How will you respond to this strike?" Chiya observed Chiya with great curiosity, eager to see what other techniques he might unveil. In response, the Do puppet raised its hand towards the male puppet, releasing a white attack from its palm. The speed was akin to lightning. Bang! The male puppet's chakra-wrapped blade was instantly shattered, and the residual force of the white attack blasted a large hole through its chest. Chapter 2. Participation in the chunin examination. "What?" Chiya was taken aback, exclaiming, "What kind of ability is this? Its power is truly terrifying." Although the male and female puppets were merely products of her casual creation, even a chunin would find it challenging to inflict any damage upon them. However, she was astonished to see them so easily dismantled by Chiya. Chiya's expression became slightly serious. She was eager to witness the extent of Chiya's combat prowess. Combat levels: Jinin, Ch-Nin, Special J-Nin, J-Nin, Elite J-Nin, Kage, Super Kage, 6 paths. With a flick of her wrist, a blade sprang forth from the male puppet's arm, striking towards Chiya like a wolf fawn. "Chiya, be careful." In response, 2 curved blades were deployed from the arm of the apparatus puppet to block the attack. Yet, at the moment of contact, the apparatus puppet was sent flying backward as if severed from its strings. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Seizing the opportunity, the male puppet launched several shuriken from its arm, attempting to pierce the apparatus puppet. Chiya, not daring to be careless, swiftly moved her hands, and a cross-shaped blade emerged from the arm of the apparatus puppet, chakra bursting forth to form a shield. Machine sealing light shield. Clang, clang, clang. All the shuriken were successfully deflected, but unbeknownst to Chiya, a faint chakra thread had already adhered itself to the arm of the apparatus puppet. The female puppet did not relent. It turned and charged at Chiya, spewing forth a torrent of poisoned senbon. In response to the approaching female puppet and the poisoned senbon, the combat puppet unleashed a white projectile from its palm. Knight's secret technique. Thunderbolt white shot. Boom. This white substance was, in fact, a white electrical projectile, roughly the size of an adult's thumb, which detonated mid-air, sending the sunbon and the female puppet flying. Seizing the moment, the combat puppet advanced towards the male puppet, launching a small, bean-sized electrical projectile from its palm. Knight's secret technique. Thunderbolt white rain. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the barrage of projectiles, the female puppet was reduced to fragments. Haha, Chiya, it seems you are left with but a single puppet. The strength of a puppeteer is contingent upon the number of puppets they control. With only one puppet remaining, Chiya would undoubtedly find it less taxing to engage. However, observing Chiya's triumphant gaze, Chiya merely smiled slightly. Is that so? With a flick of her hand, a chakra control line suddenly appeared on the arm of the apparatus puppet. Witnessing this scene, Chiya's expression shifted to one of alarm. This is bad. In that instant, control over his apparatus puppet was seized, and shuriken were launched towards him. The male puppet had already closed in behind Chiya, leaving her no opportunity to retreat. I concede. Chiya had no time to maneuver the combat puppet for defense and could only admit defeat. Indeed, Chiya was formidable, managing to attach a chakra control line to his puppet while simultaneously launching shuriken. It was truly unexpected. He had been far too complacent. You have performed admirably, managing to defeat one of my puppets in your first practical engagement. Many seasoned chunin in the village would struggle to achieve such a feat, Chiya praised. Gazing at Chiya, however, your speed with the 1,000 hands is undoubtedly connected to your magnet release. Hee, you see right through me, Granny Chiya, Chiya replied with a grin. My magnet release chakra is divided into repulsive and attractive properties. By utilizing the repulsive property to launch projectiles, I can significantly enhance their speed. Chiya nodded in agreement. A commendable concept, and the results are indeed impressive. She continued with her inquiry. What about the lightning release attack your puppet executed? Its power is truly formidable. Yet I recall you do not possess any lightning affinity. Ah, that is a lengthy tale, Granny Chiya. Allow me to elaborate. Chiya began explaining how he derived lightning release from magnetism, delving into the family's secret techniques of firearm production, and culminating in the interplay of puppet techniques and sealing arts. Upon hearing this, Chiya was left astounded. Such wondrous techniques exist in this world? Utilizing chakra as ammunition to unleash such terrifying assaults? I have never encountered any clan's secret arts involving firearm creation. Cough, Granny Chiya, the ninja world is vast. It is impossible for you to have heard of everything, is it not? Firearm production is complex to explain succinctly, so it is easier to present it as a family secret. Indeed, Chiya acknowledged, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, and there was no necessity to probe further. What are your plans moving forward? To shed the title of a perennial genin and ascend to chunin. Chiya declared with a smile, his gaze resolutely firm. It has been 6 years. It is time for everyone to recognize me anew. Observing the tenacity concealed within his steadfast demeanor, Chiya nodded sympathetically. Indeed, the time has come. Chiya had already demonstrated sufficient strength. Even if his chakra reserves remained limited and he could only manipulate 2 puppets in combat. As long as he continually enhanced the puppet's capabilities and enriched his battle experience, ascending to chunin in the future would be well within reach. Thus, it was no longer acceptable to bear the disgraceful title of a perennial genin. I shall mention your ambition to become a chunin to the 5th Kazakage, but your combat experience is still lacking. You must continue to engage in practical battles. Chiya casually released another diminutive puppet. Chiya, are you able to continue fighting? Absolutely. Seizing the rare opportunity to spar with Chiya, he was determined to make the most of it. 6 years had passed, although his chakra reserves remained modest. He had now reached the level of a standard genin. Manipulating puppets consumed minimal chakra, and he could endure another 10 matches. If that is the case, let us proceed. Days turned into a series of battles for Chiya. His extraordinary aptitude for learning left Chiya in awe. If only his chakra reserves were slightly greater. Even with limited control over numerous puppets, his magnet release alone could elevate him to become a pillar of Sunigakure. In just a week, the experience gained has already equaled that of seasoned chunin. I have informed the Kazakage of your aspiration to become a chunin. Tomorrow, you are to participate in the assessment. As another day of training came to a close, Chiya relayed this news to Chiya. Excellent. Chiya inhaled deeply, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Finally, it has arrived. Unleash your true potential. Given that this is not a conventional chunin examination, your opponent will possess formidable strength as well. After offering her words of caution, Chiya took her leave. Are they truly strong? I await with anticipation. Chiya's eyes burned with determination as he returned home. Upon arrival, he spotted a 6-year-old boy with crimson hair eagerly waiting at the doorstep. Upon seeing Chiya's return, the child leapt up in sheer delight. Brother Chiya, you're finally back. Come teach me how to make puppets. Observing this small boy tugging at his clothes, one could hardly imagine that he would evolve into the cold and formidable Sasori, who instilled fear across the ninja world in the original tale. Chapter 3. The Beginning of Turmoil. The assessment commences. All right, Sasori, let go. You'll tear my clothes apart. The Second Shinobi World War had yet to commence. Sasori's parents were alive, and his grandmother Chiya showered him with affection. With Chiya, his older brother, by his side, he basked in happiness each day. Darkness? Such a notion was unfathomable. Yet, unbeknownst to Chiya, the news of his impending chunin assessment had already spread throughout the village. Chiya, are you truly certain that Chiya will pass tomorrow's assessment? If he fails, it may further undermine his confidence. In the Kazakage's office, the fourth Kazakage, our men, expressed his concerns. While it is indeed commendable that Chiya forges a path previously untraveled, is it wise to have him participate in the chunin examination so soon? Experience and insight cannot be acquired overnight. Rest assured, Kazakage, I have been training with him these past few days. Chiya's performance tomorrow will astonish you. Very well. Since you say so, I shall await the outcome with bated breath. However, it seems the ninja world is on the brink of chaos once more. He turned to Chiya. In recent days, Hanzo of the Salamander has been amassing troops in the Rain Village. I sense that the Second Shinobi World War is drawing near. Upon hearing this, Chiya narrowed her eyes. Instigating the Second Shinobi World War? That indeed sounds like something that scoundrel Hanzo would do. We must remain vigilant. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, the economic disparities in the ninja world have only widened. Various nations' martial factions have risen, attempting to resolve their economic imbalances through territorial expansion via force. Hanzo, renowned as a martial faction leader within the ninja realm, has consistently sought to expand his territory, aiming to elevate the Rain Village to the status of the sixth great ninja village and secure a voice in the ninja world. Given the current situation, it is entirely plausible that he may initiate conflict to bolster his own power, preparing to ascend to the ranks of the sixth great ninja village. I share the same sentiment. Listening to Chiyo's thoughts, Roman also voiced his agreement. However, in comparison to the events outside the village, Chiya, this perennial genin, participating in the chunin exams tomorrow, evidently warrants greater attention from the inhabitants of Sunagakure. Haha. I am inexplicably eager to witness the remarkable expression on Nanfeng Chiya's face if he fails. Can he, a mere perpetual genin, truly entertain the delusion of passing the chunin exam? Indeed, does he believe that the chunin exam is something he can conquer? What a fool's errand. The villagers of Sunagakure regard him with skepticism and even disdain. A person who has made no progress in 6 years, surely he cannot best even a genin. What audacity he must possess to participate in the chunin exams. To this, Scorpion was incensed. How could this group dare to speak of his elder brother in such a manner? Unforgivable. Alas, why bother getting angry with such people? Just wait until tomorrow, when I shall deliver a resounding slap to their faces with undeniable facts. Chiya calmly spoke. Meanwhile, in another part of the ninja world, having prepared thoroughly, let us formally commence this grand ninja feast. In the Rain Village, a man exuding overwhelming authority spoke fervently, the weeping and wailing. This is the finest tribute to our Rain Village's ascension as the sixth great ninja village. Indeed, a multitude of ninjas before the man responded with fervent eyes, kneeling in unison. The following day, Sunagakure, the arena of competition. Chiya's participation as a perennial genin in the chunin exam certainly stirred considerable intrigue, drawing numerous spectators. Curiosity, mockery, and derision filled the air. Upon Chiya's arrival at the venue, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. Could it be that so many wished to witness his downfall? If so, then their expressions upon seeing me succeed in the exam will surely be entertaining. A mischievous smile crept upon Chiya's lips. A brief smile would suffice, lest I become the unfortunate victim of fate. Go forth and unleash the strength you possess. Chiya offered a word of encouragement before stepping towards the high platform. There, the Kazakage, the esteemed elder of Sunagakure, and several J-nin had already taken their seats. As he stood before them, his opponent for this examination slowly approached. Upon seeing Chiya's adversary, a considerable stir erupted in the crowd. Could it be that Nanfeng Chiya is so fortunate? He has drawn a Sano Kenji. TSK. He is a monster capable of becoming a special J-nin. Let us observe a moment of silence for Nanfeng Chiya. How many strikes do you think Nanfeng Chiya can withstand? I wager less than 10. Haha. Have you overestimated this waste? 10 strikes? I believe if he lasts 5, it would be sheer luck. The crowd openly expressed their contempt and disdain for Chiya. What if he is Chiyo's grandson? A waste is a waste. He is unworthy of their regard. In this unusual chunin exam, the opponents of the participants are randomly selected from among all the J-nin. Fortune favors the fortunate, as those who draw weaker opponents find it considerably easier to pass the assessments. However, an excess of luck can lead to facing a particularly formidable adversary, making success a daunting task. Such was the case for Qianyi, whose luck was remarkably fortuitous, darkly so. He had drawn an opponent he could not possibly hope to overcome. The individual known as Asano Kenji, a lanky young man with sunken cheeks and eyes that radiated a piercing intensity, regarded Qianyi with a distinctly unfriendly gaze. Nanfeng Qianyi, drawing me signifies your ill fortune. Rest assured, I shall personally shatter your dreams of becoming a ch-nin. His tone was frigid. I will not allow you to ascend and endanger others. That may not come to fruition, Qianyi replied with a slight smile, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Unjustly targeted, he wondered if he would not retaliate. He was no mere clay figure. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a kunoichi with bicolored birch green hair turned to a male ninja beside her, who bore faint dark circles under his eyes. Lo Sha, do you believe Qianyi has a chance? At her words, the man named Lo Sha shook his head. None. They are not even in the same league. How could Nanfeng Qianyi possibly stand a chance? Asano Kenji, a ch-nin, had accomplished 51 A-rank missions, 68 B-rank missions, and 108 C-rank missions. In stark contrast, Nanfeng Qianyi, a genin, had completed only 16 D-rank missions. Such a disparity in experience begs the question, how could he possibly prevail? Alas, I hope Qianyi does not suffer too great a defeat, the kunoichi lamented, sounding as though she were well acquainted with him. The two were none other than the future 4th Kazakage, Lo Sha, and the hero of Sunagakure, the fire release user, Yi Tsang. As they conversed, Qianyi and his opponent had already entered the combat arena. Begin. With the command from the supervising special J-nin, Asano Kenji surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Nanfeng Qianyi, let me demonstrate just how vast the gap between us truly is. His speed was blinding, and in an instant, he stood before Qianyi, delivering a powerful punch. Should this strike land, the assessment would be effectively concluded. Yet, with a swift movement, Qianyi vanished from Asano Kenji's sight. This scene astonished not only Asano Kenji, but elicited gasps from the entire assembly. What incredible body flicker technique! They could scarcely recall Nanfeng Qianyi possessing such remarkable mastery of the technique. Look, Nanfeng Qianyi is pulling out a scroll. What does he intend to do? Someone exclaimed, pointing towards the arena in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Qianyi unfurled a purple scroll, performing hand seals to summon 2 pitch-black, mechanical puppets. How exquisite! They are nothing short of masterpieces, many spectators marveled. Could it be that Nanfeng Qianyi had been biding his time? Some speculated aloud at this sight. Such beautifully crafted puppets can hardly possess any combat prowess. Asano Kenji let out a cold snort. In his eyes, this was merely a decorative pillow. Your instantaneous technique did indeed astonish me, which is why I allowed you to escape earlier. However, do not expect such fortune to continue. Asano Kenji charged once more. Hands forming seals, wind release, night's secret technique, emerald needle rain. Qianyi's right hand moved, and the puppet opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of emerald shurikens that swiftly approached Asano Kenji, nearly catching him off guard. Impossible. How could it be so fast? Asano Kenji could hardly believe the ferocity of Qianyi's assault. Was this truly a capability of a lowly genin? Faced with the imminent threat of the shurikens, he awkwardly attempted to evade. To have avoided my shurikens, it's no wonder he was nominated for Special Jonin. Qianyi silently praised while his hands remained swift. Night's secret technique, thunderous white orb. The puppet's palm shot forth a lightning orb. hurtling directly toward the ground where Asano Kenji would land. This is bad. Asano Kenji's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated the seamless continuity of Chiya's offensive. Moreover, his insight was terrifyingly precise, calculating his landing perfectly. He twisted his waist and threw out 3 explosive tags. Boom. The explosion erupted, generating a fierce shockwave that detonated the lightning orb. Asano Kenji wrapped his arm in chakra to shield his head and leveraged the force to retreat. At the same time, the smoke from the explosion obscured his vision, granting him a few precious seconds to catch his breath and avoid another assault from Chiya. Observers nodded in approval. Asano Kenji, with his wealth of experience, adeptly created a favorable environment, swiftly leveling the playing field and extricating himself from a precarious situation. Yet, they were equally astonished by Chiya's displayed prowess. It was said that with limited chakra, he could not engage in combat or utilize powerful techniques in puppet mastery. Yet, the power of that lightning orb was clearly on par with high-level ninjutsu. How did he achieve this? The crowd's gazes toward Chiya shifted dramatically. This was no longer the underperformer. He was evidently a wolf in sheep's clothing. Granny Chiyo's face was a mixture of astonishment, excitement, and disbelief. Has Chiya truly succeeded in merging puppet and sealing techniques? She recalled how Chiya had expressed the desire to combine the two, believing it an impossible feat, yet here he was, achieving the extraordinary. Indeed, Chiyo smiled with pride. Let us not forget, Chiya has possessed remarkable talent since childhood. It was merely overlooked due to his limited chakra, leading many to underestimate him. He has never been weak. At that moment, Yazan also gaped in surprise. My goodness! Is this still the same underperforming classmate I once knew? When did he become so formidable? The recent lightning projectile sent shivers down her spine, and she questioned whether she could withstand it. Luo Sha's eyes narrowed. When did he develop such a powerful ability? As the smoke in the arena began to dissipate, her gaze fell upon the 2 puppets floating beside Chiya, and she involuntarily clenched her fists. She felt the pressure. As the strongest genius of Chiya's generation, the earlier lightning projectile had instilled a profound sense of danger within her. Truly, he was a candidate for the special jonin. One would not expect a mere lightning projectile to faze him. Observing the somewhat disheveled yet completely unscathed Asano Kenji, Chiya could not help but offer praise. I admit, I had misjudged you earlier. Having experienced Chiya's formidable nature, Asano Kenji's expression softened considerably. With such strength, you are indeed qualified to participate in the chunin exams and will not be a burden to your teammates. Given this, he resolved to unleash his full power. Previously, he had targeted Chiya, believing him to be an attention seeker who should not become a chunin and endanger others. But now, he understood that Chiya truly possessed the strength to become a chunin. Thus, he harbored no further ill intentions. He drew a short blade from his back, and with a hum, the blade was enveloped in a somewhat volatile wind chakra. Clearly, he had reached the threshold of nature transformation. Whoosh! Asano Kenji advanced toward Chiya like a bolt of white lightning, his sharp short blade causing a tingling sensation at Chiya's scalp. Close quarters combat? Chiya was indeed not adept at this, but a man cannot simply concede defeat. Knight's secret technique, thunderous white rain. The puppet's left hand opened, unleashing a barrage of pea-sized lightning projectiles, their range expansive and their assault fierce. Wind release, wind blade slash. Wind conquers lightning. Asano Kenji executed a frigid wind blade, slicing through the lightning projectiles while closing in on Chiya, raising his hand to strike at the puppet once more. He discerned that the combat puppet was more dangerous than the tool puppet. Had he already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 puppets after just one exchange? Chiya could not help but admire. Truly, he was a monster capable of executing numerous high-level missions. His perceptiveness was remarkable. However, dismantling the combat puppet would not be so simple. Knight's secret technique, machine sealing light shield. The tool puppet shielded Asano Kenji, who rapidly retreated alongside it. Yet, just as Asano Kenji was about to make contact with the tool puppet, a grin spread across his face. Ah, I was waiting for this moment of your retreat. He suddenly twisted his direction and, in the instant of Chiya's pupils constricting, approached the combat puppet. His true target was the combat puppet? Asano Kenji's short blade seemed to gleam with intensity as he swung it with all his might. Apologies, but this puppet must temporarily be rendered obsolete. Wind release, air slash. Like the horns of an antelope or the illusion of a bright moon, This frigid strike sent a chill through the bodies of many present. Yet, zing. The anticipated strike was unexpectedly thwarted. How is this possible? Asano Kenji exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the chakra shield that had blocked his decisive blow. It felt surreal. Chapter 5, Achieving Renown. Ascending to Ch Nin's status Knight's secret technique, mechanized shield. Chiya slightly parted his lips, manipulating the puppet to push Asano Kenji back, and could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, I was sufficiently cautious to set up defensive mechanisms for both puppets. The defense of the mechanized puppet relied on a chakra protective shield, while the fighting puppet utilized a gravity-accumulating shield, which was twice as strong as the mechanized light shield. Thus, Asano Kenji's lethal strike caused no damage whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have surely found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. Indeed, compared to these seasoned adversaries, my experience pales in comparison. Chiya reflected inwardly, resolving to be better prepared for similar situations in the future. Knight's secret technique, verdant poison mist. Before Asano Kenji could touch the ground, the fighting puppet's eyes suddenly erupted with a cloud of emerald toxin, enveloping him in an instant. Wind release, gale technique. Asano Kenji's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone knew that Chiya's puppet techniques were taught by Chiyo. Asano Kenji was well aware of the potency of Chiyo's poison. He absolutely could not afford to inhale even a trace of it. Knight's secret technique, thunderous white rain. Chiya, however, offered Asano Kenji no respite. Despite the mechanized puppet's dwindling chakra reserves, seizing this opportunity was imperative. To let it slip away would be sheer folly. Just as he dispelled the poisonous mist, he was confronted with this imminent peril, and even Asano Kenji felt the weight of tremendous pressure. With a sharp sound, he had been slightly delayed in his retreat, resulting in 2 crimson gashes marring his waist. Ugh! Asano Kenji felt a jolt of pain, followed by a tingling sensation of electricity coursing through him, rendering his movements somewhat unsteady. This fleeting moment of vulnerability sealed his fate. As the lightning sphere coalesced in the palm of the mechanized puppet, aimed squarely at him. And with the retreat blocked by the fighting puppet, Asano Kenji realized he was defeated. The turnaround occurred so swiftly that many spectators were caught off guard, unable to comprehend what had transpired. A hush fell over the arena. Clap, clap, clap. In the stands, Roman suddenly rose to applaud. Well done. His voice broke the spell, awakening the crowd to the reality that it had concluded. Moreover, Chiya had successfully passed the assessment. Incredible. How could such a formidable Asano Kenji be bested by Nanfeng Chiya? My goodness, how has Nanfeng Chiya become so powerful all of a sudden? The gazes directed towards Chiya transformed, filled with newfound respect. I concede. In response, Chiya humbly performed the reconciliation seal towards Asano Kenji. Both puppets had only 2 to 3/10 of their chakra reserves remaining. At most, he could continue for a few more minutes before he would be rendered incapacitated. You flatter me. Asano Kenji let out a sigh of relief and congratulated. Congratulations on becoming a Ch Nin. Thank you. Chiya replied with a faint smile. I look forward to your guidance. Indeed, indeed. Even after your victory, you exhibit no trace of arrogance. Chiya, you have truly astonished me. The third Kazekage approached Chiya, an expression of admiration on his face, and patted him on the shoulder. I never imagined you possessed such exceptional control over the situation. After 6 years of minimal combat, and only a few days of training under Granny Chiyo, you demonstrate such formidable battle awareness. Your talent is indeed remarkable. During the earlier battle, even someone as seasoned as Asano Kenji was unable to assert control against Chiya. It was truly impressive. You flatter me, Lord Kazekage. Kenji has been renowned for many years. I am merely fortunate to have seized this opportunity for victory. Chiya smiled modestly. As a puppeteer, if one cannot master the situation, one is but a fish on the chopping board, is one not? Ha ha ha. Young man, you are far too humble. Lord Armin laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. I look forward to your future growth. Granny Chiyo also nodded at Chiya with an approving expression before departing. Many of the J-Nin present cast deep, contemplative glances at Chiya, their faces reflecting anticipation, contemplation, and even wariness. The younger generation, too, wore expressions of urgency. A person who was once overlooked had now ascended to become one of the foremost experts among their ranks. How could they not feel a sense of urgency? Brother Chiya, I knew you would succeed. Only Scorpion, the small boy, rushed over with admiration, looking up at Chiya. Brother Chiya, I want to become a puppeteer like you. All right, it's settled then. Chiya fondly ruffled Scorpion's hair, finding it soft and pleasant, even more so than petting a cat. Hey, brother Chiya, rest assured. I will not be inferior to you, Scorpion declared, hands on his hips, exuding a confident and brash demeanor. Scorpion's current state is reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke before the night of the Uchiha massacre. Ha ha ha, splendid. I await that day. Chiya laughed heartily, tousling Scorpion's hair once more before departing. Not far behind him, Yakura observed his retreating figure and thought, Chiya, let us see who grows faster this time. Just as we did back in school, when we competed to become genin. In Chiya's room, his next course of action was to continue upgrading his puppets, enhancing the destructive power of his lightning release techniques. He also aimed to further develop his magnetic release abilities, enrich his combat experience, and refine his manipulation skills. If possible, Chiya's eyes glinted with determination. He would seek methods to increase his chakra. Not only does this enhance the capacity for sustained combat, but it also bolsters self-preservation in the face of the impending Second Great Ninja War. Whether the puppets can wield bloodline limit ninjutsu, such as the gravitational technique of universal pull, the repulsive force of almighty push, or the electromagnetic power derived from the combination of magnetism and lightning, remains to be seen. Although Chiba yearns to unleash a certain scientific electromagnetic cannon, he has yet to master the basics, let alone envision executing advanced techniques. The path to resolving the enigma of puppets utilizing bloodline limit techniques is still a long one. The following day, under the witness of the Wind Shadow and several elders, Chiya was promoted to CH Nin. Simultaneously, his victory over Asano Kenji rapidly spread throughout the village, and the moniker of Eternal Genin began to fade from conversation. Before long, March had arrived. After concluding another day of training, Chiya was approached by a strikingly handsome man with red hair, who bore a resemblance to Scorpion, in his 30s. Chiya, I fear your days of tranquility are numbered from this point forth. Uncle Chihiko, do you mean to say that the Rain Village is declaring war on us? The Sand Village? Chiya paused, then recalled that half a month prior, Chiyo had mentioned the conflict between the Rain Village and the Land of Iron. Piecing this together, he understood Chihiko's implication, which aligned with his knowledge of the original storyline, following their victory over the Land of Iron. The Rain Village had indeed declared war on the Sand Village. Chapter 6. Conflict. You guessed it right. 2 days ago, the Rain Village formally declared war on our Sand Village, and they are now at the borders of the Land of Wind. Chihiko, Scorpion's father and Chiya's uncle, wore a bemused smile after a brief look of surprise. Are you feeling nervous about heading to the battlefield? Who wouldn't he be afraid of going to war? Chiya licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It's bound to be deadly. Yet, observing his demeanor, Chihiko couldn't help but tease. However, your expression reveals no trace of fear. With a serious expression, he warned, you must not act recklessly. The battlefield is no trivial matter. Your current strength is still insufficient for such a setting. I understand. I won't act rashly. Chiya nodded earnestly. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He would never dare to behave recklessly on the battlefield. One must possess at least a shadow-level prowess to contemplate such folly. His fervent gaze stemmed solely from the belief that the battlefield would provide a swift avenue for honing his skills. However, this did not imply he would be thoughtless or arrogant, assuming superiority over others. His level of strength was commonplace on the battlefield. I hope you comprehend this. Seeing the sincerity in Chiya's expression, Chihiko finally nodded. Very well, the meeting of the Jonin is about to commence. Just as he finished speaking, a series of urgent alarm bells rang throughout the Sand Village, signaling a call to all Jonin. The village erupted in a frenzy. What has transpired? Why the sudden assembly of all the elite shinobi? Could it be that the Rain Village forces are advancing upon us? Such speculations abound. News of the Rain Village's assault on the Land of Iron has been circulating within Sunagakure these past few days. The abrupt summoning of all the elite shinobi has instilled a sense of foreboding among the populace. The elite shinobi represent the pinnacle of a village's military strength. They would not be convened without dire necessity. The most likely scenario is that the Rain Village has initiated an invasion, declaring war upon them. In an instant, the eyes of the village turned toward this critical meeting. Thus, the gathering of the elite shinobi continued until 20 minutes past 9 in the evening. Typically at this hour, many in Sunagakure would have already succumbed to slumber. Yet tonight, every home remained aglow, as all awaited the outcome. At 9:30, Chihiko returned. Chiya, do your utmost to survive. Chihiko said, clapping him on the shoulder. You shall serve as the vanguard, facing the rain forces head-on. Chiya felt a shiver at Chihiko's words. The Second Shinobi World War has begun. I understand. Chiya inhaled deeply. I will survive. As the elite shinobi gradually returned, news of the impending conflict with the Rain Village spread rapidly throughout the village, igniting a torrent of emotions. What audacity! That mere Rain Village dares to invade Sunagakure. We must make them understand the might of the 5 great shinobi villages. However, the leader of the Rain Village is none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, one of the pinnacle figures in the shinobi world. Can Lord Kazekage truly contend with him? The Rain Village must possess absolute confidence to declare war against us. Defeating them may not be as simple as we hope. How many lives will be sacrificed this time? Anger, anxiety, and lamentation filled the air. Yet, similar to how the Rain Village's declaration of war against Sunagakure triggered a chain reaction, a momentous announcement echoed throughout the shinobi world the following day. The Cloud Village has declared war on Kanahagakure and simultaneously dispatched troops to the land of whirlpools. What? When did this happen? Roman exclaimed, taken aback as he perused the intelligence report handed to him by a messenger. The news of the Cloud Village's declaration against both Kanahagakure and the land of whirlpools was utterly unexpected. Just a day prior, following the Rain Village's declaration upon us, this news emerged. This signifies that our conflict with the Rain Village is no longer an isolated skirmish. The entire shinobi world is now shrouded in the specter of war. Roman furrowed his brow. If the battle with the Rain Village does not conclude swiftly, who knows whether other villages might seize this opportunity to strike, especially with Kanahagakure and the Cloud Village now embroiled in conflict. At that point, Sunagakure would find itself unable to withstand the combined might of any of the 5 great shinobi villages along with the Rain Village, risking total annihilation from the annals of shinobi history. Truly, a storm is on the horizon. Roman sighed. Yet the paramount concern now was to confront the invading forces of the Rain Shinobi. Unlike many in the village who optimistically believed that they would swiftly overcome the Rain Shinobi, Roman harbored a different perspective. Although the Rain Shinobi were not one of the 5 great shinobi villages, their leader was Hanzo of the Salamander, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Under his command, the overall strength of the Rain Shinobi was only second to that of the 5 great shinobi villages. For the Sand Village to withstand the onslaught of the Rain Shinobi, a considerable price would have to be paid. How many would return this time remained uncertain. With a brief sigh, Roman resolutely commanded, mobilize all the ninjas in the village. Gather in the village square. In war, casualties are inevitable. Compassion has no place in leadership. Yes, several umbu swiftly departed to relay the order. Before long, all ninjas from the Sand Village, except for the graduating genin, were assembled in the square. The atmosphere was rife with chatter and discussions. Just watch. I will slay 10 of their genin. Killing genin is no great feat. I will show you how to take down 10 of their chunin. Me too. Those foolish Rain Shinobi dare to invade us. I will make them understand the might of the Sand Village. After years of arduous training, the moment to showcase their skills had finally arrived. The mere Rain Shinobi would pose no challenge at all. Amidst the fervent discussions, which dismissed the Rain Shinobi as inconsequential, Chiya could not help but interject, everyone. It would be prudent not to underestimate the Rain Shinobi. Their strength may not be as feeble as we presume. Why did they believe that the men led by Hanzo of the Salamander would be as weak as soft-shell prawns? Was it merely because they were not part of the 5 great shinobi villages? Such disdain for the enemy could lead to severe repercussions. However, his words sounded jarring in the midst of the excited atmosphere. The crowd turned to him, some frowning and scoffing. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, Nanfeng Chiya. What is this? Are you afraid before the war has even begun? Are you scared of the Rain Shinobi? Don't you think that brings shame to Lady Chiyo? They had not witnessed the battle between Asano King Kichi and Chiya. They only heard that Chiya emerged victorious, leading them to conclude that his power was rather ordinary. They believed they could do just as well. Chapter 7. The Deployment. I think you are overly worried. I believe his victory over Asano was merely a stroke of luck. He remains the same useless genin. Hey, you shouldn't say that. You must understand that he has never been on the battlefield. To suddenly face war would surely make him tremble with fear, utterly cowardly. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha. You are absolutely right. A young ninja with short yellow hair laughed scornfully. You worthless fool. In an instant, the air was filled with a dark shadow. And the yellow-haired ninja's words were abruptly silenced as he was seized by the neck, lifted effortlessly like a chick by a puppet. Meanwhile, behind him, the battle puppets charged their palms, gathering a terrifying bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the assembled crowd would be reduced to mere riddled corpses. The vicinity fell eerily silent as the targeted individuals stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. The yellow-haired ninja struggled in vain, unable to escape. The disparity in strength among Nin was stark. "You should be grateful we hail from the same village," Chiya remarked coldly. "Otherwise, you would already be corpses." With that, the yellow-haired ninja was flung away with great force, and both puppets were retracted into Chiya's scroll. This entire sequence transpired within a mere 10 seconds, culminating in a swift and decisive victory that left many onlookers visibly tense. How astonishingly fast! They scarcely comprehended how he had executed such a maneuver. Could this individual truly possess such formidable strength? Many acknowledged that had they been in the same position, they would have fared no better. Even though those few had been Nin for only a year, their prowess was hardly remarkable. Yet, as fellow Nin, he had obliterated 4 opponents in an instant, a feat typically reserved for elite Nin. At his age, such power was indeed remarkable. Assuming one did not compare him to the protagonists of the original story, he had grown even stronger than during the assessment a month prior. Not far away, Luo Sha observed the scene with a grave expression, whispering to Yakura beside him. It seemed that the title of the strongest among the younger generation was increasingly slipping from his grasp to Chiya. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, this fellow either remained stagnant or grew stronger with each passing day. Yakura's eyes sparkled with insight. She had always known that Chiya would not remain at the rank of genin forever. Back in the Ninja Academy, Chiya had provided her with invaluable insights into the development of her bloodline limit, saving her considerable effort. She had sensed that this boy's achievements would be extraordinary. Now, it appeared her instincts were correct. It was a grave offense for Chiya to turn against his comrades. Just then, a cold-faced Nin appeared, declaring, "This is your only warning. Should there be a next time, there will be no mercy. Do you understand?" The fierce aura momentarily left Chiya breathless. He yearned to express that, despite the portrayal of Nin in anime as ineffectual, it was only because they encountered formidable opponents. When faced with Nin, they were, in fact, monstrous in their strength. "Understood," Chiya replied with a grin, "provided they do not provoke me." "Humph." In response to Chiya's retort, the Jonin maintained an icy demeanor. "Feel free to try. Let us see if the order of the village will permit your recklessness." With that, he departed. At that moment, Luo Min's voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. It was evident why everyone had gathered here. News had circulated. Indeed, just days prior, the Rain Ninja army had officially invaded our wind country, poised before the sand-hidden village. Luo Min's voice rang with piercing clarity. "Behind us lies our homeland. Shall we allow the Rain Ninja to trample upon it? No. Therefore, let us shatter the Rain Ninja army and defend the sand-hidden village. Do we possess the confidence, everyone?" A resounding cheer erupted in response. Luo Min's rallying words were remarkably succinct, leaving Chiya, who had anticipated an elaborate discourse, momentarily stunned. As he absorbed the thunderous cry, a surge of fervor welled within him. "Then let us commence the formation of our ranks." The higher-ups of the sand-hidden village acted swiftly. According to the plan discussed the previous night, the troop organization was completed within an hour. The total number of troops amounted to 15,000, with the 4th Kazakage serving as the overall commander, accompanied by Chief of Staff and Medical Team Leader Chiyo, and Frontline Commander Izo, Chiyo's brother. The forces were divided into 3 major divisions: Medical, Intelligence, and Combat. Chiya belonged to the 1st Combat Division. Set forth with the command from the 3rd Kazakage, the 15,000 marched resolutely toward the front lines, with a 100-man reconnaissance unit dispatched ahead to trace the movements of the Rain Ninja, facilitating the selection of suitable strongholds. In the Wind Country, at a gang town, Lord Hans. The latest news: the cloud-hidden village has engaged in battle with Konoha. A man clad in a gas mask with long, brownish-yellow hair listened as a middle-aged man dressed as a Rain Ninja knelt to report. Before them lay countless corpses of Wind Country citizens, their faces contorted in agony, exhibiting clear symptoms of poisoning. "Humph, so the Cloud Hidden cannot remain idle? This is fortuitous. The more chaotic the situation in the ninja world, the better it is for us Rain Ninjas. It allows us to evade being besieged by the 5 great ninja villages, avoiding a dire predicament. The man's voice emerged from behind the gas mask, domineering and fierce. Indeed, this man was none other than Hanzo, one of the pinnacle powers of the ninja world, known as the demigod. However, the rain ninja behind Hans displayed uncertainty. The battlegrounds of these 2 factions lie within our rain country. In the end, our homeland will be left in ruins. This statement caused Hans's gaze to sharpen, his fists clenching instinctively. Yet, he soon relaxed. It matters not. Let these great nations revel for a while longer. Once we triumph over the sand-hidden village, it shall be our turn for vengeance. Hanzo's gaze was intensely frigid. When the time comes, as the 6th great ninja village, we shall not become the battleground for the conflicts among the great nations. Even when situated between the wind, fire, and earth countries. It was during the First Shinobi World War that the struggles of the great nations turned our land of rain into a battlefield, leading to our nation's devastation and countless casualties. It is for this reason that I, Hanzo, am determined to revitalize the land of rain and restore peace to our homeland. Have there been any developments from Sunagakure? Hanzo inquired of his subordinates. Though Sunagakure may be relatively weaker, they remain a formidable adversary for us. We must closely monitor their movements. Do you understand? The rain ninja responded, not yet. Rest assured, I would never be lax regarding Sunagakure. Hanzo nodded. Convey the message that everyone must remain vigilant. The Sand Ninja army is not to be underestimated, unlike the Iron Country ninjas we faced before. True war is about to commence. Understood. The Rain Ninja nodded and took his leave. Chapter 8. A Prophecy Fulfilled. The arrival of Hanzo one day later. At the border of the Wind Country, they set up camp, for the Rain Ninjas were now less than 100 miles away, and they could advance no further. Upon receiving news from the advance unit, Roman immediately issued orders to establish a camp and dispatched ninjas to scout the surrounding area for any Rain Ninjas within a 10-kilometer radius to prevent the exposure of their position. The location of the camp did not need to be in close proximity to the enemy, but it must be sufficiently concealed, and logistics must be convenient. However, Roman failed to notice that several butterflies were quietly fluttering overhead at their encampment. Only Chiya seemed to sense something amiss as he glanced at the butterflies in the sky. His brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about those butterflies? A curious girl with orange-blue hair, Yakura, inquired upon noticing Chiya's frown. No. It's just that these butterflies give me an odd feeling. Normal butterflies do not behave this way, Chiya replied, watching the butterflies that had already flown away, shaking his head. Perhaps I am just too anxious. Over the past month, he had made a slight advancement in the development of his magnet release, achieving a magnetic field scanning effect. Although the range was only a few meters, nothing within that vicinity could escape his sensing. Moments ago, he seemed to have detected a faint chakra magnetic field emanating from those butterflies. I believe you are merely overthinking it, Yakura said, gazing at the distant butterflies. Those are just perfectly ordinary butterflies. How could there be any issue? That may be true. Chiya chuckled, prompting a roll of the eyes from the nearby Rauza. You're making a fuss over nothing. Once the war commenced, Yakura and Rauza were assigned to the first combat team. Naturally, Yakura sought out Chiya as a companion. And Rauza, not wishing to be left alone, reluctantly agreed to accompany Chiya as well. However, unbeknownst to Chiya, these butterflies, after flying for several dozen kilometers, had all landed in the hands of a woman adorned with iridescent markings on her face. I have found you, Sandhidden. The woman with iridescent markings on her face grinned, revealing a set of sharp, black teeth, instantly instilling a chilling sensation. An hour later, Lord Hanzo, we have located the traces of the Sand-Hidden army. Within Hanzo's tent, a rain ninja clad in a black mask reported while presenting a scroll. Excellent. Hanzo took the scroll, his gaze fixed upon the map's indications, his eyes gleaming with intense joy. He observed the marked location of the Sand-Hidden army and issued the command. Launch a surprise attack on the falling river plains at dawn. Understood. Instruct the Amain Z family ninjas to continue monitoring the movements of the Sand-Hidden. Should any issues arise, they shall bear the brunt of the responsibility. Understood. The masked rain ninja promptly withdrew. The Amain Z family, as it happens, is the very clan to which the woman with iridescent markings belongs. They specialize in manipulating butterflies and flying ants, and alongside the oil-wielding clan and the honey-manipulating Usuji clan from Iwagakure, they form one of the 3 remaining insect-manipulating clans in the ninja world. However, they pale in comparison to the might of the oil-wielding clan, being merely a small family of moderate size in the land of rain. In the dead of night, within the sand-hidden camp, Chiya silently refined his chakra, a faint magnetic field emanating from his surroundings. However, Chiya's brow remained tightly furrowed, as if troubled by some pressing concern. Why did he feel an ominous premonition since the moment they set up camp? This feeling not only persisted but intensified as time progressed. Chiya opened his eyes, exhaled softly, and stepped out of the tent. The moonlight was so bright, yet inexplicably oppressive. "What is it? Why are you out here instead of resting?" came the voice of Chihiko from the adjacent tent. He stepped out, and, seeing Chiya's furrowed brow, chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit anxious about the impending war?" He patted Chiya's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "It's all right. Everyone goes through such phases. With your strength, you'll adapt quickly." In his view, even if Chiya appeared fearless or even eager before the war commenced, once on the battlefield, his true nature would inevitably reveal itself. Just like now, stepping out to catch his breath due to his unease. He was all too familiar with such feelings, having experienced them himself the first time he faced war. However, Chiya shook his head in response. "I am not particularly anxious about the impending war. I simply sense an ominous premonition, as if danger is approaching." Upon hearing this, Chihiko couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You say you're not anxious. Yet your current demeanor is the very epitome of uncertainty." Regarding the danger, Qianyan confidently asserted, "Do you think Yurin is that formidable? If they discovered our stronghold's location on our very first day, they must possess divine capabilities. Moreover, even if Yurin has reconnaissance methods, our scouts are not to be underestimated. Any attempts to probe our position will not escape their keen observation." He patted Qianyan's shoulder reassuringly. Yet, before his words could fully resonate, an intense blaze erupted in the distance, swiftly followed by a thunderous explosion. Simultaneously, alarms rang out from the reconnaissance personnel. Woo! The urgent and shrill cries reverberated throughout the stronghold, startling countless individuals. Qianyan's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Before he could utter a word to Qianyi, the radiant moonlight was abruptly shrouded in darkness. Countless kunai and shuriken, each affixed with explosive tags, descended like a torrential downpour. "This is bad." Qianyan's complexion paled, and he immediately unfurled a scroll marked with the character Yin, summoning a crimson puppet. Two shields sprang forth from the back of the red puppet, emanating chakra to protect the two. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, deafening explosions rocked the area. Damn it. Where did these enemies come from? My hand is gone. No, I refuse to perish like this. The stronghold was engulfed in a fiery inferno of explosions, the anguished cries of the sand ninjas echoing throughout. Chaos and tragedy ensued until a pitch-black dome abruptly rose, blocking the incoming assaults, significantly diminishing the sounds of suffering. Sand Iron Domain, Sand Dome. The third Kazakage descended onto the battlefield, stepping onto a floating piece of sand iron. However, his expression was notably grim. In mere moments, the stronghold had become riddled with destruction, and the casualties among the sand ninjas were substantial. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. Before him, beneath the night sky, stood a tall man clad in a gas mask, flanked by an endless army of ninjas, slowly advancing. It was Hanzo of the Salamander and the Rain Ninja Army. Chapter 9, 1 against 2. Half-divine Hanzo gritting his teeth, Roman growled at the towering figure ahead. "Hanzo of the Salamander, are you seeking death?" "Seeking death?" Hanzo stood with an air of arrogance, arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Roman, if you possess the capability, then come and test it. Let me see how formidable your sand iron has become." As one of the pinnacle powers in the current ninja world, he was more than capable of looking down upon others. Even in the face of the 5 great ninja villages' leaders, he would not falter. You shall witness it." Roman's aura surged forth, and behind him, Chiyo arrived. "Chiyo, I entrust you with commanding the army. I will confront Hanzo of the Salamander. I shall accompany you. The poison of the sandfish Hans is not to be trifled with. One would surely suffer alone." As the wife of the first Tsuchikage, Chiyo undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of Han's formidable prowess. Our men would find it impossible to contend with Hans on his own. In light of this, allow me to command the entire army. After all, it is my duty as the commander of the frontline coalition forces. Behind Chiyo stood a middle-aged man with notably long eyebrows and small eyes, whose presence was imposing and should not be underestimated. He was Chiyo's brother, the master of puppetry. Eyes. Very well, I shall rely on you, Brother Eyes. With this assurance, our men cast aside his reservations, raising his hands as a multitude of iron sand coalesced into a mass, shooting forth like a projectile sandstorm. The speed of these iron-like clumps of sand was so swift that it left afterimages in its wake, reaching Hans in the blink of an eye. However, Hans merely flickered and vanished before the iron sand mass. This was one of Hans's unrivaled advantages, the extraordinary speed of the body flicker technique. It is said that, aside from the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique, no one could rival Hans's swiftness. In that fleeting moment of their confrontation, Chiya also retracted his puppets. Although the encounter was rather precarious, they were fortunate enough to emerge unscathed. Is this the battlefield? Truly perilous and unpredictable, where life and death could be encountered at any moment. Had it been just Chiya alone in that situation, he might have perished. He began to comprehend the immense destructive power that could be unleashed once the number of ninjas reached a certain level. This is merely the beginning. You have yet to witness the truly terrifying scenes. Chiya grinned, stating, the battles among the leaders of the ninja villages are truly earth-shattering. Once you have witnessed the clashes between shadows or the battles of tailed beasts, you will realize that this is child's play. At that moment, Ai's voice reached them. Are you both unharmed, Chiya? Upon seeing they were uninjured, Ai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier surprise attack on the camp had genuinely concerned him. Chiya was certainly not to be dismissed. He was the only son of his sister Chiya, and his mastery of puppetry was nearly on par with Ai's. He was the new generation of puppetry's inheritors, a talent that must not falter. The same could be said for Koro. Although merely the adopted grandson of Chiya, his proficiency in puppetry had already reached a noteworthy level. He would undoubtedly become yet another inheritor of puppetry and a cornerstone of Sunegakure's future. If such promising individuals were to be lost, it would truly be a cause for lament. Uncle, I am fine, Kuro spoke, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield ahead, where our men's sandstorm had been evaded by Hans, inadvertently exposing the ranged shinobi behind him to the oncoming assault. Water release, water flow wall. The man in the black mask at the forefront remained composed as he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an arc of defensive energy to shield the group. Thud, thud, thud. The water barrier rippled violently under the onslaught, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet it remained unbroken, a testament to its formidable strength. Such a robust defense. Witnessing this scene, Qian Yan's expression grew grave. It was no wonder Hanzo dared to declare war on them. Evidently, the Hidden Rain had some formidable beings among their ranks. Qian Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing that if the Rain shinobi lacked strength, Hanzo would never have the audacity to wage war against one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Suna. This display also darkened Luo Men's countenance. If Hanzo's minions possessed such prowess, one could only imagine Hanzo's own might. This would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the morale of their sand shinobi forces. Feng, do not lose focus, came the urgent whisper of Qian Dai in Luo Men's ear. Suddenly, Hanzo, like a specter, had closed the distance. His scythe raised menacingly as he swung down like a reaper. Luo Men felt a chill run down his spine, but it was too late to retaliate. Clang! A white puppet swiftly intercepted, parrying Hanzo's strike. It was Qian Dai who had intervened. Humph! Qian Dai, your reflexes are commendable, but do you think this is sufficient? Hanzo sneered, his left hand unleashing a chain tipped with a weight that ensnared the puppet. The scythe disengaged from the clash with the long sword and, under Hanzo's command, traced a cold arc in the air before cleaving toward Qian Dai once more. With no time to summon a new puppet, Qian Dai was forced to evade. Yet the puppet was already exposed before the scythe. A sharp sound echoed as the puppet was severed in two. Sand Iron Domain Technique. Seeing this, Luo Men prepared to launch a surprise attack with the sand iron. However, Hanzo seemed to have anticipated this. With a swift tug of the chain, the scythe, glinting with lethal intent, advanced toward Luo Men, compelling him to solidify his defenses with sand iron, thus thwarting his assault. After executing this maneuver, Hanzo rapidly formed more seals, summoning technique. A massive cloud of smoke billowed, revealing a gigantic salamander before the onlookers. Salamander, emerge, Hanzo commanded, his summoning beast, a creature of lethal poison. Salamander, unleash your toxic mist. As Hanzo perched atop the creature, he bellowed, Rain shinobi forces, follow me to slaughter. Upon witnessing the emergence of the salamander, Dai's face paled. This is bad. Sand shinobi, retreat quickly. Feng Ying, stop it. The salamander's poison was widespread. Should the toxic mist envelop their stronghold, the sand shinobi would suffer catastrophic losses. Sand iron domain technique. Luo men understood the stakes. During the brief skirmish with Hanzo, neither he nor Dai had gained the upper hand. The title of Hans the Salamander is indeed not a mere faade. Suddenly, from beneath the earth, a multitude of iron spikes erupted, resembling a jungle of steel, surging towards the Rain Ninja army with an unstoppable force. It was as if a deity had descended, causing the very souls of onlookers to tremble. Just how terrifying is the shadow of a village? At this moment, everyone on the battlefield comprehended the answer. Chapter 10, Helplessness. The comparison of men can be infuriating. In Agami Burrow, even Hans felt a shiver run down his spine. He simultaneously issued a command to the Rain Ninja. The four of you, scatter with the army and avoid entering this creature's attack range. You are not equipped to handle this level of danger. The Rain Ninja 4, his closest bodyguards, each far surpassing the elite Jonin in strength, were his most capable subordinates. Understood. The Rain Ninja 4 responded promptly, and soon, the Rain Ninja army divided into 4 segments, retreating from the onslaught of this iron forest. However, despite their timely evasion, a considerable number of Rain Ninja were still affected, and with a single anguished cry, they were pierced through the chest and met their demise. Target, Sand Ninja, attack. Yet, the 4 did not falter in their stride, as if those fallen comrades were mere strangers, charging relentlessly towards the Sand Ninja army. Their goal was clear, to launch a surprise attack and swiftly strike at the Sand Ninja's vital forces. As for the casualties, they were of no concern. Sand Ninja, prepare for battle. Facing the encroaching enemies, KIs naturally could not show any signs of retreat. While the strength of the Rain Ninja army might be formidable, the Sand Ninja were anything but weaklings. Are we ready? As the clash of battle commenced, Chihiro felt a sense of disbelief and turned to Chiya beside him. He had to admit that Chiya's composure was truly remarkable. On his first battlefield, confronted by the surging Rain Ninja army, he displayed not an ounce of nervousness. Naturally, always prepared, Chiya replied with a smile, his 2 puppets already poised for defense. That being the case, you better not die. Once the war began, he would have no energy left to look after Chiya. At that point, life and death would be dictated by personal performance. I won't die. The ninja world is vast. I have yet to explore it, and I cannot bear to perish. Chiya grinned, his gaze never wavering from the approaching Rain Ninja for even half a second. Die. Puppet playing brat. A man with a long scar across the right side of his face charged forward, his half-covered visage obscured by a yellow mask, brandishing a serrated sword. Facing Chiya, who barely reached his chest, the Rain Ninja sneered cruelly. Kid, you shouldn't have been born into the ninja world. This brutal place is not meant for weaklings like you. Yet, the man's strike was effortlessly blocked by Chiya's puppet. Qianyi gazed at the Rain Ninja. Astonishment etched upon his face, before breaking into a radiant smile. Uncle, that remark should have been directed at you. With a flick of his right index finger, the puppet launched 3 sharp, poisoned Simbon, piercing the Rain Ninja's chest. In your next life, do not forget to reincarnate in a good place. Do not return to the ninja world. Struck, the Rain Ninja staggered back in horror, only to feel an overwhelming weakness wash over him. The world around him blurring as he struggled to maintain his footing. To his comrades, however, his complexion rapidly morphed into a deep shade of purple, ultimately becoming a ghastly hue. In mere seconds, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Witnessing this scene, the Rain Ninjas who had initially lamented the loss of such a splendid prey, now recoiled in fright as though they had seen a ghost. What is happening, everyone? Are we leaving? Qianyi scanned the group of Rain Ninjas, licking his lips, and with the demeanor of a villain, shook his head. That simply will not do. Since you have arrived, you ought not to depart. If I eliminate a few more Rain Ninjas, my companions will bear less burden. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppet lunged forward, unleashing a large cloud of purple toxic mist from its mouth. Knight's secret technique. Verdant toxic mist. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping an area of several meters in an instant. This is bad. Quickly hold your breath. Do not inhale the poison. But before this warning could be fully articulated, one of the Rain Ninjas suddenly felt an alarming pain on his face. Wiping his hand across, he was horrified to find it drenched in blood. His visage appeared to be rotting, flesh beginning to dissolve and threatening to fall away. No, The rain ninja screamed in despair. This mist possesses a potent corrosive quality. Do not let it touch you. But it was too late. The puppet had already silenced him. The warning had come far too late. All who encountered the toxic mist found their flesh beginning to dissolve, collapsing to the ground, fully poisoned. Moreover, the mist continued to spread. Though its corrosive properties diminished, the toxicity remained, and none dared to approach. How curious it was that they had rushed in with such urgency, only to now retreat in fear. This behavior is quite infuriating, Qianyi declared, his hands deftly manipulating the puppets as they drew two long blades and charged at the group of rain ninjas. The puppet once again opened its mouth, releasing a flurry of sunban like a rain of needles toward the rain ninjas. This is bad. Do not let his sunban strike you. As Qianyi launched another assault, denying them even a moment to breathe, the rain ninjas felt a profound sense of despair. The toxicity of the mist was overwhelming. Even a slight inhalation caused dizziness, followed swiftly by an inability to stand. Consequently, many rain ninjas, aware that they could not afford to be struck by the sunban, found their weakened bodies incapable of evasion. They could only watch helplessly as the fine needles pierced their bodies, followed by the puppet's blades slicing their throats. How infuriating! No, I refuse to perish here. Damn it! I have fallen victim to such a petty adversary. It is truly disheartening. As long as one remains within the confines of the toxic mist, the possibility of survival is virtually non-existent. The fog obscures vision, rendering the situation within unclear. However, with magnetic sensing combined with puppet techniques, these poisoned rain shinobi are nothing more than fish on a chopping board, left to be mercilessly slaughtered. Could it be that this individual is a reincarnation of a god of slaughter? Observing this scene from a distance, Yitsong felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Why does this fellow, in his first experience of battle and murder, exhibit no discomfort whatsoever? She was meticulously controlling herself to avoid any queasiness at the sight of blood, fearing that she might be caught off guard by the rain shinobi. Yet, how can Qianyi remain so composed? Even Luo Sha, at this moment, felt somewhat powerless. Several corpses of rain shinobi already lay beside him. With magnetic release, manipulating sand and gold, he believed that merely allowing the sand to consume the rain shinobi would suffice. He had thought his speed in dispatching foes was already commendable. Yet, in comparison to Qianyi, his accomplishments seemed rather trivial. Could it be true that this individual had indeed spent 6 years at the bottom of the ranks? Is it possible for someone at the bottom to possess such fortitude? Perhaps he has had his soul usurped by some powerful entity from the world of ninjas. The other young nin from Sunagakure also felt a sense of disbelief. Chapter 11. The defense has been breached. It seems I truly am a soft target. It is worth noting that many among them had prided themselves as geniuses within the village, never once considering their abilities inferior to others. Yet now, faced with this sudden outbreak of war, while many of them still struggled to grasp the situation, Qianyi had already achieved such terrifying results. The disparity was starkly evident. Most importantly, the strength of the rain shinobi was by no means weak. It contradicted their preconceived notions of their fragility. Any nin-level rain shinobi could engage in a fierce battle with their Sunagakure genin. And a group of 4 or 5 genin-level rain shinobi could compel their nin to exert their utmost effort, lest they sustain injuries. However, these formidable rain shinobi were rendered utterly ineffective against Qianyi, completely crushed beneath his might. With this comparison, they truly grasped the extent of Qianyi's strength. Is it merely a matter of relying on poison for an advantage? If I were to take the field, I would undoubtedly surpass his achievements. Yet, not all sand shinobi acknowledged Qianyi's prowess. The few nin who had been bested by Qianyi earlier were quite resentful upon witnessing this scene. If only I possessed such potent poison, my accomplishments would surely far exceed his. They could not comprehend what was so astonishing about these lackluster results. Furthermore, what is so remarkable about dispatching a few genin? Let us see him take down an opponent of nin caliber. Although they too were currently engaged with genin, and had yet to defeat even one, they remained unconvinced of Qianyi's extraordinary feats. In another theater of war, the formidable achievements of Chiya have captured the attention of a jonin from the Hidden Rain village. A slender man with a horse-like face and a conical hat narrowed his eagle eyes and commanded a robust, brown-haired brute beside him. Longjia, eliminate that audacious little brat. Upon hearing this, the man named Longjia immediately responded, leave it to me, my lord. He grinned with a menacing smile. I will make that little brat regret his arrogance. This scene did not escape Chinyan's notice, but he merely acknowledged it momentarily before redirecting his focus entirely to the opponent before him. Truly, as one of Hanzo's guards, this adversary possessed formidable strength. In response to Chinyan's praise, the stout middle-aged man before him smiled with narrowed eyes. Indeed, you are the renowned force of the ninja world. The vibrant ninja Chinyan. It seems you are not so easily vanquished. Before Chinyan stood a dazzling array of 10 puppets, each displaying a vibrant hue of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white, black, and gray. Yet you seem particularly concerned about that little brat, remarked his opponent, whose large hands were indicative of his imposing stature. In that case, I must impede you. You shall not have the opportunity to aid that little brat. I sense he possesses the aura of a strong warrior. He must be extinguished to prevent him from becoming a calamity for our hidden rain village. I believe this matter is not for you to fret over, Chinyan thought. Though he harbored considerable concern for Chiya, he displayed no such emotion outwardly. He understood the principle that worry leads to disorder. As he deftly maneuvered his fingers, his splendid puppets surged forward once more. Meanwhile, regarding Chiya, the exasperated voices echoed, "Damn it, stay away from that guy. We are no match for him. How infuriating. Let him bask in his glory for a while longer. Once our chunin take notice, it will be his end. Amir Genin, let us see how long you can flaunt your strength." Realizing that they, as Genin, were no match for Chiya, the rain ninjas hastily retreated to avoid direct confrontation, seeking instead to engage other sand ninjas whom they deemed more vulnerable. Coincidentally, they targeted the very chunin who had previously clashed with Chiya, igniting their ire. Listen well, you wretched rain ninjas, open your eyes wide. I am a chunin. Do you truly believe we are easier to handle than that scoundrel Nanfeng Chiya? This infuriates me. You shall pay dearly for this. The most agitated among them was the blonde chunin, who had once suffered humiliation at the hands of a puppet that had seized his throat in a single strike. With these rain ninjas stumbling into his path, he resolved to use them to reclaim his honor and showcase his true prowess. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. He formed seals and unleashed several whistling blades of wind, causing the very air to tremble. Indeed, as expected of a chunin, he possesses considerable skill. This fellow is a chunin, everyone, let us join forces. Upon witnessing this, the rain ninjas hastily formed their own seals. Water release, water flow wall. The torrents of water surged forth, colliding heavily with the oncoming blades of wind. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, after several resounding explosions, the wind blades failed to breach the watery defense. This left the yellow-haired chunin visibly astonished. Ninjutsu, Rain Do Needle 1000. Observing this, the rain ninjas swiftly drew black umbrellas from their backs, eager to capitalize on their advantage. In an instant, a deluge of lethal needles, akin to fine rain, shot forth, overwhelming the senses. Hiss! As the needles approached, the yellow-haired chunin felt a tightening in his body and hastily brandished his kunai in defense. However, seizing this opportunity, 2 rain ninjas approached from either side, each wielding a slender bamboo-like object, blowing into them. Puff! Puff! 2 steel needles, evidently coated with venom, shot forth. Fool! Do you think this will ensnare me? It must be noted that, as a chunin, he adeptly transformed into a mound of sand just as the poison needles were about to strike him. Sand clone. Wind release. Vacuous orb. The yellow-haired chunin re-emerged, now positioned behind the 2 rain ninjas. After inhaling a substantial amount of air, he unleashed a barrage of condensed wind bullets, the air around them rippling under the pressure. If only the power were several times stronger, it would resemble the true vacuum sphere of Konoha's Danzo. Not good. The expressions of the 2 rain ninjas changed drastically, but there was no time to evade. Ninjutsu, Floral Umbrella. 1 rain ninja dashed forward, unfurling a crimson umbrella that shielded them both. Bang! 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 The seemingly delicate umbrella exhibited the fortitude of a barrier, completely absorbing the potent wind bullets. How infuriating! Are you truly just a genin? Witnessing this, the yellow-haired chunin felt a surge of frustration. When did the rain village's genin become so formidable? Weren't they utterly powerless against Chiya's onslaught? Why was his powerful wind technique so effortlessly countered? I merely excel in defense. The rain ninja with the red umbrella, putting away his shield, smirked triumphantly. Compared to that puppet master monster, you are indeed easier to handle. After unleashing your wind techniques twice, how much chakra do you have left? The red umbrella rain ninja stood with his companions, gazing at the yellow-haired chunin as if he were a prey on the verge of demise. "We shall claim your life, chunin." Yet, this proclamation only fueled the yellow-haired chunin's rage further. "What nonsense! You dare regard me as prey? Who do you think you are, you mere genin?" Chapter 12, Encirclement. But scarcely had he spoken when a resonant voice boomed. "If they are unworthy, then what about me?" Suddenly, a burly figure charged forth, bellowing, "Earth release, flying rock bullet." A fist-sized boulder hurtled towards them, and the yellow-haired chunin's pupils constricted in alarm, leaving no room for concealment. Wind release. Thousand-faced wind. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blade reluctantly cleaved through all the rock projectiles, but before the blonde-haired chunin could catch his breath, he was startled to discover that the burly figure had vanished from his sight. Alarmed, he hurriedly scanned his surroundings for any trace of the man. "Hey, are you looking for me?" came a sinister whisper from behind him, sending chills down his spine. Before the shocked chunin could retreat, the burly figure swung a kunai down upon him. It was over. In that instant, his pupils dilated to their utmost, as if he could already envision his own demise. Not to mention his depleted chakra, even if it were abundant, there would be no escaping this strike. Bang! The dull thud of impact and the absence of pain jolted the blonde-haired chunin back to reality. Before him stood a black puppet, its right arm raised with a cross shield to intercept the burly man. It was indeed the weapon puppet. "Is it really fair to bully someone who has already exhausted their strength?" came the voice of Chiya from a distance. The left leg of the puppet abruptly thrust forward, a poisoned dagger springing forth from its knee, forcing the burly figure to retreat repeatedly, though reluctant to admit it. The blonde-haired chunin had to concede that at this moment, Chiya appeared undeniably impressive. "Hee, my target was always you, since you've come to me. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out." He employed the same tactic once more, shouting, "Earth-style, flying rock projectile." At the same time, he prepared to vanish from Chiya's line of sight, planning to launch a surprise attack from behind. This maneuver had proven successful countless times, eliminating numerous foes. Knight's secret technique, thunderous white rain. Chiya's acute sensitivity to the magnetic field detected the impending attack, and a sly smile crept across his lips as he deftly commanded the puppet to counter the incoming rock projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. Despite their diminutive size, the thunder projectiles were indeed formidable, shattering any rock projectile that dared to approach. Meanwhile, the burly figure had completely vanished from Chiya's view. "Be careful," the blonde-haired chunin hastily warned. He expected Chiya to search for the burly man just as he had moments before. However, Knight's secret technique, thunderous white projectile, the puppet, under Chiya's control, suddenly extended its palm towards a spot behind him, unleashing a lightning-fast thunder projectile. The chunin was utterly astounded, unable to comprehend why Chiya would attack the air. But in the next instant, clarity struck. The burly figure suddenly emerged from the air ahead, awkwardly dodging the incoming thunder projectile. Indeed, the burly man possessed commendable strength. As the thunder projectile neared, he swiftly enveloped himself in a layer of rocky armor, twisting his body to let the projectile graze past his waist. Yet, as it passed, a significant portion of the rocky armor shattered. The sheer force left the burly man shaken. Fortunately, he evaded the past. Had he been struck, he would have surely perished. Meanwhile, the remaining explosive projectiles detonated amidst a throng of rain ninjas, claiming the lives of several. "Damn it! How did you ascertain my location?" The burly man, retreating a significant distance, questioned with a notably grim expression. "Heh, rather than pondering that, you ought to consider how to preserve your own life," replied Chiya, his mocking smile heralding ill tidings for the brute. In haste, the man turned, only to find the puppeteer had inexplicably appeared behind him, its fingers adorned with menacing spikes glistening ominously, thrusting towards him. Hiss! The burly man dared not linger and swiftly retreated. However, with a sickening thrust, he beheld a long blade protruding from his back, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to see the combat puppet had somehow closed in on him. His retreat had culminated in a fatal collision with the puppet's weapon, sealing his fate in an instant. Gasping, he expelled a torrent of blood, his visage turning a ghastly shade of purple, yet incredulity lingered in his eyes. "How could you possibly know where I would flee?" The complete transparency of his movements was terrifying. "Heh, what does it matter to a corpse?" Chiya retorted, summoning the puppet to shield himself. "Did you think I would be foolish enough to divulge my intelligence to you?" With that, the puppet's blade withdrew once more, piercing through him to conclude the burly man's existence. A timely strike, such as the hallmark of a competent ninja. This scene incited a considerable stir among the surrounding Rain ninjas. Wait, is this true? The squad leader fell to that little brat? Is he truly a nin? When did the nin of Sunagakure become so formidable? No, that's not it. It's not the strength of the Sunagakure nin, but rather that fellow's prowess. Indeed, the blonde nin from Sunagakure exemplified the standard level of a nin, which is why he was easily cornered by the squad leader in mere moments. The Rain ninja corps capable of standing against the squad leader were predominantly special nin, or nin on the brink of becoming special nin. Yet, such a powerful figure had met his demise at Chiya's hands. For the Rain ninjas, it was hard not to focus on Chiya. If earlier, his overwhelming defeat of the Rain village's genin merely set him apart without drawing undue attention, now he undeniably warranted serious consideration. After all, the individual who had perished at Chiya's hands was poised to become a special nin once this war concluded. Possessing the ability to eliminate a special nin, Chiya posed a formidable threat. All nearby nin and special nin, shift your targets and eliminate that brat, commanded a nearby special nin from the Rain village. Issuing a kill order. In an instant, the gazes of numerous Rain village nin turned towards Chiya, while nearby San ninjas rallied to support him. As the Rain ninjas conspired to besiege Chiya, Chihiko would naturally not remain idle. Although Chiya's achievements had garnered significant attention, it was not his desire to stand out. However, the battlefield operates on its own rules. One cannot simply choose to remain inconspicuous. When faced with an oncoming enemy, one cannot afford to withhold their full strength for the sake of subtlety, lest they find themselves ensnared in peril. Surrounding him, numerous San ninjas responded, hastening towards Chiya, including Yakura and Rasha. The arrival of elite ninjas to target him was indeed anxiety-inducing. Chiya took a deep breath, his gaze ablaze with fervor. In the month preceding the battle, aside from practicing with Chihiko, he dedicated his time to crafting chakra batteries and storing chakra. Now, the sealing scroll on his person held enough energy for a prolonged engagement spanning several days and nights. As long as his stamina held out, he could continue to fight indefinitely. Chapter 13, The Pinnacle of Power. A grand display of skill, Rasha. It seems your San village has produced yet another prodigy. On another battlefield, Hanzo had also taken notice of Chiya, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Such talents are best extinguished before they fully mature. Otherwise, they may become significant threats to their Rain village in the future. The former existence of Roman serves as a testament to this. Now, recognizing that potential in Chiya, Hanzo would not wish for him to become a second Roman. If he could manage it, he would certainly try. Roman smirked, eyeing Hanzo ahead. Let me see just how formidable you, this demigod, truly are. Beside him, the 10 puppet brigade, led by Chiyo, had already formed a triadic formation, with the remaining 7 puppets positioned in a fan shape. Should any situation arise, the 10 puppet brigade could unleash their swiftest assault. Rasha, do you truly believe that I would dare to wage war against you without any preparations? Hanzo scoffed. What if I cannot eliminate that puppet brat? He glanced towards other battlefields. Not every area was as favorable as Chiya's position. As long as the overall situation was advantageous for the Rain ninjas, that sufficed. In truth, due to their ambush, the San ninja army had already sustained losses, and their morale was not particularly high. Many San ninjas were caught unprepared, hastily responding to the fight. And faced with equally matched Rain ninjas, they had not achieved any optimistic outcomes. Moreover, Hanzo had made ample preparations for this battle. Nearly 20,000 Rain ninjas had been mobilized. Over prolonged engagements, the San ninjas might not possess any distinct advantages. Furthermore, tonight's battle was merely the beginning, aimed at crippling the San ninjas' fighting force while gauging their strength. Now, his objectives had been met. This left Roman at a loss for words. Hanzo was not mistaken. In tonight's battle, they were indeed at a disadvantage. Furthermore, they were compelled to lay bare all their San ninja intelligence before Hanzo. While he remained largely ignorant of the Rain ninja's circumstances, it could be said that he had already suffered a defeat in the strategic arena. Kazekage, do not doubt yourself. Noticing the despondent expression on Roman's face, Chiyo hastily spoke. Our adversary is the demigod Hanzo, a veteran of the First Shinobi World War, who has encountered the founding figures of various ninja villages. It is not unacceptable to have him seize the initiative. As long as the ultimate outcome is our victory, that is sufficient. I believe in your capabilities. Chiyo's encouragement instantly uplifted Roman's spirits, while simultaneously deepening his wariness of Hanzo. Had it not been for Chiyo's intervention, he might have been led astray by Hanzo. In comparison to such a monstrous opponent, he, as a village leader, still had a long way to go. Observing his plans thwarted once more by Chiyo, Hanzo's gaze turned icy. Umph. You speak too much, Chiyo? Inuzuka, restrain that young Kazekage. I shall deal with this nuisance first. With that, Hanzo vanished in a blur, closing the distance to Chiyo in an instant. Fire release. Flying dragon blaze. The sky was instantly bathed in crimson, the surrounding temperature soaring as a roaring white fire dragon coalesced, poised to engulf Chiyo. The force of the attack was so potent that the air twisted and wailed, the searing shockwave compelling those within 100 meters to shield their faces. Is this the true power of the demigod Hanzo? From a distance, Chiyo watched this godlike strike, feeling a profound sense of shock. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to witness a ninjutsu of such formidable attributes, thus his understanding was shallow. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he realized how far he was from true strength. In an instant, the arrogance born from his recent surge in power was completely dispelled. Little brat, where are your eyes wandering? A voice thundered from behind Chiya, as a short yet sturdy rain ninja chunin barreled toward him. Given this, I shall claim your life. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 3 meters away from Chiya. Be careful. Seeing the enemy so close, Chiya was still unresponsive, prompting the arriving support, Yakura, to urgently warn him. Yet at this distance, she was unable to render assistance in time. Ha. At this range, no matter how swift you are, you won't have time to react. The diminutive chunin was equally aware of this, reveling in his triumph. Is that so? However, what he faced was not the panic-stricken gaze of Chiya, but rather a pair of calm eyes. Within 10 steps, perhaps you are faster. But I'm afraid, within 5 steps, I am swifter. Knight's secret technique, thundering white bullet. As the puppet master unleashed a lightning projectile from the palm of his hand, a smile froze on the face of the diminutive ninja. With a resounding pop, the small ninja's head exploded, showering blood and brain matter across the air, causing Chinya's complexion to pale slightly. He could hardly be a reincarnation of the god of death, maintaining his composure on the battlefield while taking lives for the first time. Until now, he had merely been suppressing his disgust. However, the scene before him was proving difficult to contain. Yet the rain ninja offered him no respite. Within the magnetic field's perception, a formidable presence approached from behind. An elite J-nin. Bang! Upon witnessing his anticipated ambush thwarted, the elite J-nin from the rain village, sporting short, curly brown hair and clad in black gloves, displayed a flicker of astonishment on his face. Having failed his strike, he swiftly retreated, exclaiming, I suspected you might prove to be a formidable opponent, but I did not foresee you being this challenging. No wonder, even when distracted, you can retaliate within a mere 3 meters. Your puppet technique is impressive, and your sensory abilities are remarkable as well. His words elicited narrowed eyes from the surrounding rain ninjas. Puppet techniques and sensory prowess, when possessed by any ninja, rendered them a daunting adversary. Moreover, the fact that these two skills resided within a single individual amplified the threat manifold. I am flattered, but no matter how you praise me, I shall offer you no advantages. That is unnecessary. We only require your life. The long-haired elite J-nin replied with a radiant smile, and in an instant, he and the surrounding rain ninjas surged towards Chiya. In a heartbeat, enemies assailed Chiya from all directions. This is bad. The sand ninjas rushing to aid Chiya exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Knight's secret technique, thunderstorm spiral. Yet, Chinya's face bore no trace of panic. His puppet's hands spread wide, unleashing a flurry of lightning projectiles that swirled and flew outwards, targeting the encroaching rain ninjas in a 180-degree arc swish, swish, swish. Faced with the barrage of pea-sized lightning projectiles, the advancing rain ninjas could not help but change their expressions, hastily evading the onslaught. Chapter 14, Ferocity. The fall of the elite J-nin. The power of these lightning projectiles was palpable. The terrifying aura they emanated was enough to convey their might. No one wished to experience their potency firsthand unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, Chinya's puppet soared into the air, wielding a long blade that sliced downwards. Clang! A rain village chunin suddenly appeared above Chiya, poised to launch several kunai imbued with explosive tags, only to be interrupted by the approaching puppet, forced to evade the descending blade. Yet the puppet relentlessly pursued, releasing a cloud of toxic mist from its mouth. The rain ninja was instantly filled with dread. The venom of the puppet is truly terrifying. Yurin has just witnessed it and is determined to avoid falling victim. Yet, when one is suspended in midair, evasion is far from simple. Moreover, the speed at which the toxic mist spreads is alarmingly swift. A desperate scream escapes Yurin's lips as his complexion begins to darken, resembling a dumpling sinking into water, plummeting to the ground. Within moments of hitting the earth, his face is already a ghastly shade of purple, a testament to the rapid encroachment of the toxin. Observing this, the special jonin with the braided hair immediately shouts sternly, "Do not approach him. Do not hesitate to use your chakra. Attack him from a distance with ninjutsu." Although the reason for this particular instance of Chiya's poison-lacking corrosiveness remains unknown, its terrifying toxicity is sufficient to instill caution even in elite shinobi. Water release, water shuriken. Water release, iron bullets. Wind release, wind cannon. It must be said, several chunin employing ninjutsu together exhibit remarkable power. At the very least, Chiya realizes that countering this will require considerable effort. Knight's secret technique, thunderous white bullet explosion. The puppet launches an assault that detonates midair. Boom. The formidable shockwave deflects all incoming ninjutsu. Naturally, Chiya cannot withstand the destructive force of this shockwave. Knight's secret technique, machine sealing light shield. The puppet unfolds its defense, shielding him from harm. It appears that the notion of enabling the puppet to utilize bloodline limit techniques is increasingly pressing. His magnet release is currently underutilized, serving merely to display its potential. If not for anything else, the development of repulsion and attraction techniques would render him less passive in the face of such a barrage of ninjutsu. However, prior to that, perhaps it would be wise to research a particular technique. Enhancing his self-preservation capabilities is crucial, as the barrier for allowing the puppet to wield bloodline limit ninjutsu is substantial and cannot be resolved swiftly. A certain technique, composed of gathered chakra and possessing considerable might, emerges in his thoughts. Spiral sphere, you shall be the one. Once the spiral sphere is mastered, its combination with his magnet release chakra will undoubtedly yield greater power than using chakra alone. Furthermore, the spiral sphere does not belong to the bloodline limit techniques, making it relatively easier to study. Yet, just as Chiya indulges in these thoughts, an acute sense of crisis suddenly envelopes him within the magnetic field. Amidst the explosion's dust, a chilling blade gleams, approaching like a parasite. The wielder of this blade is none other than the special jonin with braided hair. He appears behind Chiya, his blade striking like lightning, leaving no opportunity for Chiya to react. The dust cloud fails to obscure his line of sight. He aims directly for Chiya's heart. He is capable of this due to his own sensing abilities. The little brat from Sunagakure, your time is up. As he watched the long blade poised to pierce Chinya's chest, the special jonin with the Zongfa hairstyle could not help but breathe more rapidly. At such a close range, he doubted Chinya would have time to react. With a chilling thrust, the cold blade penetrated Chinya's chest, a decisive blow. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, the special jonin sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, the Chinya he had struck rapidly disintegrated into a cascade of sand. A sand clone? When did that happen? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the special jonin's pupils constricted, a shiver racing down his spine. The secret technique of the night, thunderstorm. Accompanying Chinya's demonic chant was a torrential barrage of lightning projectiles, more ferocious and swift than before. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, the special jonin formed hand seals, water release, water clone. In the next instant, the lightning projectiles riddled him like a sieve, yet in the following moment, he transformed into a stream of water that splashed onto the ground. After all, he was a special jonin. He could evade such a strike. However, this did not signify the end. Chinya's gaze sharpened, his voice low. Having been forced to utilize a sand clone, his chakra had diminished by half. A perilous state for him. Nevertheless, he would not easily forgive the special jonin, the architect of his predicament. Suddenly, emerging from the dust, the special jonin appeared, his face still marked by intense shock. The brief encounter had deepened his understanding of Chinya's formidable power. This was nothing short of a monster. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a warning cry from behind pierced the air. watch out. A sudden wave of acute danger surged through the special Jonin's senses. A lightning projectile, a cold and savage bolt, akin to the breath of death, was less than a step away from him. Hiss! The special Jonin gasped. How could it be so fast? Even for a Jonin, the speed of ninjutsu shouldn't be this overwhelming. But there was no time for contemplation. Instinctively, he rolled backward to evade the impending strike. Sizzle! As he watched the lightning projectile was just 2 centimeters above his forehead, he felt a chill of dread. Just as he believed he had narrowly escaped and was preparing to exhale in relief, Chiya's demonic whisper echoed. Lightning projectile, explode. A peculiar wave surged from the puppet. The previously calm lightning projectile suddenly became agitated, and in the special Jonin's rapidly contracting pupils, it detonated with a thunderous boom. No, at such a close range. How could his physical form withstand it? Boom. Amidst the resounding explosion, the earth was ruthlessly torn open, creating a chasm half a meter deep. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions, painting a gruesome scene. The crackling arcs of electricity heightened the sense of terror surrounding the blast. Moments later, as the flickering lightning gradually subsided and the aftermath of the explosion became visible, the nearby ninjas, drawn by the commotion, could not help but widen their eyes in shock. The special J-nin with the distinctive braided hair lay lifeless, his face a grotesque mess, devoid of breath. A formidable special J-nin had met his end at the hands of Chiya. Chapter 15, Retreat. Fear crept into the eyes of many Rain ninjas as they glanced at Chiya, causing them to instinctively take several steps back. How could they possibly fight? They were on entirely different levels. Do not be afraid. This guy has just unleashed a tremendous amount of powerful attacks. His chakra must be significantly depleted. One special J-nin bellowed. Let us strike together and eliminate him while he is weak, avenging our captain. Just then, a searing sunbeam hurtled towards them, sending shivers down this special J-nin's spine. This strike could not be met head-on. Doing so would surely result in severe injury. As he attempted to evade, a chilling voice rang out. Sand gold burial. A torrent of sand and gold surged toward him like a tidal wave, causing the special J-nin to panic and twist away. However, after merely 3 evasive maneuvers, the relentless waves of sand and gold ensnared his right foot. The moment he hesitated, the sand consumed a significant portion of his body, and an unimaginable pressure bore down upon him, eliciting a cry of agony. Yet, he was a special J-nin, and in an instant, he summoned his chakra to break free from the suffocating grip of the sand. Just as he was about to escape, the searing presence returned. The small sun he had narrowly avoided now descended upon him. Oh no! Terror gripped the special J-nin. But it was already too late. A fleeting scream escaped his lips, and within moments, he was desiccated, reduced to a mere husk. Another special J-nin had fallen. Those who thought to exploit Chiya's apparent weakness would do well to first consult our opinions. Yakuro approached, wielding a blazing fireball, exuding formidable power. Meanwhile, Rasha had silently materialized beside Chiya, the sand and gold undulating ominously. Cursed be it, how could the young ninjas of Sunagakure be so formidable? Witnessing the demise of 2 such powerful special J-nin, the surrounding Rain ninjas could no longer suppress their desire to retreat. It is well known that for most ninjas, becoming a ch-nin is the pinnacle of their aspirations, while special J-nin are considered the elite among the elite, powerful beings on the battlefield, second only to the legendary J-nin. Yet now, 2 of their ranks had fallen. This left the lower and middle-ranking Rain ninjas in a state of panic. They were utterly outmatched. The scene also significantly boosted the morale of the sand ninjas nearby, causing a ripple effect that invigorated the spirits of those in the vicinity. The dynamics of the battlefield began to shift gradually. Your scorch release has grown stronger, exclaimed Chiya, unable to suppress her admiration as she watched Yakura approach her side. Indeed, Yakura replied proudly, lifting her chin. Have you forgotten who I am? I aspire to become a formidable kunoichi like Lady Chiyo. One must possess some skills after all. However, she glanced at Chiya with a hint of discontent, adding, but compared to you, this monster, I still fall short. You effortlessly dispatched a special J-nin. If I had any puppetry talent, I would have wanted to learn it myself. In response, Chiya shook her head. It's not as simple as you make it sound. That was a special J-nin, not some cabbage to be casually eliminated. I relied on accumulating skills and took advantage of my enemy's unfamiliarity with my tactics to narrowly defeat a special J-nin. He had fought for so long. using less than 40% of his chakra. Yet to confront that special chunin with the distinctive hair, he expended nearly 50% in just a few moves. That alone attests to the formidable strength of the special chunin with the distinctive hair. How boring. You're still so humble. Yakura pouted, hoping to see a more arrogant side of Chiya. Boom. Just then, the battlefield nearby erupted with a tremendous tremor. A gigantic mountain pepper fish was firmly grasped by a colossal sandiron hand. Wah! The mountain pepper fish let out a sharp cry, seemingly unable to endure the pressure of the massive hand, emitting a sound of agony. Yet, in the next moment, a vast cloud of poisonous gas spewed forth from its mouth. Despite the sandiron hand's immediate attempt to thwart this, forcing the mountain pepper fish to vanish with a thud, the toxic fumes rapidly spread over a considerable distance. Wind release, violent wind technique. Most crucially, a chunin from the Rain Ninja village quickly formed hand seals, unleashing an overwhelming gale that further disseminated the poison. In mere seconds, several sand ninjas fell victim to the onslaught, collapsing in droves. This sight caused the morale of the sand ninjas, which had surged due to Chiya's formidable display, to plummet instantly. Roman, it seems you are still too inexperienced. Half-Song, who was locked in fierce combat with Chiyo, laughed mockingly at this turn of events. However, a perplexing situation unfolded. He abruptly disengaged from his battle with Chiyo and announced loudly, "Rain Ninja Village, retreat." This may have seemed nonsensical, yet it was, in fact, a remarkably prudent decision. After such an extended engagement, he had largely achieved his objective of assessing the strength of the sand forces. Now, deprived of the assistance of the summoning creature, the mountain pepper fish, facing the wrath of Roman and Chiyo alone, posed a grave risk of downfall. It would be wise to retreat promptly and utilize the intelligence gathered to redeploy forces, thus preparing for the next confrontation. "No way," Roman shouted, ready to pursue. Suddenly, however, the ninjas from the Rain Village unleashed smoke bombs, enveloping the battlefield in a dense fog laced with poison gas, further expanding its reach. This left Roman hesitant to act, as he could no longer discern the enemy's location amidst the haze. Any reckless assault would only endanger his own sand ninjas. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the Rain ninjas withdrew. Thus, this skirmish under the night sky concluded in a rather anticlimactic manner, leaving Roman understandably disheartened. Not only had he failed to inflict substantial damage on the Rain ninjas, but he had also been outmaneuvered by Hanzo, resulting in significant losses for his own forces. More critically, their troop strength and base locations had been revealed. While bases could be relocated, troop strength was irreplaceable. It was clear that in the next engagement, individuals like Chiya, Rosen, and Yakura would be under intense scrutiny. Given Hanzo's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate these promising youths to prevent them from becoming a threat to the Rain Village. It was truly a considerable loss. As Hanzo suddenly withdrew his forces, Chiya found himself momentarily taken aback. He had expected Hanzo to be a formidable adversary, one who would fiercely contest against the sand ninjas before reluctantly retreating. Instead, he chose to withdraw at the peak of success. Indeed, the leader capable of elevating the Rain Village to the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages was far from ordinary. Chapter 16. Pride? Non-existent. The decision to retreat at this juncture was undoubtedly sagacious. The objective had been achieved, and prolonging the conflict would only place his own side in jeopardy. It was far better to conclude the engagement swiftly and preserve the remaining combatants. With the collaborative efforts of Roman and Chiya, the pervasive toxic fog was soon contained. Nevertheless, Roman's countenance reflected his displeasure. The final sting from the salamander had resulted in the loss of 64 sand ninjas, including 12 chunin. While chunin may not possess overwhelming strength, they are the backbone of any faction, and such a loss is indeed disheartening. However, after the battlefield was cleared and Roman received the logistics report detailing the outcomes, he managed to muster a faint smile. That night, the Sand Village suffered nearly 100 casualties, while the Rain Village lost 112, including 2 special jonin and several chunin. Such losses weighed heavily on the Rain Village. Without a doubt, the most outstanding performer in this skirmish was Chiya. The feat of slaying a particularly formidable jonin, along with several chunin and jinin, truly sets one apart, making it nearly impossible to evade public attention. This young man possesses remarkable achievements, yet his brilliance is undeniably overwhelming. Raymond felt a mix of emotions. He rejoiced at the emergence of another exceptional talent from the hidden Sand Village, but he was also troubled, for Chiya's ostentatious accomplishments had undoubtedly caught the eye of Hanzo. Attracting Hanzo's attention is far from a fortuitous circumstance. It signifies that during the next confrontation, Chiya will inevitably face the targeting of more powerful ranged shinobi. Perhaps Hanzo, mindful of appearances, may refrain from deploying jonin. However, if confronted by multiple special jonin simultaneously, even a jonin would find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, Chiya already struggles against the onslaught of a special jonin and several chunin. Grandma Chiyo, in the coming days, Hanzo is unlikely to make any significant moves. As for Chiya, I hope to take advantage of this time to bolster his strength and enhance his self-protection capabilities. Naturally, even if the Wind Shadow does not voice this, I will take the initiative. Chiyo sighed as well. This child is, after all, too young and lacks the wisdom to conceal his brilliance. Such overt display is perilous. But sister, Lord Wind Shadow, if the youth does not showcase their talents, can they truly be called young? The cheerful voice of Kaizo chimed in. Were we not the same in our youth? Had I possessed Chiya's prowess at his age, I fear I would have been even more flamboyant. Chiyo hesitated, ultimately surrendering to a sigh. Let us hope that this young man does not succumb to arrogance, for that would indeed spell disaster. Being ostentatious is not inherently dangerous, but if one becomes prideful and believes themselves invincible, that would be truly unfortunate. The ninja world is not devoid of such examples, and she fervently wished that Chiya would not meet a tragic fate at a young age. Meanwhile, Chiya felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Realizing that if he were stronger, he would not have found himself besieged by a special jonin and several chunin. He sighed, acknowledging his insufficient strength. As for arrogance, it was non-existent. Whether faced with Hanzo's formidable fire techniques or being surrounded by elite opponents, he was constantly reminded of his weaknesses. In this treacherous battleground, he understood the necessity of further strengthening himself. Thus, when Chiyo devoted considerable time to prepare, intending to counsel Chiya that while his achievements were noteworthy, he should not allow himself to become complacent, she was taken aback to find that Chiya had not wasted his opportunity for growth. Instead, he had begun to delve into the study of puppet techniques. Lady Chiyo, the ninjas within the tent rose promptly in respect upon her arrival. What brings you here? Grandma Chiyo? Chiya set down his pen and stood to greet her. What are you sketching? Chiyo gazed at the scroll behind Chiya, her surprise evident. Are you planning to further enhance your puppet? Chiya nodded, then shrugged helplessly. What can I do? I'm still too weak. If I don't grow stronger, I truly feel no sense of security. Her words caused several faces to twitch in disbelief. Goodness, have you considered what you're saying? At merely 15, you can defeat a special jonin. Are you not satisfied with such strength? If that is considered weak, then what does that make us, who can barely contend with chunin? Although it was true that Chiya's strength was still lacking, self-deprecation was unwarranted. Even Chiyo found it hard to maintain her composure. At your age, possessing such strength is already impressive, you know? Is it true that my abilities are already commendable? Chiya chuckled. Thank you for the praise, Grandma Chiyo. I want to let it go to my head. I will continue to improve. Observing Chiya's playful demeanor, Chiyo felt her worries dissipate and spoke. In the coming days, Hanzo is unlikely to take any action. The Kazekage intends for us to use this time for me to train you and bolster your strength. She patted Chiya's shoulder. However, since you already have ideas in mind, I will await your refined thoughts before you seek me out. With anticipation in her eyes, she added, I hope you continue to surprise me. Should you need anything regarding puppetry, feel free to reach out to me, or to HZ and Chihiko. Chiya nodded, grinning. Then I shall certainly be pestering my esteemed elders. After Chiyo departed, many turned their gazes toward Chiya's scroll, yet regrettably, they could not comprehend it. They hesitated to inquire about such confidential matters concerning puppetry and could only ponder how they might grow stronger, much like Chiya. As for Chiya, this recent battle had unveiled two pressing issues. First, as a puppeteer, her mobility was severely lacking. Once targeted by a more formidable ninja, defeat was all but assured. Second, her strategies for handling multiple attackers were insufficient. Relying solely on her puppet for defense left her vulnerable to the enemy gaining the upper hand. Had Hanzo not retreated unexpectedly, after eliminating that special jonin, he would certainly have faced an onslaught from other special jonin of the Rain Village, putting him in a perilous situation. Regardless of the support from Yezakura and Rasha, improving her puppets was an imperative task. Yet, contemplating this necessity, Chiya couldn't help but sigh. With the techniques she currently commanded, she could significantly enhance output, potentially enabling her combat puppet to unleash a powerful lightning cannon. However, such an approach would result in the puppet's destruction and the instantaneous depletion of its chakra battery. For someone like her, who already possessed a limited supply of chakra and relied on a chakra battery to manipulate her puppets in battle, the risks far outweighed the benefits. There was no need to employ such tactics against weaker foes, to confront the formidable, yet not necessarily to strike true. Thus, the skills currently employed are indeed the optimal approach. Their power is sufficient, and the consumption remains manageable. Chapter 17, The Pursuit. The Frenzied Rain Ninja. Ultimately, it all boils down to an insufficient chakra reserve. Chiya sighed once more. The reasons for his meager chakra supply were twofold. First, his body's meridians were somewhat narrower compared to those of a typical ninja, resulting in a lower conduction efficiency. Second, the lack of active cellular factors hindered his cells from generating an adequate amount of chakra. To remedy this, a change in bloodline would be requisite. It is indeed a daunting challenge. Chiya sighed despondently. However, he understood that wallowing in self-pity was futile. Instead of lamenting, it would be more prudent to devise a strategy to enhance the combat prowess of his puppets. He outlined a relevant plan for himself. First, he aimed to enable his two puppets to utilize basic lightning-style jutsu, such as discharging electricity. This would incur minimal consumption while creating ample opportunities on the battlefield, such as interrupting an enemy's jutsu execution. Second, he intended to coat the blades of the two puppets with lightning chakra to augment their melee capabilities, thereby enhancing his own protection as their controller. Third, he would equip the two puppets with additional chakra batteries to improve their endurance, for in the heat of battle, the enemy would not afford him the luxury of replacing batteries. Fourth, he aspired to develop the Rasengan. Given a few days of tranquility, he was confident that he could teach his puppets this technique. Looking over the plan he had formulated, Chiya nodded in satisfaction. Once the war concluded, he hoped to explore the possibility of developing abilities akin to the sealing technique. By manipulating his puppets through magnetic waves, he could liberate himself. As long as he possessed ample chakra, his combat effectiveness would be on par with that of his puppets, significantly enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. It was illogical that he could create chakra batteries for his puppets, but not for himself. Unbeknownst to him, had his meridians been of normal width, he would indeed have succeeded. Unfortunately, his narrow meridians could not withstand the storage and release of chakra. Moreover, the release rate was too slow to support the execution of any formidable jutsu. On the side of Roman, with their existing stronghold now exposed to the Rain Ninja village, selecting a new base was of paramount importance. This necessitated thorough discussion. Once a new stronghold was chosen, the reconnaissance efforts must be intensified. They could not allow the enemy to strike at their doorstep again. Do you understand? Roman emphasized to the reconnaissance team leader. Understood. The reconnaissance team leader, a middle-aged man adorned with a sturdy tattoo on his arm, wore an expression of shame. Rest assured, Lord Wind Shadow, such an occurrence will not happen again. Roman nodded and continued. Vigilance is essential. It is of paramount importance to ascertain how the Rain Shinobi village managed to evade your scrutiny and locate the base. Rather than merely increasing patrol efforts, understanding the nature of this exposure is crucial. Indeed, the patrol captain responded earnestly before departing. This time, not even a fly shall slip through. As for the Rain Shinobi army, Amano Yashiki, you have performed admirably. Your successful infiltration of the Sand-Hidden Village's base earns you the highest commendation. Hans, seated in a position of authority, gazed down at the woman kneeling before him, offering words of satisfaction. This Amano Yashiki is none other than the ninja with a dazzling mark upon her face, sharp and dark teeth, and the ability to command butterflies. This is solely due to Lord Hans's adept leadership and the diligent efforts of all the captains. I dare not claim any credit. Amano Yashiki humbly replied, her demeanor tinged with a sense of humility born from her family's decline. To be overly ostentatious would only render them targets for resentment and hostility, detrimental to their clan's growth. Enough, it is indeed your merit, and none can dispute that. Hans was pleased with her humility, yet acknowledged her accomplishments. This battle had revealed several young talents within the Sand-Hidden forces. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hans's eyes as he contemplated. If all proceeds as anticipated, these individuals will undoubtedly pose a future threat to our Rain Shinobi village. Thus, he addressed the assembled elite ninjas. Should we encounter them on the battlefield next time, seize every opportunity to eliminate them with all your might. Do you understand? Yes. The elite shinobi responded in unison. Once they take action, capturing these targets should be a mere formality. Hans then proceeded to outline the characteristics of Chiya, Rasha, and Yakura, categorizing them as primary targets of concern for the ranged shinobi army. Whoever succeeds in eliminating these three shall earn the privilege of becoming his personal guard. Instantly, the ranged shinobi forces erupted with fervor. Meanwhile, far away at the sand shinobi's encampment, Chiya was suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable chill, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This feeling was troubling indeed. His expression turned grave. No one experiences such ominous sensations without reason. Could it be that Hans has issued a manhunt against me? Chiya speculated that his remarkable performance on the battlefield would not go unnoticed by Hans. Yet, it appeared that Hans's regard for him was even more intense than he had anticipated. Truly, Hans was the same figure from the original narrative, who, upon recognizing a threat from the Akatsuki, would resort to any means necessary to eliminate the opposition. Chiya felt reassured in his decision to hasten his growth and strength. Eschewing any thoughts of arrogance or complacency, this was undoubtedly the correct path. If he were to indulge in hubris, the next time he encounters a rain ninja, he is certain to meet a dire fate. It is time to fully dedicate oneself to the development of the spiral sphere. In the original narrative, the key to mastering this technique, as taught by Konohamaru to Naruto, consists of only two principles: compression and rotation. One must ensure the ability to compress and concentrate sufficient chakra, followed by inducing it to spin, thus acquiring formidable destructive power. If memory serves, in Boruto amalgamated lightning chakra with the spiral sphere, subsequently devising the spiral hidden sphere. He pondered, stroking his chin. Even sensory ninjas cannot discern the trajectory of this technique. Though diminutive in size, its destructive capacity is by no means diminished, and it appears quite suitable for my current self. In this manner, he could possess two distinct forms of the spiral sphere, each with considerable power. In contrast to the challenges of developing the spiral sphere, other plans seem considerably less daunting. The most formidable task is merely to entwine the puppet's blades with lightning. This endeavor would only require a day's time to enhance the conversion and output control mechanisms. As for the reason for not employing lightning release ninjutsu, it is primarily due to his inadequate mastery of puppet techniques. The speed of hand seals for puppet manipulation is too slow for combat. Thus, when Yakura arrived at Chiya's location, intending to engage in practice to bolster his strength while simultaneously deepening their camaraderie, he found Chiya engrossed in enhancing his puppets. The sight of such dedication was, dare he say, rather appealing. Chapter 18. You are likely to lose friends this way. Yakura, you've come. Is there something you need? Upon hearing footsteps, Chiya lifted his gaze, and upon recognizing Yakura, promptly returned to his work. This action left Yakura feeling somewhat discontent. What is this? Does she believe I lack the right to have her look up and speak to me? Chiya, how can you say such a disheartening thing? Am I not allowed to visit you without a reason? Yakura huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. You are likely to lose friends this way. Is that so? I was unaware of such a notion. I shall certainly be more mindful in the future. Observing Yakura's indignant demeanor, Chiya found it to be quite a charming sight. No wonder a literary figure from a past life proclaimed, "A woman's blush surpasses countless worldly vistas." Humph. Suit yourself. Yakura pouted, harboring considerable discontent towards Chiya. All right, please calm down. I truly did not mean to offend. Noticing her distress, Chiya scratched his head, recalling his own past as a solitary individual. Uncertain how to navigate such situations. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I truly hope for a swift resolution. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this time. A faint smile crept upon Yakura's lips, though she concealed it well. This version of Chiya appeared rather endearing. Yakura, is there something you require my assistance with? Chiya astutely shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Yitsang couldn't help but curl her lip. Isn't it just that you have nothing better to do, so you seek me out for a spar to hone your skills? What do you say, esteemed puppet master? Am I fortunate enough to have you personally engage with me? Well, I'm currently upgrading my puppets and seem to lack the time, he replied. All right then, let it be. Yitsang's initially hopeful expression was momentarily clouded with disappointment, yet she forced a smile. When you do find the time, you must not turn me down. Hearing this, how could Qianyi utter a word of refusal? After pondering for a moment, he said, how about this? I should be able to complete most of the upgrades by tomorrow. At that time, I will be free. Despite having been single for over 20 years in his previous life and lacking experience in dealing with girls, he wasn't devoid of emotional intelligence. He couldn't remain indifferent while witnessing a girl's crestfallen demeanor. Really? Yi Song's face lit up with joy, nearly causing her to leap with excitement. Then it is settled. Observing Yi Song's exuberance, Qianyi nodded earnestly. Of course, a gentleman's word is as binding as a promise. There was one thing he refrained from mentioning. This was a perfect opportunity to test the prowess of his upgraded puppets. Soon, thanks to Yi Song's inability to keep secrets, numerous people learned of Qian Ye's impending duel with her. This particularly captivated the attention of the younger generation. Eager to witness the strength of Qian Yi, who had been hailed as the strongest among them since his encounter in battle the previous day. They yearned to ascertain whether he truly deserved such a title. Luo Sha was especially intrigued, as he was the one most eager to discover the extent of the gap in strength between himself and Qian Yi. For all involved, including Feng Ying and Chiyo, this development was met with enthusiasm. The healthy competition among the younger generation would undoubtedly bolster their collective strength. In their youth, they too had experienced similar rivalries. With the news now widespread, Qian Yi felt a headache coming on. Initially, he had merely intended to engage in a duel with Yi Song to assess the effectiveness of his upgrades. He had anticipated some spectators, but had not expected such a large crowd. Given the current situation, he was bound to receive challenges from others as well. Prompted by the title of the strongest among the youth, everyone was around 15 or 16, an age brimming with youthful exuberance. Why should Nanfeng Qian Yi be deemed the foremost among us? I refuse to believe my strength is inferior. I shall challenge you to see if you truly surpass me. With a sigh, Qian Yi returned to the task of modifying his puppets. His first step was to equip the puppets with additional batteries to enhance their endurance. This required improvements to the control, output, and conversion devices, enabling them to harness a greater capacity of chakra. He also aimed to enhance the performance of the launching mechanisms. Prior to this, the Thunder Bomb had to be cooled for 3 seconds after being released 3 times in succession. After 9 shots, a chakra battery would be depleted. Until now, he had been fortunate that this flaw had gone unnoticed. However, he did not believe that it would remain hidden indefinitely. Seizing this opportunity to make improvements would ensure that he would not find himself in a predicament when facing stronger foes. This was a matter of personal responsibility. By the time the chakra battery was replenished, it was already evening. The accompanying upgrades to the corresponding devices had also been completed. Chiya stepped outside the tent, manipulating his left-hand's fingers, causing the puppet to suddenly emit a dazzling lightning light that spread outward. With a crackling sound, a fist-sized stone exploded. Simultaneously, Chiya maneuvered his right hand, and the combat puppet drew its blade, enveloped in astonishing lightning. With a single strike, bolstered by the ferocious tearing power of the lightning, it cleanly severed a stone pile nearly the height of a person. Remarkably, this strike rivaled the power of advanced ninjutsu. Chiya nodded in satisfaction. Importantly, the chakra consumed was merely half that of high-level ninjutsu. The current chakra capacity of the combat puppet was sufficient to execute 40 strikes. Should he encounter an elite J-nin and several CH-nin in an ambush, he would no longer be forced to resort to detonating thunder bombs for defense. Thus, only the spiral sphere remained unstudied. Chiya exhaled, hoping the research would proceed smoothly. After Chiya departed, Qianyin suddenly appeared at the spot where Chiya had just stood. Gazing at the cleaved stone, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qianyin's eyes. This young man, how did he manage to upgrade his puppet so effortlessly? If he had possessed such talent back in the day, he would not still be struggling to reach the level of a shadow. Indeed, if not for the limitations of chakra, Qianya's accomplishments would be far greater by now. No, it should be said that had Chiya not been restricted by chakra, he would have already become an outstanding magnetism user. The night passed without a word. Chiya experienced a rare, uninterrupted sleep. When he arrived at the designated location, it was no surprise that it was already filled with people. Shinobi of all ranks, Genin, CH-nin, Special J-nin, and J-nin, were present. Even Chiyo and Roman had come. Lord Kazakage, Granny Chiyo, what brings you here? Chiya approached to greet them, his expression somewhat incredulous. Isn't it a bit idle for both of you? Don't you have village affairs to attend to? How could you find the time to come here for mere entertainment? As you can see, we came to watch the spectacle. Roman shrugged, appearing as if Chinya's question was utterly superfluous. Well then, does that mean, Lord Kazakage, you have no administrative duties to address? Such a busy individual as yourself, enough with the idle chatter. I shall attend to the affairs of state after witnessing your battle. Luo Min interrupted Qianyi, directly tossing him into the crowd, where he landed squarely before Yi Tsong. His rather comical entrance was somewhat amusing, causing Yi Tsong to stifle a laugh. I had hoped for a more dashing entrance. Rising to his feet, Qianyi shrugged in resignation, stating, "There is no other choice." Lord Fengying could no longer wait, and simply threw me in. He produced a purple scroll from his person and addressed Yi Tsong, "If there are no objections, shall we begin?" Observing Qianyi's sudden seriousness, Yi Tsong nodded, taking a deep breath with a fervent gaze. "In this battle, I shall unleash my full strength. Let me see how vast the gap between us truly is." This declaration drew the attention of the young ninjas present, all eager to witness the prowess of the one capable of defeating a special jonin like Qianyi. They yearned to see if he could demonstrate sufficient strength to earn their recognition as the strongest of the younger generation of Sunagakure. "Then I must offend you," Qianyi proclaimed, releasing his puppet and connecting chakra threads with both hands, activating the magnetic field. The chakra consumption for this technique was minimal, allowing him to maintain it for an entire day and night with his current reserves. At a certain moment, as both combatants focused sharply, they moved in unison. Yi Tsong raised his hands, summoning two blazing spheres of fire, Katan, Zook. In an instant, Yi Tsong closed the distance to Qianyi, the fireballs hurtling toward him. "So swift," gasped the onlooking young ninjas, acutely aware of the disparity in skill. As the fireballs approached, Qianyi felt his chakra nearly evaporate, causing his puppet's evasive maneuvers to lag just a moment, exposing a significant vulnerability. Seizing this opportune moment, Yi Tsong unleashed another fireball, creating a relentless assault from both sides, leaving Qianyi with scarcely a breath to spare. Could this be the moment of defeat? Many spectators thought, considering the terrifying heat of Yi Tsong's flames. They doubted the puppet could withstand such an onslaught. Even Chiyo grew curious. "Will you employ defensive measures, Qianyi?" Yet, unexpectedly, Qianyi refrained from ordering his puppet to defend. This decision baffled many. Was he truly prepared to concede? The answer was unveiled in the next instant. With a sharp sound, both the puppet and Qianyi drew their blades simultaneously. A flash of cold lightning sliced through the air, cleaving the fireballs in two and causing them to dissipate. "What?" Yi Tsong's expression transformed into one of disbelief as he witnessed the shattered fireballs. How could she have forgotten the formidable close combat capabilities of Qianyi's puppet? To comprehend such formidable close-quarters combat abilities, she had hesitated to approach earlier. She dared not be complacent, hastily retreating to a safer distance, while simultaneously conjuring two fire orbs to guard her flanks. Ultimately, she had not yet reached the level depicted in the original work, Yi Tsong. However, it was understandable. Had she truly attained such prowess, she would have been defeated long ago. Qianyi's gaze sharpened as she murmured to herself. In the original narrative, Yi Tsong wielded the blazing fire orbs with the grace of a serpent, seldom granting her adversaries the chance for direct confrontation. Upon encountering obstacles, she would deftly alter their trajectory and charge forth once more. In a situation like the previous one, the Yi Tsong of the original tale would have split into 4 fire orbs, launching a renewed assault, rather than allowing the flames to dissipate. Nevertheless, that brief encounter left the young ninjas present profoundly astonished. From the outset, Yi Tsong had pressed Qianyi with fire orbs, her speed rendering any response almost impossible. Indeed, just as one contemplated forming hand seals, another fire orb would come hurtling forth, forcing her to retreat continuously. Yet, Qianyi, as a puppeteer, who should have been most vulnerable to close combat, swiftly dismantled the threat posed by the fire orb assault. Remarkable. Was this the nature of battles fought by those who had bested elite jonin? Many young ninjas sensed the widening gap. This kid, Qianyi, had elevated his puppetry skills significantly in merely a day. Even Chiyo expressed surprise. It seemed that in the days to come, he would continue to astonish her further. "Qianyi, watch out." In an instant, the mouth of the puppet opened. Knight's secret technique. Emerald needles, thousand rain. A barrage of emerald-reflecting needles shot forth, and Yi Tsong responded with a fire orb, while another orb lunged towards Qianyi. The fire orb completely obscured Qianyi's line of sight, preventing her from seizing the opportunity to counterattack and avoiding a passive position. However, Knight's secret technique, thunderous white rain. Qianyi, seemingly unfazed by the lack of visual confirmation, directed the puppet to cleave through the fire orb, unleashing a volley of thunderous projectiles. What? This strike came as a complete surprise, as the fire orb shattered. Yitsong barely caught sight of Qian Yi's figure. Yet the attack was already upon her like as it must be said that her quick response is truly commendable. However, with a sudden crackle, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the puppet's body, striking with such swiftness that it left one scarcely able to react. Faced with the lightning that appeared before her in an instant, Yitsong was filled with dread. This is it. How could she have forgotten that the puppet could unleash such remote lightning attacks? Despite her earnest efforts to twist away and evade the lightning, she was nonetheless grazed by a strand of it, causing her body to tingle. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, Yitsong knew it was all over. Indeed, the combat puppet had already come to a halt behind her, its cold blade resting against her neck. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving many spectators bewildered and unable to comprehend the outcome. Is this truly the end? Surely, Yitsong had previously collaborated with Luo Sha to vanquish formidable high-ranking shinobi. How could she have lost so quickly? Yet, the strength she had just exhibited was by no means weak. The younger generation was in an uproar. To be fair, many among them had little confidence in their ability to triumph over Yitsong. Yet, she had so effortlessly succumbed to Qian Yi. Was Qian Yi truly this formidable? Chapter 20. Yitsong's defeat. Battle with Luo Sha. In the arena, Yitsong found herself in a daze, grappling with the revelation of the vast disparity in strength between her and Qian Yi. Until now, she had believed her abilities to be on par with his. How could the gap be so significant? Had it been yesterday, she certainly would not have lost so swiftly. The primary reason was that she had just upgraded her puppet, enhancing her power. Qian Yi scratched his head, remarking, "You are already quite strong. When I was your age, I was still referred to as a lowly genin." Observing his sheepish attempt to console her, Yitsong couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I am not one to be defeated so easily." Clenching her fists, she gazed at Qian Yi with unwavering determination. "Mark my words, I will train harder and not allow you to outpace me by such a wide margin." "Very well. Should the opportunity arise, we can continue to spar." Yitsong's spirit was not dampened by her defeat, which reassured him greatly. Otherwise, it would have been a grave misfortune. "Qian Yi, I would also like to engage in a sparring session with you, if that is convenient." Just as Yitsong departed, Luo Sha spoke up. The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of those present shifted to one of intrigue. Luo Sha, only days prior, had been recognized as the strongest among the younger generation, yet now, that title had been claimed by Qian Yi. The impending clash between these two would undoubtedly ignite a unique spark worth anticipating. Upon hearing Luo Sha's proposition, Qian Yi wore an expression of knowing acceptance. After all, one more opponent was neither a burden nor a boon. Naturally, he agreed. Moreover, Rasha possesses magnetic manipulation, his prowess surpassing that of Yitsong. Engaging him in battle would not only enhance his own strength, but also enrich his experience, serving as a more profound test of the upgraded puppet's capabilities. Long ago, I had yearned for a duel with you. Alas, at that time, your chakra was insufficient, rendering you the weakest in the eyes of others. Thus, I had to abandon that aspiration. However, it appears that this desire may soon come to fruition. Hearing Rasha's words, Qian Yi could not help but smile with a sense of gratitude. To be esteemed by a being as formidable as you is indeed an honor. Given this, it seems I must perform admirably, otherwise you would surely be disappointed. His expression grew noticeably serious. Compared to Yitsong, Rasha was undeniably stronger, otherwise he would not be heralded as the mightiest of the younger generation. Indeed, with a nonchalant demeanor, Rasha entered. "I hope to engage you with all my might." As fellow magnetic manipulation ninjas, I believe he can derive considerable insights from Qian Yi. If there are no objections, let us commence. Instantly, both of Qian Yi's puppets sprang into action. Knight's secret technique, emerald poison mist. A surge of verdant toxic fog erupted forth, spreading with such rapidity that Rasha barely had time to react and evade before it nearly enveloped him. How swift! Only by confronting Qian Yi directly could one truly comprehend his terrifying prowess. For the first time, Rasha felt such immense pressure from a peer. Yet, Rasha was not one to succumb easily. Although your poison is swift, it remains insufficient. Such tactics will not lead to my defeat. He swiftly retreated, gathering sand gold. Bracing for action, with his vision obscured by the poison mist, he hesitated to act recklessly. However, His inaction did not imply that Qianyi would remain idle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the air was pierced by rapid sounds from within the fog, approaching from either side. Rasha's focus instantly shifted, and the gathered sand gold split into two streams to defend himself. But, as the sound broke through the mist, Rasha's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. What emerged were two kunai bound with small cloth packages. Undoubtedly, this was merely a diversionary tactic to mislead him. Distracted by the illusion, his reaction to the genuine assault would be far from timely. Knight's secret technique, thunderous rain. As anticipated, the true attack was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, raindrop-like thunderbolts were upon him. Hiss! Rasha's pupils constricted in an instant. Yet, just as the thunderbolts were about to strike him, a surge of sand gold erupted from the ground, intercepting the projectiles. Bang! 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 In an instant, the arena resonated with explosive sounds, the very ground trembling slightly. This spectacle left many in awe. It was indeed Rasha. Even in such a perilous situation, he managed to turn the tide. If they had spoken just now, they would have likely faced defeat. Chiya is truly formidable. However, having merely thwarted the lightning projectile, the mechanized puppets and combat puppets continued their relentless assault. With a flicker of thought, Luosha commanded the sand gold to surge forth. Yet, just as the sand gold was about to engage the two puppets, it abruptly veered away, charging straight for Chiya, the puppet master. Clearly, Luosha intended to capture the leader to defeat the insurgents. This strategy was undeniably astute. The puppet master possesses limited combat prowess. Once targeted by a ranged attack, they could swiftly find themselves in peril. But the secret technique of the knight, lightning flash. Suddenly, the mechanized puppet unleashed a torrent of astonishing electricity, and the sand gold, being conductive, surged back towards Luosha. Alarmed, Luosha quickly levitated the sand gold beneath him, lifting himself into the air. Yet he overlooked the fact that amidst the crackling lightning, the combat puppet had skyrocketed upward with alarming speed, shadowing Luosha closely. Taking to the skies proved futile. Chiya's eyes gleamed, and the combat puppet unsheathed its blade. Hiss! Luosha could only watch as a chilling bolt of lightning expanded rapidly before him, rendering him as cold as if plunged into an icy abyss. There was no evading it. No possibility of escape. With a sickening sound, a massive gash tore open across Luosha's chest. Many onlookers instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the gruesome scene. Even several upper ninjas felt that Chiya had been excessively ruthless. Given that Luosha could not evade that strike, it would have been more prudent to temper the severity of the attack. A grievous injury would necessitate a long recuperation for Luosha. Should a conflict arise during his recovery, his weakened state could lead to unforeseen consequences. It could very well result in the fall of such a talented individual. However, upon exchanging glances, Qian Dai and Luo Min perceived a serene determination in each other's eyes. They did not believe Luosha was merely that capable. Indeed, Luosha swiftly transformed into a cloud of sand, scattering in all directions. The sand clone, Qian's previously relaxed demeanor instantly tightened. Within the magnetic field's sensing, danger approached once more. In the next instant, he maneuvered the mechanized puppet to strike fiercely at the air behind him. Suddenly, a sand gold tendril emerged from behind Chiya, ensnaring him before he could react. Slicing through, the sand gold tendril was cleaved in twain, and with the mechanized puppet's assistance, Chiya swiftly retreated. Just as anticipated. In the following moment, from the very spot where Chiya had stood, tendrils of sand gold surged forth from all directions. Had Chiya remained there, he would have surely found himself ensnared. Chapter 21. The Defeat of Luosha. The sand gold tendrils did not dissipate after failing to ensnare their target. Instead, they merged amidst their collisions, transforming into a surging wave, relentlessly pursuing the retreating Chiya. Once again, Rasha emerged, yet he bore a shallow wound upon his chest, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. He gazed at the retreating Chiya, and with a sudden force, struck the ground with both hands. Channeling all his chakra, magnetic release, gold sand wave. Boom. In an instant, the momentum of the golden sand tide intensified, overwhelming in its magnitude. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the golden sand was intermingled with grains of earth. This alteration was a precaution against Chiya's potential use of lightning release. Has he unleashed his ultimate technique? It seems that unless I exert myself, I cannot evade this strike. Faced with this seemingly all-consuming tidal wave of sand and gold, Chiya's expression turned grave. Many present also realized that the pivotal moment for determining victory had arrived. The power of this technique was indeed astonishing, and Chiya was likely to suffer. Indeed, his puppet technique was not as refined as that of Lady Chiyo, and constrained by his limited chakra. He could not employ formidable ninjutsu. It was evident that Rasha possessed superior overall strength. Amidst the spectators' discussions, Chiya made his move once more. The right hand of the puppet, brimming with fierce chakra, rapidly coalesced into a small-tailed beast bomb, crackling with lightning. Even Chiyo could not help but change her expression. Fifth Kazakage, be prepared. Rasha nodded, somewhat astonished, saying, I never expected these two youngsters' battle could escalate to such intensity. Chiya here. The puppet's palm faced upward, aimed at the onrushing tide of sand and gold. Releasing the coalesced super lightning bomb, Knight's secret technique, thunderous white bomb of the tiger's roar. Roar, like the sudden roar of a ferocious tiger echoing through the mountains. The deafening sound resonated as an icy energy orb shot forth, causing the air to ripple. Subsequently, this lightning bomb, about the size of an egg, detonated mid-air. Boom. In an instant, as if the heavens themselves had unleashed their fury, a blinding radiance engulfed the scene. The ground trembled and fractured uncontrollably, and the oncoming tide of sand and gold shattered instantaneously, leaving Rasha completely exposed to the explosion. It's over. A chill enveloped Rasha's heart. He had no time to mount a defense. Sand Iron Wing. Just as he believed he would be consumed by the explosion, Rasha appeared before him. A pair of black wings like portals firmly shielding him from the explosive shockwaves. Meanwhile, on Chiya's side, witnessing the protection afforded by the shield of the puppet, Chiyo could not suppress a sigh of relief. She thought he would require her protection. Little did she expect that his puppet could unleash such formidable defense. Typically, it bore a shield the size of a basin, yet now it was as vast as a door, securely safeguarding Chiya. As the commotion subsided and the dust settled, as Rasha gazed at the commanding presence of Chiya, who was effortlessly dismantling the puppet's defenses, he could not help but concede an undeniable truth. Chiya was indeed stronger than him. Yet, disbelief lingered within him. A month prior, during the Chunin exams, Chiya had exhibited prowess that surpassed even Asano Kenji. This confrontation had ignited a spark within Rasha, driving him to immerse himself in rigorous training. After a month of relentless effort, even before the onset of this conflict, he had reached a level where he could contend with the village's elite J-nin. At that moment, he believed he had surpassed Chiya in strength. However, the battlefield revealed a Chiya whose formidable achievements were utterly astounding. Initially, Rasha had thought Chiya's remarkable performance was merely a result of the advantages afforded by poison. True strength, he reasoned, might not exceed his own. Yet, in the clash of today, he finally comprehended the depth of Chiya's power. He had indeed outstripped him by a considerable margin. Was he a monster? Even a prodigy like Rasha? Merely 14 or 15 years old, possessing strength that rivaled that of a special J-nin, felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. How could anyone's power escalate so rapidly? Simultaneously, the revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Could it be? Had it truly ended so swiftly? Was Nanfeng Chiya's genuine strength this formidable? His current capabilities were likely on par with the village's special J-nin. It seemed he must possess even greater strength. Otherwise, how could he so swiftly conquer Rasha? Just days ago in the village, Rasha had engaged in a fierce battle with a special J-nin. Even the seasoned J-nin could not conceal their astonishment. It was essential to note that merely a month prior, Chiya had been an everlasting genin. Given Chiya's current trajectory of growth, how much stronger would he become in another month? Surely, he would at least qualify to stand alongside them. A 15-year-old J-nin was indeed a terrifying prospect. Of course, this should not be compared to Kakashi, a 12-year-old J-nin. Witnessing this spectacle, Chiyo was inevitably struck by a wave of reflection. A month ago, even she could not have envisioned Chiya attaining such formidable strength within such a brief span. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? If so, I invite you all to come forth today. I shall have little time in the future, Chiya declared, his gaze sweeping across the arena, rendering the younger generation speechless. The mightiest Rasha had already succumbed, and naturally, those of comparable strength hesitated to step forward. Those weaker than Rasha would not dare to invite humiliation upon themselves. There were, however, some J-nin who considered testing the full extent of Chiya's abilities. Yet, Should they succeed, it would be expected. Should they fail, they would only face ridicule, rendering them reluctant to enter the fray. Very well, if that is the case, we shall conclude today's battle here. You may disperse, Rasha announced, and the crowd gradually began to depart. From this day forth, Chiya is fully prepared to face long-range assaults from ninjutsu or targeted attacks, equipped with sufficient countermeasures rather than relying solely on detonating explosive tags to scrape by. Undoubtedly, his enhancements to the puppet have proven remarkably successful. While his mobility may be lacking, the puppet can carry him forth. Remote ninjutsu attacks? Not a problem. The puppet now possesses lightning release techniques, capable of significantly interrupting the enemy's ability to unleash ninjutsu against him. Even if he cannot entirely prevent such assaults, the puppet's chakra battery capacity has increased substantially, providing a stronger defense to withstand attacks. Furthermore, once the spiral sphere is developed, his strength will amplify even more. Chiya thought, brimming with ambition, I wonder if I could face a Jonin by then. He felt that only practice could validate this notion. Thus, he began preparing additional chakra batteries for the puppet, enhancing its endurance and greatly improving its self-preservation capabilities. War could erupt at any moment, and he dared not be complacent. As for the chakra batteries, they are the product of his integration of sealing techniques and energy modules from his previous life. By utilizing the properties of chakra metal to store and release chakra, combined with the sealing technique's ability to retain larger quantities of chakra, he created a sizable battery capable of holding an amount equivalent to that of an average lower ninja. Chapter 22. The Spiral Sphere, successfully developed. The challenge lay in the fact that each chakra module possesses distinct properties, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation of chakra that is utterly unusable. Chiya faltered at this juncture. However, after years of research, Chiya successfully devised a system of devices for output conversion and harmonization, resolving this issue. That afternoon, everyone in the camp received notification of an impending relocation. The new base is situated 100 kilometers from their current location, on the border of the Land of Wind. This time, the reconnaissance team from Sunagakure has established an intricate perception system akin to a spider's web around the base. Comprehensive awareness. As long as a life form approaches, they will be detected. They would not allow the base's location to be compromised again. After personally inspecting the setup, Roman expressed his profound satisfaction. Even from his perspective, the elite information ninja of Konoha would find it impossible to stealthily ascertain their position amidst such extensive surveillance. But what if the enemy's reconnaissance methods are precisely something we would overlook? Chiya voiced his concerns. Chiya, you are overthinking it, Roman replied with a confident smile. Even a fly entering here would trigger an anomaly. Do you truly believe there is anything we would fail to notice? Rest assured, this camp will not be ambushed again. Chiya nodded in agreement, contemplating the truth in Roman's words. The members of the exploration team may not excel in combat, yet when it comes to perception and reconnaissance abilities, they are undeniably the sovereigns. Presently, the barriers established around the camp are numerous. Without breaching these defenses, one would never discern that this is the encampment of Sunagakure. It merely appears to be a typical natural setting. It stands to reason that the location of the base remains undisclosed. Night swiftly descends, and despite a day filled with exertion, Chiya feels little fatigue. Behind the camp, he summons a puppet, and with a mere thought, an astonishing amount of chakra begins to coalesce in its hands. However, just as Chiya intends to compress the sphere after it reaches a certain size, his expression suddenly shifts. This is not good. Boom. The chakra sphere rapidly becomes unstable and explodes with a loud bang. Half of the puppet's arm is blown off. The commotion instantly attracts several individuals. Upon realizing it is Chiya training, the sand shinobi who came to investigate breathes a sigh of relief. Chiya, Nin. You are truly diligent. It's so late, yet you are still training instead of resting. What can I say? My strength is lacking, and the battlefield is perilous. I constantly strive to become stronger. Chiya shrugs, adopting a look of resignation. Such a rather pretentious remark leaves the sand shinobi at a loss for words. Come on. You have already defeated a special jonin from the rain. How can you call yourself weak? What does that make someone like me, who is merely a nin? You may continue, but seek assistance at the first sign of danger. Naturally, this member of the exploration team does not perceive any threats within the camp. Meanwhile, Chiya gazes at the puppet's dismembered arm, puzzled. Why did it go awry just as he was about to compress it? Could it be that my magnetic chakra embodies both repulsion and attraction, necessitating a precise balance between the two for successful compression? Much like the tailed beast bomb, which requires a specific ratio of yin and yang chakra to succeed, otherwise, it fails. With this thought in mind, Chiya manipulates the puppet to begin his experiment anew. He concentrates chakra into a sphere. This time, he reduces the repulsion attribute while enhancing the attraction attribute. Cautiously, Chiya refrains from infusing too much chakra, lest he obliterates the puppet entirely in another explosion. Once the chakra is fully infused, even Chiya feels a surge of anxiety. Is his hypothesis correct? The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Chiya takes a deep breath and commences the compression. Buzz. Yet, the moment the chakra sphere begins to compress, it starts to move violently, emanating a ferocious aura. Chiya's expression changes instantly. This is not good. Just as he anticipates another explosion, the chakra sphere unexpectedly shrinks dramatically and stabilizes. Now merely the size of a ping-pong ball, it spins rapidly within, emitting a shimmering glow that is quite beautiful. Success. Upon witnessing this scene, Chiya momentarily stood bewildered before succumbing to an overwhelming joy. It truly was a matter of proportion, and my hypothesis was indeed correct. With a successful case at hand, Chiya felt an immediate surge of confidence and motivation. He promptly attempted to increase the chakra input. However, as he augmented the chakra flow, the chakra sphere within the puppet immediately surged violently once more, resulting in another explosive detonation. What was happening? Chiya found himself at a loss. He had maintained a balance between repulsion and attraction, so why did it still explode? Unwilling to accept defeat, he tried again. Boom. Another explosion. He persisted. Another blast. Chiya could not contain his frustration, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. Yet, when he adhered to the chakra quantity that had previously succeeded, he achieved success once more. Chiya was left with a multitude of questions. Why was this the case? Could it be that an increase in chakra brought about additional factors? Beyond merely the relationship between gravitational and repulsive forces, he endeavored to adjust the ratio of repulsion to attraction. Boom, boom, boom. After enduring a dozen explosions, the chakra battery of the puppet was nearly depleted, and the apparatus had been reduced to a state of disarray. Yet he still had not discerned the underlying cause of his repeated failures. Chiya was truly perplexed. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to persevere. He refused to believe that success was unattainable. After all, he had prepared several chakra batteries and could continue his efforts. Repairing the puppet was not overly complicated. However, if he could succeed in developing the spiral sphere, he would possess greater confidence even in the face of elite shinobi. It was worth the endeavor. Boom. Bang. The cacophony of explosions continued throughout the night. The following morning, Chiya sat on the ground, disheveled and weary, the puppet in tatters, resembling a heap of scrap metal, devoid of its former grandeur. He had not anticipated that with the increase in chakra, the ratio of repulsion to attraction would require adjustment, and the method of combination would also necessitate change. No wonder I have faced continuous failure, he mused. Chiya extended his hands, infusing all his remaining chakra. A humming sound filled the air as a rapidly spinning chakra sphere, about the size of an orange, emanated a formidable aura from his palms. This was the largest volume his remaining chakra could coalesce into. As for its power, Chiya aimed for a towering stone ahead and propelled the spiral sphere forward with great force. Boom. Like the crack of thunder, the massive stone was instantly obliterated, creating a vast crater, and the sphere continued to penetrate relentlessly. Within mere seconds, the stone, nearly a meter thick, was completely perforated, leaving a spiral cavity measuring half a meter in diameter. Chapter 23. Is it really this extraordinary? The power is indeed impressive. Chiya withdrew his hand from the void, nodding in satisfaction. Most importantly, utilizing a single spiral sphere only required the chakra equivalent to 2 lightning bullets, yet its potency was 3 to 4 times greater. This was quite advantageous. The conversion of magnetic chakra into lightning incurs significant losses, thus the consumption of a lightning bullet is not negligible. In contrast, the spiral sphere directly compresses magnetic chakra with minimal loss. Therefore, 2 lightning bullets equate to 1 large orange-sized spiral sphere. With the current chakra capacity of the puppet, it could release 12 of those spiral spheres in a fully loaded state. While he was assessing this, a sudden crackling sound emanated from the massive stone. Several cracks appeared on its surface, multiplying rapidly. Finally, with a resounding boom, the 3-meter-high, over 1-meter-thick boulder shattered completely and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, even Roman, who had hurried over due to the noise, was momentarily taken aback. He pointed at the debris and incredulously looked at Chiya. Was that ninjutsu developed by you? He was certain that he had never seen such a technique before. Yet, how could someone as young as Chiya already create their own ninjutsu, and with such formidable power? Are today's youth truly this extraordinary? That technique felt dangerously potent even to him. If it struck, would it not shatter bones? I suppose so. I have named it the Spiral Dance of the Azure Radiance, the first style of heavenly wonder. What do you think of this name? Isn't it quite splendid? Upon hearing Chiya's whimsical tone while announcing the name, Roman couldn't help but feel exasperated. Speak plainly. All right. Chiya immediately switched to a playful grin. Then let us call it the Spiral Sphere. How about that? Doesn't it sound rather nice? Roman nodded at last. That name is acceptable. Based on my assessment, the ninjutsu you just developed should already belong to a high tier. As for this matter, Lord Kazakage, you shall decide. I have no objections. After all, being a village leader, he could easily discern the level of the corresponding ninjutsu. Good. Since you have no objections, we will register it later. This is your self-created ninjutsu, and the village will not question how you use it. However, one condition. It must not be shared with enemies, understood? What if an enemy learns it themselves? Would I then bear responsibility? I believe individuals with such talent are quite rare. Aside from the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Chiya shrugged. Perhaps. But he thought the Uchiha clan's long-standing pride may not regard the Spiral Sphere highly. Instead, a certain 10-year-old boy now deserves closer attention. After all, this technique was originally his idea. His name is Namikaze Minato, destined to become a legendary figure in the ninja world, known as the Yellow Flash. If he has witnessed this technique, he would undoubtedly decipher it swiftly. Soon, others arrived upon hearing the commotion, their mouths agape in astonishment at the sight before them. They could hardly believe that the extraordinary ninjutsu was developed by Chiya. The mere fact that he had independently created a jutsu of such caliber was astonishing. This was beyond exceptional. It was almost otherworldly. The events of today must be kept strictly confidential. No one is permitted to speak of it, understood? As the crowd swelled, Roman promptly issued a confidentiality edict and swiftly ordered the Umbu to secure the scene. Entry was forbidden for anyone below the rank of jonin. Understood. All present were jonin, the backbone of their village, fully aware of the stakes involved. Should news of Chiya's self-developed jutsu leak, he would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. In this era of war, Chiya would face assassination attempts from all directions. No force, save for Sunagakure, would wish to see him thrive and bolster the ranks of their village with another formidable warrior. The deployment of the Umbu only intensified the curiosity of those who had attempted to gather and witness the spectacle. What had transpired? Why had the Umbu been summoned so suddenly? Had they discovered the enemy's whereabouts? Some keen observers even caught a glimpse of Chiya, which only deepened their bewilderment. The Umbu had declared that all ninjas below the rank of jonin were not to enter. Yet here was Chiya, a mere chunin, and despite being Chiyo's adopted grandson, he should not have been allowed to participate. Perplexed, the onlookers could do nothing but depart helplessly. Some sought to glean information from the jonin present, but all such attempts were met with silence. The jonin remained tight-lipped, revealing no details about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the very cause of this uproar, Chiya, lay fast asleep, utterly drained from the previous night's exertions. Simultaneously, in the Rain Ninja camp, Hanzo received intelligence regarding the relocation of the Sunagakure forces, though their precise whereabouts remained unknown. Should we ascertain their new stronghold? Queried a ninja delivering the report. Hanzo shook his head no, his gaze fixed upon a map. He pointed to a location named Hiroka Castle. We shall proceed here. Noticing the surprise on the informant's face, Hanzo elaborated. Our sole purpose in waging this war is to seize the prosperous cities of the Land of Wind, plundering their resources to strengthen our own rain country. Engaging the Sunagakure forces is merely a means to that end. A flicker of pride illuminated his eyes. Once we occupy these cities in the Land of Wind, the Sunagakure army will inevitably come to their aid, exposing themselves to our sights. Thus, the earlier reconnaissance of Sunagakure's position and the subsequent ambush were merely strategies to gauge their military strength, preparing us for our impending assault on the towns of the Land of Wind, were they not? The informant, drawing conclusions, ventured to inquire. Indeed, Precisely so. Hanzo turned to his guards on either side and commanded, "Summon all the elite shinobi for a meeting. It is time for action." Understood. The two guards swiftly departed. A similar situation unfolded at this very moment within the grand encampment of the hidden sand village. Our immediate task is to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the ranged shinobi and discern their next target. Wind Shadow Roman unfurled a map of the Wind Country's border, revealing that the towns currently under siege by the ranged shinobi include Takiyabu, Hirakawa, and Nizaka, each a prosperous locale along the Wind Country's frontier. He addressed the assembly. Thus, the ranged shinobi's next target is likely one of the towns, Hiragao, Hirijin, or Sakatu. Capturing any one of them would not only yield a wealth of resources, but also secure a vital route into the Wind Country. Were I Hanzo, I would not spare a moment to seize these three towns. At this, Chiya interjected, "The ninja tasked with tracking the movements of the ranged shinobi have already been dispatched. We should receive news by tonight." She continued, "However, there is another matter that warrants our attention." Roman, noticing her gaze, inquired further. "The ranged shinobi's army has journeyed far into the Wind Country. The integrity of their supply lines is of utmost importance. If we can sever these lines, we would have already claimed half the victory in this war. We must also devise a corresponding strategy to address this." Chapter 24. Am I being overly cautious? Upon hearing Chiyo's incisive remarks, the assembly, including Roman, nodded in agreement. Chiyo, having experienced the First Shinobi World War, demonstrated a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Indeed, we cannot solely focus on the movements of the ranged shinobi. Their supply lines are equally crucial. Chiyo pointed to the map. There are only a few routes capable of transporting supplies between the Wind Country and the Rain Country. Therefore, my suggestion is to dispatch several squads to ascertain the exact route utilized by the ranged shinobi and subsequently dismantle it. The attendees nodded in affirmation once more. Chiyo, do you have any candidates in mind for this task? Roman inquired, knowing that Chiyo typically formulated a plan alongside her suggestions. I do have a candidate in mind, but I fear you may think I am showing favoritism, Chiyo replied with a chuckle, embodying a playful spirit. Roman raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting Chihiko? Given Chiyo's previous comments and considering the capability required for the task of severing the ranged shinobi's supply line, he could only think of the elite shinobi Chihiko. If it is Chihiko, then we have no objections, the others concurred. Indeed, Chiyo, we are all well aware of Chihiko's prowess. It would be most fitting for him to undertake this mission. The assembly of elite shinobi voiced their agreement, acknowledging that Chihiko stood among the very best, capable of holding his ground even against the Wind Shadow in a brief confrontation. Undertaking this mission would pose no issues. However, Chiyo slowly shook her head, revealing an enigmatic smile. It's not just Qianyan. Upon hearing this, numerous individuals present could not help but conjure a particular name in their minds. Grandma Chiyo, are you suggesting that Qian-yi should also be involved? Fengying Luomin inquired, his disbelief palpable. This was precisely the individual that others had also considered. Indeed, Chiyo chuckled. Although he is still relatively young, his strength has already proven commendable, making him quite suitable for some practical experience. What do you think? Luomin furrowed his brow, expressing concern. While that may be true, this is Qian-yi's first time on the battlefield. He lacks any experience, and to assign him such a perilous task seems rather hasty. Many jonin nodded in agreement. However, some jonin found Chiyo's suggestion reasonable. Lord Fengying, no one is born a master. I believe that with Qianye's talent, he will adapt swiftly. Moreover, this mission will be led by Jonin Qianyan, so I don't foresee any significant issues. Noticing the mix of agreement and apprehension among the jonin, Luomin pondered for a moment before ultimately endorsing Chiyo's proposal. Very well. In that case, let Luo Sha and Yi Tsang join this mission as well. This will conveniently form a trio, allowing them all to gain some experience. The assembly voiced no objections to this suggestion. Luo Sha's prowess was only slightly inferior to Qianye's, comparable to a special jonin. Though Yi Tsang was somewhat weaker, his scorch release was formidable, and with good teamwork, he could deliver considerable damage. As for Qianyi and Qianyan, their strengths were impressive, one surpassing the other. This team, barring an encounter with a village shadow, should have little difficulty extricating themselves from peril. Naturally, such a mission could not rely solely on one team. Subsequently, they established 3 squads, each led by a jonin, comprising special jonin and elite chunin, to collectively engage in this undertaking. That evening, when Qianyi awoke, He was informed by the awaiting Yin that he was about to partake in a mission to sever the Rain Ninja's supply line. Instantly, Yi felt invigorated. Such a significant task indeed placed considerable pressure upon him. They would depart by noon at the latest. Hurry and repair your puppet, Yin encouraged, patting his shoulder. I do not wish to return with your corpse. Observing Yan's earnest demeanor, Yi nodded. I understand the gravity of the situation. When he initially crafted the puppet, he had prepared ample standard parts for repairs, thus enabling a swift restoration. Within 2 hours, the puppet was rejuvenated. What sort of adversaries would he encounter this time? Pondering this, Yi, after practicing the spiral sphere multiple times and finding himself fatigued, finally succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, within the Rain Ninja's encampment, although it may seem unnecessary to pay special attention to the location of the Sand Shinobi, it does not imply that we should disregard their movements. Do you understand? Hanzo gazed at Amano Yumi, who was half kneeling before him. It is imperative to monitor all activities of the Sand Shinobi. The Chiyo of Sunagakure is not to be underestimated. We must remain vigilant against her attempts to undermine our newly established supply routes. As a ninja from the same era as Chiyo, or rather, a half-era behind her, Hanzo is acutely aware of her formidable nature. She possesses great strength, cunning strategies, and knowledge of medical arts. He must tread cautiously. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Amano Yumi responded and departed. Now, it's time to set forth. Sand Shinobi, prepare to be left in my wake. A strong flicker of mockery danced in Hanzo's eyes. I hope you can withstand the scrutiny of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Chiya here. This is my first venture away from the village to the border of the Land of Wind, and what a splendid sight it is. As Chiya traversed the path, he could not help but express his awe at the scenery surrounding him. Proximity to the Land of Rain has rendered the environment less arid than before. The vegetation is notably lusher, and the air is fresher and more humid. Immersing oneself in such an environment brings an invigorating sense of ease. Various small insects pulsate with vitality, flitting about aimlessly, while the butterflies, resplendent in their myriad colors, captivate the eye. Aren't butterflies truly beautiful? Butterflies. Suddenly awakened from his reverie, Chiya recalled the last time he had seen butterflies, just before their base was ambushed. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to release his magnetic field perception. Yet, there was not a single unusual disturbance. Merely ordinary butterflies. Chiya was somewhat taken aback. Am I being overly cautious? Seeing his demeanor, Chiyin could not help but chuckle and shake his head. You are far too tense. If there were truly a situation, I would certainly sense any anomalies. The last time you saw butterflies, and then the village was attacked, was merely a coincidence. It does not signify that every appearance of butterflies heralds danger. Upon hearing this, Chiya nodded gratefully, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It's my first time on the battlefield, and I'm a bit jumpy. No worries, I won't mock you. Yakura laughed mischievously, embodying the essence of a cunning yet charming woman. As for Rasha, he fully understood Chiya's earlier lapse. They were all novices on the battlefield. No one was superior to the others. He himself had been on high alert as well. The group continued onward. However, after the earlier episode, the expressions of Chiya and his companions visibly lightened. Chapter 25, Crisis. An ambush from the Rain Shinobi. Yet, unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a brilliantly colored butterfly gracefully landed amidst the flowers. All surrounding butterflies gathered around it, lowering their wings in a manner reminiscent of subjects paying homage to their sovereign. As the butterflies previously examined by Chiya took flight, they gracefully settled before a resplendent butterfly, fluttering their wings as if to convey a report. After a mere half-minute, the vibrant butterfly suddenly ascended and swiftly darted into the sky. An hour later, it landed upon a woman with nails as dark as night, flapping its wings to relay the news just received. It seemed fortune smiled upon me. By merely choosing a direction to investigate, I had stumbled upon the trail of the Sand Ninja. This woman was none other than Amano Yoshimi. Given this revelation, I could not allow you to escape so easily. She immediately employed the butterfly as a messenger, signaling the Rain Ninja camp. As dusk fell, Chiya and his companions ventured into a forest, seeking a concealed spot to rest. After a day of travel, their minds had remained taut, but with the sudden relaxation, a wave of exhaustion washed over them. Chickage merely smiled, handing out rice balls. Let us replenish our strength and rest well. I shall keep watch tonight. At present, he felt that Chiya and his companions had performed admirably. Thank you. The three expressed their gratitude as they accepted the offering, finding the rice balls exquisitely delectable. Yet suddenly, Chiya jerked his head up, and Chickage did the same in swift response. Under the twilight glow, two vividly colored butterflies glided silently through the air. Chickage's pupils constricted as he glanced at Chiya, seemingly seeking confirmation. Chiya nodded firmly and produced a scroll, unleashing his puppet, the fighting puppet. Witnessing this scene, Raza and Yakura were equally startled, quickly rising to remain vigilant. Chickage also retrieved a scroll, releasing 5 puppets in a flurry of activity. In the next moment, a melodious, delicate laughter echoed. I initially thought you were merely an ordinary sand ninja team. I never anticipated you would turn out to be such a prized catch. A flamboyant puppet ninja. From the depths of the forest, Amano Yoshimi emerged with a playful expression, a colorful butterfly perched upon her finger. Behind her followed 2 jonin, for special jonin, and 8 chunin, alongside a throng of lower-ranking rain ninja. The sight of such a formidable assembly caused even Chickage's expression to shift slightly. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Damn it, I never expected the earlier butterflies to pose a threat. Chickage lamented, eyeing the butterfly in Yoshimi's grasp. Had he known, he would have taken greater care when Chiya had investigated earlier. No, the butterflies we encountered were harmless. The issue lies in our failure to eliminate the ones that came into contact with us. Chiya scrutinized the butterfly in Amano Yoshimi's hand, hypothesizing, considering the circumstances. It seems that the butterfly she holds can communicate with ordinary butterflies. This may very well explain why we are being besieged by the rain ninja. Upon hearing Qianye's words, the previously smiling Amano Yumi-ki felt her expression vanish in an instant, replaced by a profound wariness. It is no wonder that Lord Hans remarked that she must not be allowed to grow. Initially, I thought his warning was exaggerated, but now it appears that Lord Hans possesses an astute understanding of character. Such remarkable insight and strength at this young age are indeed alarming. She harbored but a singular thought. This little brat before her must perish. Why all this unnecessary chatter, Amano Yumi-ki? At that moment, one of the upper ninjas, seemingly irritated by her verbosity, scoffed. We did not come here to reminisce with these fools. He turned his gaze towards Qianyen, licking his lips with anticipation. Since we have encountered the renowned colorful ninja here, it is only fitting that we seek to learn from him. Let us see just how formidable one can be to gain such a reputation. If I can eliminate you, I shall not only become Lord Hans's bodyguard, but perhaps even attain the rank of a close protector. The upper ninja, with striking gray eyes, radiated an intense fervor as he called out, SG, let us engage together. We shall ascend to become Hans's inner guard. In response, another curly-haired upper ninja named SG nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, we cannot let such a big catch slip away. I am eager to see just how strong this fellow is. Being of the same rank. With that, the two charged towards Qianyen. Protect yourselves. Qianyen urged the trio of Qianyi, and simultaneously, 5 puppets sprang into action. Let me demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between us, despite our shared rank of upper ninja. He knew he must swiftly conclude this battle to assist Qianyi and the others. As Qianyen engaged with his adversaries, Amano Yumi-ki called out to Qianyi. Tetsu Kyumo, Tetsu Yuki, Ryukawa, Daigon, special upper ninjas, let us join forces. These 3 little brats are targets that Lord Hans has designated for elimination. With that proclamation, a swarm of flying ants emerged from her body. Each was no larger than a fingernail, entirely black, with sharp stingers at their tails, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Upon spotting Qianyi, their eyes transformed into a savage crimson, surging towards him like a tide of blood. Understood, special upper ninja Yumi-ki. In contrast to the earlier 2 upper ninjas, Tetsu Kyumo and Tetsu Yuki treated Amano Yumi-ki with considerably more respect. As fellow special upper ninjas, they understood that even the most modest demeanor of Yumi-ki was not to be trifled with. Moreover, given her current contribution to their cause, they would be remiss not to show her deference. The prospect of eliminating Qianyi and his companions promised to elevate their status from ordinary special upper ninjas to becoming Hans's protectors, granting them privileges akin to those of upper ninjas. Merely contemplating this prospect filled them with delight. Eager to curry favor with Amano Yumi-ki, they were certainly not inclined to be discourteous. Thus, the little puppet master is mine, declared Tetsu Kyumo and Tetsu Yuki, the special upper ninjas. The remaining mischief makers, Rukawa and Oiwa, can divide the task amongst themselves. In response, several esteemed jonin expressed no objections. Observing this, Amano Mizuki pointed out 3 chunin from behind. Assist me in dealing with this Nanfeng Chiya. If we eliminate him, you shall earn the privilege of becoming Lord Hanzo's bodyguards, thereby sparing yourselves a decade of arduous toil. As they indulged in the feast, it was only fitting that the chunin received a taste of the spoils. Yes, Mizuki. Esteemed jonin. The chunin, upon being summoned, were filled with fervor. At that moment, Chiya had transformed in their eyes from a mere ninja into a walking merit. Hey, is it really necessary to be this fervent? Observing the swarm of flying ants and the frenzied gazes of Iron Rain and Iron Cloud, Chiya felt a chill run down his spine. Their stares seemed as though they wished to devour him whole. Chapter 26, 1 against 3. Chiya's Crisis Kit. If you must blame someone, blame your own worth. Perhaps in your next life, you should aspire to be an ordinary person. Iron Cloud charged forth at breakneck speed, wielding a massive greatsword, slightly hunched over, resembling a leopard poised to pounce. At this moment, Chiya found himself besieged by the flying ants, and it was evident that Iron Cloud intended to afford him no respite. Having just ascended to the rank of Special Jonin, he and Iron Rain were desperate for accomplishments to exchange for resources to strengthen themselves. Chiya must perish. I wish to live and behold the beauty of the ninja world, not to meet my end here. The instant Chiya finished speaking, the puppet, Chi, and the fighting puppet, Do, sprang into action. Chi erupted with a dazzling display of lightning, and the flying ants, now less than 2 meters away, burst into a cacophony of explosions, scattering like popcorn in the air. Yet, many of the flying ants managed to evade the lightning, seemingly enraged, launching their stingers in retaliation. With swift precision, the puppet Chi wielded its long blade, deflecting all the stingers. Meanwhile, the fighting puppet Do advanced towards the charging Iron Cloud, drawing its sword, enveloped in crackling lightning. Clang! At the moment of impact, Iron Cloud could not suppress a muffled groan of pain. The lightning coursing through Do's blade struck him directly, rendering his entire arm numb. He hastily retreated. However, as he withdrew, Do unleashed a chilling lightning projectile from its palm. Knight's secret technique, thunderous white rain. Faced with this seemingly accelerated assault, Iron Cloud felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn it! Isn't this guy a chunin? How can he possess such strength? Yet, as the lightning bore down upon him, he made no attempt to defend himself, not due to a lack of time to react, but because he deemed it unnecessary. Water style, water barrier. The slightly shorter Iron Rain unleashed a torrent of water, shielding Iron Cloud just as the lightning projectile was about to strike. Splash! The lightning projectile splashed against the water barrier, creating towering waves, yet it failed to penetrate. Water style, water iron projectile. The Iron Rain handprint shifted once more, as the water initially intended for defense against the lightning projectiles abruptly coalesced into a formidable mass, bombarding the puppet master, Chiya. It was evident that all ninjas confronting the puppet master understood that eliminating him was of utmost importance. However, just as Chiya maneuvered his fighting puppet to counter, slicing through the water mass with a long blade imbued with lightning, a new crisis emerged: water release, water iron bullets. 3 mid-ranking ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village simultaneously launched their assault, unleashing water orbs from their mouths that were as solid as steel, their power undeniable. Chiya felt a tingle of dread. The adage 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands rang true. He needed to carve out an escape route swiftly, lest he succumb to their encirclement, a dire predicament indeed. As he observed lower-ranking ninjas closing in from the periphery, the pressure mounted on Chiya. This was his first battle, and he was already embroiled in such fierce conflict. One misstep could spell disaster. Secret technique of the night, thunderous white rain. The fighting puppet unleashed its full might, the frenzied lightning projectiles exploding forth, countering the incoming water orbs. And then, with a crackling sound, a brilliant surge of lightning erupted from the puppet, illuminating the night sky as it surged towards the 3 mid-ranking ninjas. What? The 3 ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village were taken aback, their expressions shifting rapidly as they hastily retreated. The intelligence they had received had not indicated that Chiya's puppet possessed the capability to unleash lightning attacks. Faced with such a terrifying display of electricity, there was no time to react. In an instant, 2 of the mid-ranking ninjas were struck, and none of the approaching lower-ranking ninjas escaped unscathed. All fell victim to the onslaught. Secret technique of the night. Chiya was determined not to squander this opportunity, aligning perfectly with his strategy to create an opening, and he pressed the attack. However, his adversary was not to be trifled with. Iron Cloud had appeared behind Chiya without his notice, his cold long blade thrusting forward. The blade was enveloped in a potent wind chakra, razor sharp, one of the reasons he was recognized as a special chunin. Yet, this was not the most perilous aspect. Iron Rain had already blocked the route Chiya might have retreated along, forming seals to unleash a torrent of water with formidable cutting power. Chiya found himself with no possible retreat, nor could he continue to press his advantage. "Do you think this will stop me?" Chiya shouted defiantly. "Do not underestimate me." Rain Ninja. The fighting puppet's arms unfurled simultaneously, launching both the thunderous white bullets and the thunderous white rain toward Iron Cloud and the other ninjas from the Rain Ninja village. As the powerful cutting water neared within a meter, the fighting puppet unfurled a shield over 2 meters wide. Secret technique of the night, sealing shield. The sound of the cutting water colliding with the shield echoed, followed by the rapid-fire sounds of lightning bullets piercing through the mid-ranking and lower-ranking ninjas of the Rain Ninja village. As Taiyun faced the incoming thunderous white projectiles, he managed to cleave one in two, yet was nonetheless grazed by the explosive debris, the sound of which echoed against his shoulder. However, Chiya was ultimately human, and even he could reach the limits of his strength. After accomplishing all this, he was left utterly drained. Just at that critical moment, a new crisis erupted. A swarm of jet-black butterflies descended from above, scattering a shimmering dust of scales. Amano Yumi was not only maneuvering flying ants and puppets, but also directing these dark butterflies to ambush Chiya. Upon witnessing the falling scale dust, Chiya's hair stood on end. Danger. Extreme peril. Despite his timely retreat, he could not avoid being tainted by some of the scale powder. "Little brother, it's about to explode." Amano Yumi's devilish voice echoed. Boom. The seemingly inconspicuous scale powder unleashed a formidable explosion. The combat puppets were sent flying, and Chiya was no exception, soaring backward like a kite with its string cut. Xiaoyi. The sight of this filled Chiya, who was engaged in a fierce battle with 2 jonin from the Rain Ninja village, with dread. Damn it. Chiya's eyes turned crimson. Kaleidoscope 10 go. Initially, he had employed only 5 puppets, but now he unleashed all of them. Pucci. Sizzle. The 2 jonin from the Rain Ninja village were immediately wounded. Yet, they continued to laugh heartily. Accept reality, Huankai Chiya. That brat Nanfeng Chiya is doomed today. Do you really believe he can triumph against 3 special jonin simultaneously? The curly-haired jonin, Zhaoji, smirked. Once they deal with Nanfeng Chiya, your demise will not be far behind. This scene also distracted Luosha and Yetsong, who were embroiled in their own fierce struggles. The consequence of their distraction was immediate. Luosha was struck on the shoulder, while Yetsong narrowly avoided a fatal blow to the throat from his opponent, a special jonin. The situation was entirely in favor of the Rain Ninja. Not far away, Taiyun remarked, "How perilous." He touched the wound on his shoulder, a flicker of shock still evident on his face. The intelligence provided by Hanzo had clearly stated, Nanfeng Chiya, suspected to possess the strength of a special jonin. The Chi puppets utilize poisonous mist and needles, lacking close combat skills. The Do puppets employ electronic thunder projectiles, requiring extra caution. Chapter 27, Formidable. Yet, the battle he had just fought left Taiyun to ponder that things were far from what they seemed. He, along with Tieyu and Amano Yumi, 3 special jonin, supported by 3 chunin, had been thoroughly bested by Chiya, who had dispatched 2 chunin and several genin, leaving even himself injured. Moreover, the attacking methods of Nanfeng Chiya's 2 puppets were incredibly diverse. In close combat, they wielded a massive blade crackling with electricity. At mid to long range, they unleashed a barrage of lightning and rain-like projectiles. From afar, they even launched thumb-sized armor-piercing explosive rounds that had left him wounded. Moreover, the puppet exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. The most powerful penetrating water technique of Iron Rain proved utterly ineffective against the opponent's defenses. Was this merely the prowess of a special jonin? Clearly, it had already reached the level of a high-ranking jonin. Even some jonin might not demonstrate strength as formidable as Chiya's. Yet, as he pondered this, a sudden alarm sounded in his ear, beware. To his astonishment, Chiya had inexplicably appeared behind him, wielding a chakra sphere the size of an orange, spinning rapidly and emanating a disquieting energy. This jonin, known as Iron Cloud, instilled in Chiya a sense of peril. The speed of his lightning projectile was such that even evading it proved arduous, yet this individual effortlessly cleaved through it. He had to be dealt with first. With a sharp intake of breath, Ironclad's pupils constricted in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly defeated Chiya would launch a surprise attack against him once more? Despair enveloped Ironclad's heart. He was on the brink of perishing at the hands of this mere child. How could he accept such a fate? At that critical moment, the voice of Amano Yashiki resonated. Ninjutsu, flying ant insect wall. A black armor rapidly enveloped Ironclad's chest, her summoned flying ants. Bang! Ironclad felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his sternum shattered with a sickening crack. Yet, compared to the searing pain that surged forth, the imminent threat that remained unresolved was far more chilling. This level of defense is insufficient to withstand the Rasengan. Chiya raised his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as he thrust his arm forward once more. In an instant, Ironclad heard a tearing sound as the flying ant armor shattered completely. No, Ironclad's despair deepened, but this time, no one was left to rescue him. The moment he was ambushed, Iron Rain rushed to his aid, only to be thwarted by Chiya's controlling puppet. Although Amano Yashiki indeed intervened in time, her assistance lacked the necessary strength. Faced with the shattering of the flying ant armor, she was unable to react in time, let alone strike back. With a screech, the flesh of Ironclad's chest was grotesquely distorted, soon enveloped within the explosive Rasengan, transforming into a colossal sphere of energy that thundered away into the distance. In that fleeting moment, Ironclad felt as though his very being was being torn asunder. Amidst such excruciating agony, his life rapidly approached its conclusion. Furthermore, the immense energy released by the detonating Rasengan affected the Rain shinobi villages Chunin and Jinin, who were engaged in fierce combat with Yakura and Rasha. Those who were a moment too slow found themselves missing various body parts, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Yet, amidst all this chaos, Amano Yashiki and Iron Rain had no time to spare for these events. The puppet and Iron Rain were locked in a furious battle. In his grasp, the blade enveloped in lightning danced like a tempest, compelling even the Iron Rain to exercise caution. After dispatching Ironclad, Chiya swiftly directed the puppet to launch an assault on Amano Yumi. A bolt of white lightning appeared to traverse the very fabric of space, descending before Amano Yumi and forcing her to retreat hastily. However, in that fleeting moment, the other hand of the puppet unleashed a barrage of lightning projectiles, targeting the beleaguered Iron Rain, who, feeling the hair on his neck stand on end, dared not confront it and hurriedly evaded. As he withdrew, the puppet was liberated to execute its secret technique, verdant poison mist. An astounding cloud of toxic vapor rapidly expanded, pressing relentlessly upon the retreating Iron Rain. In that instant, a surviving chunin, lurking behind Chiya, launched a sudden ambush. Earth release, ground spike. He seemed to grasp the peril of approaching Chiya recklessly, opting instead for a ranged attack. Yet, the puppet swung its blade, severing all the encroaching earth spikes with ease. Simultaneously, the puppet's poison needles shot forth from its palm, prompting the chunin to retreat in alarm, his expression shifting dramatically. But as he retreated, the puppet lay in wait with its blade drawn. With a sickening thrust, the long sword pierced through his chest, leaving the surviving chunin wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? He failed to comprehend when the puppet had appeared behind him. Yet, his quest for answers would remain unfulfilled. The puppet withdrew its blade and surged forward, colliding once more with Iron Rain, who had escaped the toxic mist. Meanwhile, the other puppet pressed onward against Amano Yumi. As the two puppets exchanged adversaries, Chiya found himself facing only these two foes. The chakra reserves of the puppets remained at 60%, ample for an extended confrontation. Conversely, his own chakra dwindled to 40%, and the injuries he sustained were considerable, a consequence of not entirely evading the recent explosion of scales. The longer the battle persisted, the more his condition deteriorated. Yet for Amano Yumi and Iron Rain, the perception was entirely different. They were convinced that Chiya was in exceptional form. That damn brat. How could he be so formidable? Iron Rain ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with rage. Nevertheless, even so, I shall surely kill you. His closest friend, Iron Cloud, had perished at Chiya's hands. He could not remain indifferent. Amano Yumi, too, bore an expression of deep apprehension. The explosion just witnessed had failed to incapacitate him, and he had even eliminated both the elite Jonin, Iron Cloud, and the surviving chunin. You are far too dangerous, little brat. You must not be allowed to continue your ascent. And that previously unleashed swirling chakra sphere attack was utterly terrifying. Her flying ant armor, which even Jonin struggled to breach, had been rendered impotent under Chiya's might. Upon hearing the words of the two individuals, Chiya burst into laughter. If you believe it can be done, then let us put it to the test. With that, the puppet, equipped for battle, launched another attack. This scene instantly brightened the previously furious Chunin, who had been worried for Chiya's safety. Excellent. I am truly astonished by your prowess. I never anticipated you could turn the tables in such a dire situation. In stark contrast to Chunin's exuberance, his two Jonin adversaries found themselves in a rather precarious state, their bodies marred with wounds, drenched in blood. You should count yourselves fortunate that I am not skilled in the art of poison. Otherwise, if I possessed the same level of toxic mastery as young Chiya, you would have perished long ago. Chunin mocked the two Jonin, shaking his head. It seems my life is secure from your grasp. How infuriating. Do not revel in your triumph. Only when confronted with Chunin's full strength did the two Jonin comprehend the extent of his might. They were thoroughly suppressed, struggling to find an opportunity to retaliate, forced into a defensive stance. They even feared that they might meet their demise here today. Chapter 28. The End. Such arrogance may lead to solitude. Chiya's formidable achievements also alleviated some of the pressure on Luosha and Yetsong. The two immediately joined forces once more to confront the remaining two special Jonin, 5 chunin, and a dozen genin. Although they remained at a disadvantage, they were no longer as helpless as before, now capable of mounting some form of defense. However, when they glanced towards Chiya, Luosha felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. How has he grown so much stronger? Despite my diligent training, why has the gap between us widened? A bizarre notion crossed Luosha's mind. He believed he shouldn't exist in the same era as Chiya. Yetsong shared this sentiment. In just a day or two apart, Chiya's strength had surged again. Could it be that he grows stronger even in his sleep? Sharing an era with such a prodigy felt utterly despairing. Meanwhile, on Chiya's side, with a swift motion, the puppet's long blade struck down fiercely, forcing Amano Yumi to retreat step by step. She was not adept in close-quarters combat. Just as she intended to command the flying ants and butterflies to engage, the puppet unleashed a surge of lightning, interrupting her plans and compelling her to evade once more. Knight's secret technique, verdant poison miasma. The puppet exhaled a cloud of toxic mist. Just as it was about to envelop Amano Yumi, she narrowly formed a defensive barrier with the flying ants, successfully escaping the noxious cloud. However, as she emerged, a shout from Iron Rain pierced her ears. Watch out. Amano Yumi heard the swift sound of something cutting through the air behind her, causing her hairs to stand on end. A thumb-sized lightning projectile had already reached her rear, launched by the puppet engaged in battle with Iron Rain. With a shiver, Amano Yumi felt a jolt of panic. The flying ants quickly coalesced, forming a robust shield to block the lightning projectile, granting her the time needed to evade. As the butterfly flutters its wings, a burst of scales erupts, obstructing the impending assault of the puppet. One must admit that Amano Yumi's prowess is indeed formidable. She is capable of both control and independent combat, ranking as the most battle-aware among the 3 special Jonin. However, she overlooked 2 crucial factors. Firstly, a puppeteer can manipulate more than just puppets. Secondly, one must always be vigilant of the movements of all puppets. As Amano Yumi evades and prepares to land, a fallen kunai suddenly shoots upward. What? Startled, she instinctively twists to avoid the strike. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widen in shock. The puppet, wielding a long sword, stands before her as she lands, offering her no chance to react. The blade pierces her heart. With a successful strike, the puppet retreats without hesitation, leaving Amano Yumi no opportunity for a final counterattack. How utterly frustrating. She never anticipated that her movements would be so thoroughly discerned. Gritting her teeth, she finds it unbearable to meet the same fate as the earlier chunin. But the swift cessation of life drains her senses and strength rapidly. She is powerless to act. Moreover, Chiya remains unconvinced of her safety. Manipulating the puppet, he launches several poison kunai to ensure Amano Yumi cannot rise again. As a competent ninja, delivering the final blow is essential. Yet, this intensifies the pressure on Tetsuya. With more than half of his chakra consumed, he feels entirely unprepared to contend with the puppet master. When a ninja loses confidence in battle, death is not far behind. Knight's secret technique, Emerald Poison Mist. Knight's secret technique, Thunder Bullet. In less than 2 minutes, one careless move envelopes him in toxic mist, just as he escapes. A thunder bullet pierces his heart. Thus, all of Chiya's opponents are vanquished. Well done, Chiya. Quickly assist Rasha and the others. Witnessing this scene, Chikiyo is overjoyed. Initially thinking Chiya merely surpassed the special jonin, he now recognizes that the boy has fully demonstrated the caliber of a jonin. When Chiya joins the fray alongside Rasha and Yakura, even if he only employs the puppet to harass from the periphery, the balance of battle shifts decidedly in favor of Rasha and Yakura. Once given a moment to breathe, Rasha's formidable strengths manifest. He directly divides the battlefield, isolating the two special jonin while separating the chunin and genin for targeted strikes. Yakura's scorching release is perfectly suited for such tactics. The rain ninjas remain oblivious that upon breaking free from the sand's obstruction or pursuit, they will be met with either Rasha's retaliation or Yakura's searing death sentence. Just 5 minutes. The two individuals swiftly resolve the battle, leaving only 2 elite ninja from the rain village in the arena. For Qianyan, these 2 upper ninjas posed no significant challenge. Even if Qian Yi and the others merely stood by without intervening, their presence alone was sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in the 2 upper ninjas, further constraining their abilities. In a mere minute, just 1 fleeting minute, these 2 upper ninjas had no opportunity to escape and perished at Qianyan's hands. This experience allowed Qian Yi to fully appreciate the formidable prowess of elite upper ninjas. "You've done well," Qian Yin exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Qian Yi, his satisfaction evident on his face. Initially, during the onset of the battle, Qian Yin had considered using this opportunity to train Qian Yi and the others. Of course, he recognized that it was somewhat excessive to have Qian Yi face 3 special upper ninjas along with 3 middle ninjas simultaneously. Even the upper ninjas from Sunagakure would find themselves in a precarious situation under such circumstances. It would be nearly impossible to eliminate the enemy without sustaining significant injuries. Thus, when he witnessed Qian Yi struggling beneath the explosion's aftermath, he immediately became serious. Yet, just as he prepared to intervene and turn the tide, Qian Yi unexpectedly unleashed his full potential, swiftly dispatching one of the special upper ninjas. Subsequently, he eliminated the remaining foes with remarkable speed, assisting Yi Tsong and Luo Sha in reversing the situation. He was truly the standout performer of the battle. Qian Yin was astonished by Qian Ye's progress. Only a few days prior, amidst a fierce struggle on the battlefield, he had managed to take down merely 1 special upper ninja and a few middle ninjas. "Oh, I nearly met my end just now. If I hadn't pushed myself, I wouldn't have known I could unleash such strength," Qian Yi remarked with an air of modesty. Observing this, Qian Yin couldn't help but tease. "You know, this excessive humility of yours might just cost you friends. You're already so formidable, yet you remain so modest. Are you trying to make it impossible for others to keep up?" "Exactly. You might end up friendless with that attitude. If you just drop the act, we could still be good friends," added Yi Tsong playfully, sticking out his tongue. As for Luo Sha, he had grown accustomed to the banter between Yi Tsong and Qian Yi, even feeling that their exchanges would be somewhat lacking without such repartee. After a brief moment of levity, Qian Yin quickly composed himself and approached the 2 fallen upper ninjas. "Let me see if I can extract any useful information from their minds." As a puppet master, he possessed little talent for poison but demonstrated considerable skill in memory retrieval. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Upon concluding his search of their memories, an unusual expression crossed Qian Yan's face. Noticing this, Qian Yi inquired curiously, "What did you discover? Why do you look so peculiar?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yin turned to Qian Yi and the others. His expression still peculiar. "There is 1 good piece of news and 1 bad piece. Which would you prefer to hear?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yi, Luo Sha, and Yi Tsong exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus: the bad news. Qian Yan's expression reflected no surprise at their response. Tian Yizong Meiji, the female ninja who manipulates butterflies, has already relayed our presence here to the Rain Ninja camp. Hanzo is aware of this and is rapidly approaching our location. We must retreat at once. Otherwise, we will be facing certain doom. Upon hearing this news, the faces of Qian Yi and the others turned grave. "What about the good news?" Qian Yan's eyes flickered with fervor. "I have obtained information regarding the supply transport routes from the minds of these 2 jonin." "What?" The trio of Qianyi gasped in astonishment, quickly inquiring, in which direction? Qianyin couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. What do you think, Qianyi? Qianyi immediately realized. It's precisely along our route? Qianyin nodded, then took a deep breath, looking towards Qianyi and the others. Thus, I have a bold idea. Our movements have already been discovered by Hanzo. Once he realizes that these rain ninja have been eliminated, he will immediately suspect that their supply routes have been compromised and will undoubtedly make swift adjustments. Given this, why not seize the opportunity before Hanzo can fully react and destroy their transport routes and all supplies? If we accomplish this, combined with our Sand Ninja Army's assault on the Rain Ninja, we can sever their ability to continue plundering in the Land of Wind's towns, leading them to a state of dire resource scarcity. At that point, internal strife is bound to arise, allowing us to conclude this war more swiftly. Upon hearing Qianyan's somewhat frenzied plan, Qianyi, Yi Tsang, and Luo Sha exchanged glances, each detecting a spark of madness in the other's eyes. Before nodding in unison, "All right, let's do it." Qianyi couldn't help but lick his lips, his gaze ablaze. Though we may face even greater dangers if we succeed, this war will soon come to an end. It is worth the risk. Yi Tsang and Luo Sha shared the same sentiment. Since there was a method to expedite the conclusion of the war, why not pursue it, even if the risks were monumental? Very well, since you all agree. I shall relay this information to the Kazekage and the other teams executing their missions. As long as Hanzo dares to come, perhaps this time we can even capture him and hasten the end of this conflict. Of course, Qianyan felt this notion was somewhat unrealistic. Hanzo was immensely powerful, and capturing him would not be an easy feat. However, as long as there was a possibility, it was worth a try. Qianyan swiftly summoned several hamsters to relay the message. After a brief respite to tend to their wounds, Chiya and his companions pressed onward. Yet, less than 2 hours after their departure, a towering man donned in a gas mask, wielding a chain sickle, arrived on the scene accompanied by a cadre of elite ninjas. "Lord Hans, look!" exclaimed a masked man beside the imposing figure, gesturing toward a scattered heap of corpses nearby, each meeting their demise in various manners. These individuals were none other than Hans and the Rain Ninjas who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the news from Amano Yumi. "That is Yumi's body." Hans's gaze sharpened, a flicker of gravity reflecting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that such a formidable ensemble, comprising S.G., Chizuki, and others, would be completely vanquished by the likes of the Kage puppeteer, Qianyan, and 3 mere ch-nin. Clearly, he had underestimated these adversaries. In his estimation, the presence of 2 elite ninjas, along with 5 special elite ninjas, 8 ch-nin, and numerous genin, would be sufficient to contend with even the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, though realistically, this was impossible. The notion of total annihilation seemed inconceivable. Yet now, all had perished here. Was the Kage puppeteer, Qianyan, truly that powerful? The masked man's expression was grave, believing that this devastation was solely the handiwork of Qianyan. "No," Hans countered, shaking his head. "If you observe closely, you will notice that their deaths exhibit 4 or 5 distinct patterns, indicating that at least 4 individuals were involved in their demise. While Qianyan is indeed formidable, the 3 ch-nin accompanying him cannot be underestimated either." At this juncture, Hans narrowed his eyes slightly. If memory serves, the 3 ch-nin that Qianyan brought along are precisely those I had deemed necessary to eliminate. A sense of urgency surged within him. It appeared these young ninjas could not be allowed to live. He turned to a male elite ninja adorned with colorful markings on his face. "Amano Yashimori, investigate the whereabouts of the Sand Ninjas. Having just emerged from battle, they cannot have fled far." Upon hearing this, Amano Yashimori, the current head of the Amano clan, immediately released several vividly colored butterflies. "Meanwhile, this is outrageous," roared the Wind Shadow, Romon, slamming his hand on the table with such force that it splintered. He glared at the operational plans and positional information sent by Qianyan's summoned beasts, his chest heaving with anger. "Chiyo, you said Qianyan is at least an elite ninja. How could he engage in such perilous activities? No matter how meticulously he plans, this endeavor is fraught with danger. And to make matters worse, his plan lacks coherence." Romo, too, usually so composed and steady, why did he not voice any objections? How can the elite ninja captain's word go unquestioned? How could Romon not be furious? In the hidden sand village, talent has always been scarce. Now, 3 individuals have emerged with the potential to become elite shinobi and pillars of the village. However, They have foolishly followed Chihiko into perilous situations. Knowing that Hanzo is rapidly pursuing them, they still dare to disrupt the supply lines of the ranged shinobi. If anything were to happen to them, it would sever the talent pool of the hidden sand village, a catastrophic blow for any shinobi village. Under normal circumstances, once the enemy's movements are discovered, eliminating the threat would suffice. Even a mission failure would not warrant punishment, but rather commendation. Yet, as a J-nin, why does Chihiko fail to grasp this crucial understanding? After dispatching the enemy, he continues to pursue the original mission, disregarding the imminent danger posed by Hanzo. Does he truly comprehend the significance of Hanzo's presence? Chapter 30. A dehumanizing act. Now that events have unfolded, further discussion is futile. Chiyo sighed and suggested. Not only has Chihiko informed us, but he has also alerted other J-nin teams. As long as our reinforcements arrive promptly, we might still achieve the desired outcome of Chihiko's plan. Upon hearing this, Romon felt a surge of frustration. Chiyo, why are you defending them? They remain oblivious to the peril of their actions. You are too lenient with their recklessness. In response to Romon's words, Chiyo shook her head in resignation. I wish to reprimand them, but they are not presently within my reach. Instead, it is more prudent to mobilize troops to support them. Either I or Eyes can defend the stronghold. A force of around 5,000 should suffice, which is roughly equivalent to the ranged shinobi's numbers. Hearing this, Romon could only sigh in resignation. Alas, it must be so. Meanwhile, as Romon and Chiyo deliberated on troop deployment, the other J-nin teams from the borders of the Land of Wind received Chihiko's intelligence. Chihiko truly possesses remarkable fortune. He is eager to locate the ranged shinobi's transport routes. While he may not claim the initial credit, such a significant achievement cannot be overlooked. The reactions of the three J-nin were varied, yet none were slow to act. They feared that any delay would result in missing out on the spoils of victory. Bailiang Town, situated beside a small lake known as Bailiangpu at the border of the Land of Wind, is relatively isolated due to its proximity to the Land of Rain, characterized by mountainous forests and marshy wetlands, leading to underdeveloped transportation. However, today, the town is unusually lively. Numerous vessels are anchored at Bailiangpu, and within the town, a throng of ranged shinobi sits around, roasting meat, drinking, and reveling in boisterous merriment. Once we win this war, I must return and marry a woman to warm my bed. One is not enough. I'll need at least 3. It must be said, the Land of Wind is mostly arid, yet the women in this small town possess an undeniable allure. After living for over 30 years, I have finally come to understand the exquisite taste of women. A group of chunin shamelessly engages in lewd discussions, their eyes radiating an unrestrained, beastly desire that is quite unsettling. Not far behind them lies a pile of naked female corpses, each body marred with bruises and wounds, cuts, burns, and more. It is unimaginable what inhumane treatment they must have endured in life. What is even more appalling is that some Reinin do not spare these corpses, committing acts of utmost humiliation upon them. Unbeknownst to these individuals, a small hamster stealthily burrows through the alley nearby. On the other side of this group of chunin, a collection of formidable Reinin sits, ranging from special jonin to jonin. They are but a day and a half's journey from Lord Hanzo. Have any unusual occurrences been reported along the way? The leader of the group, a tall bald man with a fierce serpent tattooed on his shoulder, inquires. No, the reconnaissance team has not relayed any adverse news, replies a man to the bald man's left, who wears sunglasses and has a beard. And what of your side? Is the path ahead clear? Has the route been thoroughly planned? The bald man turns to a purple-haired female ninja on his right. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The purple-haired ninja responds. We have chosen an exceedingly remote route, and the sand ninja are still searching for Lord Hanzo and his group. So they have yet to react to our supply transport. Upon hearing this, the bald man nods but furrows his brow. Yet, why do I feel an ominous premonition that has been growing stronger since just now? Hearing this, the sunglasses-wearing man dismisses his concern. M.O.E., you are simply too anxious. With our formidable force, unless we encounter a substantial sand ninja army, who could possibly threaten us? 3 jonin, 3 special jonin, 12 chunin, and hundreds of genin. With such a formidable lineup, the sunglasses-wearing man cannot fathom what could instill fear in them. Let us hope so. The bald man named M.O.E. nods, yet inexplicably. At that very moment, he feels a chilling sensation as if he has been suddenly targeted. Unbeknownst to him, less than a kilometer away, The faces of Yi and his companions are now etched with frost, thanks to the tails of their summoning beasts. "Captain, I want these beasts to suffer a terrible fate," Song exclaims, his teeth clenched, and for the first time, hatred glimmers in his eyes. Observing Song's eagerness to charge out, Qianyan admonishes, "Song, do not act rashly." Qianyan's expression is equally cold, yet as a jonin, he understands that rushing out would only alert the enemy. In the present moment, the Rain Ninjas, numerous and formidable, faced only a handful of opponents, rendering the latter's chances of victory slim. A rash assault could easily plunge all three into peril, an outcome he wished to avoid. Yet, could he merely stand by and witness these brutes continue to desecrate the corpses of the fallen? Song gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury, and rightfully so. After their arrival, Qianyan's spirit beast, a hamster, ventured forth to assess the situation, only to return with dire news. Every resident of Bailiang town had met a tragic end. Many suffered horrific fates, their bodies disemboweled and heads severed. Not to mention the women who had been violated and left to be further humiliated even in death. To Song, these Rain Ninjas were nothing short of inhumane fiends. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi spoke up. "Only 2 hours remain until nightfall. Based on previous intelligence gathered from Chaju and Zhaoji, the two Jonin, and calculating the marching speed of the Rain Ninjas, Hanzo is likely only about an hour away from us." Originally, Yi and his team were 2 hours ahead of Hanzo, but they had spent an hour dealing with the reconnaissance team outside Bailiang City. He took a deep breath, feeling a sharp tug at his wound, yet a wave of intense pressure washed over him. "We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must act before night descends. Otherwise, we shall inevitably face the onslaught of Hanzo and the Rain Ninja army." The timing of their arrival is merely an estimation, and there may be significant discrepancies. Thus, swift action is the wisest course. Upon hearing this, Qianyan's expression turned grave. 10 minutes ago, we received word from the other 3 Jonin teams led by Gigi, indicating that they are approximately 30 minutes away from us. Gigi, the name of Qianyan's spirit beast. Given this revelation, they resolved to wait 30 more minutes until all were assembled, then launch a rapid offensive to swiftly resolve the conflict and retreat to rendezvous with the approaching Sand Ninja forces. Our army is likewise only an hour away from this location. At this, Song managed to suppress her urge to charge out recklessly and regained her composure. Chapter 31. Action. I am a special Jonin. 20 minutes later, the first Jonin team arrived, and upon learning of the dire circumstances within the city, they too were consumed with rage. Among this team was a familiar face to Yi, Asano Kenji. The two exchanged nods in acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, the other 2 teams arrived in succession. Without indulging in pleasantries, Qianyan summarized the situation inside the city and the enemy's forces before commencing the battle plan. "We shall divide our efforts. 3 teams will confront the enemy directly, while 1 team infiltrates the Rain Ninja's supply storage to swiftly destroy all their resources. Time is of the essence. In 10 minutes, the Rain Ninja's reconnaissance team will report back. Once the time surpasses this point, the city will no longer receive the latest reports from the reconnaissance team, inevitably giving rise to suspicion." Upon hearing this, the other 3 upper ninjas nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. However, none of them anticipated that the Rain Ninja army was indeed still half an hour away. Yet, Hanzo could reach Bailiang City in merely 15 minutes. He entrusted his troops to his subordinates and set off in pursuit on his own. The slanting sun gradually descended into the mountains, casting shadows over the small lakeside town, which was enveloped by the night sky earlier than other places. After indulging in their revelry, the Rain Ninjas began to prepare for rest and organized patrols and guards. But beneath this night sky, a crisis suddenly descended upon them. Bang, bang, bang. Small iron projectiles detonated upon striking hard objects, releasing plumes of virulent green mist that rapidly spread. What is this? This is dire. An enemy attack. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, the Sand Ninjas quickly reacted, and the entire Rain Ninja perimeter erupted with alarm bells. "Ah, it hurts. Damn it, this mist is corrosive. Why do I feel as though I cannot breathe? Retreat, retreat, quickly distance yourselves from the poisonous fog." An array of voices clamored incessantly. In the central area, where the Rain Ninja leaders were resting, the bald leader had just finished his tasks and sat down for barely 3 minutes when the sharp sound of alarms pierced the air, followed immediately by panicked cries. He realized at once that something had gone awry. Upon stepping outside, he found chaos reigning throughout the camp. The other leaders, without needing his summons, rushed over. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they surveyed the turmoil. What is happening? Where did the enemy come from so suddenly? Why were there no signs of their approach? Yet, they understood that now was not the time to ponder such questions. Restoring order and quelling the unrest was of utmost importance. The bald leader quickly addressed those behind him. The enemy is sowing chaos. We must restore calm as swiftly as possible. However, the defense of the supply depot also requires urgent attention. I suspect the enemy is targeting the supply depot. He directed 2 of the upper ninjas behind him. You must hurry to the supply depot to stand guard, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. If anything happens to the supplies, our lives will not suffice to atone for our negligence. Upon hearing the bald leader's words, the purple-haired female ninja and the bearded man nodded in agreement and were about to depart when, whoosh, several shurikens suddenly shot toward them. Who goes there? The 3 of them swiftly dodged, and the bald leader immediately turned to face the source of the attack. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to remain here. Otherwise, our companions tasked with executing the sabotage mission at the supply depot would be quite distressed. Qian Yin maneuvered 10 puppets out from the shadows. Following him were 2 puppets controlled by Qian Yi, along with Luo Sha and Yi Tsang. On the rooftop behind the bald man stood AJ Nin and 3CH Nin. San Ninja? The bald man's pupils involuntarily constricted. How did you know we were here? His first thought was that there had been a leak of information. But how could that be possible? He was perplexed. Who could have betrayed their secrets? Yet he understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. How we know you need not concern yourselves with. Just know that you will not survive to see the moon tonight. With that, Qian Yin charged towards the bald man. Execute according to the previously devised plan. Engage at speed. Understood. As Qian Yin finished, Qian Yi and the others responded in unison. The members of the other 2 J Nin teams swiftly surged towards the CH Nin area. Their objective was clear. At that moment, only 3 J Nin and 3 special J Nin from the Rain Ninja remained on the scene. Their opponents were Qian Yin, 2 other J Nin team captains, and Qian Yi. It seemed today would not end well. The bald man gazed at Qian Yin and his companions with an exceptionally grave expression. Be careful, don't die. He cautioned his 2 companions behind him. Then his gaze locked onto Qian Yin. As the strongest of the Rain Ninja, only he could contend with Qian Yin. Fear not. We shall not perish. The bearded man replied confidently, glancing at the J Nin on the left rooftop, licking his lips, since you dare to come. Be prepared to leave everything behind. Do not underestimate the strength of the Rain Ninja. Meanwhile, on Qian Yi's side, upon realizing their opponents were merely 3 CH Nin, the 3 special J Nin from the Rain Ninja could not help but smirk derisively. They had not participated in the recent conflict. Although they were aware that Hanzo had issued warnings regarding 3 noteworthy CH Nin from Sunagakure, they had been informed to exercise extreme caution if they encountered them. The distinctive features of Qian Yi and his companions aligned with Hanzo's descriptions. Yet who were they? They were special J Nin. When had they ever needed to be wary of mere CH Nin? What could a CH Nin do against them? It was said that one among you, named Nan Feng Qian Yi, had once vanquished a special J Nin on the battlefield. Come, who is it? Step forward so I may see you. One blue-haired Rain Ninja leered at Yi Tsang, his gaze lingering suggestively. Little sister, once I dispose of that so-called Nan Feng Qian Yi, I will surely take good care of you. This provoked an instant chill in Yi Tsang's eyes. You seek death. Yet Qian Yi did not step forward. Yuren declared that stepping outside would merely make one appear foolish. Seeing Qian Yi remain motionless, Yuren's disdainful smile widened. Ha ha ha. What is this? The one who supposedly defeated a special J Nin, Nan Feng Qian Yi, is merely a coward? I reckon he merely stumbled upon a hapless victim who had just been promoted to special J Nin. His eyes narrowed, and a sinister, arrogant smile crept upon his lips. Next, I shall demonstrate to you young chunin what true special J Nin strength entails. Chapter 32, Breaching Defenses. Utterly shameless. Upon hearing this, Qian Yi smiled in anticipation. Oh really? Then I am quite eager to witness how much stronger you are compared to those previous special J Nin. As soon as he finished speaking, his puppet opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of Emerald Senbon. Knight's secret technique. Emerald Needle Senbon. Though fewer in number than Yuren's Emerald Needles, their speed was equally formidable. Qian Yi had seldom employed this technique before. Swish. Despite Yuren's verbal disdain for Qian Yi, he remained remarkably vigilant. The moment Chinya's attack approached, he swiftly evaded. Nonetheless, he was still startled by the speed of the Senbon. It was astonishingly fast, as if it had traversed space itself, closing the distance of half a meter in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have indeed fallen victim. No wonder Lord Hanzo had specifically advised caution. He truly possessed some skill. The blue-haired Special J-nin murmured in admiration, but if you think this is merely... Before he could finish, a chilling lightning bolt surged toward him. Your prattle is excessive. Puff. The attack arrived with such swiftness that the blue-haired Special J-nin barely managed to react. In a desperate bid to evade the strike, he was still left with a crimson gash across his waist, blood splattering. Remarkably, he felt no paralysis from the lightning. You have provoked my ire. The blue-haired Special J-nin roared, flames erupting from his mouth. Fire style, dragon fire technique. His hand seals flew with astonishing speed, completing the jutsu in a mere second. The resulting blaze illuminated the night sky, causing the very air to shimmer. It must be said, those who ascend to the ranks of Special J-nin undoubtedly possess exceptional skills. However, as the puppet deployed a shield to protect Chiya, it swiftly advanced toward the blue-haired Special J-nin, a lightning-encased blade poised to strike. Hiss! The blue-haired Special J-nin had just landed, expecting Chiya to be hindered by the fire technique, granting him at least a moment to react. To his astonishment, Chinya's maneuver was utterly unaffected by his flames. Did he truly believe such tactics could vanquish me? The blue-haired Special J-nin drew a kunai from his waist pouch, charging forward defiantly. Let me show you the professional standards that come with being a Special J-nin. Regardless of whether it is ninjutsu or taijutsu, I am in no way inferior to a high-ranking shinobi. In mere seconds, I engaged in a fierce clash with the puppet, producing dazzling sparks with each strike. Astonishingly, when my opponent collided with the thunderous blade, he emerged unscathed by the electric currents. As the lightning surged toward him, he deftly enveloped his hands with fire chakra, effectively neutralizing the threat. Observing this through the magnetic field, Chiya could not help but squint his eyes. This individual possesses an abundance of combat experience. It is evident that he is not comparable to those like Tieyu or Taiyun, who have merely recently ascended to the rank of Special J-nin. However, if the blue-haired Special J-nin remains preoccupied with countering the puppet, he will soon find himself in a perilously precarious situation as the puppet is poised to strike. Suddenly, the force of the puppet's blade intensified significantly, causing even the blue-haired Special J-nin to be jolted backward. Before he could regain his composure, a bullet crackling with violent electricity loomed closer, magnifying rapidly in his vision. A mere half-meter distance separates life from death. Within a fraction of a second, he would face obliteration. The blue-haired Special J-nin felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. There was no escape, no time to react. Despair and reluctance flickered across his face, culminating in a surge of madness. Damn it, I refuse to perish so easily. With a fierce roar, the blue-haired Special J-nin unleashed his chakra, propelling himself into action and narrowly evading a fatal blow to his head. However, the electric projectile grazed his cheek, tearing through his earlobe and exploding into the structure behind him. The searing pain resonating in his ears ignited a furious blaze within him. You little brat. I will make you pay for this. Yet, before he could fully articulate his threat, the puppet unleashed a plume of emerald smoke, engulfing him entirely. A chill ran down the blue-haired Special J-nin's spine. He had no choice but to suppress his desire to eliminate Chiya and hastily escape the toxic mist to avoid succumbing to its lethal effects. However, trapped within the noxious fumes, escape seemed impossible, especially with his injuries. In but a second, his vision began to blur. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and formed a series of hand seals. Do not think for a moment that I shall fall so easily. Fire release, exploding fire technique. He expelled a torrent of searing flames, radiating with the ferocity to crush the earth, swiftly dispersing the poisonous fog. Yet, just as he reveled in this success, a sharp sound pierced the air as a thunderous projectile ruthlessly penetrated his heart. Gasp! Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, but disbelief clouded his eyes. How did the puppet's attack arrive so suddenly? He had not a moment to react. As he incredulously gazed at his pierced chest, the puppet advanced once more, delivering a fatal strike to his throat. One could only imagine that if the puppet could breathe fire at that moment, it would not hesitate to incinerate the blue-haired Special Jonin. However, The swift conclusion of Chinya's battle had a remarkable impact on the entire situation. The two special jonin engaged in fierce combat with Rasha and Yakura could not help but feel a surge of alarm, their faces betraying a sense of foreboding. The three jonin shared similar sentiments, their gazes towards Chinya now imbued with trepidation. It is crucial to note that the individual vanquished by Chinya had already ascended to the rank of special jonin for several years, ranking among the elite within that tier. The rapidity with which Chinya dispatched his adversary led them to believe that he too must be a jonin of comparable caliber. In essence, they had been deceived into thinking Chinya was merely an ordinary chunin, which left them quite agitated, unable to restrain their condemnation. The purple-haired female jonin exclaimed, "How utterly despicable! A ninja from one of the 5 great hidden villages stooping to such underhanded tactics against the weak." The bespectacled man with a beard immediately chimed in, "Indeed. Pretending to be a chunin while clearly a jonin is nothing short of shameless." Hearing the reproaches from the Rain Village jonin, the two jonin opposing them could not help but laugh heartily. "Have you yet to awaken, or are your eyes clouded with sleep? Open your eyes and behold. This is a bona fide chunin from our sand village." "Exactly. If you lack the skill, do not resort to calling us despicable. Is it truly so strange that a jonin could be bested by a chunin? Yet, you, esteemed special jonin, have been slain by our chunin. Shouldn't you feel a sense of shame?" Chapter 33, Tidying Up the Situation. Goodness. The verbal prowess of these two jonin was indeed an eye-opener for Chinya. Is it true that all jonin possess such sharp tongues? Ha ha ha. Chinya, go and eliminate the scattered chunin and genin within the city. Do not concern yourself with the situation here. Observing the unfolding scene, Chinya could not suppress his laughter. "Understood," he replied, turning away without hesitation. "On the streets. Damn it. Who possesses such audacity? Do they wish to court death by daring to attack us, the Rain Ninja? Let us refrain from excessive chatter. What if we attract someone formidable? We still have to live to enjoy the pleasures of the other towns in the Wind Country. Do you not wish to continue tormenting these beautiful yet weak women?" At a certain street corner, two chunin from the Rain Village, clad in gas masks, cautiously advanced. The sudden onset of toxic mist had inflicted severe casualties on the Rain Ninja forces. Particularly, those chunin tasked with specific transport missions suffered the brunt of the losses, with many perishing amidst the poisonous fog. Two chunin, caught in the heart of the toxin's eruption due to unfortunate timing, succumbed to the poison before they could react. The two individuals were fortunate enough to receive gas masks, which led to their assignment to investigate the situation. The formidable figures must have already been engaged by the captains, so what powerful beings could they possibly encounter? The middle-ranking ninja on the left, with a comparatively irritable temperament, scoffed. "Even if there are indeed powerful figures, with our combined strength, we are more than capable of handling them, aren't we? Together, the two of us could withstand even a special jonin, at least for a time. What is there to fear? Yet, what is most feared often comes to pass." No sooner had he spoken than a teasing voice echoed from the darkness ahead. "Oh, is that so? I am quite curious to test that theory and see just how strong you two truly are. Who goes there?" Instantly, both of them heightened their vigilance, retreating swiftly over a considerable distance. Emerging from the shadows were two black puppets, accompanied by a silver-haired youth with emerald eyes, a subtle smile gracing his face. Although he exuded a rather feeble aura, there was an undeniable strength about him that was palpable. The two Rain Ninjas stared at the youth, and after a brief pause, their eyes widened in unison as they exclaimed, short silver hair and green pupils. "You are Nankei's Chiya from Sunagakure, the middle-ranking ninja whom Lord Hanzo specifically warned us about, known for being capable of slaying special jonin." "Indeed, that silver-haired youth is Chiya," he acknowledged, feigning surprise and adopting a troubled expression. "In that case, may I request that you allow me to eliminate you?" Hearing Chiya's unsettlingly playful remark, the two ninjas were incensed. "What nonsense are you spouting? There is no way we would let you take us down. We have not yet lived enough to die." Their expressions grew cold as they glared at Chiya. "To think you can kill us. Let's see if you possess the capability. Do not assume that defeating a special jonin grants you the strength to face both of us." With that, they sprang into action simultaneously. The Rain Ninja on the left, with a horse-like face, launched 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags, while the round-faced, portly Rain Ninja performed hand seals and shouted, "Doton, mud swamp." The ground beneath Chiya's feet seemed to dissolve, transforming into a sinking mire intended to ensnare him while providing cover for the explosive tags. It must be said, they were indeed skilled for middle-ranking ninjas. However, the puppet, holding on to Chiya, evaded the swamp's reach, firing kunai from its chest, which crackled with electricity, detonating the kunai from the horse-faced ninja mid-flight. Subsequently, the puppet unleashed a barrage of fine, venomous needles, interrupting the round-faced ninja's attempt to cast further ninjutsu. Damn it, the round-faced ninja cursed, unable to contain his frustration at being interrupted by the puppet. However, scarcely had his words faded when the puppet surged into his line of sight, magnifying rapidly. Confronted by the icy thunderbolt hurled by the puppet, the round-faced chunin tightened his grip, nearly breathless. It was astonishingly swift. Yet, compared to him, the horse-faced chunin felt an even greater urge to curse. How could this thunderbolt possess such blinding speed? The combat puppet raised its hand to unleash a barrage of thunderous projectiles. These pea-sized bullets, both swift and fierce, struck directly at his vital points, leaving the horse-faced chunin unable to evade them all. In an instant, he felt excruciating pain radiating from his shoulders, chest, abdomen, and legs. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, the lightning erupted, sending a jolt through his body. Rest assured, the pain will soon fade. It is over. As the combat puppet approached, Chiya wore a radiant smile, and the horse-faced chunin beheld the knife in the puppet's hand, aimed at his heart. No. Panic-stricken, the horse-faced chunin shook his head in desperate plea. Don't kill me. Yet, the combat puppet remained unmoved, and with a swift thrust, the blade pierced through. Those women you tormented once begged for mercy, yet you showed them none. The death of the horse-faced chunin delivered a profound shock to the round-faced chunin. Without a moment's hesitation, he narrowly evaded another strike from the puppet and sought refuge in the earth to escape. If I allow you to flee, would my efforts be in vain? Chiya's faint smile betrayed a hint of malice as the puppet plunged its blade into the ground, unleashing a surge of lightning. In the next moment, a figure erupted from the earth, shrieking yet showing no sign of halting, continuing its flight. Hey, even in flight, one should never expose their back to the enemy. Such folly is perilous. Chiya's voice echoed like that of a reaper. Yet the round-faced chunin dared not alter his course, focusing solely on his desperate escape. As long as he ran fast enough, perhaps he could survive. I can do this. I must survive. I do not wish to die, not yet. With a glimmer of unrealistic hope gracing his features, he sensed that the danger behind him had not drawn near, nor did he hear the ominous rush of pursuit, igniting a flicker of hope within him. But, just as the round-faced chunin entertained such thoughts, a long blade suddenly pierced through his chest, accompanied by icy, tumultuous lightning. The puppet maintained its poised stance, exuding a chilling aura. The round-faced chunin emitted a despairing wail, feeling his very cells being torn asunder. Yet, as vitality ebbed swiftly away, the pain began to diminish rapidly. In less than 3 seconds, the round-faced chunin was utterly devoid of life. After all, as a chunin, it was not so simple to be slain in an instant. Manipulating the puppet, Chiya sheathed his long blade and uttered those words. Chapter 34, Unparalleled Crisis. Encounter with Hanzo. At that moment, a sudden blaze erupted before Chiya. It appeared to be the storage site of supplies for the ranged shinobi, indicating that the missions of the other jonin had likely been accomplished as well. Observing this scene, Chiya remarked. However, he abruptly bellowed towards the front. Who? Step forward. The puppets swiftly shielded Chiya on either side, their chakra beginning to surge. Within Chiya's magnetic field perception, he sensed a formidable chakra presence. To his astonishment, in just a few days, your strength has grown immensely. Emerging from the darkness was Asano Kenji, his expression somewhat complex. Just a few days prior, Chiya had struggled significantly to defeat him. Yet now, eliminating 2 chunin felt as effortless as drinking water. Meanwhile, he would require considerable effort to vanquish 2 chunin. Merely fortunate, it seems. Upon recognizing Asano Kenji, Chiya felt a slight sense of relief. While an enemy might adopt the guise of Asano Kenji, the essence of his chakra could not be altered. Chiya was acutely aware of what Asano Kenji's chakra felt like. Thus he could confidently assert that the figure before him was indeed Asano Kenji. Given that blaze, it seems your mission to destroy the supplies is nearly complete. We should hasten our departure. Time is of the essence. We must exit this town before Hanzo and the ranged shinobi army arrive. Chiya nodded, noting that 11 minutes had elapsed since their assault began. Their window for retreat was rapidly closing. Just as he intended to leave with Asano Kenji, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Having destroyed so many resources of our Rain village and taken the lives of so many, do you truly believe you can escape? Little brat? A tremendous aura of wrath surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that overwhelmed them. It felt as if the wrath of a deity had descended, causing the very earth to tremble slightly, accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as if unable to withstand such pressure. Chiya and Asano Kenji felt as though a monstrous weight was crashing down upon them, restricting their very movements. Chiya's pupils instantly contracted, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his hair standing on end. Before them loomed a gigantic brown salamander, and atop its head stood a man clad in Rain shinobi battle attire, wearing a metallic gas mask with 2 long ventilation tubes, his sandy blonde hair cascading down. Grasping a black sickle chain to his hand, his cold gaze scrutinized Chiya and Asano Kenji. It was as if a legendary beast was fixating on 2 doomed prey, the pressure locking onto them, leaving no possibility of escape. Hanzo the salamander. Asano Kenji's voice trembled, laced with an undeniable hint of terror. How could he not be frightened? It was rare for anyone in the entire shinobi world to maintain composure in the presence of such a figure. Similarly, Chiya felt a shiver run down his spine, his body instinctively tensing. Only those of the 5 Kage caliber could face the man before him with such calmness. How could he have arrived so swiftly? Wasn't the Rain shinobi army supposed to take at least another 10 minutes? A sudden, incredulous realization struck Chiya, leaving his lips parched and cold sweat cascading down his brow. This man had detached himself from the ranks and come alone. This was the only possibility that made sense to him, and it was immediately corroborated by Hanzo. Kid, your name is Nanfeng Chiya, isn't it? From your expression, it seems you've deduced how I arrived here so quickly. Hanzo's voice was chillingly indifferent, yet suffused with a lethal intent. Since you were so astute, allow me to clarify. Before his words had fully registered, an unimaginable sense of peril enveloped Chiya. In an instant, Hanzo appeared before him like a specter, his black scythe poised ominously, less than half a meter from Chiya's throat. So swift, Chiya felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, leaving no room for reaction. The suffocating despair of being powerless to alter his fate was overwhelming. Truly, Hanzo's renowned water instantaneous technique was fearsome. Who could rival him without the flying thunder god technique? Yet, who would willingly accept a death so imminent? In the face of such extreme peril, Chiya discovered that his reflexes had sharpened considerably, as if his chakra reserves had surged as well. The puppet, in a flurry of motion, unfolded its protective shield. With a resounding clash, Chiya was sent hurtling backward. Observing the puppet that had withstood his assault, Hanzo's eyes flickered with surprise. It was indeed the first time he encountered a chunin capable of blocking his strike head-on. Thus, the necessity to eliminate Chiya intensified. He could not be allowed to grow stronger. With a swift retreat, he formed hand seals and slammed his palm to the ground. Fire release. Exploding flame array. Instantly, explosive tags ensnared the puppet's legs, primed to detonate. Simultaneously, he hurled 3 kunai, each attached with explosive tags, at Asano Kenji, forcing him to retreat hastily. Knight's secret technique, lightning sensation. However, Chiya would not permit the puppet to be damaged. With a swift motion of his right hand, arcs of lightning erupted from the puppet, detonating the explosive tags and allowing it to escape. Impressive. I must concede you possess some skill, Hanzo remarked appreciatively. Eliminating a special jonin is no small feat yet. In the blink of an eye, Hanzo reappeared before Chiya, his murderous aura palpable. Alas, you are not a talent of the Rain shinobi village, and thus, you must perish. The scythe of death swung down once more, yet this time, Chiya felt less caught off guard. With both hands in motion, the puppet and battle puppets unleashed a surge of electricity. Mere lightning was trivial. After Hans kicked Chiya forcefully, he hooked the other end of the scythe's weight with his foot, driving it into the ground, and then sweeping the scythe upward in a decisive strike, the II slash. In that fleeting moment, a sharp sword intent erupted forth. A crisp crack echoed as both puppets were cleaved, deep gashes appearing on their chests, numerous parts and mechanisms destroyed, rendering them motionless on the ground. The electricity diffused through the chains, directly grounding itself, causing no harm to Hans whatsoever. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Chiya staggered to his feet, spitting blood from a distance, he beheld this utterly despairing scene. leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Little demon, it is over. Hans retracted his scythe, charging forward with fervor, closing the distance to Chiya. Meanwhile, Asano Kenji, having just escaped the peril of the exploding shuriken, was confronted with this hopeless sight. No. Faced once more with such despair, Chiya's face twisted into a maniacal expression. Even in death, he would take a piece of you with him. A ferocious surge of chakra erupted from his hands, compressing and swirling, manifesting into a spiraling sphere the size of a coconut, propelled forward. Chapter 35. Hanging by a thread. This was the maximum form he could conjure with the remaining 80% of his chakra. At this moment, even Hans sensed a looming threat. Astonishment flickered in his eyes. This was followed by a deeper apprehension and murderous intent. A youth so adept with such a perilous jutsu at this age could not be allowed to live. He forcefully diverted from his intended path, leaping backward. But Chiya awaited this retreat. A dazzling light ignited in his eyes. Dual spirals. The previously fallen puppets were suddenly reanimated, simultaneously coalescing into a basketball-sized spiral sphere, thrusting forward towards the retreating Hans. Hiss! In that instant, even Hans could not suppress the goosebumps rising on his skin. Uft! He collided entirely with the spiral sphere, which rapidly tore him apart. Yet, witnessing this scene, Chiya's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he was engulfed by a chilling dread. Indeed, the next moment, the torn Hans transformed into a puddle of water, utterly shattered. The true Hans emerged from behind the puppets, inhaling deeply as his chest expanded violently, then erupting into a frenzied blaze. If a Beto can let it slide while masked, it is only reasonable for Hans to unleash fire while masked. Fire release, great fireball technique. Roar. Like a roaring fire dragon, the night sky was instantly suffused with crimson, engulfed by an unparalleled force of destruction that transformed the surroundings into a blistering inferno. The puppets and combat dolls were consumed within a mere second, utterly incinerated. The ground shattered, and debris flew as the air warped grotesquely. The overwhelming might of the strongest in the ninja realm was indeed terrifying. The intense heat wave sent thousand knights hurtling backward, and had it not been for Asano Kenji's timely grasp, he would have suffered injury once more. Yet, confronted with this seemingly hopeless predicament, the two appeared to have only death as their remaining option. You are impressive, little brat. As the flames dissipated, Hanzo's disheveled figure emerged. His battle attire was tattered, blood trickling down his back, and his eyes were filled with veins of fury. You are the first chunin to truly wound me. I acknowledge your strength. Thus I bestow upon you the gift of immediate death. Only through Thousand Knights' demise could Hanzo cleanse his own disgrace. With a swift motion, as the deadly blade approached his neck, Thousand Knights could not help but scoff bitterly at the face of death. So this is it. I suppose I am nothing more than this. There was no doubt he had underestimated the agility of a shadow-level warrior, especially one as formidable as Hanzo. Just as the black scythe was about to sever his life, a dark protective wall abruptly rose. Iron sand, halt. A resounding presence accompanied the voice. Hee. This is a key talent from Sunagakure. If you were to eliminate him so easily, it would surely trouble me. Emerging behind Hanzo was the third Kazekage, or men, advancing with an air of authority, surrounded by a vast array of black iron sand, exuding an indescribable sense of power. Why are you here? Hanzo's expression tightened upon seeing our men, acutely aware that today he might not be able to eradicate this talent named Thousand Knights. While our men might not be able to defeat him, safeguarding Thousand Knights was certainly within his capabilities. At that moment, several elite sand shinobi were also present in the city, posing a significant threat should they join forces. That's an excellent question. Can you guess why I am here? Our men observed Hanzo with a hint of amusement. I trust that a pinnacle warrior like you can deduce it swiftly. As the two engaged in verbal sparring, Thousand Knights and Asano Kenji could not help but exhale with relief. They had narrowly avoided stepping into the gates of death. Even Thousand Knights felt a profound sense of gratitude for being granted another chance at life. Hanzo, glancing at the protected Thousand Knights, narrowed his eyes. It must be because of this little brat. He mused. I wondered how your sand shinobi displayed such audacity, knowing I would track their movements, yet daring to raid my supplies. You must have informed them in advance, allowing them to act with such confidence. Our men nodded vigorously in response. Correct. As expected from a senior in the ninja world, your mind is as sharp as ever. Thus, it appears that you may need to remain here for the time being. The Sand Ninja forces have indeed arrived. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's pupils involuntarily constricted, yet he quickly let out a cold snort. Roman, do not attempt to deceive me. If the Sand Ninja forces were truly present, you would not be here engaging in such lengthy discourse. He had almost been convinced by Roman, but his summoning beast, the salamander, was exceptionally attuned to the aura of danger, and at this moment, it offered him no warning of impending peril. Ah, indeed. As expected from a veteran of the ninja world, it seems you cannot be easily intimidated. Roman's expression shifted to one of seriousness. If that is the case, allow me to experience your esteemed skills. However, just as Roman was about to launch his attack, Hanzo coldly snorted and appeared directly above the salamander. He gazed at Chiya with disdain. Consider yourself fortunate this time, as Roman has safeguarded your life. Should we meet again on the battlefield, I wonder who will protect you then. Hanzo, by nature, was cautious, always opting for the most reliable methods to eliminate adversaries. If his odds of victory were not sufficiently favorable, or if a task seemed difficult to accomplish, he would choose to withdraw. At present, he found himself unable to swiftly eliminate Chiya under Roman's protection, and with the looming threat of being besieged by several other Chunin, retreat seemed the wisest course. Even if it meant allowing a lingering threat to persist, leading to potential future repercussions, there was little alternative. This was the unfortunate reality of being a small ninja village. One misstep could lead to annihilation. In the face of Hanzo's grim warning, Chiya's lips curled into a smile as he proclaimed boldly, "Next time, I shall grow even stronger. Until the day I can stand equal beside you." Even Roman was taken aback, unable to suppress a proud laugh. Excellent. This is the spirit of our Sand Village's noble sons, filled with ambition. Regardless of whether Chiya could truly achieve such strength, his indomitable spirit was admirable. To stand on equal footing with a creature like Hanzo? Kiyoshi Asano gazed at Chiya in astonishment, waves of shock surging within him. Has his ambition grown so vast? Suddenly, he seemed to comprehend how Chiya could progress so rapidly. With such a will to strengthen himself, it was only natural that he would continue to grow. Humph. Speak of your grand ambitions when you achieve them, you boastful brat. For reasons unknown, Hanzo harbored no doubt that Chiya could not attain such a feat, which only ignited within him an impulsive desire to eliminate Chiya on the spot. Yet he restrained himself. The salamander beneath him suddenly conveyed a sense of urgency, indicating that a powerful presence was approaching swiftly. It seemed that Roman's claim of the Sand Ninja forces converging was not entirely unfounded. Chapter 36. The benefits are enormous. With a swish, the salamander burrowed underground, carrying Hanzo away. Roman then turned his gaze towards Chiya, his expression now tinged with amusement. Oh dear. Is this not our heroic Chiya? How have you fallen into such disarray? This elicited an ominous premonition within Chiya. Indeed, in an instant, Roman's expression shifted dramatically as he thundered, Nanfeng Chinya, are you intent on throwing away your life? Knowing that Hans is pursuing you from behind, you still dare to disrupt my supplies. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would already be dead, do you understand? What could Chinya do but obediently nod in agreement? Meanwhile, Chinyan displayed a guilty demeanor, peering cautiously from a distance. It was evident he too would soon fall victim to Roman's harsh reprimand. The scolding was severe, leaving him feeling utterly dejected and questioning his existence. Yet, he dared not retort. If you dare to act recklessly again, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Once Roman concluded his tirade, his anger subsided, and he patted Chinyan on the shoulder. Though it was perilous, I must acknowledge that you have rendered a tremendous service to the village. One can imagine that the Rain Ninja army, upon discovering the destruction of their supplies, will inevitably descend into turmoil. A shortage of resources on the battlefield can prove fatal. At that point, when we launch a fierce counterattack against the Rain Ninja village, Hans's nature will compel him to retreat swiftly. Indeed, this is the result of our collective efforts, particularly the merit of young Chinya. Were it not for his decisive elimination of those Rain Ninja, we would not have been able to annihilate that group and obtain intelligence on their supplies, let alone destroy them. Chinyan, seemingly influenced by Chinya, adopted a rather humble demeanor. The credit for Chinya's accomplishments belongs solely to him. There is no need for your modesty. As the leading Jonin, your contributions are also significant, Roman remarked with a hint of disdain. While he found Chinya's humility entirely natural, Chinyan seemed somewhat forced, akin to a failed imitation. Roman then turned his gaze to the other three Jonin, unable to restrain himself. You too, as Jonin, should at least consider the consequences before acting. Knowing Hans was right behind you, you still dared to agree. I cannot fathom where you found such audacity. I myself would not possess such courage. Upon hearing this, the three Jonin could only lower their heads, accepting their reprimand. Before long, Chiya arrived with her troops. Chiya instinctively shrank back. As the wind shadow, Roman may refrain from taking action against him, but Chiya certainly would not hold back. Huh, so you do no fear. Roman chuckled heartily, relishing the rare sight of Chiya in a predicament. Chiya, if you dare to embark on such perilous missions with Chiya again, I will make sure you experience what it means to be thoroughly beaten by a group of 10 from Kimatsu. Chiyo's words were startling, causing Chiya to retract his neck and nod vigorously. Chiya, upon your return, you must reflect deeply. You have yet to master the puppet technique and dare to engage in such reckless antics. Do you think I am incapable of wielding a stick? Faced with Chiyo's admonition, Chiya could only mimic Chiya, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, on our journey, we encountered the formidable Rain Ninja forces. Just as we were preparing to engage, Hanzo the Salamander appeared, leading the Rain Ninjas in retreat. The losses he sustained were considerable, intensifying the need for vigilance and fortifying our defenses in the border towns. The daimyo was notably displeased with our inability to halt the Rain Ninja advance, having lost several towns to their incursions. Chiyo's expression turned grave as he stated that should we lose another town to the Rain Ninjas, he would reduce our funding for the coming year by half. Upon hearing this, Roman clenched his fists in frustration, muttering about the stinginess of that fellow. The Rain Ninjas had launched a surprise attack, given their precarious position. Stabilizing their foothold on the battlefield was already commendable. How could one expect an impenetrable defense to be erected overnight? Gathering intelligence on the enemy and deploying troops naturally requires time, especially against a renowned powerhouse like Hanzo. Did they consider us easy prey? Yet, with the reins of economic power firmly in another's grip, Roman, despite feeling aggrieved, had no choice but to comply. What is the situation within the city? Roman inquired of Chiya, seeking specifics. Currently, there were no surviving civilians within the city. All supplies of the Rain Ninjas had been destroyed, and 2 Jounin had been captured. We had 2 injured chunin, one severely wounded, while the others merely suffered from exhaustion. Excellent. Well done. Roman could not help but praise upon hearing this. One must acknowledge that while Chiya's actions were exceedingly perilous, the benefits were undeniably evident. The Rain Ninjas had swiftly transitioned from a position of advantage before the conflict to one of disadvantage. Provided their supply lines faltered, they would soon be compelled to surrender. Roman was determined not to grant Hanzo the opportunity to establish a logistics route. From Bailiang City, he would construct a complete defensive line along the border of the Wind and Rain countries. The Rain Ninjas would not easily transport any more supplies. Consequently, the army set up camp in Bailiang City, repairing the necessary defensive structures and commencing the establishment of the first stronghold. However, Chiya had sustained grievous injuries, with shattered ribs and severely damaged internal organs, compounded by chakra depletion, leading to an honorable unconsciousness. The following morning, upon awakening, Chiya found himself tightly bound, akin to a rice dumpling. The slightest movement felt as though he might fall apart, causing him to gasp in pain. Now aware of the agony, had he not been exceedingly brave during the mission? At that moment, Chiya entered, exasperated yet amused. Well, Chiya, I simply could not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Chiya grinned, only to wince as the motion aggravated his wounds. Ah, to miss a good opportunity is to speak of the destruction of my meticulously crafted puppets. Nearly costing me my life, isn't it? Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Wind Shadow, you would all have perished at the hands of Hanzo last night. While Chiya applied her palm technique to accelerate Chiya's recovery, she inquired, what is our next course of action? A puppet master without puppets is utterly powerless. Chiya pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, I wish to develop a more formidable puppet. More formidable? To what extent? Chiya's interest was piqued at the mention of puppets. She was aware of Chiya's creativity and was eager to hear his thoughts, hoping to provide some counsel. One that can utilize bloodline limit ninjutsu. Chiya articulated each word with conviction, stating, this battle has made me realize my own insignificance. I aspire to create stronger puppets. Furthermore, I have been unable to unleash my bloodline limit abilities, which has left me feeling quite constrained. Chapter 37, Thunder Puppet Ninja. Upon hearing this, Chiya furrowed her brow slightly. The idea is commendable, but you must understand that it is impossible for lifeless puppets to wield bloodline limits. Your current method of converting magnetic force into lightning is already the pinnacle of ninjutsu application within puppetry. Unless, Chiyo's gaze turned dangerous as she issued a warning. That is absolutely forbidden. This is a taboo within puppet techniques. Should you tread into this forbidden realm, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. The unless she referred to implied that it could only be achieved through the use of a human corpse to create a puppet, thereby enabling the use of bloodline limit ninjutsu. However, this practice was strictly prohibited by the second Wind Shadow, who inherited and refined the puppet techniques of the first Wind Shadow. Grandma Chiyo, you worry too much. How could I ever venture into such a forbidden area? Chiya couldn't help but smile wryly before stating seriously, according to the records of puppet techniques, for a puppet to use bloodline limit ninjutsu, it must meet a crucial requirement, possessing a complete operational system akin to that of a human body, which would bestow life upon the puppet. Am I correct? That is indeed true, but you must also acknowledge that a puppet cannot possess such a system. If a puppet were to truly have such an operational system, it would possess its own life. Chiyo believed this to be a mere figment of imagination. But how can we know without trying? Chiya chuckled. I feel that this is an achievable endeavor. He mused that this concept resembled the electronic programs from his past life. He could attempt to implement it on the puppet. Perhaps success was within reach. Perhaps you truly can, then do give it a try. If anyone else had said such a thing to her, Chiyo would have dismissed them as delusional. Yet, with Chiya, she considered the possibility to be not entirely out of reach. Prior to this, she had believed that it was impossible to create something that could provide power to a puppet while also storing chakra through the combination of sealing techniques. Yet, Chiya has remarkably succeeded. Although the ninja world is familiar with the concept of batteries, Chiyo simply cannot fathom why Chiya could thrive using the principles of battery technology while she herself could not. Is there anything you require from me? All I need are more scrolls of puppet knowledge and additional materials to support my endeavors. Chiya does not require much. Very well, upon our return to the village, I shall provide you with more puppet scrolls. Chiyo feels a profound joy at Chiya's industriousness, for it signifies that the art of puppetry will continue to flourish under Chiya's stewardship. If possible, I would also like to acquire some scrolls related to chakra. Chiya took a deep breath, expressing her desire to explore the possibility of enhancing her chakra capacity. Upon hearing this, Chiyo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. She reassured her, stating, there is no need to be overly concerned about this. Even with a lesser amount of chakra, you are still a formidable force to be reckoned with. Excessive eagerness could only harm your body. Listening to these words, Chiya nodded. I understand the balance, Granny Chiyo. However, Chiyo remained somewhat skeptical. If Chiya truly understood the balance, she would not have engaged in such perilous endeavors that nearly cost her life. After administering treatment for several more minutes, Chiyo finally took her leave. Chiya, now considerably improved, was at least able to sit up. The most pressing matter now is to restore the weapon puppets and combat puppets. Otherwise, with my current strength, I shall indeed be nothing more than a weakling, easily bullied by anyone. His scroll contained numerous components for these two puppets, but they were primarily auxiliary parts. Not a single core component remained. They would have to be remade. If one were to identify who suffered the most losses in this battle, it would undoubtedly be him. Yet, his gains were not insignificant. The confrontation with a shadow-level powerhouse significantly enhanced his reflexes. Moreover, this encounter with a formidable opponent like Hanzo has proven to be an invaluable experience, one that not every ninja is fortunate enough to attain. The following day, after arranging the necessary personnel for the guard, Roman led the army back. In contrast to the hurried departure, Chiya took the time to appreciate the scenery along the way during the return journey. This time, there would be no enemies ambushing them along the route. The sand ninjas returned in triumph, while the rain ninjas faced a grim reality, suffering severe losses. They hastened their plundering along the borders of the Wind Country, striving to replenish their depleted resources. Upon returning to the camp, Hanzo convened another meeting. His countenance icy as he clenched his fists. We must not allow anything to hinder our progress in plundering the resources of the Wind Country. Once he accumulates enough strength to establish the sixth great nation, he would no longer need to act with such caution. Simultaneously, an announcement was made. Henceforth, any ninja encountering Nanfeng Chinya may abandon their mission without fear of punishment. Those of the rank of Jonin and above must exert every effort to eliminate this individual. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the jonin present were left astounded. My lord, is this not somewhat overestimating Nanfeng Chinya? Indeed, a mere chunin. Does he truly warrant such elevated treatment? Will others not perceive our rain ninja as a jest? My lord, can a mere chunin be so formidable? How old is Nanfeng Chinya? If he possesses such extraordinary prowess at this age, have we merely existed in folly these years? Humph. In response to the jonin's hesitation, Hans could not suppress a cold snort, a heavy pressure enveloping the assembly. His icy gaze swept across all present. So, you are questioning my judgment? A hint of murderous intent laced his voice. Have you forgotten the consequences of such doubt? This utterance caused all the jonin to swallow hard, their faces betraying a palpable fear, hastily pleading, Please, Lord Hans, punish us. We acknowledge our error. In the Rain Ninja village, Hans held supreme authority. Any who dared question him faced death. Very well, I shall overlook this instance, but should it occur again, there shall be no mercy, Hans coldly declared. Had they been of lower rank, he would have executed them on the spot. However, all present were jonin, elite forces in any faction, even in Konohagakure. One would not so easily dispose of a jonin, unless that jonin posed a direct threat to the village leader's safety. Given that this is a time of war, when strength and manpower are most crucial, Hans would be foolish to act recklessly. Chapter 38. The hero of Sunagakure. Thank you, Lord Hans, for your grace. The jonin expressed their gratitude, and Hans's demeanor softened slightly. Shall we proceed as I have instructed? Is there any dissent? This time, no one dared voice a single objection. Perhaps inwardly they remained unconvinced, but outwardly, they would show no hint of doubt towards Hans. He was well aware of this. Yet he trusted that they would understand the gravity of the situation after experiencing the consequences of their actions. In the Sunagakure encampment, as news of the successful raid on Rain Ninja supplies by Chinya and Chinya spread, the entire Sand Ninja army erupted in fervor, exhilaration, excitement. Many believed that victory was already within their grasp. Although the higher echelons, such as Roman and Chiya, understood that Hans was not one to concede easily, this did not hinder their efforts to uplift the morale of their troops. Such a splendid opportunity to bolster spirits would not be squandered. Similarly, all the ninjas involved in this mission have been regarded as heroes of Sunagakure, particularly after the significant achievements of Chiya became known. Although many jonin felt that the recognition of Chiya's prowess might be exaggerated, it did not diminish his status as a great hero in the hearts of the Sand Ninjas. When the title bestowed by Hanzo from the Rain Ninja army reached them, it further solidified Chiya's reputation as a hero of Sunagakure. Haha, you've truly become famous now. Even someone like Hanzo holds you in high regard and has bestowed upon you the title of Thunder Puppet Ninja. It seems that your renown in the ninja world is not far off, young man. Keep up the good work. This was the news that Chihiko brought when he came to visit Chiya. However, this did not seem like particularly good news. Observing Chihiko's joyful demeanor, Chiya could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Fame can be as burdensome as it is desirable. With such a significant title suddenly thrust upon him, one could only imagine the formidable foes Chiya would inevitably face in the future. Many ninjas aspire to earn a title and yet do not attain one. Here you are, receiving a title directly from Hanzo, one of the most powerful ninjas in the world, and you consider it a nuisance. Chihiko, with a look of disbelief, remarked, Chiya, do you not realize that such fame can easily attract unwanted attention? If anyone desires the title, I could easily pass it along. Truly, do you really think that a title already given can be transferred to someone else? Chihiko was increasingly exasperated. Well, you always react this way. He sighed, his expression turning serious. Now that both of your puppets are destroyed, you are left unprotected. You should know that as puppet masters, our strength is measured by the number of puppets we can control. Without any puppets at your disposal, you might not even measure up to a nin. Of course, your grandmother Chiya is not included in that assessment. For the foreseeable future, Chiya would find himself in a precarious situation, and the reconstruction of his puppets would not occur swiftly. As Chihiko spoke, he produced a scroll and handed it to Chiya. This is a puppet I seldom use. Take it for your protection. Of course, it will not be as convenient as those you created yourself. As Chiya accepted the scroll, he felt a warmth in his heart. It was comforting to know that someone cared for him. In that case, thank you, Brother Chihiko. Chiya did not hesitate to express his gratitude, and he referred to his elder as brother because Chihiko had expressed a desire not to be called uncle as he felt he was still a youthful man. Not yet ready to assume that title. All right, focus on your recovery. I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Chihiko departed. Shortly thereafter, Chiyo arrived, echoing similar sentiments to those of Chihiko, and presented Chiya with another scroll. Take this for your protection. Chiya's expression turned a tad peculiar at this. Goodness. It appears that mother and son share a remarkable similarity in their endeavors. My gratitude extends to Granny Chiyo. To be candid, Brother Chiyo just presented me with a scroll. Considering Chiyo's skills, he still pales in comparison to my own expertise. The puppets contained within my scroll are undoubtedly superior to his. Observing Chiyo's proud demeanor, Chiyo couldn't help but acknowledge that Chiyo indeed possesses that kind of confidence. One wonders what expression Chiyo will wear upon hearing this news. It promises to be quite entertaining. After imparting a few more instructions, Chiyo took her leave. Chiyo then opened the scrolls gifted by the two. Initially, he envisioned that the puppets they bestowed would be distinctly different. Given that Chiyo and Chiyo embody two contrasting styles, one favoring the purity of a white puppet, while the other revels in vibrant, colorful designs. Moreover, the crafting styles would surely diverge. Consequently, the puppets he received should also reflect this diversity. However, to his surprise, both scrolls revealed two pitch-black puppets, resembling mechanized warriors. Undoubtedly, though they verbally expressed that Chiyo might find them challenging to utilize, in reality, both had meticulously tailored the puppets to accommodate his preferences. This thoughtful gesture warmed Chiyo's heart. It seems prudent to construct a few additional puppets for future contingencies, so that he would not find himself reliant on others in times of need. After a brief trial, aside from initial awkwardness, he found them quite manageable. Naturally, to enhance his ease of use, modifications along with chakra batteries would be essential. Without these, given Chiyo's current chakra levels, controlling the puppets would be a fleeting endeavor. After approximately 3 hours, he successfully completed the modifications on both puppets. With these two at his disposal, he should face no concerns when confronting enemies below the rank of Jonin. While integrating chakra batteries and complementary devices, he also equipped them with firearm mechanisms and toxin-spraying apparatuses. Although they might not match the efficacy of traditional puppets, they would still exhibit considerable combat prowess. Of course, given his current state, it seems unlikely he would require to step onto the battlefield imminently. However, one can never predict the unexpected, can they? 3 days later, Chiyo finally regained the ability to walk. While full recovery would still necessitate several more days, this rate of healing is commendable. During these 3 days, the Sand Shinobi once again shifted their stronghold. Utilizing the defensive line established in Bailiang City, they advanced further, establishing a third new base in Bantao Town. Situated 200 kilometers from Bailiang City, where the Sand Shinobi army would now be stationed. Thus, with the supply routes of the Rain Shinobi severed, not only has their momentum been interrupted, but the Sand Shinobi have also successfully devised a strategic encirclement. Consequently, considering the likelihood of Hanzo and the Rain Shinobi army resorting to a desperate struggle for survival when pushed to their limits, the moment has arrived for Roman to declare a state of maximum alert. The atmosphere surrounding the Sand Shinobi and the entire Sakudo town has instantly become oppressive and tense. Chapter 39, A Surprise Attack. The Rain Shinobi mobilize. Based on my understanding of Hanzo, it is probable that the Rain Shinobi will launch another significant offensive within the next few days. During the Sand Hidden Battle Conference, Chiyo remarked this, causing many of the elite shinobi present to adopt solemn expressions. If he dares to come, he must be prepared to meet his demise in Sakudo Town. Unlike the previous days, we, the Sand Hidden, will not be slow to respond to a surprise attack from the Rain Shinobi. Roman let out a hum, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was evident that he possessed considerable confidence in repelling the Rain Shinobi. There was no other choice. With the Rain Shinobi's supplies now cut off, they could not endure for long. Do we have any new intelligence from the reconnaissance shinobi? Chiyo inquired, glancing at a sharp-nosed elite shinobi beside her. Yes, replied the sharp-nosed shinobi. Hanzo has been holding meetings these past few days. The participants have ranged from elite shinobi to special elite shinobi, and even distinguished chunin were allowed to attend as observers. His eyes narrowed slightly. I suspect that Hanzo will once again mobilize his forces in the coming days, and this time, the offensive will be quite formidable. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many elite shinobi grew serious. Are they truly preparing to mobilize? Chiyo and Roman also adopted grave expressions, though they were not surprised. If they were in Hanzo's position, Facing the current circumstances, they would likely take drastic measures as well. Moreover, even if Hanzo chose not to attack, the Sand Hidden would still proceed with their own offensive. Recently, following the severance of the Rain Shinobi supplies, the feudal lord of the Wind Country expressed great delight upon hearing the news. Consequently, he allocated 10 million ryo to the Sand Shinobi army, hoping for an even greater victory against the Rain Shinobi. Should the Sand Shinobi successfully repel the Rain forces, he would further contribute an additional 10 million ryo. If they could inflict substantial damage on the Rain Shinobi and compel the Land of Rain to cede territory, he would add another 50 million ryo to the coffers. And the Sand Shinobi would enjoy half of the tax revenues from the ceded lands. For the notoriously frugal feudal lord of the Wind Country, this was nothing short of a miraculous opportunity. Therefore, Roman also desperately sought a triumph to secure these funds for the village. On the side of the Rain Shinobi, is everyone clear on the operational details? Hanzo surveyed the assembly with a serious demeanor. I have but one demand. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. Defeat is not an option, do you understand? If we cannot secure victory in this battle, we will find ourselves irrevocably at a disadvantage. Ultimately, we cannot admit defeat. Such an acknowledgement would subject the Land of Rain to an even harsher blow, relegating it forever to the status of a minor nation, with no hope of rising to prominence or mastering its own fate, forever walking in the shadows of greater powers. Most critically, the daimyo will also reduce funding to us, plunging us deeper into adversity. Only by vanquishing the Land of Wind and the village of Sunagakure can we continue to pursue our plans to conquer the other 5 great shinobi villages, thereby ultimately elevating the Land of Rain to the status of the 6th great nation. Hanzo proclaimed with fervor, we can no longer tolerate the prospect of failure. For the sake of our future and a better life, let us march forth into battle, my comrades. Oh, the Rain ninjas responded with fervent enthusiasm, each pair of eyes ablaze with fervor. Humph, Chiya, you would never have imagined that we have discovered a hidden path leading to Sakado City. With this route, our forces can not only evade your blockade but also strike directly at your rear, catching you completely off guard. A cold smile crept across Hanzo's face. I wonder how long it will take for you to react when we suddenly appear. Thus, the Rain Ninja army set forth, marching resolutely towards the location of the Sand Ninja forces, oblivious to the impending threat. In the Sand Ninja camp, within the medical department, situated in a tranquil area of the city for the patient's solace, Chiya finally completed the reconstruction of the combat puppet. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted black puppet before him, he retrieved the final chakra battery to install it. Connecting the chakra threads to the puppet, he felt a familiar and natural sensation. Indeed, the puppets he crafted were the most manageable. Chiya stored the puppet in a scroll and ascended to a high ground behind the camp to test the effectiveness of the reconstructed combat puppet. Lightning release, white bullets. Lightning release, white rain. Rasengan. The chakra attacks were unleashed without issue. Zing. The combat puppet erupted with astonishing arcs of lightning. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the speed and might of the lightning had significantly intensified compared to before. A swift slash of his blade unleashed a radiant flash of lightning, effortlessly cleaving through a boulder the height of a man. Maneuvers such as turning, retreating, charging, and leaping posed no challenges whatsoever. Moreover, the potency of the same chakra-based attacks had inexplicably increased. Satisfied, Chiya retracted the combat puppet. Without a doubt, the performance of the reconstructed puppet had surpassed its predecessor. This was indeed good news for him. However, just as Chiya prepared to return, he suddenly heard faint footsteps beneath him. Doubt crept in. Perhaps he was mistaken. He focused intently, and indeed, there were footsteps, continuous, resounding, and numerous. He immediately released a magnetic field sense, disregarding the consumption of chakra. He sensed downwards for 50 meters, and in an instant, a series of indistinct yet palpable chakra auras manifested within Shinya's perception. As he meticulously discerned this chakra, his pupils gradually dilated. It appeared that these individuals were not from Sunagakure. Lowering his body, he peered down towards the fracture ahead. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, narrowing to pinpricks. Beneath the cliff, there lay a narrow, albeit abandoned, path still traversable. At that moment, countless Rain Shinobi were treading along this path, their direction unmistakably leading to the rear of the Sand Shinobi encampment. Should the Rain Shinobi launch a surprise attack, the unprepared Sand Shinobi would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Such a situation brooked no hesitation. The message must be relayed without delay. However, just as Chiya was about to rise and depart, a sharp voice resonated from below. Who goes there? Immediately, a fierce aura surged towards him. In the next instant, a masked male ninja appeared before Chiya. Their eyes locked. A sense of foreboding slowly crept across Chiya's face. Yet, after a brief moment of vigilance, the masked man's expression transformed into one of unrestrained delight. Nanfeng Chiya, I never expected to encounter you here. The masked man's presence radiated an astonishing aura. Though not as formidable as Hanzo, it was still exceedingly intimidating, far surpassing the strength of an ordinary Chunin. Chiya sensed that this masked man's prowess was on par with Qin Yuan. This man was none other than one of Hanzo's bodyguards. Since their paths had crossed here, today would spell your demise. The masked man acted swiftly, exhibiting no hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he was before Chiya, drawing his blade for a decisive strike. Chapter 40. Fierce Battle. The killing intent of a Chunin with a swift motion, Chiya evaded just in time, yet a deep gash was still carved into his chest, severing all his bandages. The wound, which had only just begun to heal, was once more exacerbated. This was a testament to Chiya's improved reflexes following his previous encounter with Hanzo. Otherwise, this very strike could have claimed his life. Ah, you actually dodged? The masked man couldn't conceal his surprise at failing to eliminate Chiya with a single blow. No wonder Lord Hanzo holds you in such high regard. You truly possess some strength. He immediately signaled below, instructing them to advance. Once he resolved matters above, he would join them. However, you cannot escape death. The masked man advanced once more, his blade enveloped in a razor-sharp, wind-infused chakra. Whether it was Hanzo's command to eliminate him or the necessity to ensure that their plans remained intact and undisclosed, Chiya could not be allowed to escape today. Let us see if you can indeed evade your fate. Although not personally pursued by Hans, the masked man's prowess is equally formidable, capable of eliminating him. Had his puppet not been damaged, he might have had some leeway for maneuvering. However, now he finds himself with only the puppet and the marionettes of Chiyo and Chihiko at his disposal, rendering their coordination imperfect and their strength diminished. Confronted by such a monstrous adversary, he can only respond to each attack as it comes and strive to signal the main camp. Thunderous Raijin, Chiya swiftly summoned his puppet, launching a lightning projectile at the masked man, who was alarmingly close. Simultaneously, he maneuvered his puppet to retreat at high speed. He did not believe that a single lightning bolt could affect his opponent. From their previous skirmish, he understood that the masked man was an exceptionally skilled practitioner of Iaijutsu. If he did not take this opportunity to withdraw, the masked man would evade the lightning and counter with another lethal strike. Chiya's instincts proved to be astutely accurate. The masked man sidestepped the approaching lightning bolt with ease, following it up with yet another Iaijutsu slash. The very air seemed to split under the force, sending a chill down Chiya's spine as he barely evaded the blow. He was not inclined to linger in a prolonged engagement with the masked man. His priority was to release a signal flare to alert the main camp. Yet, did he truly believe such an opportunity would present itself? The masked man scoffed, taken aback that his previous strike had missed, realizing that Chiya had anticipated his movements. The more he pondered, the more he felt compelled to prevent Chiya from gaining any strength. Wind release, great breakthrough. What does a level 10 gale feel like? Trees uprooted, houses toppled. The earth itself upheaved in a cacophony of roaring winds. Now, Chiya found himself facing such a ferocious tempest. His puppet struggled under the overwhelming force. Is this the might of an elite Chunin? To this day, Chiya had never witnessed the legendary elite Chunin. Yet he sensed that individuals like Chihiko and the masked man before him were the very epitome of what such a Chunin should be. Knight's secret technique, Shield of the Machine. With deft finger movements, his puppet unfurled its shield. Bang! The impact was akin to a colossal hammer striking, the terrifying force causing faint cracking sounds in the puppet's arms. However, that was not the gravest danger. Within Chiya's magnetic field perception, he suddenly lost sight of the masked man. Just as he expanded his search radius, an acute sense of danger surged from behind him. The masked man appeared from beneath Chiya's feet, a chilling glint in his eyes, as he unleashed a ruthless slash with his drawn sword. Hiss! Chiya felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. The disparity in strength between him and the elite Chunin was glaringly evident, especially at a moment when he could not fully harness his own power. Yet now, the tempest looms ahead, and foes assail from behind, plunging us into dire straits. Little demon, this is where it ends. The masked man's expression was as frigid as ice, and with a swift stroke of his blade, he rent the flesh of Chinya's back. Humph, for one so esteemed by Lord Hans, you are but this. However, before he could complete his statement, a flicker of shadow crossed his brow as he beheld Chinya transform into a cascade of sand. Sand clone. In an instant, Chinya reappeared from a distance, gasping fiercely, his visage marred by traces of agony. A long, gaping wound on his back bled profusely. Humph, indeed, one worthy of Lord Hans' regard. I underestimated you. You possess considerable skill. The masked man huffed, his irritation palpable at having failed to eliminate Chinya thus far. Yet he mused, your fortune shall not last. With that, the masked man's figure abruptly vanished before Chinya's eyes, and an acute sense of danger enveloped him. A shiver coursed through Chinya as he swiftly maneuvered his right hand, commanding his distant puppet to unleash the techniques of thunder bullets and thunder rain. While a single thunder bullet had little effect on the masked man, the subsequent barrage of thunder rain was bound to yield some result. Indeed, as the thunder bullets hurtled toward him, the masked man cleaved through them with his blade. However, the deluge of thunder bullets that followed caused his expression to shift, forcing him to relinquish his offensive and retreat. Even so, he launched two explosive kunai toward Chinya. Within the magnetic field's perception, Chinya discerned that the kunai were ensnared with wire. Should he become entangled, the explosive tags would detonate at close range, inflicting grievous harm. Truly, he was an elite shinobi, a creature of monstrous caliber. Chinya had no choice but to retreat once more, seizing the opportunity to release the puppet sent to him by Chiyo. Contending with the masked man alone was a formidable challenge. As anticipated, the moment Chinya unleashed the puppet modified by Chiyo, the masked man, having evaded the falling thunder rain, yanked back the kunai that was about to land. The speed was astonishing, compelling the kunai to dart back toward Chinya with relentless force. Knight's secret technique, light shield. Chinya felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck as the puppet unfurled its shield in defense. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive tags detonated upon contact, enveloping Chinya's vision in a cloud of dust. Buzz. In that instant, as the dust obscured his sight, Chinya sensed a violent disturbance in the air through his magnetic field perception. A wind-imbued shuriken hurtled toward him from the left in a swift arc. Yet, should he focus on the wind shuriken, he would fall into a trap. For on his right, the masked man approached with the speed of a cheetah. Indeed, the elite jonin possesses an extraordinarily rich combat experience. Qian felt an involuntary tightening in his heart. He had been completely forced into a disadvantageous position, with no opportunity to signal for help. Furthermore, his chakra reserves were dwindling. Chapter 41, A Desperate Situation. Faced with such a pincer attack, Qian immediately feigned injury to counter the assault from his left. In reality, he manipulated the puppet to spring a surprise on the masked man who believed he had the upper hand. The smoke obscured Qian's vision, but it also concealed the masked man's sight. With a swift motion, the puppet blocked the incoming wind-infused shuriken. Yet the overwhelming force still caused it to stagger back a couple of steps. Instantly, a profound sense of danger enveloped Qian from behind. The masked man's voice followed closely. Kid, this time it's truly over. Before the words had fully dissipated in the air, his wind chakra-infused longsword was already less than half a meter away from Qian, thrusting directly at him in a terrifying strike. Yet, just as the masked man believed victory was within his grasp, Qian's calm voice resonated. Over? Is that so? Upon hearing this, the masked man felt a sudden unease wash over him. In the next instant, the puppet materialized behind him. Secret technique of the night. Thunderous white orb. The icy thunderbolt surged towards his back, causing the masked man to tense up and swiftly evade to the side. However, Qian seemed to predict his movements, and the puppet followed with another technique. Secret technique of the night. Toxic miasma. As the noxious mist rapidly spread, the masked man found his vision obscured and was compelled to retreat further to avoid being engulfed. He could already foresee the fate that awaited him upon exiting the miasma. The puppet, or rather the battle puppet, was undoubtedly lying in wait outside. Indeed, a troublesome little brat. The masked man swiftly transformed into a stream of water, splashing onto the ground. A water clone. This maneuver not only spared him from inhaling the toxic mist, but also allowed him to evade the puppet's ambush. Such decisive reflexes. The magnetic field sensed this scene, prompting Qianyi to involuntarily admire him. Yet, it mattered little. After all, my true intentions lie elsewhere. Qianyi quickly retrieved an antidote pill from his pouch and consumed it, then pulled out a signal flare and ignited it. A warning. This was Qianyi's genuine objective. With a resounding bang, the signal exploded in the sky, and the newly emerged masked man finally comprehended that he had been outmaneuvered, his expression darkening instantly. As a proud guard of Hanzo, it was utterly humiliating to be unable to subdue a mere chunin while allowing the opponent to send a signal. Kid, you're clever enough to trick me. I shall ensure your demise is a painful one. Is that so? But I have no desire to die yet. Qianyi took a deep breath, uncertain of the true strength of an enraged, elite jonin. However, he was aware that he could not hold out for much longer. The camp. In the distance lies the medical facility of the back mountains, and a warning signal emanates from there. Upon noticing the alarming signal from the rear mountains, Fengying Luomen immediately took it seriously. Could it be that the injured have encountered an accident? Just as he was about to dispatch someone to investigate the situation, Qianyan rushed over. Lord Fengying, allow me to ascertain what has transpired. Luomen nodded. Qianyan's proactive offer spared him the trouble of seeking assistance, thus saving a considerable amount of time. The sudden warning necessitated heightened defenses to prevent being caught off guard by impending danger. Luomen promptly instructed the arriving members of the Umbu to disseminate the message regarding the reinforcement of defenses and patrols. Chiya here. Wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. The masked man unleashed a torrent of wind blades, possessing terrifying cutting power that cleaved the earth, drawing ominously closer to Chiya. With a swift motion, a gash appeared on Chiya's face even before the blades made contact. Knight's secret technique, machine sealing light shield. Facing such an assault, Chiya could only resort to passive defense. The wind blades collided with the shield, the tremendous force causing even the puppet to stagger back a step. However, matters worsened as a faint cracking sound echoed, and Chiya's expression shifted dramatically when he saw the wind blades create a visible fissure in the puppet's shield. The crack widened progressively. Chiya's pupils involuntarily constricted. He had never encountered such a predicament, save for his confrontation with Hanzo, as he narrowly evaded to the back of the combat puppet. The shield in the puppet's hand shattered, and amidst the violent wind blades, it was torn into countless fragments. The puppet he had painstakingly summoned was thus lost. Even the combat puppet, enduring such relentless bombardment, emitted faint sounds of fractures from its arm. Though the shield remained steadfast, Chiya's mood grew increasingly grave. He was left with but a single backup puppet. Should the puppet gifted by Chiya also be destroyed, he would truly be left to contend with the masked man using only a combat puppet. However, the previously lackadaisical masked man had already forced him into perilous straits with merely one puppet. Now, his situation could only deteriorate further. You do possess a modicum of defense. It's astonishing that such a strike couldn't incapacitate you. The masked man scoffed, his confidence unfaltering as he formed hand seals once more. But you may underestimate a jonin, especially one of my caliber. Earth release, layer shift. Just as the wind blades diminished in potency, before Chiya could react, he felt the ground surge forward violently. It was as though he were being propelled towards the masked man, who thrust his katana, now enveloped in wind-infused chakra, directly at him. Danger. Imminent peril. Chiya barely had time to manipulate the puppet. With a swift motion, a blade pierced through his chest. Had he not shifted slightly to the right, this strike could have claimed his life, directly penetrating his heart. Nevertheless, this blow had already inflicted severe injury upon him. Coupled with the wounds on his chest and back, he was no less grievously hurt than when he faced Hanzo. His reflexes were quick, but alas, it was too late. As the masked man withdrew his blade to finish off Chiya, a cold and violent lightning projectile shot towards him from behind. It was Chiya controlling the puppet to retaliate. Yet, this strike was cleaved apart by the masked man, leaving Chiya with little opportunity to catch his breath. Confronted once more by the advancing masked man, Chiya felt overwhelmed. He truly felt the might of an elite jonin. Thus, he had no choice but to fight with all his might once again. Brat, your time of demise has come. Observing the strained expression on Chiya's face, the masked man couldn't hide his smugness. Chiya maneuvered the puppet to counter the assault, but in a mere exchange. The long knife enveloped in lightning was severed by a single strike from his opponent. Just as the masked man believed he could seize this opportunity to utterly destroy the puppet and end Chiya's life, the other hand of the puppet suddenly thrust forward. With a resonant hum, a Astonishing chakra rapidly coalesced, compressed, and spun at high speed into a chakra sphere the size of an orange. Chapter 42. Arrival. The true strength of chunin. What? The masked man gasped, his breath catching in his throat, utterly unprepared for such a lethal technique from Chiya. He immediately leaped back, creating a finger's distance between them. Yet, just when he thought he had evaded the attack, the Rasengan in the puppet's hand suddenly swelled at an incredible speed, akin to an inflating balloon, instantly closing the gap and crashing into him. With a resounding crack. In that fleeting moment, the masked man felt a chilling sensation in his chest, followed by excruciating pain. Even as he sensed the agony and unleashed chakra to retreat at great speed. The sight of blood and flesh splattering through the air, along with the deep, bone-exposing wound on his chest, sent a cold sweat over him. Yet, after the initial shock, a wave of furious indignation surged within him. As a seasoned jonin of the Rain Village and a close guard of Hanzo, it was a profound disgrace that he had failed to subdue a mere chunin and had even sustained injuries in the process. Earth Release, Earthquake Core. He swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hand onto the ground. Brat, be buried beneath the earth. Suddenly, the ground beneath Chiya cracked open, leaving him no time to react as a massive square pit began to rapidly descend. This is bad. The moment he saw this technique, Chiya's expression shifted dramatically. He could already foresee the impending doom. Indeed, before he could reach the bottom, the square pit began to close at an alarming rate. The power of the earth is undoubtedly beyond the capacity of a single ninja, such as Chiya, to withstand. This predicament has escalated to a dire situation. Even if he could manipulate the battle puppet to unleash a Rasengan at the moment of closure and create a pit in the adjacent rock wall for refuge, the masked man would undoubtedly strike again, utilizing the power of the earth to swiftly fill the pit. At that juncture, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Urine. You dare. Just as the crisis intensified, a furious roar erupted, causing the closing earthen wall to abruptly halt. Chiya, not daring to linger, maneuvered the battle puppet to hastily extricate himself from the perilous location. Upon bursting forth from the surface, he beheld two puppets, one red and one orange. Having successfully repelled the masked man, it was evident that Chiya had arrived just in time. Chiya, are you unharmed? After driving back the masked man with the two puppets, Chiya turned to regard Chiya. However, upon noticing the severe injuries adorning Chiya's form, his expression darkened instantly. Urine, you shall pay dearly. Chiya was the most promising new generation puppet master favored by Chiyo, a potential successor to uphold their puppet techniques. The fact that he had nearly fallen victim to the masked man was utterly unacceptable. He could not remain composed. If you can kill me, then by all means, give it a try. The masked man brandished his blade, repelling the red and orange puppets with an arrogant grin. We are all jonin. I concede I may not be able to defeat you, but I do not believe you possess the strength to slay me. To him, the overall prowess of these red and orange puppets seemed comparable to that of Chiya's battle puppet. Well, it appears you fail to comprehend the disparity in our strengths. Chiya was incensed to the point of laughter. It seems that throughout these years, I have not achieved any notable victories, leading the ninja world to regard my strength as merely that of a jonin. Since you seek death so fervently, allow me to grant your wish. With a series of explosive sounds, 8 puppets emerged from the shroud of smoke, each adorned in shades of yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black, and gray. Chiya observed as each puppet brandished a weapon: katana, broadsword, barbed whip, scythe, and more. Most importantly, dark patterns emerged across each puppet's body, and their weapons were enveloped in a layer of chakra. Chiya, gazing at the patterns on Chiya's puppets, felt a sense of bewilderment. What is this? Why is it absent from the puppet techniques I have learned? Seemingly sensing Chiya's confusion, Chiya, while directing the puppets into the fray, elucidated. That is the Vajra array pattern, providing the puppets with a hardness akin to that of adamantine wood, preventing them from shattering under even the strongest of strikes. However, they are most vulnerable to slashing attacks. This is my original puppet technique. Your grandmother Chiyo prefers to envelop her puppets in chakra for a similar effect. As he spoke, the 10 puppets simultaneously advanced toward the masked man. Each puppet exhibited exceptional close combat prowess, their speed astonishingly swift and their angles exceedingly cunning. The dazzling spectacle before Chiya left him breathless, yet he dared not miss a single moment. Initially, The masked man managed to hold his ground against the rapid assaults with his swift reflexes and swordsmanship. However, after a minute of fierce clashes, he began to falter. Uft. Flash. An increasing number of wounds adorned his body. Damn it, don't think I'll fall so easily. The masked man swiftly extricated himself, forming seals at an astonishing pace. Earth style, ground movement core. He intended to employ the same trick against Chiya. Yet, just as a large pit appeared beneath Chiya's feet, two puppets in red and orange swiftly ensnared him, while Chiya leapt into the sky. Ah, I've been waiting for you to ascend. The masked man, witnessing this, let out a triumphant laugh. Wine style, thousand-faced gale. In an instant, a violent wind surged forth, accompanied by razor-sharp wind blades hurtling toward Chiya and Chiya. Ha ha. Let's see how you evade this. In the face of the masked man's maniacal laughter and the imminent onslaught of the cutting winds, Chiya exhibited no change in expression. Evasion? There is no need. With a swift motion, three puppets, black, white, and gray, ascended, forming a triangular formation before them, simultaneously forming seals. Ninjutsu. Heaven and earth isolation. A colossal transparent barrier rapidly expanded. The wind blades collided with it, causing only a violent tremor in the air, without inflicting any damage to the barrier itself. What? The masked man was taken aback by this sight. However, he was not afforded the luxury of surprise, as five puppets in yellow, green, blue, and purple launched another assault. Poisonous mist enveloped the area, and countless shuriken were unleashed. The masked man's scalp prickled with alarm as he swung his blade to block, while leaping upward. Yet, just as I anticipated, above him, a red puppet's fist, enveloped in chakra, descended with tremendous force. Puppet crush fist. In response to this strike, the masked man displayed remarkable skill, twisting midair to slash and deflect the attack. However, behind him, the orange puppet had already descended. Uft. A cold blade pierced the masked man's heart. Ugh. The masked man's eyes reflected disbelief. When had this orange puppet appeared? But more shocking was the realization of Chiya's formidable strength. The illustrious shinobi, are you not a Jainin? How can you possess such power? You are clearly at the level of a village leader. According to the intelligence within the ninja realm, your most notable achievements merely include taking down a few ordinary Jainin. How can you be this strong? This transcends the realm of Jainin. Chapter 43. Are you in despair? Then you are correct. I do not possess the strength of a village leader just yet. Chiya and Chiya landed gracefully, with a faint smile gracing Chiya's lips. However, I am indeed just one step away from that level. Well, you may consider me the strongest among Jainin. Upon hearing these words, the masked man's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How infuriating. The intelligence was utterly flawed. You were able to effortlessly dispatch someone of my caliber, an elite jonin. I truly wish to relay this information to Lord Hanzo. Observing the masked man's discontent, Chiya could not suppress a derisive laugh. Oh, please. Are you overestimating yourself? In the Rain Ninja Village, you may be considered an elite jonin, but in Sunagakure, or even among the 5 great shinobi villages, you are merely a somewhat formidable jonin. Upon hearing this, Chiya was struck with astonishment. If a mere jonin could bring him to such a state, how powerful must a true elite jonin be? Were they all as terrifying as Chiya? Of course, you are not far from that elite jonin level yourself. If it were anyone else, they might genuinely struggle against you. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Yet, this statement seemed more directed at Chiya beside him. With a swift strike, the yellow puppet delivered a final blow, sealing the fate of the masked man. What is the matter, Chiya? You seem quite taken aback by my strength. Noticing the lingering astonishment on Chiya's face, Chiya felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, it was indeed rare to witness Chiya in such a state of surprise. Truly astonishing. I never anticipated you to be this strong. He had always believed that Chiya was on par with Kakashi, but it now appeared that Chiya surpassed Kakashi by a significant margin. Ha! I merely refrained from showcasing my full prowess in your presence. It does not imply that my strength is limited. Chiya chuckled, intending to pat Chiya on the shoulder. However, upon seeing Chiya's injuries, he decisively withdrew his hand. Can you still walk? Yes. Then let us hasten back. Your wounds are severe, and I have a nagging feeling you are on the verge of collapsing. Just as the two were preparing to return, a resounding explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the main camp. Upon hearing the blast, Chiya recalled, that warning signal was set off by you. wasn't he it? What has transpired? Ignoring his own pain, Qian Yi's expression turned grave. The Rain Ninja discovered an unknown pathway and can circumvent to the rear of our main camp, right beneath this cliff. He glanced towards the cacophony of explosions and distant cries of battle, then looked at Qian Yin. At this moment, war has likely commenced. No sooner had he spoken than a member of the Umbu rushed in, visibly relieved upon seeing Qian Yin, Jonin Qian Yin. The Rain Ninja army has launched a surprise attack on our medical facility. Our ninjas can no longer withstand the assault. Please, we require your immediate assistance. Reports from the main camp indicated that the Rain Ninja leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, had personally arrived with his forces, and Lady Chiya and the Wind Shadow were engaged in combat. Upon hearing this, Qian Yin's expression turned exceedingly grave. So, this is why you, Qian Yi, found yourself in peril. Everything makes sense now. The Umbu continued, stating that although the arrival of the Rain Shinobi was abrupt, an early warning allowed them to strengthen their defenses under the orders of the Wind Shadow. Thus the situation was not yet dire. The Umbu members glanced at the severely injured Chiya and likely deduced who had given the warning, feeling a wave of dread wash over them. Fortunately, Chiya had detected the presence of the Rain Shinobi in advance. Otherwise, had they been ambushed from behind by the Rain Shinobi, chaos would have truly ensued. Understood. Shikage addressed the Umbu. Chiya is gravely wounded and requires immediate medical attention. As we proceed, inform me of the Rain Shinobi's troop strength. I must swiftly eliminate the enemies at the medical institute to allow Chiya to receive treatment. Naturally, the Umbu had no objections. Subsequently, Shikage manipulated the red puppet to carry Chiya and hastily made his way towards the medical institute. At this moment, within the sand-hidden medical institute, a furious sand shinobi with crimson hair could not contain his frustration. Damn those Rain Shinobi, where did they emerge from? The sheer number of Rain Shinobi was overwhelming. His 100-member guard was utterly insufficient. Even though many among them were elite chunin, capable of taking on 10 foes each, against a battalion of over 2,000 Rain Shinobi, they were still at a disadvantage. Such a formidable number could wreak havoc, even if each soldier merely threw a single shuriken. It would create a rain of weaponry that would unsettle even the most seasoned jonin. Only those of shadow-level prowess could inflict significant damage against such numbers. Ha ha ha. Sand Shinobi, brace yourselves. Once we annihilate your medical ninjas, let us see how you treat your wounded in the forthcoming battle. Sneered the spiky-haired jonin from the Rain Shinobi side. There were two leading jonin among the Rain forces. One was this spiky-haired commander, directing a unit primarily reliant on ninjutsu, while the other, with long, somewhat effeminate beige hair, commanded a contingent that utilized ninjutsu tools and techniques. Their strategies intertwined, employing tools to assist in powerful ninjutsu assaults, swiftly eroding the Sand Force's defenses. With horror, the crimson-haired jonin watched as numerous medical ninjas fell victim to the Rain Shinobi amidst the chaos. His eyes reddened with fury, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Nevertheless, he could only prioritize the protection of elite medical ninjas, while for the ordinary ones, he could only attempt to shield them, resigning to the heartbreaking reality of those he could not save. No, I do not wish to die. Please, sir, save me. I beg you, do not kill my brother. I am willing to trade my life. Lamented a desperate voice. I'm sorry, Kikyo. It seems I will not have the chance to return and marry you. As he witnessed the Sand Chunin desperately attempting to rescue others, yet achieving little amidst the slaughter of the medical ninjas, the crimson-haired jonin's heart was in turmoil. Ah, Rain Shinobi, I shall avenge this wrong. As for this scene, the explosive-haired jonin wore an even prouder smile. Angry are we? Sand Shinobi, anger is precisely what I desire. Remember this despair well, for in every moment that follows, you shall be confronted with it. Do not harbor any illusions of support arriving for you. It is utterly impossible. Your main camp has likely been entangled by Lord Hanzo's formidable forces, leaving you unable to extricate yourselves, blocking the furious strike of the red-haired warrior. The explosive-haired jonin grinned even wider. What a delightful sound. Witnessing your despair fills me with such exhilaration. Just as he was about to continue his taunts, a sudden chorus of screams erupted from within the Rain Shinobi ranks. 10 puppets, adorned in vibrant shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and gray, surged into the fray like a tempest, targeting the lower-ranked Rain Shinobi with lethal precision. Chapter 44, South Wind Thousand Nights, Meet Your Doom. Those weapons, enveloped in chakra, were swift and razor-sharp, akin to a gust of wind. The lower-ranked shinobi of the Rain Village were horrified to find their throats slashed, blood gushing uncontrollably as they fell into pools of crimson. Beyond these tempestuous figures, two shadowy silhouettes emerged, each wielding a shimmering long blade crackling with lightning, unleashing poison, shuriken, and explosive tags in rapid succession. They sporadically fired bolts of lightning, their speed unparalleled. Despite their quiet approach, the destruction they wrought was formidable. The explosive-haired Jonin immediately took notice of this unfolding scene. While he had yet to discern the identities of the 10 colorful puppets, he was acutely aware of the techniques employed by those wielding the lightning-infused blades. Ha ha ha, South Wind Thousand Knights. I never anticipated you would deliver yourself to me. Excellent, splendid. He charged directly towards Thousand Knights, his glee intensifying upon noticing the wounds upon him. Since you are so weakened, your life shall be mine to claim. Thank you for presenting such a splendid opportunity. I shall ensure your remains are left intact. Lord Hanzo has decreed that any Jonin who encounters South Wind Thousand Knights must eliminate him, and the reward is to become Hanzo's personal guard. Such a proposition holds immense allure for the Jonin. However, before the explosive-haired Jonin could break through the throng, the 5 puppets, red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, suddenly turned their assault towards him. Clang, clang. With a series of swift collisions, the Jonin's advance was abruptly halted. Those are Lord Chienyan's puppets. Many from the Sand Shinobi side recognized Chienyan's creations, and a flicker of hope ignited within them. Brothers, Lord Chienyan has arrived. He comes to our aid. Steady yourselves and follow in Lord Chienyan's footsteps as we vanquish the Rain Shinobi. Oh, encouraged by several of the mid-ranking shinobi, the morale of the Sand Shinobi surged once more. Humph. In response, the beige-haired shinobi let out a cold snort, a dying struggle. It is merely the flamboyant puppet master. Chihiko. How much can he truly alter the tide of battle alone? He bellowed fiercely, Rain Shinobi, slay him. Surround the flamboyant puppet master. With only 2 arms to his name, against the onslaught of so many, he is destined for demise. Yes, the Rain Shinobi roared in unison, shaking the very heavens. Upon witnessing this, Chihiko exchanged a glance with Chiya, then summoned his chakra, proclaiming, all Sand Shinobi, converge upon me. Without hesitation, the Sand Shinobi executed his command. Even though gathering together made them more susceptible to the Rain Shinobi's attacks, rendering their precarious situation even more perilous, they felt a semblance of safety in proximity to Chihiko. Ha ha ha, how foolish. A mocking laugh erupted. Is the illustrious puppet master truly such a valiant yet tactless individual? Since you are so eager to congregate, we shall begrudgingly accept your lives. Observing the Sand Shinobi cluster, many of the Rain Shinobi couldn't help but scoff. Were they so desperate to hasten their demise that they offered themselves up as easy prey? Yet, was the reality as idyllic as the Rain Shinobi imagined? The Sand Shinobi swiftly gathered together, and the Rain Shinobi, believing this would facilitate their annihilation, intentionally relaxed their defenses. Observing this scene, Chihiko beamed brightly, Rain Shinobi, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Thus, I shall allow you to die a more comfortable death. In the next moment, the 3 puppets, white, black, and gray, simultaneously formed hand seals, ninjutsu, world severance. 3 dark red triangular barriers rapidly expanded, converging to form a pyramidal enclosure, encapsulating all Sand Shinobi and medical ninjas within. Yet, only Chiya remained outside this protective barrier. Upon witnessing this, the explosive-haired J-Nin and the beige-haired J-Nin suddenly seemed to realize something. Their expressions shifting dramatically. This is bad. Rain Shinobi, retreat quickly. However, Chiya, with a knowing smile, retorted, only now do you think of retreating? It is far too late. Knight's secret technique, Emerald Toxic Mist. With a flourish of his left hand, the puppet gifted to him by Chihiko, now modified by Chiya, unleashed a torrent of toxic mist. A closer inspection would reveal a dense array of sealing patterns on the puppet's tongue, housing an immense reservoir of liquid poison crafted by Chiya. While he possessed many talents, the abundance of poison was particularly notable, though he had yet to find the opportunity to fully showcase it. But now, the moment had arrived. In an instant, the toxic mist enveloped half the battlefield, catching many Rain Shinobi off guard. At that moment, the crimson-haired J-Nin emerged from within the barrier, his face alight with delight as he formed seals. Chiya, I shall lend you my strength. He gazed at the rain ninjas with a cruel shout. Rain ninjas. It is time to collect interest. Wind release. Violent wind technique. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, instantly enveloping all the rain ninjas in the rapidly spreading poisonous mist. Ah, it hurts. Damn it. Why does this poison have corrosive properties? No. I refuse to die in such a suffocating manner. Within the toxic haze, cries of anguish and despair echoed. Nevertheless, a number of rain ninjas, shielded by their chakra, formed hand seals to retaliate. Among them, the two elite jonin from the rain village acted swiftly. Fire release, great fire technique. Fire release, dragon flame technique. Like dawn breaking through the night, two terrifying torrents of flames surged forth, swiftly dispelling the encroaching poison. Naturally, those caught within the noxious mist were also engulfed in flames, facing either death or severe injury. They were all already poisoned, leaving no possibility for rescue. Thus, it was better to send them on their way. The air was filled with the sounds of agonizing wails and desperate shrieks. When the flames subsided, the ranks of the rain ninjas had diminished by a third. Among this loss, half had perished due to the fire techniques of the two jonin. In light of this situation, the expressions of the two elite jonin were particularly grim. No one could remain composed after slaughtering their own kin. Yet, they did not deem it their fault. They believed it was the sand ninjas who compelled them to act so ruthlessly. Therefore, the sand ninjas must pay a bloody price to atone for their sins. Sand ninjas. You will pay for your actions just now. The jonin with the explosive hairstyle spoke, his tone ominous. Ha ha, pay a price? Yin, maintaining the barrier, scoffed at the explosive-haired jonin. Come and try if you possess the capability. Let's see if the blade in my puppet is not sharp enough. Humph. You are merely 100 strong, and with so many injured to attend to, I fail to see where your confidence stems from. The explosive-haired jonin's gaze was icy, a sneer also lingering at the corner of his mouth. Such words might deceive others, but you wouldn't think to deceive me, would you? No matter how formidable your puppet techniques, can they truly match the strength of 1,000? In terms of manpower, the rain ninjas held an absolute advantage. He could not fathom how they could lose. Such a poison attack would never be endured again. Who knows? Qian Yin instructed the medical ninjas to tend to Qian Yi. Addressing the remaining ninjas, brothers and sisters, for the many lives lost by the rain ninjas at the hands of the sand ninjas, we shall seek vengeance. Oh! The surrounding crowd responded with fervent shouts, their eyes ablaze with the fire of hatred. Then let's charge forth. As the words fell, the barrier dissipated. And apart from the injured Chiya and the medical ninjas, everyone else surged forth. Leave those two jonin to me. You go eliminate the chunin among the rain ninjas. Chihiko instructed the red-haired jonin beside him, leaving a puppet to guard Chiya. Understood. The red-haired jonin found this plan quite agreeable. As a jonin, he possessed overwhelming strength to suppress chunin. With him dealing with the chunin, the remaining sand ninjas could handle the lower-ranked and chunin rain ninjas, thereby easing the pressure on everyone involved. He cast a glance at the recovering Chiya, knowing that once he joined the battle, he would undoubtedly inflict greater damage upon the rain ninjas. In this confrontation, if they maintained their composure, they could turn the tide in their favor. Dream on. You dazzling puppet master. Do you think I will allow you to intervene? His primary target was undoubtedly Chiya. Instead of taking advantage of her weakened state, would he restore her only to allow her to wreak havoc upon them? Do you think you can accomplish that? Since Chihiko dared to devise a plan, he was unafraid of the two jonin from the rain disrupting his strategy. I declare that I can do it, and I shall. The explosive-haired jonin bellowed, his cheeks puffing up, transforming into a torrent of searing flames. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Like a blazing laser beam, the flames surged forth, unstoppable. In response to the oncoming inferno, the black and white puppets dashed forward, hand in hand, conjuring a chakra shield before them. Boom! The astonishing flames collided with this defense, causing the chakra shield to tremble violently, yet it remained unbroken. What? The explosive-haired jonin was taken aback by this sight. However, the resulting shockwaves of fire shattered the defenses of several surrounding chunin, sending them hurtling away. This prompted the nearby rain ninjas to hastily retreat, clearing a space for the duel. Chihiko did not allow the explosive-haired jonin time to recover from his astonishment. The orange and yellow puppets sped through the air, lunging towards him, their blades drawn menacingly. Clash! In that instant of collision, the explosive-haired jonin's expression changed drastically. The strength of the puppet was overwhelming, forcing him back several steps. Yet behind him, The black and white puppets descended with ominous cracking sounds, one on the left and one on the right, swinging their blades. Hiss! The explosive-haired Jonin felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head and attempted to twist away to evade. However, in that fleeting moment of evasion, two deep crimson gashes were torn into his waist. The explosive-haired Jonin could not suppress a cry of pain, yet he dared not hesitate. He swiftly launched two explosive tags with his kunai blast. Retreating at high speed, he quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, underground fish technique. He vanished from his original position, and in the next moment, he appeared from the shadow behind Chihiko, drawing his sword for a swift strike. The speed was as swift as lightning, leaving Qian Yin no opportunity to evade. However, this strike was deftly intercepted by the gray puppet. Qian Yin bore an expression as if he had anticipated this. A commendable ambush tactic. Had it been anyone else, you might have severely wounded them. Alas, you are up against me. Yet, while Qian Yin focused his attention on the explosive-haired shinobi, the beige-haired shinobi had already crept up behind him. He unleashed two wind-style shuriken, infused with lightning chakra. As a Nin, it is quite commonplace to adeptly wield multiple chakra types. At such a close range, there was scarcely time to react, let alone defend. However, these two wind-style shuriken were intercepted by the white and black puppets, though the latter was pushed back more than half a meter. Such is the power of a Nin. The might of their tools is not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment, both the explosive-haired Nin and the beige-haired Nin simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lightning release, lightning strike technique. With a resounding roar, countless bolts of furious lightning descended from the sky, causing Qian Yin's expression to shift with unease as he sensed a hint of danger. The white and black puppet swiftly formed a defensive barrier above him, while a roaring inferno surged towards him, prompting the orange-yellow puppet to deploy a shield, combining to form a wall of protection around Qian Yin. The thunderous crash resonated as the defensive formation of the white and black puppet displayed slight fissures, a testament to the overwhelming force unleashed. The surrounding earth was riddled with craters, and many sand and rain shinobi were caught in the maelstrom, their anguished cries signaling their incapacitation. The other ninjas instinctively retreated, overwhelmed by the terrifying clash of Nin, an unimaginable level of combat. The fiery collision against the shield failed to breach it, yet the explosive waves of fire were ferocious, sweeping across the land and forcing 3 or 4 rain ninjas to hastily form water-style seals to quell the flames. Damn it, how can this not affect him? Just how strong is this individual? Witnessing this, both the explosive-haired Nin and the beige-haired Nin gritted their teeth in frustration. Before they could act further, the green and azure puppets charged towards the explosive-haired Nin, one wielding a massive axe and the other a spiked whip, moving with incredible speed. Simultaneously, the blue and purple puppets unleashed thick steel cables tipped with sharp spikes, akin to arrows, aimed directly at the beige-haired Nin. Surrounding Qian Yin, the gray puppets stood guard as the white, black, and orange-yellow puppets synchronized their hand seals, heaven and earth law cover. A pale blue barrier rose, enveloping a radius of several meters, but this was not the crux of the matter. Most importantly, a sudden wall emerged in the center of the barrier, completely separating the beige-haired Jonin from the explosive-haired Jonin. This was dire. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jonin's expressions changed dramatically. The explosive-haired Jonin immediately attempted to use Earth Release to escape, only to be horrified to discover that it was ineffective. Did you think I would remain oblivious to such an obvious weakness in the ground? Qian Yin remarked with a serene smile, as the blue-purple puppet originally intended for the beige-haired Jonin also manifested in the explosive-haired Jonin's vicinity. Although controlling it across the barrier posed some challenges, the beige-haired Jonin was unlikely to break free from the barrier anytime soon, so it was prudent to concentrate on eliminating the explosive-haired Jonin first. Faced with 10 dazzling puppets, the explosive-haired Jonin felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 46. Count me in. 3 minutes later, as the red-haired Jonin from Sunagakure continued to slaughter the chunin of Amagakure, he suddenly noticed the barrier dissipating. Qian Yin emerged with an air of nonchalance, while behind him, the explosive-haired Jonin and the beige-haired Jonin lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The sight elicited starkly different reactions from both sides. Led by the red-haired Jonin, the Sunagakure ninja erupted in jubilant cheers, overwhelmed with joy. Jonin. Those were 2 Jonin, capable of altering the course of battle. They had been completely eliminated. With the loss of these two leaders, the remaining Amigakure ninja felt their threat diminished by a third. Sunigakure truly had a chance to vanquish their foes. In contrast, the Amigakure ninja displayed expressions of disbelief, which quickly morphed into panic and dread. What a joke! The captain was defeated so swiftly. Do we really still have a chance? Many of the lower-ranked and mid-ranked ninja of Amigakure swallowed hard, their faces etched with terror. At this moment, Qian Yin and his 10 vibrant puppets appeared invincible in their eyes. The resolve to retreat began to take root in their hearts. With even the elite Jonin feeling a sense of despair. Do not panic. At this juncture, a tall special Jonin stepped forward, his countenance fierce. The dazzling puppeteer indeed dispatched our 2 Jonin, but so what? They were merely 2 Jonin, and the dazzling puppeteer must have paid a hefty price for this victory. A cold smile crept upon his lips. How much chakra could he possibly have left? He must be at his limit. Do not let him intimidate you. Everyone, charge with me. Can he truly withstand the might of us all alone? Upon hearing this, several special Jonin quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, no matter how formidable Qian Yin was, he must have incurred some cost to eliminate 2 Jonin. Perhaps he was already low on chakra. It merely appeared formidable. In reality, he was on the verge of collapse. Precisely. Humph, you puppeteer of the dazzling art, do not presume you can intimidate us. Brothers, follow me and let us vanquish the sand ninjas. The exemplary behavior of the elite J-Nin instantly rekindled the courage of several Ch-Nin. This is the nature of the battlefield. A single valiant soldier can inspire an entire battalion. As long as there is one fierce leader, the army can engage in unwavering combat. This is precisely why elite J-Nin serve as commanders in the fray. Only at this level can one confront the majority of adversaries without fear of retreat. Ha ha ha. If you think my chakra has run dry, then come and test your mettle. With that, Qian Yin rallied the sand ninjas. Everyone, charge with me. Oh, the sand ninjas had already witnessed Qian Yin's formidable prowess, and thus offered no resistance. They were predominantly Ch-Nin, and given that only 2 elite J-Nin remained on their side, they felt emboldened. Hey, count me in on this. Qian Yi concluded the treatment by the medical ninja. His injuries had nearly healed. The remaining chakra in his puppet was sufficient for him to engage in battle. Ha ha. Very well, young Qian Yi, let us fight side by side. Qian Yin welcomed this, appreciating the spirited and fearless nature of the youth. He would keep a watchful eye on Qian Yi, ready to provide support should danger arise. You pesky brat, what are you doing here? Several elite J-Nin from the Rain Ninja side expressed their displeasure at Qian Yi's presence. Do you really think yourself important? Yet, one suddenly recalled. Wait a moment. This young lad seems to be quite the formidable figure. He has even defeated elite J-Nin before. Jean Village, let us together eliminate this troublesome boy. A particularly haggard elite J-Nin called out to the golden-haired elite beside him. No problem. The golden-haired elite J-Nin, known as Jean Village, smirked coldly. If I cannot overcome Qian Yin, how could I possibly falter against this little brat Qian Yi? I am eager to see how you fare against the assault of 2 elite J-Nin. You underestimate him, young Qian Yi. Qian Yin, reveling in the unfolding drama, stoked the flames further. 2 elite J-Nin attacking at once. This is already quite a compliment, is it not? How can one speak of underestimating? Qian Yi appeared modest. Yet the fervent blaze in his eyes contradicted the humility displayed on his face. Whoosh. The battle puppet surged forth. One puppet faced another. It was a fair confrontation. Clash. The blade of the battle puppet met the elite J-Nin with dark circles under his eyes and the golden-haired elite J-Nin, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. Is this all there is? I find the so-called lightning puppeteer to be rather unimpressive. The J-Nin with dark circles initially intended to taunt, aiming to disrupt Qian Yi's mindset. However, he was not given the opportunity to finish his words. The puppet opened its mouth and unleashed a dazzling barrage of needles. The secret technique of the night, the emerald needle rain. At such a close range, the needles flew with extraordinary speed, startling the dark-eyed special Jonin into a cold sweat. He hastily retreated, drawing a kunai from his waist pouch to fend off the assault. Yet, as he defended against the needles, the puppet closed in once more, releasing a cloud of toxic emerald mist. Having just observed Qian Yin's battle, Qian Yi had learned much, and the puppet became even more agile and swift under his control. In such close combat, he had never before been so quick and steady. This is bad. Noticing the situation, The dark-eyed Special Jonin's expression shifted as he retreated rapidly. He dared not come into contact with that poisonous mist. He had witnessed its potency firsthand and was acutely aware of its danger. However, just as he retreated, he suddenly felt an intense sense of crisis from his side. The puppet had seized the opportunity to rush beside him, wielding a long blade enveloped in lightning that slashed towards him with cold precision. Swish! The dark-eyed Special Jonin's face changed dramatically as he raised his kunai to block. Yet, at the moment of impact, his expression shifted again. The force emanating from the puppet was overwhelmingly strong. He could not fully withstand it and was violently pushed back. "Be careful!" At that moment, a startled cry came from behind him, the golden-haired Special Jonin exclaiming in alarm. The puppet, which had been entangled with him, suddenly shot a ferocious lightning bolt towards the dark-eyed Special Jonin. What? The dark-eyed Special Jonin felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, an overwhelming sense of danger making his hair stand on end. Thud! His body was ruthlessly pierced, only to disintegrate into a puddle of water upon impact. The water clone. His true self appeared not far away, still bearing traces of shock, gasping for breath. Having missed the strike, the battle puppet immediately re-engaged with the golden-haired Special Jonin, while the other puppet charged once again towards the dark-eyed Special Jonin. Chapter 47. A remarkable feat. How infuriating. Does he think I would grant him another opportunity for close combat? The dark-eyed Special Jonin had understood from the previous battle that he was indeed no match in close quarters. However, it mattered not. He was not skilled in close combat. Ninjutsu was his trump card. Water style, great water arm technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a stream of water coalesced before the puppet, transforming into a robust arm that surged forward. Whoosh! The puppet leapt high to evade the strike at great speed. But, how naive, did he think he had escaped? The dark-eyed Special Jonin altered his hand seals. Water style, water dragon whip. Crack! The water arm instantaneously dissipated into high-speed streams of water, shooting forth and cascading towards Chiya and the puppet. The stones along the way were effortlessly pierced, and as Nin, caught off guard for just a moment, found his arm impaled. The power was truly terrifying. The Special Nin with dark circles under his eyes recognized this, realizing that eliminating Chiya, the puppet master, would expedite their victory. Faced with the rapidly approaching water line, Chiya instinctively tensed his body. Yet, compared to before, he now faced the enemy's onslaught with a calm demeanor instead of panic. The puppet moved without hesitation, continuing its advance toward the Special Nin. Chiya flung a palm-sized black plate, infusing it with chakra, and with a resounding crash, a massive shield emerged to protect him. This was a fragment of the puppet shattered by the masked man, a simple tool Chiya had crafted on his journey. While it may not suffice against an opponent of Nin caliber, it was likely adequate for a Special Nin. If Chiya could hurl a lion's head imbued with sealing techniques, then it was reasonable for Chiya to wield a shield. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, it was as if thunderous drums resounded as the high-speed water line struck the shield, producing a series of deep, resonant sounds. Yet, the shield remained remarkably resilient, showing no signs of being breached. Observing this scene, the Special Nin with dark circles was visibly astonished. Is it possible to employ such a tactic? However, faced with the rapidly diving puppet that was directly launching kunai, the Special Nin could only hastily retreat. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, water release. Yet, before he could complete the seals, the puppet leaped once more just before colliding with the ground, unleashing several icy, slender senbon in his direction. This forced the Special Nin to grit his teeth and retreat once again. However, it had been demonstrated before that when one's focus is solely on a particular puppet, death is not far behind. Thus, as the dark-eyed Special Nin retreated and regained his footing, a terrified shout from the blonde Special Nin behind him warned, "Be careful." But it seemed too late. With a piercing sound, a lightning bomb ruthlessly detonated against the chest of the Special Nin with dark circles. Gasp! His pupils dilated in disbelief as he thought, why? When did this happen? Just then, the puppet surged forward, delivering a fatal strike. The unfolding scene rendered the surrounding battlefield silent, with many Rain ninjas wearing expressions of incredulity. The blonde Special Nin, engaged in battle with the puppets, felt a chill run down his spine. This guy is extraordinarily formidable, perhaps excessively so. The dark-eyed Special Nin was no novice. He was an experienced Special Nin, capable of holding his own against regular chunin for several minutes. To find himself defeated in less than 2 minutes was unthinkable. Was he truly on the brink of death? In a breathtaking display of skill, Chiya effortlessly commanded a puppet to vanquish the particularly formidable Jonin with dark circles under his eyes. With 2 puppets launching a simultaneous assault, could there be any hope for survival? It must be noted that had he managed to ensnare even a single fighting puppet, the dark-eyed Jonin would not have met his demise so swiftly. Yet, he was unable to halt even one puppet's advance. As both puppets surged forward, the golden-haired Jonin was engulfed by darkness, overwhelmed by despair and panic, leaving the ordinary rain ninjas trembling in terror as they retreated from Chiya, who appeared to them as a fearsome deity. In stark contrast to the rain ninjas' dismay, the sand ninjas could hardly contain their exuberance. "Oh, Lord Chiya is magnificent. Truly remarkable. Go, Lord Chiya." Many of the sand's middle ninjas erupted in cheers, their fears dissipating like mist in the sunlight. "Well done." Chiya's comrade could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Chiya, you have indeed exceeded our expectations." He mused internally about the rapid growth of this young man, noting that despite his evident lack of finesse with the puppet, he still managed to coordinate with the fighting puppet to eliminate a seasoned Jonin with such swiftness. Once this battle concludes and he reconstructs his own puppet, paired with the fighting puppet, it is likely that even Jonin would fall before him. During the mission to intercept the Rain Ninja's supply line, Chiya had already exhibited monstrous capabilities, dispatching 2 newly promoted Jonin, 1 experienced Jonin, and 3 chunin. However, at that time, he was merely slightly stronger than an average Jonin, capable of inflicting damage but nothing more. Now, having endured a battle against the masked man and wielding his own puppets, Chiya had evidently reached the level capable of defeating a Jonin. This progression is nothing short of terrifying. What happened to your earlier bravado, demanding my life? Chiya smiled at the golden-haired Jonin. I preferred your previous defiance. With that, the fighting puppet and the 2 puppets charged once more. Knight's secret technique, lightning rain. The lightning projectiles cascaded like raindrops. In the past, the golden-haired Jonin might have evaded them all, but now, consumed by panic, he failed to dodge entirely. A sharp cry escaped his lips as a lightning bolt grazed his shoulder, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, the fighting puppet closed in swiftly, unleashing a flurry of glimmering green Sinbon from its fingertips. The golden-haired Jonin attempted to evade, but his body remained incapacitated, and he could not escape in time. As the Sinbon pierced his body, he realized his fate was sealed. His vision blurred rapidly, and he could muster no strength. The puppet, Do, closed in on the golden-haired special Jonin, and in swift succession, 2 blades pierced the heart of the formidable opponent. At the moment the golden-haired special Jonin collapsed, the surrounding ninjas were momentarily stunned. Subsequently, the sand ninjas erupted into a fervent cheer. "Oh, Lord Chiya. Lord Chiya is magnificent. Truly remarkable." In their eyes, such powerful special Jonin had been effortlessly defeated by Chiya. Among the rain ninjas, few strong warriors remained, as the majority consisted of chunin and jinin. With Chihiko and Chiya leading them, they were certain they could successfully drive away the enemy. Chapter 48. The Curtain Falls. How dramatically intriguing. Witnessing the swift downfall of the golden-haired special Jonin left even Chihiko momentarily speechless. After all, he was a special Jonin, even if he had just recently been promoted. One would expect a modicum of courage. Furthermore, the golden-haired special Jonin was not one to be compared with those freshly elevated. Next, who would be the next to experience my puppet technique? Chiya's gaze turned towards the other rain ninjas, a fervent anticipation licking his lips. This, however, caused the rain ninjas facing him to instinctively retreat, their expressions rife with resistance. Since no one is willing to respond, I shall choose at random. With a deft motion of his hands, the puppet, Do, sprang into action, charging directly towards the rain ninjas before him. "Don't come any closer." The rain ninjas screamed in terror. Fortunately, a few chunin mustered the courage to respond. Water release, water flow barrier. Several chunin formed hand seals in unison, unleashing a torrent of water to obstruct the advance of the 2 puppets. However, this was not a prudent strategy. A playful glint flickered in Chiya's eyes as both puppets emanated a dazzling surge of lightning, causing the faces of the chunin who had released the water technique to pale in horror, retreat. But the spread of the electricity was alarmingly swift. Only 2 chunin managed to evade in time, while the remaining three were ensnared by the lightning, emitting anguished cries. With a flash, the puppet, Do, swiftly claimed the lives of the three chunin. Yet, at that moment, the two who had narrowly escaped began forming hand seals once more. Water release. Water surface slash. A series of water blades sliced through the air with an exceptionally sharp aura. Meanwhile, behind Chiya, a water sphere resembling an iron ball launched toward him. Water release. Water iron cannon. One must concede, these were indeed chunin with remarkable skill. Their coordinated assault on Chiya, the puppet master, compelled him to defend himself. This maneuver afforded them considerable opportunities to continue their offensive. However, these two chunin were merely competent. In the face of such an assault, Chiya found no need to rely on his puppets for defense. His own abilities sufficed to evade the impending attacks. After evading, his two puppets had already approached the two chunin. A cold blade was swung, forcing the two chunin to retreat hastily. Just as they thought they had dodged the blow, lightning erupted from both puppets simultaneously. This is bad. A chill ran down the two chunin's spines. But it was futile. Their screams only hastened their demise. The icy blades sliced through their necks with a crisp sound. This time, Chiya refrained from delivering a finishing blow. The reason? This cunning Chiya had coated his blades with poison. In a flash, 5 chunin had perished at his hands. This scene undoubtedly delivered a profound psychological shock to the remaining rain ninjas. With Chiya's formidable strength, effortlessly dispatching so many chunin, how could they continue this war? Chiya keenly sensed the shift in morale, his gaze sweeping across the sand ninjas. Dear comrades, the advantage lies with us now. He flashed a sunny smile. Though his voice was chilling, let us unite and eliminate these rain ninjas, avenging our fallen comrades. After a brief moment of silence, the sand ninjas erupted with fervent enthusiasm. Yes, Lord Chiya. Follow Lord Chiya's lead. Charge. Kill. The sand ninjas, invigorated and energized, launched themselves into battle with the rain ninjas. The rain ninjas felt an immediate surge of pressure as pessimism and despair spread like wildfire, causing their morale to plummet drastically. This young man, so youthful, had already mastered the art of rallying spirits and advancing the course of war. Chiya observed with admiration. It seemed that soon this young man would carve a name for himself on the battlefield. He eagerly anticipated the heights this youth would reach. After years, their hidden sand village had finally produced a remarkable talent. Chiya even speculated that the position of future Kazekage would likely belong to this young man. He then exchanged a glance with the red-haired jonin and joined the fray. The carnage continued for half an hour. By the time it concluded, the entire hillside was stained crimson with blood, littered with the bodies of rain ninjas. Amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, an exhausted Chiya sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Then, he suddenly retched. Despite having taken lives before, the sight of this gruesome scene, the pervasive red and the overwhelming stench of blood, still churned his stomach, compelling him to vomit. Just moments ago, he had coldly issued commands for slaughter, yet now, confronted with this tableau of death, he could not suppress his nausea. Growth is an inevitable process. One cannot face such scenes without reaction the first time. Ha, what's wrong? You weren't like this just now. As Chiya looked at the revolting sight, he couldn't help but approach with a jest. This hardly aligns with your earlier persona as a death god. Chiya replied, I'm not a reincarnated deity of death. This is my first encounter with such a scene. It's only natural to feel nauseated, isn't it? He couldn't resist the urge to retort, after all. He was merely a 15-year-old child. Ha, it's nothing to worry about. You'll adapt after a few more experiences, Chiya reassured him, patting Chiya's shoulder before sitting down beside him. Shortly thereafter, medical ninjas arrived to tend to the two, restoring their chakra. Before long, a member of the Umbu approached, bowing slightly as he stood beside Chiya. What is the situation with the wind shadow? He inquired. Currently, the standoff persists. We rely on our ample high-level combat strength and timely defenses, so we have yet to allow the rain ninjas to widen the gap in the situation. However, the rain ninjas, having launched a surprise attack, hold a significant home field advantage, and the stalemate continues. Neither side has achieved absolute dominance, and both are awaiting news from the medical facility. Upon hearing this, Chiya nodded. It seems that the key players to alter this stalemate are you and I. I believe that once the news from the medical facility reaches us, the dynamics will shift. He waved his hand, instructing the Umbu to convey the message. After calming his mind, Chiya immediately began to maintain his puppets, aware that a fierce battle awaited him and he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Simultaneously, he retrieved the shards of the damaged puppet's battery, extracting the undamaged module to reassemble it. This would also grant him a substantial amount of extra chakra, sufficient for a prolonged fight. He affixed the reassembled battery to his combat puppet and consumed a soldier's food pill to restore his chakra. Chapter 49. A great piece of news. At the Sand Hidden Camp. Hey, Roman, do you still dare to hope that your medical ninjas will survive? Han stood proudly atop the salamander, arms crossed over his chest. I have dispatched 2,000 troops to execute this task. Do you really believe that your medical facility S-guards can protect those medical ninjas? With that, the Rain Ninja forces erupted in triumphant laughter, casting a shadow of despair over the Sand Ninja ranks. Without medical ninjas, who would tend to their wounds in the ongoing warfare? How could they face the relentless battles ahead? Humph. Hans, are you so certain? What if we shinobi from the sand create a miracle? Roman quickly countered, determined to prevent Hans from further demoralizing their spirits. A miracle? Hans chuckled at Roman's words. Do you not find your statement somewhat naive and laughable? In the face of 2,000 troops, you dare speak of miracles? Unless you or Chiya personally descend, it would make more sense. But since both of you are here, I wonder upon whom that miracle would fall. This time, the surprise attack had been meticulously calculated. Although the reasons for the Sand Ninja's stringent vigilance remained unclear, it did not yield the anticipated results. Nevertheless, he felt assured that there would be no unforeseen circumstances at the medical facility. With 2 elite jonin leading the charge, accompanied by numerous special jonin and a legion of chunin, totaling 2,000 troops, how could they possibly fail to capture a mere medical institution? In all his years, he had never witnessed such a thing. At that moment, an Umbu swiftly emerged from the ranks of the Sand Ninja army, racing towards Roman and presenting him with a scroll retrieved from his chest. Observing this scene, Hans remarked with a touch of malice, "So, the intelligence truly arrives just in time, doesn't it? Roman, do open it and see for yourself. It will surely extinguish any flicker of hope you may harbor." His tone dripped with schadenfreude, deepening the shadows on Roman's face, as he felt the weight of the intelligence in his hands. Reluctant to unveil its contents, he feared it would reveal catastrophic losses or even the total annihilation of the medical facility. His previous arguments had merely been a stubborn defiance of a wind shadow. Yet, as he gradually unfurled the scroll and discerned its contents, the gloom and worry that had clouded his features dissipated entirely. In their place, an exuberant laughter surged within him, and he longed to proclaim to Hans, "My apologies, but a miracle has indeed transpired among the Sand Ninja." "What does the intelligence convey, Wind Shadow?" Chiya inquired, her curiosity piqued by the transformation of Roman's expression. "Ah, Chiya, this is splendid news." Roman promptly handed the scroll to Chiya, exclaiming, "Now we can fight with confidence. That rascal, Chiya, has truly rendered a monumental service to our village." Upon unfurling the scroll, Chiya read, "To the esteemed Wind Shadow. We regret to inform you that the enemies at the rear medical facility have been completely annihilated through the efforts of Jonin Chihiko, Chunin Chiya, and the remaining 100 Sand Ninja. Our losses amount to 64 personnel, with 6 medical ninjas surviving, all of whom are seasoned veterans." Even Chiya, though pained by the loss of 64 lives, could not suppress a smile upon learning that all the elite medical ninjas had emerged unscathed. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Only those of exceptional talent receive special treatment. In an era where the concept of medical ninjas is still nascent, and systematic training programs for medical ninjas are virtually non-existent, each medical ninja is of unparalleled value, especially the elite among them. Cultivating elite medical ninjas demands an investment of resources 4 to 5 times greater than that required for ordinary ninjas, with training durations commencing at a decade or more. Their worth is beyond question. This necessity also underscored Hanzo's primary objective in targeting the Sand Ninja medical facility. Medical ninjas wield immense influence on the battlefield, yet their numbers are few, their cultivation arduous, and their combat prowess relatively frail. Eliminating the medical ninjas is undeniably a task of minimal sacrifice and substantial reward. A perfect undertaking. How could Hanzo possibly let this opportunity slip away? Upon finishing, Chiya tucked away the scroll, chuckling softly, "Kazakage, this indeed is monumental news." Roman nodded vigorously. "Indeed, now I can fight with confidence." However, observing the expressions of Chiya and Roman, Hanzo couldn't help but furrow his brow, What message had the Umbu conveyed to elicit such excitement from them? An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Yet soon enough, clarity dawned upon him. Roman suddenly proclaimed at the top of his lungs, "Attention, all sand ninjas. Just moments ago, we received word from the medical facility. The invading army of 2,000 rain ninjas has been completely annihilated through the combined efforts of Jonin Chihiko, Chunin Chiya, and the remaining forces." At this juncture, Roman abruptly paused. Then his voice resonated with even greater fervor. "They have been utterly eradicated." This news struck the battlefield like a thunderbolt, weighing heavily on the hearts of all present. Stunned, bewildered, this was swiftly transformed into two distinctly contrasting emotions. The sand ninja forces erupted. "Oh, splendid!" While the rain ninja forces cried out in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Even Hanzo experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. His first instinct was denial. After all, it was an army of 2,000, led by 2 Jonin. Such a formidable assembly could easily decimate several smaller nations. Now, he was being told that this 2,000-strong army had been vanquished. Sand ninjas, advance. Yet Roman did not afford Hanzo the luxury of processing this shocking revelation and issued a charge order without hesitation. Hanzo immediately sensed an impending crisis approaching with alarming speed. Before him, the black sand iron surged like a tsunami, engulfing countless rain ninjas along its path, leaving them no chance to struggle as they were swallowed whole. The moment the shadow-level ninja made his move, an entirely different might was unleashed, a force of sheer devastation. Humph! In the face of such a cataclysmic strike, Hanzo snorted coldly, vanishing atop the head of his salamander. However, the sand iron swiftly divided into 2 groups. One continued its assault toward the stationary salamander, while the other regrouped to shield Roman. In the next moment, Hanzo materialized above Roman, his black scythe radiating a chilling chakra as he struck downward. With a resounding clang, even the sand iron's defenses trembled under the force of his blow, sparks flying as fissures appeared in the protective barrier. To wield such power through swordsmanship, he was indeed the man known as the demigod, Hanzo. Yet, Hanzo felt no satisfaction from this. He prepared to retreat. However, since he had arrived, he was eager to experience firsthand the true strength of the man hailed as a demigod. Even Roman looked forward to clashing with a formidable opponent like Hanzo. After all, he stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. This significantly benefits his strength enhancement. Chapter 50, Wind Shadow Hans. Magnetic Release, Magnetic Adhesion. Hans suddenly felt as if the black scythe had anchored itself to the sand iron, causing his retreat to be abruptly halted. Magnetic force indeed? Hans let out a cold snort, channeling chakra through his hand, and with a resounding explosion, he shattered the magnetic hold of the sand iron, grasping the black scythe as he continued to retreat. Yet, during his retreat, he remained composed, forming hand seals, water release, heavenly flow. The sky darkened instantaneously, and then, water arrows, as thick as a finger, plummeted downwards. Boom. Upon striking the ground, they created a crater, akin to a heavy iron mass, dense and formidable. Sizzle. Merely grazing a sand ninja, it carved a deep gash down to the bone, prompting the surrounding sand ninjas and rain ninjas to hastily evade. Bang. A middle ninja attempted to erect a wind wall for defense, but it proved futile. The water arrows pierced through the wind wall, impaling the middle ninja into the earth. At this moment, water arrows of such formidable power descended like a torrential downpour. Truly, it was a terrifying spectacle. Roman promptly unfurled the sand iron wings, shielding himself while simultaneously extending protection to the surrounding sand ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the refinement of the sand iron, it was shaken to its core, cracks forming incessantly. While defending, Roman's sand iron launched another assault. One segment burrowed underground, colliding with the adversary beneath, while the surface sand iron split into 2 streams, one for defense and the other, akin to tentacles, reaching out toward the descending Hans. The young ninjas of Sunagakure certainly possessed some skill, yet it was insufficient. Hans snorted as a surge of violent chakra erupted beneath him, propelling him forward atop the sand iron like a charging leopard. This time, he refrained from wielding the black scythe. Instead, he removed his mask and unleashed a stream of purple poisonous mist. One of the principal reasons he was dubbed a demigod was due to his unparalleled toxins in the shinobi world. In comparison to Chiya's poison, Hans was far more terrifying. The toxicity may have been similar, but Hans's poison spread at an alarming rate. Even with Roman's reflexes, he had yet to establish a complete defense with the sand iron before he found himself enveloped in the toxic mist. The surrounding ninjas were similarly engulfed, collapsing to the ground in agony within seconds. Amidst the poisonous fog, Hans donned a gas mask and surged toward Roman like a specter, swinging the black scythe for a lethal strike. In the face of this attack, Roman, shrouded in the toxic mist, felt an icy chill engulf his body. Indeed, Hans, the demigod, lived up to his reputation. However, Roman was not to be underestimated. Swoosh! Streams of sand iron surged forth, creating a barrier between Hans and Roman, while another wave of sand iron morphed into tendrils, swiftly retreating Roman to safety. Simultaneously, the barrier of sand iron that obstructed Hans transformed into a barrage of refined sand iron projectiles, hurtling directly towards the unsuspecting Hans, a phenomenon known as the sand iron rain. Naturally, Hans would not choose to withstand such terrifying projectiles. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he vanished in an instant before the onslaught of sand iron bullets. When both Roman and Hans reappeared, their gazes met with a newfound intensity. It was unexpected that within just a few short days, Roman had grown so significantly, his mastery over the sand iron having advanced further. Hans acknowledged this with a frosty tone, merely an acknowledgement of your prowess, not an indication that you possess the strength to confront me directly. A few days prior, Roman had relied on Chiya's assistance to avoid falling short in direct combat against him. Yet now, he had attained a level of strength that allowed him to hold his own in battle. Thank you for your praise, Roman replied with a grin. The youth are ever growing. And as the wind shadow, I must also advance. Behind him, a multitude of sand iron floated, enhancing his imposing presence. With a cold huff, Hans's demeanor transformed. From this moment, I shall unleash my full power. Feel the chasm that lies between us, wind shadow brat. As he spoke, the ground beneath Roman trembled violently. Suddenly, a colossal mouth emerged, not to consume Roman, but to unleash a dense cloud of toxic mist. It was Hans's summoned beast, the salamander. The presence of the salamander signified Hans's true standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Without it, his power diminished significantly. Though the speed of the toxic mist released by the salamander did not match Hans's, its density compensated for it. Moreover, due to the salamander's enormous size, the actual dispersion speed of the toxic mist was no slower than Hans's previous cloud, and its reach was even greater. The heightened concentration made it more difficult to disperse. In an instant, several sand ninjas clutched their throats in agony, collapsing to the ground with faces turning a shade of deep purple. Faced with this toxic mist, Roman swiftly commanded the sand iron to shield him. However, his expression shifted dramatically as a series of explosive tags suddenly shot from the ground, wrapping around his entire leg and continuing to ascend. Fire release, explosive flame array. Moreover, the explosive tags had ignited and were on the verge of detonating. In this dire situation, even Roman felt the weight of pressure. He rapidly transformed his body into sand, realizing this was the only way to escape unscathed. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed within the toxic mist, dispersing a portion of it. Whoosh! Just as Roman emerged from the mist's edge, barely catching his breath, an acute sense of danger surged from behind him once more. Hans wielded his black scythe, the cold blade mere inches from our men's neck. However, this strike was once again thwarted by the sand and iron, which swiftly transformed into tendrils, intent on ensnaring Hans. Perceiving the imminent threat, Hans quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Yet, the sand and iron relentlessly pursued him, and under our men's command, another mass circled around Hans, aiming directly for his vulnerable back. This maneuver instilled a sense of pressure within Hans. Our men's mastery over the sand and iron had markedly intensified since their first encounter. This was undoubtedly an unfavorable development for him, especially considering the presence of Chiya, who, despite directing the sand ninja in battle, could intervene at any moment. True to his reputation, Hans vanished from his position in an instant, reappearing at a considerable distance. His speed was truly remarkable. Our men, grinning, mused on how long Hans could maintain such velocity. Just as he finished speaking, a torrent of sand and iron surged toward Hans like a tsunami, obscuring the sky and instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 51. The dual nature of wind and fire, an unfathomable might. Humph. Wind shadow brat. You seem a tad too pleased with yourself. Hans's eyes flared with fury as he faced the oncoming deluge of sand and iron. Fire release, flying dragon blaze. A terrifying chakra coalesced into a blindingly white fire dragon that roared forth. The surroundings were engulfed in flames, the air rippling with distortion, as if the very earth was on the verge of melting, extinguishing all vitality in its wake. Boom. The moment they collided, the torrent of sand and iron shattered, rapidly being overcome. In less than 3 seconds, the onslaught of sand and iron was set to be entirely breached. This fire technique was indeed awe-inspiring. Our men felt his body tense involuntarily as he prepared to coalesce the sand and iron to elevate himself above this impending assault. Suddenly, Hans's voice cut through the air. Wind Shadow Brat, do you truly believe you still possess the ability to act? This next strike was one only the third Hokage could withstand. Observe closely and witness the pinnacle of the ninja world. Taking a deep breath, he drew in the surrounding air, channeling a torrent of wind chakra that erupted forth as a tempest of razor-sharp wind blades. Wind release. Wind blade breakthrough. Moreover, this storm was laced with Hans's lethal poison. Boom. It surged forth like a Category 12 hurricane, altering the very fabric of the heavens, leaving all present on the battlefield feeling as though they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Death loomed. Even facing the residual force would leave them utterly obliterated. Hey, he can't be planning to. Our men's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned Hans's intent. The tumultuous waves of sand and iron surged forth, coalescing before him into an immensely thick circular wall. Meanwhile, Chiya, who had been commanding the Sand Shinobi army, promptly summoned nearly 10 puppets from the Nara clan, dispatching the 3 puppets of the Buddha, Law, and Monk to swiftly support the Roman, initiating the triad formation of heaven, earth, and man, the ninjutsu 3 treasures. To absorb the onslaught, the remaining 7 puppets hastily unfolded their shields, positioning themselves before the Sand Shinobi forces. Roar! As Hans unleashed his tempest. The moment it made contact with the flames, it was as if oil had been poured onto a fire. The already fearsome fire dragon surged forth with an overwhelming force, expanding rapidly in a cataclysmic charge. Additionally, the wind blades, now imbued with flames, wielded an even more terrifying might, cleaving through the air in all directions. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed into a realm of flames, scorching and despairing. Had it not been for the fire incinerating the poison entirely, the threat posed by this assault would have been exponentially greater. Bang! The sand-iron barrier collided with the formidable fire dragon, reminiscent of celestial bodies colliding, causing the very ground to tremble under an unimaginable force, threatening to shatter it. Crack! A sudden sound of shattering echoed from the sand-iron barrier, which began to sway precariously, seeming to teeter on the brink of collapse. Yet, such defenses could not be breached even by the one-tailed Shikaku. However, Roman soon felt a sudden alleviation of pressure. The 3 puppets of Buddha, Law, and Monk voraciously consumed the raging flames, but as their rate of absorption slowed, it became evident that their endurance would not last much longer. Truly, they were monsters at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, a terror that defied conventional understanding. But to defeat me in such a manner was wholly insufficient. A tremendous chakra erupted from Roman, causing the surrounding sand and iron to coalesce once more, mending all fissures. In an instant, he stood unwavering, equally matched against the flames. Boom! The onslaught of fire persisted for a full 10 seconds. After this interval, the battlefield lay in ruins. A shattered wasteland, too scorching to stand upon. The number of those still able to rise had diminished by at least a tenth. They gazed in terror at Hans, who stood proudly in the distance. In their eyes, he was a deity. Even Roman found himself slightly breathless. The previous strike had drained him significantly. As he looked towards Hans's imposing figure, a weight began to settle in his heart. Observing Hans's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with his own labored breaths. The disparity was unmistakable. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Hans suddenly vanished from his sight, an acute sense of danger surging before him. Like a specter, Hans reappeared before him, the black scythe extending towards his back, yanking forward with ferocity. Hiss! Roman could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. He had anticipated Hans's next assault, believing it would merely be the scythe's swing in close combat. Although Hans's movements are exceedingly swift, he possesses the skill to counter them. Yet, the dark scythe looms ominously behind him, advancing relentlessly. Hans stands in front, obstructing any possibility of evasion. He finds himself ensnared within the encircling grasp formed by Hans and the dark scythe. Evading this seems almost impossible. Behold, it is the lethal circle of Hans. It is rumored that no one has ever emerged unscathed from this strike. What of the wind shadow? It appears nothing extraordinary. Now he shall realize the might of Hans. Many within the ranks of the rain shinobi reveal expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the blood of such a formidable warrior as Roman spill upon the ground. With a swift motion, Roman seems utterly unable to evade. As he is cleaved in twain, Hans cannot help but furrow his brow. This strike has remarkably missed its mark. Even the rain shinobi, who had anticipated the event, are astonished that the esteemed wind shadow could be so easily vanquished. Rustling, Roman swiftly transforms into a heap of sand scattered upon the earth. A sand clone. Truly the wind shadow has evaded his fate. Nevertheless, it matters not. Hans maintains a decisive advantage, and the wind shadow cannot evade for long. The rain shinobi watch with bated breath, and indeed, Hans seems to sense something, launching himself like a bolt from a crossbow towards a certain direction. Before him, Roman reappears. Notably, a wound has manifested at Roman's waist. Clearly, even with the aid of the sand clone, he could not entirely escape Hans's deathly strike. This observation does not go unnoticed by the ninjas on both sides of the battlefield. The rain shinobi display expressions of expected triumph, their demeanor growing even more ostentatious as they gaze towards the sand shinobi. Meanwhile, the morale of the sand shinobi, which had just surged due to reports from the medical team, plummets once more with Roman's injury. Such is the courage of a soldier. This saying bears particular weight on the battlefield. What is there to panic about? A sand jonin exclaims, the wind shadow has merely sustained a minor wound. It does not signify his defeat. Furthermore, we have Chiya in our midst. Hans, no matter how formidable, ultimately does not tip the scales in our favor. This jonin possesses a piercing gaze and a stern countenance. A closer inspection reveals a resemblance to the character Maki from the original tale. Indeed, this jonin is none other than Maki's father, the jonin of Sunagakure, Maki. Chapter 52, No Retreat. He snorts disdainfully, do not overestimate Hans's prowess. Our wind shadow is more than capable of confronting him. Under Chiyoda's leadership, we possess ample strength to annihilate the remaining rain shinobi. He raises his arm high, proclaiming, let us fight alongside the wind shadow, repel the rain shinobi, and return to our village post-haste. The notion of going home holds an unimaginable allure for every ninja engaged in battle afar. The allure of returning home encapsulates the essence of the moment. Indeed, the sand shinobi's gazes suddenly hardened. The earlier feelings of trepidation and panic were swiftly swept away. Ha ha ha, splendid, exclaimed Roman, who had just revealed himself. As he brandished the sand iron to block the renewed assault from Hanzo, flashing a bold grin, Maki, if you're going to speak, do share more. I relish your words. However, Hanzo was far from amused. Mind your tongue, he bellowed, pivoting to charge directly at Maki, seemingly intent on eliminating this source of annoyance first. Yet, Roman would not allow him such satisfaction. A surge of sand iron erupted from beneath Hanzo, darting forward with the precision of a razor. Should Hanzo fail to evade, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two within the next instant. Wind Shadow Brat, you are somewhat obstructive. Hanzo's icy voice rang out, yet he still managed to dodge the strike. Nevertheless, the sand iron he evaded coalesced before him, forming a formidable barrier that completely isolated him from Maki. Quite the clever tactic, Wind Shadow Brat. But do you truly believe you can restrain me? Hanzo scoffed derisively. In the next moment, a colossal salamander erupted from behind Roman, its massive tail sweeping across with such force that the air itself seemed to compress and explode. Faced with such a monstrous assault, even Roman dared not underestimate it. The sand iron coalesced into a gigantic wall, standing resolutely against the salamander's tail. A thunderous crash resounded as the earth trembled violently. Remarkably, the salamander, utilizing the force of its collision with the sand iron barrier, propelled its immense body into the air, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Wow! The salamander emitted a piercing cry akin to a newborn's wail, unleashing a plume of dark purple poison that enveloped Roman entirely. This is bad. Roman, caught off guard and fatigued from the prolonged battle with Hanzo, found his reflexes dulled. Unintentionally inhaling some of the toxic gas, he immediately felt the world spin around him. One thought echoed in his mind. This is disastrous. Indeed, before he could retreat from the toxic mist, Hanzo, like a harbinger of death, surged forth. A splatter of crimson blood erupted, yet Roman quickly dissipated into a cloud of sand, utilizing his sand clones to escape. Although the poison had slowed his reactions, he still exhibited remarkable swiftness. However, Hanzo merely snorted disdainfully, a futile struggle. In a swift motion, he too vanished into the toxic fog, while the salamander barreled into the ranks of the sand shinobi. The sudden turn of events caught the sand shinobi off guard. In the next moment, they beheld a scene they dreaded to witness. Roman appeared, yet his complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, a deep gash across his chest pouring forth blood. His breath significantly weakened. What? The sand ninjas were taken aback, bewildered by the sight before them. Had Roman truly been defeated? The wind shadow's little ghost. Was this the end? Behind Roman, Hans re-emerged, his black scythe glinting with a chilling intent as he swung it forth, forcing Roman to retreat with gritted teeth. Yet Hans remained unfazed, swiftly spinning to hurl the weighted end of his weapon, striking Roman squarely in the chest with a resounding crack of bone. How could this be possible? The sand ninjas struggled to accept the scene unfolding before them. Hans charged again, the scythe looming menacingly over Roman's chest, poised to deliver a merciless blow. No. Countless sand ninjas widened their eyes in despair, crying out in horror. Why had Hans suddenly become so formidable after summoning the salamander? In that fleeting moment, a youthful voice pierced through the chaos. Knight's secret technique. Thunderous white bullet. A furious bolt of lightning surged towards Hans's head. Simultaneously, Roman found himself ensnared by a steel cable, yanked forcefully backward. With a swift motion, the black scythe effortlessly tore through the lightning bullet. Yet this brief distraction had already cost Hans the chance to inflict a devastating blow upon Roman. Hans's gaze darkened as he turned towards the source of the lightning strike, his murderous intent erupting. Nanfeng Chiya, are you courting death? There, behind the ranks of sand ninjas, floated two pitch-black puppets. And who else could be controlling these puppets but Chiya himself? Courting death was not the intention. One couldn't simply stand by while you eliminated our wind shadow. Chiya grinned. But the intensity of Hans's glare made him feel as though he were being scrutinized by a legendary beast, every hair on his body standing on end. The disparity in their levels was staggering. What's this, Hans? Is it true that you only prey upon children? Chiya's voice rang out swiftly as three puppets of the Buddhist monk descended before him, shielding him from harm. Humph. To me, there is no distinction between adults and children. Anyone standing opposite me is simply my enemy, nothing more. Hans's piercing gaze fixed on Chiya. You would do well to pray that your luck holds in the battles to come, lest you be obliterated. Mark my words. Your growth will not last much longer. Chiya had achieved remarkable feats, his growth rate astonishing. Hans intended to put an end to Chiya's advancement right then and there. For this battlefield represented the perfect opportunity. The wind shadow was wounded, and the morale of the sand ninjas was wavering. There was no better moment than this. Hey, Hans, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? Attempting to eliminate our village's prodigy in my presence is something I cannot allow. Roman's weak yet resolute voice emerged. Chiya was seen administering an antidote, and Roman's complexion improved noticeably. What can your battered self possibly influence? Even at your peak, you were no match for me. Now, you stand even less of a chance of stopping me from eliminating Nanfeng Chiya. This was not a matter of Hans underestimating Roman. It was simply the truth. What if I join in as well? Hans, though formidable, I doubt you are capable of contending with both of us simultaneously. After Chiyo concluded her detoxification, she looked at Hans with a smile. If that is insufficient, I believe Chihiko can lend his support from the sidelines. While he may not inflict significant damage, he can certainly create conditions that allow us to gradually seize control of the situation and subdue you. Upon hearing this, Hans's expression darkened considerably. However, this might be the last opportunity for our rain ninjas. Should we fail to deliver a decisive blow to the sand ninjas in this battle, our future will be relegated to certain defeat. Hence, Hans cannot retreat just yet. Even if he does not hold the advantage in a one-on-two confrontation, he must at least achieve some results, such as eliminating Chihiko. Alternatively, Hans's gaze swept over the figures of Rasha and Yakura amidst the army. If he could eliminate either of them, it would not be a total loss. Chapter 53. This is quite fair, Hans. I shall not grant you such an opportunity. Abandon your delusions. Whether you can escape unscathed today remains uncertain. Chiyo saw through Hans's intentions immediately, and the Jinsaku 10 gathered together. The wind shadow merely sought to assess strength earlier, which is why I refrained from intervening. But now, that is no longer the case. The Wind Shadow's evaluation has concluded. I will not remain an onlooker. With that, Chiyo addressed Rasha. Wind Shadow, Chihiko, let us strike together. Our opponent is the semi-divine Hans. This confrontation is entirely fair. Upon hearing Chiyo's call for a 3-on-1 assault, even Hanzo's complexion shifted. He was indeed powerful. Yet that did not mean he could contend against 2 shadow-level ninjas and another on the verge of achieving such status. In the current ninja world, no one possessed such capability, save for the legendary sage of the 6 paths, Senju Hashirama. Chiyo, you despicable fiend. Hanzo's furious outburst revealed just how agitated he had become. Nevertheless, Chiyo paid him no mind as the Jinsaku 10 swiftly charged towards Hans. Wind Shadow, eliminate his summoned beast. Chiyo took on the role of commander, and Rasha found no fault in this. On the battlefield, strength reigns supreme. With Chiyo's vast experience, following her guidance would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. However, upon hearing this, Hans would not allow Rasha to succeed. He immediately commanded the salamander to retreat underground. Seeing this, Chiyo smiled as if her scheme had come to fruition. That is more like it. Hans, without your salamander, you pose a significantly lesser threat. Wind Shadow, seal off the ground. Do not allow the salamander any chance to resurface. Upon hearing this, Rasha sprang into action. The earth trembled violently, erupting with countless shards of black sand iron, which coalesced tightly together, solidifying a specific area of the ground. Sand iron burial. Rasha grasped fiercely, and a sharp cry of pain echoed from beneath the earth, abruptly silenced with a resounding thud. However, moments later, bluish-purple blood seeped from the ground, instantly filling Hanzo's eyes with a furious crimson hue. Chiyo, you seek death, he exclaimed, launching himself at Chiyo with blinding speed, creating a sharp, explosive sound as the air around him ruptured. The black scythe, though unadorned, emanated an exceptionally menacing aura, instilling dread in all who beheld it. There was no opportunity for a response. The scythe was already arcing toward Chiyo's neck. Even our men realized the danger only when the scythe approached its target. He contemplated that if it were him, he would not have been able to withstand such a strike. But Hanzo's opponent was Chiyo. In an instant, a puppet bearing a blade upon its chest intercepted the attack. This puppet, marked with the character for control, swiftly retreated alongside Chiyo. The remaining puppets surrounded Hans, each wielding a variety of weapons, all infused with chakra. The air crackled as the armed puppets sliced through it, releasing a faint aura of swordsmanship. Boom! A puppet, its fists wrapped in chakra, struck the air, producing a deep, resounding explosion. Even Hans found himself momentarily caught off guard, narrowly avoiding a blade that sheared off a lock of his hair. He raised the black scythe before him, only to be sent reeling by a punch from a puppet adorned with offensive inscriptions. Witnessing Chiyo maneuver her puppets with such fluidity, Kanei was struck by a singular thought. This is true mastery of puppetry. After all these years, your puppets remain as infuriating as ever, Chiyo. Hans's face darkened as he materialized in the distance, but our men would not grant him a moment's respite. His voice resonated with authority. Magnet release. Iron sand world technique. In an instant, the earth trembled as if a fearsome beast were awakening beneath it, emitting a deep, ominous growl that gripped the hearts of all present. Countless grains of iron sand began to levitate into the sky, forming a dark cloud that obscured the sun. Fall, our men commanded, sweeping his arm downward, causing the iron sand to coalesce into countless sharp spikes that connected, plunging downward with tremendous force. In but a second, these spikes loomed over the Rain Ninja army. As the sudden prison formed above them, every member of the Rain Ninja army felt a shiver run down their spine, their hearts turning cold. Boom! The spikes pierced the earth with tremendous force. Each spike was as thick as an arm, capable of easily penetrating anything in its path. The defensive measures taken by the elite shinobi proved utterly ineffective, as they were pierced through and pinned to the ground, leaving them cold and lifeless. This scene caused many Rain Ninja to involuntarily gasp, their pupils trembling in terror. They could not be struck. Many shared this thought. They did not wish to meet such a grim fate. However, while the thought was beautiful, the reality was harsh. The jagged spikes, swift and dense, resembled a thicket of iron needles, intricately entangled and indiscriminately assaulting all within their reach. Not even a being with 3 heads and 6 arms could adequately respond to the onslaught from all directions. Thus, A scene both bloody and shocking unfolded before the eyes of the sand shinobi. Numerous rain shinobi were impaled into the ground, writhing in agony, awaiting their demise. Knight's secret technique, the emerald toxic mist. Witnessing this horrifying tableau, Chiya acted instinctively, unleashing a copious cloud of poisonous fog that enveloped the area. With the rain shinobi's movements severely restricted, this was indeed the perfect moment to unleash the toxins. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the number of deceased rain shinobi surged dramatically. Only the jonin and those special jonin quick enough to sever the iron spikes could extricate themselves from the chaos. As Hanzo, who had just escaped, beheld the carnage, his eyes were bloodshot with fury. Sand hidden, I will have your lives. He could no longer afford to consider any plans or strategies. With chakra surging tumultuously, he formed hand seals, transforming his energy into a raging inferno, fire release, flying dragon flame. Boom. In an instant, the world was engulfed in a sea of flames. A devastating shockwave ravaged the surroundings, obliterating the iron spikes and even melting them into molten metal. Faced with this tsunami of fire, the forest of iron spikes seemed utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the iron once destroyed reformed anew, an unceasing cycle. However, the fiery tempest ultimately proved superior, breaking through the defenses of the iron spike forest and penetrating the ranks of the sand shinobi. All the bodies of the rain shinobi that had perished within the iron spikes were also consumed by the flames. Boom. Confronted with a significantly weakened tempest of fire, Roman manipulated the iron to form a high wall to shield against the attack. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Chihiko maneuvered their puppets to once again assault Hanzo, denying him even a moment's respite. Damn it, do not presume that I shall succumb so easily. Amidst the simultaneous assault by Chiyo and Chihiko, the already fatigued Hanzo began to feel the pressure. Yet, he swiftly discerned an opportunity for escape. At a crucial moment, Hanzo deliberately left an opening, luring the two puppets, Chi and Orange, closer as they launched their attack. Chapter 54. Hanzo in despair. As the puppets approached, Hanzo suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blades, and executed a swift draw-and-cut motion that severed Chi and Orange in half. But that was not the end. He rapidly affixed explosive tags to the two puppets and sent them towards the others. Seeing this, Chihiko immediately commanded the remaining puppets to retreat, while Chiyo positioned the three puppets of the Buddhist monk in a defensive formation to prevent Hanzo from exploiting the impending explosion. Boom. The explosive tags detonated, unleashing a torrent of heat and billowing smoke that engulfed Chihiko and Chiyo's puppets. Chihiko, fully aware that visibility was obscured by the smoke, knew this was the moment most conducive to ambush. Therefore, he swiftly withdrew all his puppets, surrounding himself for protection. Yet, as Chiya intently observed this climactic battle, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart, compelling him to leap forward with great urgency. At that very moment he sprang from his position. A shadowy scythe swept through the air. Hanzo had emerged from within his very shadow. Earth release, underworld fish technique. If Chiya had been even a moment slower, he would have sustained a grievous injury. Earth release. Chiya was astounded. Hadn't Hanzo only mastered water, fire, and wind techniques? He gazed at Hanzo, who now stood before him, two puppets primed for action. You're quick on the uptake, little ghost, but it matters not. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Hanzo was already magnified in Chiya's vision, the dark scythe swinging menacingly towards his head. Just one more time will suffice. In that instant, no one had the time to react. None could have anticipated that amidst the battle with Chiyo and Chihiko, Hanzo would launch a sudden assault on Chiya. No. Chiyo and Roman cried out in despair, yet they were powerless to assist. They could only watch as Hanzo's black scythe drew ever nearer to Chiya's neck, poised to claim his life. Was he to perish once more? Confronted by the encroaching specter of death, Chiya's body tensed, his consciousness seemingly solidifying. Yet how could he possibly cease here? A fierce will to survive surged within him, urging him to move swiftly and evade the impending blow. In response to this fervent desire, he felt as though he had broken free from some unseen shackles, a strange force erupting forth like spring shoots breaking through the earth. His awareness was instantly restored, and with divine inspiration, he harnessed the newfound power coursing through him. Magnet release. Heavenly pull. Buzz. The air seemed to shatter, rippling with countless waves that surged outward from Chiya's center. Hanzo, caught completely off guard by this sudden counterattack, was propelled backward, bewildered and astonished by the force acting upon him. Likewise, Chiyo and Roman were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Yet they quickly regained their composure, rushing to shield Chiya. What was that just now? Roman inquired, eyeing Chiya with trepidation. Was your bloodline limit awakened once more? How else could one explain what just transpired? No. It feels like something even more extraordinary. Chiya sensed a magnetic field enveloping his body. The cells that had previously appeared gray now exhibited hints of blue. Those were active factors within the cells, crucial determinants of chakra levels. In the past, such an attack would have depleted all his chakra reserves. Yet now, he still retained half of it. What did he mean by something better? I cannot ascertain that entirely now. Only post-battle reflections will reveal the specifics. This newfound sensation was indeed wondrous. The greatest hindrance to his strength, the insufficiency of chakra, had suddenly found resolution. Regarding the development of magnetic escape techniques, he harbored numerous ideas. Yet, he had long been hindered by a lack of chakra, rendering him unable to manifest them. It appears that he may now endeavor to cultivate a greater array of techniques. If previously his chakra was merely at the level of a chunin, following a brush with death, his chakra has surged to that of a chunin. Presently, his chakra is at least double what it was before. This signifies that even if his chakra reserves were to diminish, he could still rely on his own chakra to continue fighting for a considerable duration. Furthermore, when confronted with close-range assaults from enemies, he can now face them with greater composure. Simultaneously, as he gradually enhances the quality of his chakra, he will be able to unleash more potent attacks with less chakra. In a word, this is an extraordinary boon. It is truly unexpected that this young lad possesses such capabilities. After being momentarily repelled, Hanzo quickly regained his footing. Yet his expression towards Chiya was imbued with a chilling malice. A mere chunin, managing to survive his lethal onslaught, is indeed a remarkable prodigy who could become a significant threat to his Rain village. I must extend my gratitude to you, Lord Hanzo. Chiya flashed a radiant smile, stating, were it not for your assistance, I would not have achieved my current success. Such words are truly piercing to the heart. Hanzo's gaze instantly turned frigid. You insolent brat. Have you become overly complacent? I was able to strike you down once. I can certainly do so again. Hanzo unleashed his overwhelming presence without restraint, causing the very sky to seem to darken, the clouds swirling ominously. Chiya felt an immense force, as if 1,000,000 pounds were crashing down upon him, threatening to shatter his bones. I shall not yield under your oppressive aura. Chiya gritted his teeth, his expression a mask of fierce determination as he roared, channeling all his chakra to resist this terrifying pressure. Humph. The third Kazekage and Chiyo advanced simultaneously, releasing their own formidable presence to counterattack. Hanzo, what skill is there in bullying a young man? Chiyo positioned herself protectively behind Chiya, mockingly addressing Hanzo. Hanzo, if you have the ability, unleash your pressure upon me. Our men provocatively taunted, inciting Hanzo sire. Humph, our men. Chiyo, do you truly believe you can shield him for long? Hanzo ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet he maintained a cold smirk. My speed is unparalleled in the ninja world. Just because I struck him once, do you think there won't be a second time? Do you believe he will be as fortunate as before? The dignity of a demigod has been challenged multiple times. It is imperative to reclaim his pride. Otherwise, who would ever regard him with reverence again? Then do feel free to attempt it, Hanzo. Our men and Chiyo exchanged glances. Just now, we were careless. We did not anticipate you would target a mere junior like Chiya. Now, bereft of your summoning beasts, what do you intend to use against me and the Kazekage? As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of laughter erupted among the Sand Shinobi army, further darkening Hanzo's expression. Humph. I shall see how long you can protect Nanfeng Qianyi. Moreover, there are more than just one genius among the Sand Shinobi. His gaze swiftly shifted to Luo Sha and Yi Tsang. Eliminating the two of them would yield similar results. With that, he raised his arm and commanded, Rain Shinobi, attack. He was eager to observe how Chiyo and Luo men would contend with him, the fastest of them all. Chapter 55. The Siege of the Jonin. Upon hearing Hanzo's declaration, Chiyo and Luo men's expressions shifted slightly. However, Chiyo quickly regained her composure, saying, Hans, there is no need for your bluster. You may attempt what you wish. With that, he wasted no time. Wind Shadow, Qianyan, let us advance once more. Magnet Release, Sand Rain. Wind Shadow wasted no words as a torrential barrage of sand and iron bullets surged forth, marking the official commencement of the battle. The Jonin of the Rain Shinobi focused their assault on Nanfeng Qianyi, Luo Sha, and Yitsong. Eliminating any one of them would grant the victor a week of personal instruction from me. Should one manage to defeat Nanfeng Qianyi, the teaching period could extend to half a month. Upon hearing Hanzo's terms, the Rain Shinobi were instantly driven to frenzy. Sand Shinobi, protect Qianyi and the others. Luo Min responded without hesitation, issuing commands to mobilize the Sand Shinobi forces. Currently, the Sand Shinobi army subtly held the advantage. And with Wind Shadow's orders, they immediately responded with fervor. If you wish to besiege Lord Qianyi, you must first pass through us. This battle is ours to win. Rain Shinobi, prepare to accept your fate of defeat. One of the pivotal reasons for the sudden uplift in morale among the Sand Shinobi was the fact that just moments ago, Qianyi had successfully repelled Hanzo's onslaught. Prior to this, Hans loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. However, now that they had witnessed even Qianyi evade a lethal strike from him, the myth surrounding Hans began to wane. With a clang, the battle commenced. The puppet and the fighting puppet simultaneously swung their blades against the two Jonin. Influenced by Hanzo's words, many Rain Shinobi fell into a frenzy, especially those of Jonin and Special Jonin rank, all rushing forth. They were the most likely candidates to encircle and eliminate Qianyi. Furthermore, the rewards for defeating Qianyi were simply too enticing to resist. Facing the onslaught of two Jonin, it would be impossible for Qianyi to claim there was no pressure. However, after his recent awakening, his strength had subtly increased due to a surge in chakra, enabling him to competently face off against such high-caliber opponents. In contrast, while Qianyi was besieged by two Jonin, Luo Sha and Yitsong were only regarded with special attention by the Special Jonin. Yet, even in this situation, neither dared to display the slightest hint of complacency. They were not the kind of prodigy that Qianyi was, capable of drawing the attention of Jonin at such a young age. They found themselves struggling against the formidable elite Jonin in a one-on-one confrontation. Knight's Secret Technique, Emerald Poison Mist. Knight's Secret Technique, Emerald Needle Thousand Rain. Knight's Secret Technique, Thunderous White Rain. With the enhancement of chakra, Qianyi's attacks became incessantly relentless. Previously, due to limited chakra, he had to conserve his energy, resulting in less continuous offensives. Now, however, he could unleash his power more liberally. The consequence of this newfound freedom was that both elite Jonin from the Rain Village found themselves in a precarious situation, being forcefully pushed back by Chiya. This spectacle undoubtedly invigorated the morale of the surrounding Sand Shinobi. Lord Chiya is magnificent. Young Chiya impressive indeed. Witnessing this scene, the two elite Jonin from the Rain Village couldn't help but grit their teeth. Damn it, don't celebrate too soon. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously formed hand seals. Brat. Let me show you the might of an elite Jonin. Water release, water shockwave. A torrent of water, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, erupted from the mouth of the short-sleeved Jonin. With a ferocious force capable of overwhelming all, it surged forth toward Chiya, intent on engulfing him. Observing the approaching deluge, Chiya's mind raced. The synchronized movements of the two elite Jonin suggested a high likelihood of a joint ninjutsu attack. The most effective combination with water release was undoubtedly lightning release. With this in mind, Chiya immediately maneuvered the puppet to strike forward. His long blade enveloped in lightning as he delivered a decisive blow. The puppet itself unleashed arcs of electricity, surging upstream against the torrent, charging directly toward the short-sleeved Jonin. If they intended to counter him with water and lightning release, he would take the initiative. What? The short-sleeved Jonin gasped in shock. While the square-faced Jonin on the right had just unleashed his lightning release, following the water's current downward to clash violently with the incoming lightning. A brief yet intense crackling sound was followed by a thunderous explosion. At that moment of detonation, the puppet's hands unleashed simultaneous attacks. Thunderous white rain and thunderous white bullets surged forth. However, both elite Jonin were seasoned warriors. As the explosion erupted, they swiftly retreated, skillfully evading the incoming lightning projectiles. Truly worthy of their rank, their reflexes were astonishing. Attempting to confront them as if they were mere elite Jonin proved to be an unrealistic approach. Chiya marveled at their prowess, but his tone shifted immediately. However, evasion alone won't suffice. As he spoke, the puppet suddenly appeared behind the short-sleeved Jonin, the lightning-encased blade thrusting forward with incredible speed. When did this happen? The short-sleeved Jonin exclaimed in surprise, but as an elite Jonin, He was not easily caught off guard. He swiftly twisted to the side to evade. Yet, in that fleeting moment of evasion, he sensed a profound threat approaching. The puppet unleashed a blinding surge of lightning. The short-sleeved Jonin initially believed the danger stemmed from this lightning, prompting an immediate reaction as he rolled twice to escape its range. But the sense of peril did not diminish in the slightest. Rather, it intensified as he evaded the lightning strikes of the puppet. In an instant, he perceived the battle puppet silently approaching from behind, its right hand clutching a chakra sphere the size of an orange, within which chakra particles collided at high velocity, chilling him to the bone. The spiral sphere. It was imperative to avoid being struck, otherwise, grave injury or even death awaited him. The short-sleeved Jonin felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as he discerned this in his mind. However, there was no time left to form hand seals. The only fate awaiting him was severe injury. But, little brat, do not underestimate the power of a Jonin. The short-sleeved Jonin roared, unleashing an extraordinary aura that unexpectedly accelerated his speed, allowing him to evade the spiral sphere's attack range. This prompted a sigh of relief from the Jonin. Oh, if one thinks this is the end, that would indeed be naive. Chiya grinned, causing the short-sleeved Jonin's heart to race with alarm. He immediately began forming hand seals, prioritizing escape above all else. Buzz. The spiral sphere in the puppet's hand expanded rapidly, closing in on the short-sleeved Jonin in an instant. Damn it. The Jonin felt his soul leave his body, sensing that he had one foot in the realm of the dead. With a sickening tearing sound, crimson blood splattered forth. Yet the short-sleeved Jonin instantly transformed into a puddle of water upon hitting the ground. A water clone. Truly, as a Jonin, his reflexes were terrifying. Such a formidable assault was evaded with remarkable skill. Even Chiya could not help but feel astonished. Chapter 56. Intense battle. He had initially believed that this strike could severely injure the short-sleeved Jonin, thereby creating an opening to alleviate his own pressure. Yet, to his surprise, the Jonin managed to evade even in such a dire situation. After all, this was a battle-hardened elite of the ninja world. He had underestimated the might of a Jonin. Chiya reflected on this as he continued with his actions without hesitation. The weapon puppet and battle puppet withdrew simultaneously, flanking Chiya on either side. Previously, in his endeavor to besiege the short-sleeved Jonin, he had commanded both puppets to engage him, leaving the square-faced Jonin unattended, which was indeed a perilous oversight. The square-faced Jonin would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to launch an attack, pushing Chiya into a disadvantageous position. And sure enough, the square-faced Jonin appeared behind Chiya in the next moment, forming hand seals before striking the ground fiercely. Lightning release. Thunderlight flash. A torrent of blinding lightning surged forth, momentarily obscuring Chiya's vision while compelling him to evade, lest he sustain injury. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. As expected of a Jonin, they were significantly more difficult to contend with than special Jonin. Had Chiya not possessed magnetic field perception, he might have truly suffered against this attack. Indeed, upon witnessing the moment when Chiya was lifted by the puppet to evade the lightning, the square-faced shinobi charged forth, enveloped in a tempest of electric energy, delivering a powerful punch towards Chiya. The speed was astonishing. Even Chiya, with his magnetic perception, could not help but feel a surge of fear. Knight's secret technique, machine sealing shield. The combat puppet unfurled its protective barrier, yet the force behind the square-faced shinobi's strike surpassed all expectations. With a thunderous crash, the puppet was sent hurtling away, fractures appearing at the joint of its arm. Such raw power left Chiya astounded. However, he was no longer the same as before. In earlier times, he would have instinctively commanded the puppet to retaliate, though the effectiveness of such a response would have been questionable. But now, Chiya's free hand surged forward. Magnetic escape, divine pull. At that moment, the square-faced shinobi had just unleashed his punch, his previous momentum dissipating, leaving him without leverage. A mere hint of repulsion was sufficient to create distance between them, preventing the square-faced shinobi from launching a sudden assault. Furthermore, after repelling the square-faced shinobi, Chiya swiftly drew his hand back, curling his fingers into a claw-like shape, and bellowed, "Universal attraction." Everything unfolded seamlessly. Where there was repulsion, there was also the understanding of attraction. The square-faced shinobi could not have anticipated that Chiya possessed such an unusual ninjutsu. He was prepared for Chiya's ability to repel, yet he had never encountered this pulling technique before, thus losing the initiative in an instant. With a swift motion, Chiya brandished his kunai, carving a gash across the shinobi's neck. Nevertheless, being a seasoned chunin, the square-faced shinobi narrowly avoided the brunt of the attack, merely sustaining a superficial wound. However, caution was paramount. Swift healing was essential. After witnessing the square-faced shinobi evade, Hanzo suddenly interjected. Nanfeng Chiya's prowess lies not solely in his puppetry, but also in his formidable poison. Upon hearing this, the square-faced shinobi's expression shifted dramatically, but before he could react, dizziness overtook him. Be careful. A frantic warning echoed in his ears as the combat puppet closed the gap, thrusting its blade towards the shinobi's heart. In a moment of sheer terror, the square-faced shinobi felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Water release, water surge wave. Just as the puppet's blade was on the verge of piercing the square-faced shinobi, a commanding voice from a nearby chunin erupted, unleashing a torrent of water that forcefully swept him away. Seizing the moment, the square-faced shinobi retreated, forming seals and exclaiming, "Lightning release, lightning fong." A flash of lightning, sharp as a blade, shot forth and struck the chest of the mechanical puppet with a resounding crack, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. This turn of events caught Chiya completely off guard. He swiftly commanded the battle puppet to unleash a bolt of electric projectiles, forcing the short-sleeved ninja and the square-faced ninja to retreat. The square-faced ninja, already weakened by poison, found his reflexes dulled and was directly struck by the electric projectile, letting out a pained cry as his body became numb, nearly toppling over. The short-sleeved ninja, though injured and slowed, managed to narrowly evade the electric projectile. Knight's secret technique, thunderous white projectile. In that fleeting moment of paralysis for the square-faced ninja, Chiya seized the opportunity and commanded the battle puppet to fire a swift, ferocious lightning bolt. The projectile struck true, and the square-faced ninja was unable to react in time. His chest erupted in a spray of blood, and he collapsed. A look of disbelief etched on his face. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. No one anticipated such an outcome. Just moments ago, witnessing the mechanical puppet sustain damage, they had thought the rain ninjas would gain the upper hand. Yet, the situation had taken a sudden and drastic turn, swift enough to leave everyone reeling. In stark contrast to the rain ninjas' shock and disbelief, the sand ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers after a brief pause, as the situation increasingly tilted in their favor. Damn it! Hans observed this unfolding scene with a darkened countenance. However, he found himself ensnared by Roman and Chiya, with no chance of escape. Chiya, still harassing him from the sidelines, posed a significant threat as well. Do not fear. Take advantage of his current exhaustion and strike together to eliminate him. The short-sleeved ninja, a seasoned chunin, wasted no time mourning the square-faced ninja's demise and charged once more towards Chiya, rallying the surrounding rain ninjas with fervor. Indeed, kill him. Eliminate Nanfeng Chiya. The rain ninjas found the short-sleeved ninja's words compelling. During Chiya's prime, they had struggled to contend with him. Now, they faced him in a moment of weakness. If they did not seize this opportunity to vanquish Nanfeng Chiya, they might never have another chance. This was dire. Chiya and Roman exchanged glances, then turned to Chiya, who immediately disengaged from his battle with Hans to rush and support Chiya. You think to take advantage of my weakness? Chiya grinned. Indeed, my chakra is running low. But the mechanical puppet opened its mouth and expelled a plume of emerald poison mist, its voice becoming eerily calm. I still have the strength to deal with you. The poison mist spread rapidly, and the advancing rain ninjas found themselves unable to halt their momentum, charging headlong into the toxic cloud. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively sought to retreat, desperate to escape the noxious fumes. Yet, while entering was easy, escaping proved to be a formidable challenge. A mere breath of the mist left them disoriented, their visions swirling and fading. Amidst the toxic mist, icy poisonous needles were swiftly unleashed, with the chunin unable to react in time, succumbing instantly. The chunin, however, responded with remarkable agility, weaving hand seals to activate their respective jutsu, swiftly extricating themselves from the noxious fog. Chapter 57 concludes. Yet, escaping the miasma did not guarantee their safety. As they emerged from the poisonous cloud, barely able to catch their breath, the puppet had already approached them at an alarming speed. The secret technique of the night, emerald rain of poisonous needles. A deluge of toxic needles, akin to a gentle rain, inexorably closed in on this assembly of elite Chunin. Cursed be it, Southwind Chiya is far too swift. Though the puppet remained unchanged, why does it feel as if he has become stronger? Nevertheless, the elite Chunin are not so easily vanquished. They deftly wielded kunai, or executed the 5 ninjutsu body technique to evade the onslaught of needles. Remarkable indeed. To repel so many elite adversaries with such ease is astounding. Yi Tsong, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim in awe. For someone like her, it required utmost concentration to fend off even a single elite Chunin, rendering her unable to keep pace. Lo Sha also felt a sense of helplessness. Chiya shone too brightly. His rapid advancement in power surpassed the typical bounds of a ninja. This spectacle also offered a distinct experience for the Sand and Rain ninjas. The Sand ninjas were naturally invigorated. Meanwhile, the Rain ninjas gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet, surrounding Chiya was not a feasible endeavor. The Sand ninjas also had numerous Chunin, elite Chunin, and Nin, each engaged with foes of equal caliber, leaving few available to assist. Not to mention, Chiya had the support of Chihiko on the way. Chiya had now become one of the few variables on the battlefield, possessing the capacity to influence the entire course of the conflict. Hey, Hans, it appears your plan to encircle Chiya is futile, Chiyo remarked with a grin. Chiyo, don't be so smug, Hans bellowed, his expression dark as thunderclouds. Yet he could not deny that what he had anticipated as a decisive ambush had now been declared a failure. Observing Chiya once again maneuvering 2 puppets into the fray against the Rain ninjas, the Nin displayed little resistance, effectively serving Chiya as mere fodder. Hans had no choice but to withdraw. Continuing the skirmish would not bode well for him either. Hans's declaration of retreat, in a sense, was an admission of defeat. This revelation plunged the Rain ninjas, who had once harbored hopes of victory, into a profound despondency. As the Rain forces retreated, a jubilant uproar erupted within the Sand ninja encampment. In a battle where they were expected to falter, they not only regained the upper hand, but also successfully repelled the Rain ninjas. This indeed merits a jubilant celebration. However, as one of the creators of this momentous event, Chiya collapsed into slumber immediately after the battle concluded. The sudden awakening of his abilities, coupled with relentless combat, not only elevated his experience, but also left him overwhelmingly fatigued. This lad sleeps with unreserved abandon. Roman, upon realizing this, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. While the defeat of the Rain ninjas is certainly worthy of celebration, the post-battle losses are undeniably heart-wrenching. The toll of this conflict stands at 312 dead, 152 severely injured, and 324 lightly wounded. It can be said that had Chiya not safeguarded the medical facility and preserved the medical ninjas, the current casualty figures would have significantly weakened Sunegakure's strength. Of course, by counting the fallen Rain ninjas, Roman also discerned that their losses were not any less severe. The casualty rate among the Jonin was even higher than theirs, a testament to Chiya's contributions in this regard. It remains a mystery what truly transpired within Chiya. The moment he repelled Hanzo sparked Roman's intrigue regarding the transformation in Chiya's capabilities. The concepts of attraction and repulsion were avenues he had never contemplated before. Until now, he had been accustomed to wielding iron sand in battle. Yet, Roman sensed that the changes occurring within Chiya were undoubtedly positive. After a full day and night of slumber, Chiya finally awakened, feeling remarkably refreshed and invigorated, his body coursing with an extraordinary force. With a hum, he raised his hand to form a Rasengan, intentionally testing the extent of his current chakra reserves by continually infusing it with chakra. The Rasengan rapidly expanded, emanating an increasingly ferocious aura and producing an increasingly piercing sound. It continued to swell until it reached the size of a water tank, at which point Chiya sensed his chakra reserves nearing depletion. Gradually, he released the chakra. Undoubtedly, the increase in chakra was enough to astonish even him, for his current chakra surpassed the capacity of the batteries housed within his puppets. It seemed imperative to broaden his chakra pathways and enhance his control over chakra. Chiya was indeed eager to abandon the puppets and engage in combat utilizing magnetic release. However, he was aware that without the puppets, his strength had yet to reach that of a chunin. The combat techniques of a ninja, the mastery over chakra, and the strength of his own chakra pathways were challenges he had yet to surmount. To recklessly employ ninja combat methods in the war would lead to dire consequences. Currently, the most pressing concern was to devise a method for his puppets to utilize magnetic release. Achieving this would propel his strength to a qualitatively higher realm. As Chiya contemplated this, he noticed a wave of energy radiating from his surroundings, and astonishingly, the soil beneath began to levitate. Kunai and Shuriken were drawn towards him as if magnetically attracted. I possessed the ability to imbue non-magnetic soil with magnetism, transforming it into a magnet. Consequently, it follows that I can also confer magnetism upon the human body. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Chinya's eyes. Thus, if he were to endow the earth with repulsive magnetic forces, his adversary's mobility would be significantly hindered. Should he additionally deploy metal-infused, poison-coated weapons, success would be virtually assured, yielding a terrifyingly lethal potential. This concept had been conceived in his mind since the early days of his awakening to magnetic manipulation, yet at that time, his chakra was insufficient to realize such ambitions. However, he now believed that the manifestation of this vision was imminent. It was imperative for him to swiftly expand his chakra pathways and enhance his control over chakra. Furthermore, he needed to expedite the enhancement of his puppets to accommodate the superior quality of his chakra. He intended to fuse the Rasengan with lightning techniques to innovate the spiraling lightning sphere. Naturally, the techniques for firing the lightning white bullet and lightning white rain also required refinement. While the lightning white bullet proved effective against shinobi below the rank of jonin, it often fell short against jonin-level opponents, who could easily counter or evade it. The expansive range of the lightning white rain, akin to a scattershot attack, diluted its impact. A rapid-fire technique would amplify the potency of individual projectiles, thereby enhancing the overall strength of successive shots and enabling relentless pursuit of enemies. This method could also be integrated with the lightning white bullet technology, freeing up space for the puppetry's other hand to accommodate a new skill. Chiya had already envisioned this new ability, the chakra ray. Much like a lower-tier tailed beast bomb, it would feature high velocity and destructive capacity, firing a condensed burst of magnetic chakra. The exact power remained uncertain, yet Chiya felt confident it would rival that of the Rasengan. Chapter 58. Post-war gains. Upon formulating his plan, Chiya wasted no time seeking suitable materials. This upgrade for his puppets necessitated a significant amount of resources. Given the stakes involved in his safety, he dared not be negligent. However, as he exited the tent, he encountered the wind shadow, Romon, approaching him. "Ah, Chiya, where might you be headed? Just waking up?" Romon inquired with a teasing smile. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chiya replied, "I'm off to see Granny Chiyo to procure some sturdier raw materials for upgrading vital components of my puppets." Romon nodded in agreement. "In that case, allow me to accompany you. I have a few inquiries of my own." Chiya understood Romon's purpose for seeking him out, merely matters regarding his magnetic abilities. Very well. Chiyo's residence was not far, and upon noticing Chiya and Romon's arrival, she expressed mild surprise. "Wind Shadow, having just concluded a meeting. You find your way back here once more. Have you thought of something new?" She promptly retrieved a scroll from her desk, preparing to take notes. "Granny Chiyo, you're too courteous. I'm merely accompanying Chiya today, just as he was about to request some materials from you. I had a question I wished to pose to him." Upon hearing this, Chiyo likely surmised what Romon intended to inquire. She returned the scroll and brush, saying, "I, too, share a similar curiosity." She glanced at Chiya, remarking, "It appears you, my boy, have a penchant for slumber." In response, Chiya instinctively touched his head and chuckled. "I was exceedingly fatigued and did not anticipate such a prolonged slumber. Come now, Chiya, enlighten us about the occurrences that have transpired with you," Romon expressed with evident interest. As a fellow wielder of magnetic release, he held Chiya in high regard. Previously, when Chiya's chakra was scarce and he was deemed incapable of achieving greatness, Romon felt profound regret. Thus, he had not closely monitored Chiya until the latter's resurgence captured his attention once more. Now, with Chiya on the brink of becoming a formidable practitioner of magnetic release, Romon was particularly invested in nurturing his abilities. Not much of significance occurred, Chiya shrugged. It was merely the intense emotional fluctuations on the precipice of life and death that resulted in a substantial increase in my chakra. Consequently, some of my previous concepts for the development of magnetic release have found their application. Chiyo and Romon exchanged surprised glances. "What have you developed?" Chiyo, as Chiya's grandmother and constant companion, had yet to witness him utilize magnetic release, and thus found his advancements particularly intriguing. "Surely, it is not akin to the manipulation of iron sand as the Wind Shadow does. Naturally, if he were to emulate the Wind Shadow, she would find that commendable as well." Not entirely the same, Chiya replied with a smile. Merely speaking without practice is futile. Allow me to demonstrate for you both, as it will provide a more intuitive understanding. With their nod of approval, Chiya summoned a transparent wave of energy that radiated outward from him. Chiyo and Romon felt a peculiar force permeate their beings. Suddenly, the earth beneath them began to levitate, and under Chiya's command, it morphed into various shapes. Witnessing this spectacle, while not entirely unexpected, still evoked a sense of wonder in both. The soil possessed no magnetic properties, yet Chiya had somehow imbued it with magnetism and exerted control over it. Is this the essence of your development? Romon inquired, his face alight with admiration. A commendable notion. At your age, to conceive such an idea is indeed impressive. However, the ability you demonstrated in repelling Hanzo seemed distinct from this. Chiya raised his hand and thrust it forward, unleashing a powerful repulsive force. In an instant, everything surrounding him was propelled away as if he were the epicenter of a storm. Observing this, both Romon and Chiyo wore expressions of solemnity. This truly was an extraordinary ability. Once your chakra grows in strength, this technique will indeed leave the entire ninja realm trembling in awe. Hearing the praises of the two, Chiya merely smiled, fully aware of the true power of this move. How about witnessing my other demonstrations? Oh, you have additional ideas? Upon hearing Chiya's words, Roman and Chiyo could not help but glance back at him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chiyo, Lord Wind Shadow, do be cautious. The upcoming strike may catch you off guard. In response, Roman waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and execute it. With our strength, Chiyo and I are hardly at risk from your antics. Chiya held no concern that Roman and Chiyo would falter against his upcoming technique. It was merely a customary warning. Thus, once they indicated their readiness, he stomped the ground, imbuing the earth within a 10-meter radius with magnetic force. Bang! The ground beneath Wind Shadow Roman and Chiyo instantly fractured. Their expressions shifted dramatically, feeling every inch of their bodies being irresistibly drawn downward, making even the slightest movement a challenge. They unleashed powerful chakra within themselves to counteract the gravitational pull. However, their faces grew increasingly solemn, no longer exuding the ease they had moments before. I never imagined you could bestow magnetism upon a person. What a genius idea. Even Roman had to concede that. Had he faced such a situation for the first time, he too might have found himself at a disadvantage. The brief moment they were immobilized was sufficient for a J-level ninja to launch a devastating attack against them. How much chakra does this technique consume? With your current chakra reserves, how many times can you employ it? Chiyo's concerns were far-reaching. As long as Chiya could utilize this ability in combat, even elite J-nin would find it formidable. This is the rather awkward aspect at present, Chiya sighed. A full-powered strike like that can only be used once. Of course, if the range is reduced, I could employ it several times. Upon hearing this, Chiyo nodded approvingly. Even so, this strike is more than sufficient to be one of your trump cards. She gazed at Chiya, shaking her head in wonder. Your rate of growth is astonishing. It feels almost surreal. Chiya humbly scratched his head. It's merely a product of idle contemplation. His foremost task now was to expedite his mastery of puppet techniques. Oh, how perceptive you are. You have not forgotten your foundational skills amidst the prowess of your bloodline limit techniques, Chiyo remarked with satisfaction. This grandson truly grew more impressive with each passing moment. Modest and astute, he is destined to become a pillar of Sunagakure in the days to come. She retrieved a white scroll inscribed with the character for hidden from her sleeve and handed it to Chiya, saying, "This should contain the materials you require. Now, hasten to repair your puppets. The battlefield is blind. As puppet masters, our lives are safeguarded only when our puppets are in hand." Chiya nodded in gratitude, accepted the scroll, and took his leave. Inside Chinya's tent, he spent an hour sifting through the scroll provided by Chiyo, locating all the necessary raw materials. Chapter 59, Improved Puppets this time. Chiya did not commence crafting immediately. Instead, he first engaged in sketching designs. The enhancement of puppets was of paramount importance and could not be approached haphazardly. Chiya needed to exercise caution. Given that war could erupt at any moment, he worked with an urgency befitting the circumstances. By midday, he had completed all his plans. When Yakura visited Chiya and beheld the stack of numerous large scrolls covered with intricate designs on his table, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. You truly are a prodigy, to have completed so many designs in a single morning. Surely, you must be a tentacled creature in disguise. In response to Yakura's jest, Chiya wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Not at all. I simply feel the pressure of time with the imminent threat of war. Oh, I was hoping to spend some time with you. But since you are so occupied, I shall not disturb you. There will be ample opportunities to bother you upon our return to the village." With that, Yakura hummed a cheerful tune and departed. Chiya could only shake his head in response and began to review his schematics. After 2 hours of meticulous verification, he proceeded to craft some crucial components of the puppets. Clang, clang. Many of the components were handcrafted, transforming Chiya into a blacksmith. Unlike the puppets of Chiyo and Chinyin, Chiya's creations leaned more towards mechanization. His puppets' arms, legs, and head were generally inseparable, devoid of hidden mechanisms. In contrast, the puppetry techniques of Chiyo and Chinyin incorporated such features. This distinction marked the most significant divergence between Chiya's approach and that of Chiyo and Chinyin, which is why Chiyo remarked that Chiya had pioneered a new school of thought. As night fell, Chiya hurriedly completed the production of the essential internal components for 2 puppets. Among these, the chakra conversion device and the upgraded chakra battery were of utmost importance. With his chakra reserves having significantly increased, it was only natural that these components required enhancement as well, particularly the capacity of the chakra battery, which Chiya had augmented twofold. Later that evening, both Chiyo and Chinyin visited Chiya. Observing his intense focus, they briefly sat with him before departing, refraining from interrupting his work. At 2 a.m., having installed the chakra cannon output and control mechanisms, Chiya completed the internal structure of the puppets. He sealed them within a scroll and promptly succumbed to slumber. The following day, at noon, Chiya was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Upon stepping out of the tent, he discovered that Yi Tsang and Luo Sha were engaged in a fierce battle. With a smile and a shake of his head, Chiya retreated into the tent to commence the construction of the external framework for his puppets. The previous puppets, both the mechanical and combat types, had sustained considerable damage. Thus, Chiya did not upgrade them directly. He realized that repairs were necessary before any upgrades could begin, and some upgrades would be quite complicated, making it more expedient to craft a new, enhanced puppet from scratch. The external structure was relatively straightforward, and he completed it within a single afternoon. He then took the puppet to the rear of the camp to test its power and to see if he could successfully learn the spiral hidden ball technique. Thunderbolt white projectile. A large pit instantly erupted from a stone, towering and thick, creating a crater several inches deep. Compared to the previous ability, which could only create a shallow dent, this demonstrated a significant increase in power, although the chakra consumption remained unchanged. This was due to 2 reasons. First, the output mechanisms had been refined, reducing chakra expenditure. Second, the quality of Chiya's own chakra had improved substantially. Emerald Needle, Thousand Rain. The fine, needle-like projectiles pierced effortlessly into the stone, as if it were made of tofu. Electric Discharge. With a crackling sound, the small stones along the path exploded. This phenomenon had never occurred before, leaving Chiya pleasantly surprised. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Flash. The mechanical puppet lunged towards the thick stone, wielding a blade enveloped in lightning. With a swift strike, a deep gash appeared on the half-meter-thick stone, with cracks radiating outwards. The ground trembled slightly, a testament to the extraordinary strength exerted. After several minutes of testing, Chiya was thoroughly satisfied with the results of the mechanical and combat puppet's abilities. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the combat puppet to extend its right hand forward, unleashing a surge of ferocious chakra. Chakra ray. A chilling blue beam of chakra shot forth, effortlessly piercing through a massive stone and leaving a deep impression of over 40 centimeters upon the mountain wall before coming to a halt. Although he had anticipated the power of this strike, Chiya could not help but feel astonished by its actual impact. The chakra consumed was comparable to that of the spiral ball technique, while the area of destruction may not have been as extensive. The penetrating effect far surpassed that of the spiral ball. Even shadow-level experts would be wary of the force behind this attack. Next, it was time to experiment with the spiral hidden ball technique. The successful demonstration of the chakra ray had provided Chiya with considerable encouragement. The spiral sphere has been mastered with great proficiency, and with the addition of lightning, the spiral hidden sphere is likely to be grasped swiftly. Indeed, this proved to be the case. An hour later, both the mechanical puppet and the combat puppet successfully launched the spiral hidden sphere, causing a smile to play upon Chiya's lips. This added another layer of assurance. The destructive power of the spiral hidden sphere may not surpass that of the spiral sphere, but its elusive nature makes it formidable. Suddenly emerging from any direction, it poses a considerable challenge even to shadow-level ninjas. Moreover, the potency of the spiral hidden sphere is only slightly inferior to that of the spiral sphere. Although night had fallen, it did little to dampen Chiya's excitement. The upgraded puppets exceeded his expectations. Now, he could claim a place among the formidable in the ninja world. As long as he reached the elite Chunin level, he would be deemed a powerhouse. Chiya's assertion was not born of arrogance. He stored the puppets away but did not depart immediately. Instead, he began to hone his own magnetic release. This would also serve as a significant advantage. If mastered adeptly, he could contend with foes beneath the special Chunin rank, even with limited close combat experience. At 10 o'clock in the evening, just before the camp's curfew, Chiya returned to his tent, feeling elated, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. There was nothing more perfect than this. The following morning, Chiya awoke early to attend to his daily repairs of the puppets. The previous mechanical and combat puppets had sustained varying degrees of damage in the recent battles, warranting thorough restoration. Having learned from past experiences, Chiya was now acutely aware of the necessity to prepare additional puppets to avoid being cornered in dire situations. Repairing these 2 puppets proved to be a simple task. In just half a morning, Chiya not only completed the repairs, but also implemented some upgrades. Although they could not rival the newly crafted ones, they were undoubtedly more effective than before. Chapter 60, The Thunderball's Might. Chiya was uncertain whether he stood a chance against elite Chunin, but he felt confident in his ability to defeat a standard Chunin. By the time he finished restoring the 2 old puppets, it was already noon. The camp was enveloped in tranquility, with everyone engaged in their respective tasks. Chiya unleashed his magnetic field perception, with his chakra levels enhanced. His maximum detection range had significantly expanded. Within a 100-meter radius, he could ascertain nearly everything. All was well. No signs of reconnaissance ninjas from the Rain Village were detected. To be candid, Chiya was quite concerned about the prowess of the reconnaissance ninjas from Rain Village. Utilizing insects for intelligence gathering was, in truth, a rather troublesome tactic. Just as Chiya retracted his sensing, the presences of Rasha and Yetsong suddenly manifested within his range. They must be seeking him for a duel. As Chiya contemplated, he feigned ignorance and awaited the arrival of the 2 individuals. 2 minutes later, noticing that Chiya was still engaged in arranging the puppets, Luosha, with a measure of reticence, spoke up. "I wish to challenge you to a duel." Yitsong immediately chimed in. "So do I." Chiya, putting aside his task, responded with a smile. "Very well. I too am eager to witness the extent of your current prowess." Upon hearing Chiya's agreement, Luosha could not help but exhale in relief. With the formidable presence Chiya had carved on the battlefield, Luosha had come to realize that he and Chiya were no longer peers. Consequently, a newfound reverence for Chiya burgeoned within him, dispelling the ease of their previous interactions. Luosha's declaration to confront Chiya naturally attracted a considerable audience. Chiya had become a prominent figure in their camp, and many had heard of his remarkable achievements in battle. Thus, the opportunity to witness his strength firsthand was not to be missed. Among those drawn to the spectacle was Chiya's very first adversary, Asano Kenkichi. "I no longer harbor the delusion of being your match, and I am well aware that I will soon fall to you," Luosha admitted with a hint of bitterness. "Therefore, I shall strive to endure for as long as possible in this encounter." He took a deep breath, his expression growing resolute. "If there are no objections, I shall commence." Seeing Chiya nod in acknowledgement, Luosha's demeanor shifted sharply. Chakra erupted from him as he swiftly launched several shurikens. With a swift motion, Chiya directed the puppet to intercept. Yet Luosha's aim was to buy time for his manipulation of sand and gold to mount an offensive. This strategy bore fruit as, when the puppet deflected the sand and gold, the ground beneath Chiya erupted with a torrent of sand tendrils, reaching for him with astonishing speed, tightening the hearts of onlookers. They could not help but gaze at Chiya, curious about how he would respond. Were they in his position, they would surely falter and retreat in disarray. However, with a resounding sound, the puppet executed a swift counterattack, slicing through the sand and gold. Simultaneously, the puppet, with Chiya, retreated at great speed, just as another tendril of sand emerged behind him. What keen instincts! The spectators marveled at this display. Had they been in Chiya's shoes, they would have been ill-prepared for such a surprise. The sand and gold, having failed to ensnare Chiya, pressed onward, now seeking to envelop the puppet instead. Observing this, Chiya mused, Luosha's tactical acumen has indeed improved significantly. The potency of the sand and gold hinges not only on Luosha's chakra strength, but also on the flexibility of his strategy. The more adaptable the tactics, the more deftly he could wield the sand and gold. The puppet brandished its blade, effortlessly tearing through the golden sand, and then unleashed a fierce cloud of toxic mist towards Luosha. Ever vigilant against Chiya's poison, Luosha remained unfazed by the rapidly emitted toxins, skillfully manipulating the golden sand to form a protective barrier that thwarted the spread of the noxious fumes. Additionally, another mass of golden sand hovered nearby, poised to counter any impending ambush. Sensing the unfolding scene, Chiya nodded inwardly, yet his actions remained swift as powerful lightning abruptly erupted from the puppet's form. While the golden sand could withstand numerous assaults, it also served as an excellent conductor of electricity. Faced with the oncoming storm of lightning, Luosha's expression shifted, and a mound of golden sand appeared beneath him, propelling him away at great speed. However, as he retreated, the puppet, akin to a phantom, advanced from the side, unleashing a barrage of astonishingly fine needles. Luosha's demeanor altered instantly. At such a close range, evasion proved exceedingly difficult. His body was pierced, yet it immediately disintegrated into a mass of mud and sand. A sand clone. From a distance, Luosha emerged without hesitation, slamming his hand upon the ground with a thunderous command, "Golden Sand Tsunami." With a resounding roar, the earth trembled violently as torrents of golden sand surged forth from below, piling higher and higher, crashing down like a wild tsunami. Through their brief skirmish, Luosha had realized that conventional tactics would yield no advantage against Chiya. He must create his own conditions to hope for supremacy. Having fallen into the disadvantage, was he now leveraging his strengths to forge a favorable environment? How decisive? Puppet masters typically dread such widespread assaults. It would be intriguing to observe how Chiya would respond. The battle was captivating. Chiya's style remained relentless, leaving spectators breathless. Meanwhile, the towering waves of golden sand roared toward Chiya, lacking the overwhelming terror of an eclipse, yet exuding an aura that threatened to transform the surroundings into his domain. Before this onslaught, Chiya appeared insignificantly small. Though the puppet's swordsmanship was formidable, it held little efficacy against a calamity of such magnitude. Only ninjutsu could contend with ninjutsu. A direct confrontation would lead to being engulfed by the deluge. Chiya understood this well. The means of large-scale attack was Luosha's forte. As a puppet master, there was no need to confront his opponent's strengths with his own weaknesses. Chiya was in peril. Luosha was astute, recognizing that Chiya's vulnerability lay in his inability to counter massive assaults, directly initiating a large-scale offensive. How would Chiya respond? It would likely prove quite challenging. As the crowd murmured their discussions, the puppet retreated with Chiya, soaring swiftly into the sky, riding the golden waves like a surfer, hurtling toward Luosha. With a secret technique, Chiya unleashed the thunderbolt white shot. The finger-thick lightning projectile surged towards Rasha, prompting him to hastily manipulate the sand gold to create a barrier. However, with a resounding bang, the sand gold shield was unexpectedly pierced, and the residual force of the lightning projectile rapidly closed in on Rasha. How could this be? Rasha was taken aback, his pupils involuntarily contracting. He swiftly activated his sand clone, narrowly avoiding the risk of paralysis from the lightning projectile. Yet, without Rasha's support, the sand gold quickly collapsed. Observers could not help but display their astonishment at the scene before them. Was it truly possible to so effortlessly counter such an attack? Remarkable. Chapter 61. The duel of the younger generation. With shock in his heart, Rasha had just appeared from a distance when the combat puppet approached relentlessly, wielding a fierce lightning-infused blade. Rasha retreated urgently, simultaneously directing the sand gold to block the incoming threat. Even if the lightning spread, it would not reach him so swiftly. But suddenly, with a sizzling sound, his sand gold shield was cleaved in two. How could this be? Rasha was greatly alarmed. He had absolute confidence in the defense of his sand gold shield. Even a seasoned elite ninja would require powerful techniques to breach it. Yet, it appeared so fragile in the hands of the combat puppet. If it were Chiyo or Chihiro controlling the puppet, he could accept it, for their strength was extraordinarily formidable, and their chakra quality was incomparable to his own. It would surely be easy for them to break through. But how could Chiya, with his seemingly lesser chakra, command such a powerful puppet? Moreover, this was merely a standard attack. If Chiya were to unleash a powerful skill, would he not be on the brink of defeat? As his thoughts raced, the combat puppet swiftly closed in again, spewing a cloud of emerald poison mist. Rasha's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly retreated. Yet, even as he fled at high speed, a powerful attack struck from his side. The combat puppet launched a pea-sized lightning projectile from a distance. Rasha's body tensed, and he quickly twisted to evade. Bang! The lightning projectile created a palm-sized crater in the ground, small yet over a finger's depth. Its power left Rasha deeply astonished. But there was no time for surprise. The combat puppet relentlessly pursued, launching a barrage of lightning projectiles. The relentless sound of rapid fire echoed as the projectiles chased after Rasha like death tokens. He was left with nowhere to stand, completely losing his rhythm and appearing exceedingly flustered. Chiya had actually refined the attack method of the lightning projectiles, remarkably more threatening, yet requiring less energy. What a clever young man. Rasha realized he was perilously close to defeat. Observing this scene, a seasoned elite ninja could not help but voice his admiration, while the surrounding mid-level ninjas, and especially the elite ones, wore expressions of shock and gravity. Observing the serene and composed Chiya manipulating the puppet, effortlessly cornering Luosha into a dire situation, an immense pressure began to weigh heavily on Luosha's heart. At this moment, he truly grasped the meaning of absolute superiority. He had contemplated Chiya's strength, yet he never anticipated it to be this formidable. Witnessing Chiya's tranquil demeanor, a sense of helplessness surged within Luosha. What kind of effort would be necessary to catch up to Chiya? Be careful, Luosha. Just as these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sudden alert from Chiya pierced his ears, snapping him to attention. He immediately sensed the danger as the puppet had stealthily approached from behind, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning. Luosha's body instinctively tensed, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated. Yet, no sooner had he regained his footing than he felt a chilling sharpness at his throat. It's over. As Chiya's calm voice echoed, Luosha clenched his fists in frustration. It was indeed finished. Just like that, it had come to an end, leaving him with a tinge of regret. He had believed he could withstand at least 100 moves against Chiya. To the onlookers, the moment the puppet appeared, it seemed to have anticipated Luosha's retreat, positioning itself perfectly in his path. Indeed, Luosha had unwittingly delivered himself right into the puppet's grasp. Such a terrifying ability to foresee. He was entirely at Chiya's mercy, and managing to last this long was already quite impressive. It was hard to believe Chiya was only 15. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Chiya withdrew the puppet, smiling as he said, "Thank you for the match. I initially thought my strength was sufficient, but it seems I was overly confident." Luosha's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Chiya continued, "I merely relied on the convenience of the puppetry technique. There are shortcuts to be taken. In truth, you are already quite formidable. Is that so?" "Perhaps," Luosha replied, his emotions growing more complex at Chiya's words. Relying on the advantages of puppetry? It's essential to recognize that mastering this art is an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. The crafting of puppets necessitates an extensive understanding of theoretical knowledge, far surpassing the complexities of other ninjutsu. As a standout in the realm of puppetry, Chiya's ability to wield such overwhelming power cannot be dismissed as mere reliance on convenience. Strength is strength, not a stroke of luck. With that, Luosha departed, and Yetsong stepped onto the stage. She looked at Chiya playfully and said, "You must show me some mercy. I aim to endure 20 moves against you." At her words, Chiya smiled and replied, "I believe you can achieve that. Shall I begin?" Yetsong nodded, her expression turning serious in an instant. "Let us go." With a swift motion, 2 orbs of flame coalesced beside her, and the temperature around them surged dramatically. "Go." 2 flames were hurled towards Chiya by Yetsong, and the combat puppet did not pause. From its palm, it immediately launched a lightning bolt as thick as a finger, the secret technique of the night, thunderous white bolt. Swift, accurate, and fierce. This was Yetsong's assessment of the strike. Just as the sound of the launch reached him, the lightning bolt, infused with an incredibly violent aura, had already approached him inexorably. Yetsong swiftly twisted his body to evade, just as the combat puppet, carrying Chiya, narrowly avoided the incoming fireball. Scorching escape. A thought crossed Yetsong's mind, and the fireball that had originally pursued Chiya suddenly expanded, enveloping both the combat puppet and the apparatus puppet, intending to incinerate them entirely. Oh dear! This strike is quite formidable. However, in the face of the rapidly approaching flames, Chiya maintained an expression of calm, even finding the time to jest. In the next moment, Chiya simultaneously manipulated both hands. Secret technique, engine sealing shield. Secret technique, engine sealing light shield. Of course, Chiya could have directly repelled the flames with a powerful technique. But he was merely indulging himself, enjoying the spectacle. Protected by the two puppets, he felt only a slight warmth as the flames swept past him, without any other significant sensation. When the flames dissipated, the two puppets spread out beside Chiya. The ground around them charred beyond recognition, yet Chiya remained unscathed. What a terrifying strike! Everything within the coverage was utterly consumed by the flames. Chiya praised the attack, but Yetsong paid no heed. He had not expected this strike to defeat Chiya, yet he was taken aback by how composed Chiya remained in the face of her ultimate move. Two new fireballs reappeared, swiftly closing in on Chiya. The apparatus puppet and the combat puppet moved simultaneously, their blades aimed to cleave the fireballs in two. However, the fireballs exhibited truly erratic behavior, suddenly veering upward with a sharp twist, evading the long knives and lunging directly at the unsuspecting Chiya. Chiya was somewhat surprised by the agility of the fireballs, inwardly noting, it seems Yetsong has devoted considerable effort to this aspect recently. At such close range, the two puppets were unable to react in time. He attempted to sidestep, but Yetsong smiled, having awaited precisely this moment of evasion. It is well known that puppeteers possess minimal practical combat experience. To swiftly deal with a puppeteer, the most effective method is to target the puppeteer themselves. Chapter 62. End. Guiding the sand. It seemed as though she had anticipated Chiya's retreat, already launching a kunai towards his landing spot. Impressive, Chiya sincerely exclaimed, acknowledging that she had indeed become capable of facing special jounin on her own. A significant improvement over her previous self. However, in the face of the kunai now so close at hand, his expression remained unfazed as he deftly maneuvered his fingers, sending the apparatus puppet to fire a kunai that deflected Yetsong's weapon. Meanwhile, the combat puppet unleashed a small lightning bolt, encircling her. Yetsong hastily retreated, fully aware of the power behind this attack, having faced it previously. Yet, understanding the situation did little to alleviate the tremendous pressure that Yetsong felt when confronted with the relentless barrage of bullets. The lightning projectiles pursued her with alarming intensity and swiftness, their formidable power rendering evasion exceedingly difficult. On numerous occasions, the bolts grazed her clothing, instilling a heart-stopping terror that lingered in her memory. Careful, Yetsong, came Chiya's sudden warning, startling her momentarily. In the next instant, a chilling aura surged toward her. The puppet had seized the opportunity afforded by her evasion to close the distance, wielding an icy lightning blade that swung menacingly. Yetsong promptly halted her movement and leaped backward just in time, the lightning projectile sweeping past beneath her feet, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. After narrowly avoiding the strike, she dared not pause, retreating hastily to evade further assaults from the combat puppet. Simultaneously, she unleashed a fireball toward the puppet in an effort to alleviate the mounting pressure. Yet, the fireball was mercilessly torn apart by the puppets, which rapidly closed in once more. Although Yetsong quickly reformed her fireball, the puppet's speed was evidently superior, bringing them within striking distance. With the combat puppet now looming before her, its blade poised for a downward strike, Yetsong could only muster a defensive response. However, as she countered, an unimaginable force struck her, sending her reeling backward, rendering her unable to maintain her grip on the kunai. Fortunately, as the weapon fell from her hand, the lightning did not extend to her. Yet, it was evident to any observer that Yetsong was on the verge of defeat. Indeed, the puppet had maneuvered around to her rear, its electrified blade positioned dangerously close to her neck. How disappointing to lose so swiftly, she thought, resignedly raising her hand in surrender. Yet, akin to Rasha, a sense of powerlessness enveloped her. Despite the war having only just commenced, Chiya, who had previously been on par with them, had surged ahead in strength by a considerable margin. It was undeniable. Chiya's prowess had now become unparalleled among the younger generation. One could only fear that even they, the seasoned jonin, might struggle to contend with Chiya. What a marvel! Once obscure for 6 years, now he had erupted onto the scene, achieving such remarkable heights in a single moment. Yetsong was eager to know just how powerful he had become. This sentiment resonated deeply within the jonin, and it was hardly surprising that others shared in their astonishment. As one of the evaluators during Chiya's ascension to chunin, Asano Kiyoshi felt particularly affected by this revelation. Had anyone told him that someone could elevate their strength from the level of a chunin to surpass that of a jonin within a mere fortnight, he would have dismissed such claims as sheer nonsense. How could such a phenomenon possibly occur? It was a tale too fantastical to be believed. Yet now, the evidence lay before him, forcing him to accept what he once deemed impossible. Even so, a lingering sense of unreality enveloped the situation. He yearned to challenge Qianyi. Yet upon recalling that even skilled individuals like Luo Sha had been effortlessly defeated by him, he refrained from risking humiliation. Qianyi surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find that no one else seemed inclined to engage. He truly desired to avoid unnecessary confrontations, as such a scenario would resemble a relentless wheel battle. Should this notion take root, many would inevitably seek him out for a duel, leaving him overwhelmed with obligations. With the contest concluded, it was time for everyone to disperse. Qianyi smiled at the crowd, retracted his puppets, and made his way back to his tent. As he passed by Luo Sha and Yi Tsong, a thought struck him. Luo Sha, your manipulation of sand gold is commendable, displaying remarkable agility. However, a touch more flexibility would enhance your technique. Yet, your sand gold lacks sufficient cohesion, rendering it vulnerable to my assaults, which could lead you into a predicament. If you find merit in my observations, I encourage you to strengthen this aspect, as it may yield distinct results. Of course, mastering physical techniques, the foundation of a ninja's prowess, is essential. Do not allow yourself to be cornered as I have. Luo Sha felt as though enlightenment had dawned upon him, his eyes brightening at Qianyi's words. It is often said that the observer is blinded by their own perspective, yet Qianyi's insights illuminated Luo Sha's shortcomings. Noticing Yi Tsong's eager expression beside him, Qianyi continued with a smile. As for you, Yi Tsong, your scorch release is formidable, yet your methods of attack are rather singular, preventing you from fully realizing your potential. Scorch release can be perceived as an enhanced form of fire release. Much of what fire release can accomplish, scorch release can also achieve. Moreover, scorch release boasts extreme temperatures that fire release lacks, presenting a distinct advantage, contingent upon your application. Your physical techniques are commendable, deserving of praise. In close combat, you might combine the advantages of scorch release's high heat to amplify your lethality. After a brief pause to allow Yi Tsong to absorb his words, Qianyi continued. If you can enhance the agility of your scorch release fireball to the point where it cannot be easily evaded, I firmly believe your competitiveness will soar. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsong's eyes also sparkled with realization. Until now, her exploration of scorch release had been confined to fireballs. It was not that she lacked imagination, but rather that Qianyi had previously suggested this approach as particularly effective, leading her to persist in it. Furthermore, since her initial development was guided by Qianyi's insights, she felt somewhat insecure about venturing into independent experimentation. Although she had contemplated diversifying her scorch release techniques akin to the various forms of fire release, fear of failure had shackled her to the singular fireball concept. However, with Qianyi now providing her with a clear strategy, her reservations dissipated. Especially with Qianyi South's suggestion to meld close combat with the advantages of scorch release's extreme temperatures, she felt invigorated with inspiration. As they listened to the guidance of Qianyi towards Luo Sha and Yi Tsong, many of the surrounding jonin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration and astonishment. Even from their seasoned perspective, Qianyi's recent words of counsel were remarkably professional. With the insights he had just shared, he was already more than capable of being a competent guiding ninja. After all, he was someone who had directly confronted a peak powerhouse like Hanzo and emerged unscathed. Such swift accumulation of experience was indeed commendable. The jonin regarded Qianyi's departing figure, pondering in their hearts. The tale of Chiya effortlessly defeating Luo Sha and Yi Tsong soon spread through the Sand Ninja camp. Although many were taken aback, they found it to be justifiable. Chapter 63. The final war in stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere within the Sand Ninja camp. The ambience in the Rain Ninja Army's encampment at Jinliang City was palpably oppressive. The source of this suffocating atmosphere was undoubtedly Hanzo. His countenance was dark, and his gaze occasionally flickered with an intimidating sharpness. This state of discontent had persisted for several days, leaving his subordinates anxious and hesitant to approach him with reports. The oppressive atmosphere loomed over the entire Rain Ninja Army. After a prolonged silence, Hanzo finally spoke. What is the status of Tianai Zong's reconnaissance on the Sand Ninja situation? As he finished speaking, a figure clad entirely in black emerged from the shadows, responding with respect. Lord Hanzo, we have yet to receive specific intelligence. The Sand Hidden Village has achieved success, and their reconnaissance efforts are more meticulous than before. The insects from Tianai Zong have struggled to approach the Sand Hidden Camp and ascertain the details. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's chest involuntarily heaved slightly. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. Understood. Instruct Tianai Zong to continue their efforts. In contrast to the spirited demeanor of a few days prior, Hanzo now appeared somewhat despondent. He yearned for that spirited vigor, yet the string of consecutive failures had instilled a sense of defeat within him. Moreover, this operation, which had seemed destined for success, culminated in significant losses for them. The Rain Ninja had lost several jonin in this endeavor, with countless chunin and jinin casualties as well. While he could accept the losses of chunin and jinin, each jonin required substantial resources for their cultivation. The loss of so many jonin was a constant source of anguish for him. Nanfeng Chiya. Hanzo could not help but grit his teeth, his voice laced with a chilling, murderous intent. It was because of this individual that their plan to raid the medical facility had failed, leading to the complete collapse of their strategy. Had he not detected the movements of the Rain Ninja, their plan would not have unraveled. Hanzo should have been relishing the fruits of victory at this moment, standing proud as a victor. The next time we meet, I shall surely kill you. The failure of the medical institution and the disruption of supplies have had a profound impact on the Rain Ninja army. And both events are intricately linked to Nanfeng Chiya. Naturally, Hanzo yearns to eliminate Nanfeng Chiya. At this moment, within the Sand Hidden Camp, Qian. While refining chakra, Qianyi was unable to suppress a shiver, as though a pair of murderous eyes were fixed upon him, sending a jolt through his entire being. Yet, as he contemplated the fruits of his chakra refinement, he swiftly dismissed this uncomfortable sensation. Since that encounter with Hanzo, which nearly led him to death and increased the number of active factors within him, Qianyi has consistently reaped new rewards from his chakra refinement. The active factors continue to grow and multiply, resulting in a steady, albeit gradual, increase in his chakra reserves. For Qianyi, a greater supply of chakra brings him comfort, thus prompting him to diligently hone his skills in precise chakra control. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of the Sand Hidden Camp, Chiyo spoke up. My recommendation is to swiftly conclude this war. There is no necessity to prolong the front lines any further. The confident Kazekage, Roman, slammed his hand on the table. I have no objections, as long as we can ascertain the direction of the Rain Ninja camp. The feasibility of your proposal is quite high. Concluding the war swiftly would indeed be advantageous for them. With Konoha and Kumogakure embroiled in a fierce conflict, they could seize this opportunity to recuperate. In such circumstances, even if the dynamics of the ninja world were to shift in the future, they would not find themselves in a position of disadvantage. Chiyo was acutely aware that once the war between Konoha and Kumogakure concluded, it would not necessarily mean a cessation of hostilities. They might very well set their sights on them. Should they fail to resolve their conflict with the Rain Ninja by that time, they would face the daunting prospect of a dual assault from Kumogakure or Konoha and the Rain Ninja. As for the location of the Rain Ninja camp, I believe we can gradually eliminate possibilities. Although we have yet to pinpoint their camp's precise location, we have established a barrier in front of them, leaving them no path of retreat. With their supply lines severed, the Rain Ninja forces have limited locations where they can take refuge. Currently, the reconnaissance teams I dispatched have ruled out 4 directions, leaving only the final location, Jinzunliang City. Roman expressed unwavering confidence that the Rain Ninja army must surely be stationed there. If that is the case, preparations can commence in earnest. Chiyo harbored no objections. Roman's methods had grown increasingly adept, allowing her to refrain from excessive concern. The following day, Lord Kazekage, we have discovered the traces of the Rain Ninja army. Upon receiving the real-time message from the reconnaissance ninja through their summoning beasts, Roman could not restrain his excitement. Striking the table with his fist and bursting into joyous laughter. Excellent. He turned to the Umbu beside him. Summon the troops. We shall advance towards the Rain Ninja. Let us strive to conclude this war once and for all. Upon hearing the command, the dark faction promptly withdrew to execute it. Soon enough, the order from the Wind Shadow, Raza, reverberated throughout the Sand Hidden camp, eliciting a chorus of cheers that soared into the skies. Chiya, who was engrossed in the creation of chakra batteries, instinctively paused his work. The final assault, was it? Quite intriguing indeed. He tidied up the completed chakra batteries. Unlike the previous models, which were somewhat cumbersome, his newly improved chakra batteries now featured a push-button mechanism, allowing them to be securely fastened with a mere press once inserted into the power socket. Having endured the harrowing experience of being compelled to rely on a puppet in a dire situation, Chiya was determined not to face such a predicament again. After organizing his scrolls and donning a deep blue robe, he made his way outside the senior camp, where a multitude of sand ninjas had already gathered. Chiya, over here. Chihiko waved him over to the vicinity of the Jonin. Observing this, Chiya approached with a hint of concern. I am merely a chunin. Is it appropriate for me to stand among the Jonin? Do not worry, it will be fine. If you doubt it, ask the others if they have any objections. Chihiko nonchalantly waved his hand. Chiya glanced at the assembled Jonin, and indeed, no one expressed any discontent regarding his presence among them. From what his mother had indicated, it seemed that some chunin might be promoted to special jonin and certain special jonin to jonin, enhancing the combat capabilities of the sand ninja forces and decisively vanquishing the rain ninja. Upon hearing this revelation from Chihiko, Chiya felt a tinge of surprise, swiftly followed by a sense of acceptance. It was only natural to promote new talent to bolster the overall morale of the sand ninja army. Before long, the crowd continued to swell, gradually filling the open space outside the entire camp. Tens of thousands of individuals stood before him, an endless sea of faces. Just as the assembly reached its peak, Raza, along with advisors Chiyo and Kaiza, made their appearances, bringing a hush over the crowd. I believe many of you are curious as to why you were summoned so suddenly. Raza's voice boomed, standing atop a makeshift platform for all to behold. In our previous encounters, thanks to the unwavering efforts of our sand ninjas, the rain ninjas' ambitions to inflict severe damage upon us have consistently failed. Furthermore, we successfully severed the supply lines to the rain ninja village during our last engagement, plunging them into a state of isolation and vulnerability. Raza's voice was imbued with fervor, igniting a palpable excitement among the listeners. As circumstances have shifted, we have gradually gained the upper hand, while the rain ninjas find themselves at a disadvantage. Recently, we have successfully located their position. Therefore, Raza paused dramatically, his voice rising with intensity. This will be our final confrontation with the rain ninjas. Once this battle concludes, we shall bring an end to the war with them and return to the sand-hidden village. Esteemed comrades, do you long to return home? The desire to return home is the foremost aspiration of every ninja who has ventured into battle. The allure of home undoubtedly surpasses all rewards. A resounding cheer erupted from the ranks of the sand ninjas, so powerful that it seemed to disperse the very clouds in the sky. Very well. In light of this, let us unite our efforts to drive the rain ninjas back. With a grand gesture, Lord Romon proclaimed, to enhance the combat capabilities of our sand ninjas and to address the vacancies left by the sacrifices in previous wars, we shall make slight adjustments to the ninja ranks. Upon hearing this, many immediately focused intently. The temptation of home, though enticing, does not diminish the allure of rank promotion. An elevation in rank signifies an enhancement in status, authority, and remuneration. A ninja who does not aspire to become a jonin is not a worthy ninja. Many ninjas spend their entire lives striving merely to attain the rank of chunin, while the status of jonin often remains an elusive dream. During times of war, it is uncommon for a genin to be promoted to chunin due to the existence of formal examination protocols. Therefore, only chunin and special jonin are typically elevated. Numerous gazes shifted toward the figure of Chiya, who, despite being in the jonin camp, still bore the title of chunin. It seemed that Nanfeng Chiya was on the verge of being promoted to jonin, a recognition befitting her capabilities. In the era of war, jonins are categorized into various types: medical, intelligence, including reconnaissance, interrogation, and information gathering; sensory, versatile combat, proficient in trap setting, tactical strategies, leadership skills, decisive judgment in battle; and mastery of ninja tools and techniques, and those solely dedicated to combat. The general consensus among the crowd was that Chiya likely belonged to the versatile combat category, which is also the most common path for jonins after their promotion, leading to distinct specializations through further study. The criteria for evaluating a combat jonin are twofold: achieving the strength of a jonin and possessing adequate ninja knowledge. This requisite knowledge must be acquired by the time one graduates as a genin and is further assessed upon promotion to chunin. It can be said that those who become chunin typically possess a solid foundation of ninja knowledge. Indeed, The first individual Roman pointed out was Chiya. Nanfeng Chiya, step forward, Roman stated, looking at the somewhat surprised Chiya who had emerged. Nanfeng Chiya has repeatedly charged into battle against the Rain Ninjas, achieving glorious victories that significantly boosted our morale and shattered the resolve of the enemy. She played a pivotal role in severing the Rain Ninja supply lines and safeguarding our medical facilities. Furthermore, she was the first to detect an ambush by the Rain Ninjas, signaling our forces and enabling us to make timely and decisive judgments in the face of the surprise attack. Therefore, I hereby promote Nanfeng Chiya to Jonin, temporarily exempting her from leading a team to serve as a Jonin combat force against the Rain Ninja army. A Jonin, aspiring to lead a team, must undergo a period of training and learning. Only a select few chunin possess extensive experience in leadership during their tenure, allowing them to immediately take command upon their promotion to Jonin. Nanfeng Chiya, do you have any questions? In an official setting, Lord Roman fully embodied the gravity and demeanor befitting the Wind Shadow. Chiya inhaled deeply, nodding in acknowledgement. I appreciate the trust bestowed upon me by Lord Wind Shadow and everyone present. I shall strive diligently to live up to the title of Jonin, a 15-year-old Jonin. Such an achievement is indeed remarkable in this era. Previously, the youngest Jonin was 17 years of age, a record established by the current Wind Shadow, Roman. However, Chiya did not find this astonishing, for in the impending Third Ninja World War, there would be a 12-year-old Jonin, a true prodigy. Yet, that is a distant prospect. Naturally, Chiya felt a sense of joy at being the youngest Jonin. Congratulations, lad. You have ascended to the esteemed rank of Jonin, chimed Chiya with a beaming smile. It is merely the elevation by Lord Wind Shadow. Chiya responded with a humble smile, recognizing that his early achievement placed him in a position of prominence. Though we are in an age of warfare, humility remains paramount to avoid inciting envy. Asano Shinji, step forward. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Roman called out the name of the second individual. This name elicited a momentary surprise from Chiya. Asano Shinji, possessing considerable strength and a commendable record, had showcased the caliber of a chunin in previous battles and successfully participated in the destruction of Rain Ninja supplies. He was promoted to the rank of Special Jonin and granted the authority to lead a team of ninjas. While ascending to Special Jonin may not be particularly noteworthy, the ability to lead a team certainly elevates his standing in the eyes of many. However, considering his age and experience, many found it justifiable. Asano Shinji, now in his early 20s, remained merely a chunin, and it seemed unlikely his prowess would advance significantly further in this lifetime. Special Jonin might well be the pinnacle of his career, a consolation of sorts. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of him surging forth to attain the rank of Jonin. Yet, most Jonin achieve this status around the ages of 21 or 22, establishing an unspoken rule. Generally, one graduates as a Jonin at 12, attains chunin status between 13 and 15, and if opportunity allows, may aspire to become a Special Jonin by 18. Those who do not pursue the rank of Special Jonin can continue refining their skills, awaiting the chance to make a significant leap into the upper echelons of ninja hierarchy at the age of 20, thus becoming a Jonin. Most Jonin traverse this path. For those who tread the perilous edge of battle, the years from 12 to 20 represent a period of rapid physical development and the golden era for the enhancement of their abilities. If one fails to seize this age, possessing the prowess of a seasoned ninja at the tender age of 21 or 22, then the following decades will witness little significant advancement in their abilities. For after the age of 30, it becomes imperative to nurture the body and mend hidden injuries. Otherwise, one's chakra state will inevitably decline to a certain extent. However, most ninjas compensate for this disadvantage through experience, thus their strength may not noticeably diminish. Yet, endurance, undeniably, will not match that of their youth. The world of ninjas is indeed harsh, a profession that greatly relies on the vitality of youth. At the age of 23, Asano Senki had already attained the rank of chunin at 14. His years of accumulated experience were substantial, earning him the trust of Roman, who appointed him as a team leader. Chapter 65. The final battle. Subsequently, several chunin were promoted to Special Jonin. These chunin were unfamiliar to Senki, yet each exuded a formidable presence, most having demonstrated exceptional performance in the recent conflict. Undoubtedly, this marks a significant step toward enhancing the strength of the Sand Ninjas. The promotion ceremony concluded rather swiftly, lasting merely half an hour. Once the ceremony ended, Everyone immediately realized that the true spectacle was about to commence. Consequently, many held their breath in anticipation of Roman's next command. With the promotion ceremony behind them, it was clear to all what was to follow. Roman, equally exhilarated, declared with fervor, "Indeed, our next step is to march forth as one army and confront the rain ninjas." He raised his hand with a flourish, "Warriors of the sand, unleash your full might to vanquish the enemy." A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Many rain ninjas appeared exuberant, their faces flushed with excitement. Their eyes gleamed with a ferocity reminiscent of beasts poised to pounce, radiating an aura both fierce and exhilarating. Now, this pack of beast-like warriors would transform into machines of war, launching a final assault against the rain ninjas. Though I felt no excitement, the prevailing atmosphere stirred within me an undeniable surge of emotions. Senki turned to his companion, Chihiko, and couldn't help but exclaim, "War is truly a terrifying affair." Chihiko responded with a hearty laugh, "Embrace war and revel in it. This era belongs to the wind shadow, to us, and to you. You are the rising sun, youthful and brimming with vitality." Chihiko, with an air of aged wisdom, patted Senki on the shoulder. Yet, in truth, he had grown older. In the world of ninjas, 1s30s represent both the pinnacle of their prime and the onset of decline. Thus, witnessing the exceptional prowess of the young Senki in the face of the impending war stirred profound reflections within Chihiko. "Brother Chinyan, it is unnecessary for you to feign the demeanor of an elder. You are still quite youthful, and attempting to appear mature serves no purpose." Chinya candidly exposed Chinyan's charade, prompting a faint smile from Chinyan. "You are absolutely right. I am still very young." As the Sand Ninja army advanced with overwhelming force, the Rain Ninja were quick to detect their approach. Consequently, the Rain Ninja camp was thrown into a state of agitation, swiftly organizing a timely defensive line. Hans took command personally, leading from the front and awaiting the arrival of the Sand Ninja forces. Ideally, Hans would prefer not to oversee the battle directly. Yet he found himself with no other capable leaders within the Rain village to shoulder the burden. His envy towards the 5 great ninja villages, which he sought to confront, stemmed not merely from their abundant resources, but also from their wealth of talented individuals. Beyond the village leader, numerous formidable ninjas could bear significant responsibilities, fostering a positive developmental trend that would strengthen the faction and cultivate even more capable leaders. This ambition to ascend to the 6th great ninja village was one of the critical motivations behind his audacious decisions. Were it not for such aspirations, he would not risk incurring the wrath of the 5 great ninja villages. Lost in thought, he soon realized that the Sand Ninja army was now less than 500 meters away. The sight of tens of thousands charging forth was nothing short of breathtaking. A relentless surge akin to a tidal wave of steel, leaving onlookers breathless in its wake. Only someone of Hans's caliber could remain unfazed by such a spectacle. The moment of reckoning was at hand. As the distance between the two forces closed to 400 meters, Roman issued a halt. Rising above the sandiron core, he addressed Hans, who stood a short distance away atop a giant salamander. "Humph, Roman, do you truly believe you will succeed?" Hans was acutely aware of the likelihood of success, yet he would never concede such a notion verbally. To do so would shatter the morale of the entire Rain Ninja. "Ha ha ha, Hans, there is no need for you to put on a brave front. I am well aware of your current predicament." Roman laughed heartily. "Your Rain Ninja are merely holding on for dear life. In terms of manpower and top-tier combat strength, you hold no advantage. What do you intend to counter our Sand Ninja army with? Surrender now, and you may mitigate your losses. Otherwise," Roman's imposing aura surged forth, instilling fear among many Rain Ninja, who felt their resolve waver. "Do not blame us if, in the end, your village faces annihilation." Upon hearing these words, numerous Rain Ninja displayed expressions of trepidation. They exchanged glances with their comrades, recognizing a shared sentiment in each other's eyes, an acknowledgement that they believed the Sand Ninja possessed the capability to follow through on such threats. "Roman, anyone can utter grandiose claims. If you possess true skill, come and test it." Upon witnessing the fear etched upon the faces of his fellow ninjas before the war had even commenced, Hans felt a surge of frustration. Yet he found himself powerless to change the tide. He could only strive to bolster their morale. "Ha ha ha, let us give it a try," Roman bellowed, promptly issuing a thunderous command. "Suna ninjas, charge forth and slay." The earth trembled as tens of thousands of Suna ninjas surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, momentarily catching Hans off guard. No, Roman, are you truly serious? But the war had already ignited, leaving him no time for contemplation. He too commanded, attack. He propelled himself directly toward Roman, knowing that only he could thwart him. Should he manage to halt Roman, the Rain Ninja army would be spared from a catastrophic defeat. This marked the first battle since his ascension to the rank of Jonin. Chinya's eyes gleamed with fervor as he licked his lips, a mysterious smile gracing his features. I cannot afford to falter. Secret technique, Thunderbolt Barrage. The minuscule thunderbolts cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. In the past, due to a scarcity of chakra, he had to conserve his energy judiciously. But now, with an abundance of chakra and its enhanced quality, he possessed a formidable endurance, liberating him from previous constraints. Puff, puff, puff. The oncoming Rain Ninjas were utterly oblivious to Chinya's relentless barrage of lethal projectiles. Thus, whether they were Nin or Jinin, they fell victim to the peanut-sized thunderbolts. Incapacitated in an instant by the searing electricity, the puppets transformed into icy specters, wielding electrified blades that mercilessly claimed the lives of these Rain Ninjas. In the blink of an eye, the area surrounding Chiya had thinned, with at least 5 Rain Ninjas dispatched in swift succession. Observing this scene, the remaining Rain Ninjas appeared momentarily stunned, and as realization dawned upon them, they gasped in horror, hastily retreating from Chinya's vicinity. Chapter 66. Display of Power. Witnessing this spectacle, Chiya grinned with a devilish smile. Escaping will not resolve your woes. The most effective method to conquer fear is to confront it. Chinya's voice resonated like a sinister whisper, imbued with an inexplicable allure that sent shivers down their spines. Damn it, don't get too cocky. A frustrated Nin among the Rain Ninjas couldn't contain his ire, shouting, Behold my prowess. Everyone, unite and employ ninjutsu. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, doton, quicksand. In an instant, the ground beneath Chiya morphed into a treacherous swamp, striving to engulf him. Katon, fireball jutsu. Seizing the moment, another Nin unleashed a fiery assault. I shall aid you. Yet another Nin formed seals, inhaling deeply. F-ton, great wind technique. The wind fanned the flames, transforming the initially feeble fire into a wild and ferocious blaze, attaining a potency reminiscent of a Jonin's unleashed ninjutsu. However, in the face of this inferno, Chinya's response was rather brutal. Many of the Rain Ninjas assumed that Chiya would take this opportunity to defend or retreat. Thus, they had already prepared for Chinya's withdrawal and were ready to launch an immediate offensive should he choose to defend. Some among them, having witnessed Chiya in battle, knew that when puppet masters were in peril, one of their puppets would invariably come to their aid. Consequently, this remaining puppet became the primary target of their siege, and they were fully prepared for the onslaught. Yet, the actual scenario unfolded differently. 2 puppets surged forward into the flames, wielding long blades crackling with lightning. Tearing through the seemingly ferocious fire, they broke through to the astonished Rain Ninjas before them. Then, with a flash of electricity, the unexpected transpired. This entirely surpassed the Rain Ninjas' expectations, leaving them no time to react before they were all ensnared. With a chilling flash of the blades, the Rain Ninjas collapsed to the ground. What? Those positioned along Chinya's potential retreat path were utterly flabbergasted by this turn of events. What was happening? Why? As a puppet master, did Chinya's puppets show no response in the face of danger? Wait. It dawned on them that Southwind Chiya was nowhere to be found in their line of sight. They hastily searched for his whereabouts. Be careful, he is behind you. At that moment, a chunin with a rooster comb shouted from a distance. Judging by his distinctive attire, which was more imposing than that of a typical chunin, it was evident that he was not an ordinary ninja. Indeed, he was among the elite of the chunin, destined to either ascend to special jounin or wait several years for promotion to jounin. His strength was markedly different from that of a regular chunin, capable of holding his own against jounin. What? With the rooster-combed chunin's warning, the Rain Ninjas who had blocked Chinya's escape route suddenly awakened from their stupor and, without a second thought, rushed forward to retreat. Since you have already obstructed my path, why the haste to leave? Chiya smirked, extending his hand. Universal pull. A peculiar force descended, and the Rain Ninjas, who had been charging forward, were as if drawn back by an invisible hand. Magnetism activated. Just as they were about to close in on Chiya, his tone shifted, and a subtle wave emanated forth, leading to a miraculous occurrence. The Rain Ninjas, drawn from all directions, were inexplicably pulled together as if they were magnets, finding themselves unable to break free. But this was not the crux of the matter. The key was that Chiya, unfazed, retrieved shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and elegantly scattered them into the air like celestial blossoms. It was a sight of remarkable artistry. However, in an instant, the shuriken was drawn towards the magnetic force, swiftly hurtling towards the immobilized rain ninjas. No. Upon witnessing this scene, the trapped rain ninjas let out desperate cries. Yet, their pleas bore no fruit. With a series of dull thuds, the shuriken embedded themselves firmly into their bodies, causing a spray of crimson to erupt. The shuriken were not lethal by design. They were typically employed to inflict injuries and weaken the opponent's state. However, if they were laced with poison, the situation would indeed be different. As a master of toxins, Chiya had no reason to forego such an advantage. Thus, within mere seconds, the rain ninjas were consumed by even more agonizing screams, their faces turning a deep shade of purple before life ebbed away from them. The unfolding spectacle left both the rain and sand ninjas around them gasping in astonishment. How incredibly wild. When did killing become so effortless? What a jest. Wasn't he this fellow a puppet master? Why had he suddenly acquired combat prowess? Can someone please elucidate what has transpired? Damn it. Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? Their intelligence on him was now rendered utterly obsolete, leaving them at a loss as to how to respond effectively. Initially, among the rain ninjas, there were those dedicated to studying Chiya, devising countermeasures to mitigate casualties. Yet now, Chiya unleashed such a display. A puppet master suddenly possessing the ability to fight independently was undeniably terrifying. Even more unsettling was their ignorance of the source of Chiya's newfound close combat skills, which completely disrupted their strategic plans. Nevertheless, Chiya paid no heed to the astonished rain ninjas, continuing to manipulate his puppets. As they surged into the ranks of the rain ninjas, Knight's secret technique, Emerald Poison Mist. Knight's secret technique, Emerald Needles of the Thousand Rain. Discharge. Knight's secret technique, Thunderous White Barrage. In contrast to their previous coordinated yet restrained approach, the puppets now exhibited a ferocity that was palpable. Skills cascaded forth as if they were free of cost. Most dreadfully, the long blade of the puppet, enveloped in lightning, possessed a strength that rivaled any skill. With a single strike, it cleaved through middle ninja-level techniques, a truly fearsome display. Even when beset by various middle-ranking ninjas, he could break through with astonishing speed and turn the tide against them. When had this individual amassed such formidable strength? Hans cast a glance, his expression growing grave. From his seasoned perspective, Chiya's exhibited prowess already surpassed that of an ordinary elite ninja. Even among elite ninjas, none could match Chiya's terrifying lethality. Damn this fellow, perish. At last, after 2 minutes of relentless slaughter, several rain shinobi lay defeated at the hands of the puppet and combat puppets. Behind Chiya, a chunin wielded a colossal blade enveloped in chakra, launching a ferocious strike with astonishing speed, leaving Chiya with scarcely a moment to react. The blade was perilously close, within a finger's breadth of his waist. He can do it. He must succeed. Many rain shinobi silently preyed upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 67. The Assassination of the Jonin. However, reality often proves to be merciless. Faced with the incoming assault from the rain shinobi behind him, Chiya calmly declared, Shinra Tensei. A formidable force erupted from his being, repelling the attacker. The rain shinobi, mere moments away from inflicting harm, suddenly found themselves confronted by an overwhelming repulsive power. What should have been a swift strike became an eternal moment as the chunin was forcefully flung away. Chidori, with a flick of his wrist, the combat puppet fired a thunderous projectile, no larger than a fingertip, towards the chunin. The chunin, drenched in sweat, instinctively altered his trajectory mid-air, narrowly evading a fatal blow to the heart. Nevertheless, he was still pierced through the arm, blood splattering, as lightning erupted, leaving him utterly paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, the combat and puppets pursued relentlessly, their electrified blades striking with lethal precision. Thud, thud. The two puppets closed in, leaving the chunin with no chance of escape. After dispatching him, they surged into the ranks of the rain shinobi, as if invading an unguarded domain, showing utter disdain for their opponents. Damn it! How infuriating, so arrogant. Do not let him revel in his triumph. The sight incited rage among the rain shinobi, who clenched their teeth and charged towards Chiya. Brothers, we cannot allow Chiya to fight alone. Everyone, attack together. Upon witnessing this, Chiaki raised his arm in fervor, rallying others to aid Chiya. While Chiya was undeniably formidable, he was still outnumbered. Chiaki could not permit him to take unnecessary risks. Oh, a throng of sand shinobi gathered, inspired by Chiya's formidable display, which significantly bolstered their morale. The arrival of the sand shinobi immediately alleviated the pressure on Chiya. Sawara, go deal with that brat. Hanzo commanded, eyeing a nearby jonin. Understood. The jonin named Sawara nodded, revealing a cruel smile. Rest assured, Lord Hanzo, I will capture this brat. His tone conveyed complete disregard for Chiya. Sawara indeed possessed the capability. As one of Hanzo's guards, his strength among the jonin was formidable. He believes he has attained the status of an elite jonin. Thus, when faced with a mere 15-year-old genin from the Sand Village, he feels it is a trivial challenge. Go ahead. Hans expresses no dissent, confident in Zaware's capabilities. No matter how formidable Nanfeng Chinya may be, he could never reach a level where he could match his guard. No one's strength could grow at such an accelerated pace. Suddenly, while engaged in combat with Nin and Jinin, Chinya senses an imminent threat approaching. In response, his puppet swiftly strikes towards the source of danger. The clang of metal reverberates sharply as Zaware, with a savage expression, brandishes a serrated katana, revealing a cruel grin. Little brat, your good days are over. I have come to end you. Unfazed, Chinya responds, is that so? I await your attempt to take my life. The puppet releases a surge of lightning, prompting Zaware to retreat. Yet, the puppet does not grant him respite, unleashing a cloud of poisonous mist. Abundant in toxins, the puppet possesses an ample supply, enough to sustain its assault for an extended period. Such trivial poison, disperse. Zaware calmly forms hand seals. Water release, water flow wave. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water surge forth, dissipating the noxious fog and engulfing the puppet. Had Chinya hesitated for but a moment, he would have been swallowed by the deluge. The prowess of an elite jonin is indeed remarkable. However, the onslaught is far from over. Zaware alters his hand seals once more. Water release, water iron bullet. From within the currents, a multitude of water bullets are propelled forth. Although composed of water, they are astonishingly solid, akin to iron orbs, wielding formidable force. Shield of mechanisms. The extensive spread of the water bullets envelopes the puppet, the combat puppet, and Chinya, forcing them into a defensive stance. The impact of the water bullets is immensely powerful. Had the combat puppet not undergone upgrades, the force would have caused fractures at the wrist joints. This is no ordinary water bullet. It resembles a solid iron sphere launched at high velocity. Chinya cannot help but admire the elite jonin's extraordinary strength. The magnetic field perceives the surroundings with heightened sensitivity. Seizing this moment, Zaware forms seals once again. Water release, grand water arm technique. With a tremendous roar, a colossal arm of water materializes behind Chinya, crashing forward with immense weight. In the past, Chinya might have struggled to evade such an attack. However, he is no longer the same. With a swift twist, he sidesteps the assault and commands the puppet to form a Rasengan, enveloped in lightning. Instantly, the color of the Rasengan transforms. The once transparent, slightly blue hue transformed into a shade of white. Then, it was hurled towards Zawara. Yet, as it soared into the air, the spiraling sphere vanished with a resounding pop. This unexpected turn left Zawara, who had been braced for defense, momentarily stunned, prompting a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha, how utterly amusing. You dare to confront me with a technique you have yet to fully master? His expression swiftly morphed into one of ferocity. Since you cannot even wield your jutsu properly, then you shall perish. Just as he prepared to dash towards Chiya, an unforeseen disturbance erupted behind him. The spiraling sphere, which had seemingly disappeared, reappeared abruptly, mere centimeters from Zawara's back. At such a close range, evasion was impossible. A chill enveloped Zawara's body, leaving him in a state of shock and disbelief. However, being a seasoned jonin, he quickly regained his composure and vanished in an instant. Boom! The spiral sphere detonated upon losing its target, sending shockwaves that engulfed several chunin from the Rain Ninja village. A single, harrowing scream echoed as an arm was obliterated, utterly erased from existence. The sheer magnitude of this power sent chills down the spines of the surrounding Rain Ninjas, compelling them to retreat hastily. Yet, Chiya remained unfazed, his focus unwaveringly locked onto Zawara. The other hand of his puppet began to accumulate chakra, causing the air around them to vibrate subtly, exuding a suffocating aura. Soon, Chiya sensed a fluctuation in energy at the 9 o'clock position. The puppet swiftly aimed in that direction. Swish! As Zawara made his appearance, a blinding glint ignited in Chiya's eyes. Now, a piercing sound shattered the air as a chakra beam, reminiscent of a miniature-tailed beast bomb, surged forth, closing in on Zawara. Chapter 68. The Black Water Flow. What? Zawara could not fathom that Chiya could unleash such a terrifying attack so suddenly. Just as he materialized, the chakra beam descended upon him, closing in with relentless speed. Evading was no longer an option. He felt as if his very soul had crystallized, with time stretching unbearably slow, instilling a chilling sense of impending doom. He knew that this strike would spell his demise. Yet, escape was futile. This overwhelming realization ignited a tempest of despair and resentment within him. Having followed Hanzo for so many years, he had always faced adversaries with ease. Throughout his arduous journey, he had endured countless hardships and brushes with death. Now, after finally relishing the most beautiful moments of life, he found himself confronting an unavoidable death, stirring violent turmoil within him. This turmoil catalyzed a profound transformation in his chakra. Every individual possesses the potential to surge with newfound strength in the face of death. In this moment, Zawara, fueled by an intense sense of indignation, experienced a sudden surge of chakra. His body, revitalized as if by the rebirth of spring, found him unexpectedly capable of evading an attack that had seemed inevitable just moments before. With a swift motion, he deftly sidestepped, avoiding a lethal strike aimed at his heart. Though he could not escape unscathed, instead, the attack pierced his arm. Though his limb was shattered in an instant, blood and flesh erupting in chaos, his life was spared. For Zawara, this was an immense stroke of fortune. The sight of Zawara narrowly escaping astonished Chiya. The strike had been meticulously calculated, and given Zawara's previous reactions, evasion had seemed utterly implausible. Indeed, one must never underestimate an elite among the Chunin, although whether Zawara truly qualified as elite was open to debate. Yet, such reflexes left no room for Chiya to breathe easy. He realized he was in peril. Determined, he resolved to seize the moment. The puppet unleashed a barrage of lightning projectiles. Zawara, already strained from evading chakra rays, found it exceedingly difficult to dodge the incoming electrical bullets. He managed to evade the first two, yet the subsequent rounds struck him relentlessly. While the bullets lacked overwhelming power, they penetrated his body, causing lightning to erupt within him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and severely damaging his meridians. Already injured, he found his condition deteriorating further, his movements hindered. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Many spectators, still processing the events, were left incredulous as they beheld Zawara, once standing strong, now gravely wounded and on the brink of death. How could this be real? The esteemed Chunin Zawara had been bested so swiftly by the young Chiya? Fellow Chunin from the Rain Village clenched their teeth, refusing to accept the reality of the situation. Zawara was not merely a Chunin. He served as a guard to Hanzo, a figure of semi-divine stature. To be so easily vanquished by a mere 15-year-old would bring great shame upon Hanzo, who would struggle to hold his head high in the ninja world thereafter. Zawara, acutely aware of this disgrace, gritted his teeth and shouted, "You little brat, you shall learn just how terrifying a Chunin can be." Though his body was failing, and he could feel death beckoning, he resolved that if he could drag Chiya down with him, it would be worth it. With great effort, he began to weave hand signs, a ferocious aura emanating from him. His face paled as he declared, "You should feel honored, little brat." This technique was meant to eliminate those of the 5 Kage level. Yet now, it seems I must bestow it upon you. Upon hearing these words and feeling the overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the magnetic field, Chiya understood with utmost clarity that he could not allow Ziyang to successfully unleash his technique. Knight's secret art, thunderous white sphere. Chiya shot forth an icy thunderbolt, the size of a fingertip, in an attempt to repel Ziyang. However, Ziyang had already resolved to drag him down into the depths, having abandoned any hope of survival. A heart devoid of desire is resolute. He did not evade the impending strike. Even as his body was pierced, his hand seals remained unwavering. Moreover, before Chiya could capitalize on his advantage, Ziyang had already completed his hand signs. "Water burial hell," he shouted furiously, and suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted with surging black torrents. Yet, this water was terrifying. As it surged forth, it violently corroded the earth. Even Ziyang, using chakra to tread upon this water, found his face rapidly deteriorating. Roar! The black torrents swiftly grew in magnitude, resembling the wrath of a sea deity. Tumultuous waves crashing violently, mercilessly surging towards Chiya. Chiya could clearly see that even chakra was being eroded. Many rain ninjas and sand ninjas, caught off guard, were swept away with naught but a scream, vanishing entirely. Great blades and kunai, once touched by this water, began to corrode violently. The sheer power of this attack caused Chiya's pupils to constrict involuntarily. How eerily reminiscent this is of the fifth Mizukage, Meiterumi's dissolution technique. To resist, it was undoubtedly futile. The tsunami-like force generated by this black water bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. Possessing a terrifying might capable of shattering the heavens and earth, coupled with its dreadful corrosiveness, facing it head-on would be daunting even for shadow-level warriors. Yet, Chiya found himself with nowhere to evade. Rain ninjas were closing in from the front and sides, taking advantage of the earlier chaos. They exhibited no concern for Ziyang's injuries. They were solely interested in claiming the credit for vanquishing Nanfeng Chiya. Given Chiya's earlier display, should they succeed in eliminating him, they would undoubtedly reap countless unspoken benefits. To them, Nanfeng Chiya was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chiya keenly sensed this, tightening his heart in trepidation. With formidable enemies ahead and relentless pursuers behind, extricating himself from such a predicament proved to be a daunting challenge. Furthermore, he had to avoid every torrent of water, otherwise, even Chiya would suffer dire consequences if touched by it. He could not afford to fall into a disadvantageous position and allow the rain ninjas to capitalize on his misfortune. If that were the case, then he too would unleash his full wrath. After all, who among them lacked a trump card? He summoned all his chakra, extending his palm towards the approaching black beast, chakra erupting forth, causing his attire to flutter violently. God, Luo, heaven, conquer, buzz. The heavens and earth trembled as an indescribable force surged forth, colliding fiercely with the oncoming torrents of black water. Boom! The earth emitted a thunderous tremor, burdened and overwhelmed, while the black waters seemed to freeze in midair, enveloping the land like a colossal beast, suffocating all who beheld it. Chapter 69, The Gathering of Three Heroes. The two sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Yet, the quaking ground continued to instill fear in the hearts of the surrounding ninjas. Demon, perish. With the inability to break through, Kawara grew increasingly anxious. His condition was deteriorating, and if this impasse persisted, it would only worsen. Yet, the thought of such a fate filled him with resentment. Suddenly, he unleashed all his chakra, even drawing from the essence of his life force to produce more chakra, infusing it into the black waters, which surged with newfound ferocity, charging at Chiba's offensive. A dying man should embrace his fate. Cease your struggles. Chiya bellowed in anger. Break through. With his chakra maximized, the repulsive force surged mightily, momentarily pushing the black waters back. Damn it, impossible. Kawara could hardly accept this turn of events. Yet the repulsive force only grew stronger, inching forward relentlessly, forcing the black waters to retreat completely. Kawara attempted to regain control, resisting the advancing force, but it was futile. Fall back. Realizing he had lost control of the situation, Kawara shouted to all the rain ninjas nearby. Sand ninjas, retreat as well. Chiya echoed the warning, prompting the surrounding ninjas to heed the call and withdraw. Just as the sand ninjas began to retreat, Chiya's furious voice thundered, break. A deep hum resonated through the air, and the black waters surged back, crashing towards the rain ninjas' ranks like an overwhelming flood, consuming Kawara whole. Damn it, it's coming for us. Get out of the way. Avoid the black water. Many elite shinobi among the rain ninjas turned pale and shouted, urging their bewildered comrades to disperse while simultaneously forming hand signs to create defensive barriers. Earth style, water style, wind style. At that moment, it truly resembled the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique prowess. The power of the black waters was indeed terrifying. The defenses erected by numerous rain ninjas crumbled almost instantly, and those who had crafted them were swallowed, their screams abruptly silenced, leaving only the incessant sound of corrosion. Only the corresponding elite ninjas managed to withstand the onslaught, successfully diverting the black waters, which were then channeled underground by the Earth-style ninjas. After executing all this, Chiya hastily consumed a soldier's pill to replenish his chakra, for the previous assault had drained him considerably. In a one-on-one battle against ordinary ninjas, he would not need to restore his chakra, but given the chaos of the battlefield, it was prudent to be thoroughly prepared. However, Chiya's formidable achievement of dispatching a guard of Hanzo immediately stirred a tempest upon the battlefield. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done. Chiya burst into a hearty laugh, then proclaimed loudly, to all the sand shinobi, a ranged shinobi has already fallen at the onset of battle, signifying that fate itself is on our side. Charge. Oh. Without needing further encouragement from Chiya, they comprehended the morale-boosting impact of Chiya's victory over a jonin. Already feeling a sense of superiority, the sand shinobi's confidence surged even higher. In stark contrast, a shadow of despair enveloped the hearts of the ranged shinobi. What nonsense! That was Hanzo's guard, a paragon among jonin. How could he have been so easily vanquished by Chiya? Just how powerful is Chiya? And how many others among the sand shinobi possessed such strength? Contemplating this, many ranged shinobi found themselves succumbing to pessimism. Hey, ranged shinobi, it's not too late to concede. Chiya astutely observed this shift, grinning widely as he gestured, causing his puppet to surge forward like an arrow, rejoining the fray against the ranged shinobi. This time, emboldened by the recent victory over the jonin, several ranged shinobi instinctively recoiled in fear, leading to a rout. Incredible! Yetsong exclaimed in awe at the scene before her. Immediately, her expression turned serious. In that case, I must not lag behind. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a fireball, and, upon casting it forth, it transformed into countless orbs of searing flames, scattering in all directions toward the ranged shinobi. Instantly, several ranged shinobi's lower ranks suffered severe burns, teetering on the brink of death. Though the fireball was small, its temperature was exceedingly high, resulting in grave injuries upon contact. The chunin who managed to block it fared no better, enduring significant wounds. Since they have blocked, let us see how they fare against this. Yetsong remained composed, summoning another fireball, pushing it forward, scorch release, scorching dragon dance. Roar. In an instant, the surroundings turned crimson, the air warping ominously. A white fire dragon erupted, sending tremors cascading toward all the ranged shinobi ahead. Even the nearby sand shinobi paled, hastily retreating. This fire dragon was overwhelmingly dominant. Its crashing force was not extraordinarily powerful, yet its extreme temperature rendered any defense feeble, incinerating several from the ranged shinobi ranks in an instant. Neither chunin nor lower ranks were spared, and even the jonin's faces blanched as they scrambled to evade. As the attack concluded, the ranged shinobi suffered the loss of numerous lives, delivering a satisfactory result for Yetsong. Indeed, under Chiya's guidance, the potency of her scorch release surged tremendously. Yetsong couldn't help but marvel, though she still had several techniques yet to unveil. Damn! How has this fellow's strength increased so dramatically? An elite shinobi, observing the formidable onslaught of Yetsong, could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Previously, a mere special J-Nin could have easily thwarted him, yet now, the overwhelming aura he exuded compelled even special J-Nins to circumvent him. While it may not have been as astonishing as Chiya eliminating an elite among J-Nin, it was still quite formidable. The J-Nin's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Luo Sha. Among the three young ninjas of the Rain Village that warranted attention, both Yitsong and Chiya had already demonstrated remarkable prowess, leaving no justification for Luo Sha to lack any semblance of growth or transformation. As the J-Nin's eyes fell upon Luo Sha, he found himself clenching his teeth once more. There stood Luo Sha, arms crossed, surrounded by a myriad of golden sand tendrils that valiantly confronted the assailants from all directions. Even those attempting stealthy assaults from below were swiftly engulfed by his golden sand. He projected an air of profound mystery. The J-Nin even witnessed an elite J-Nin attempt a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by a sudden wall of golden sand created by Luo Sha, which relentlessly repelled the intruder with an unending barrage of sand. Just a few days prior, such an event would have been utterly unimaginable. In this moment, as he observed the enemy forces failing to breach his defenses, Luo Sha reflected inwardly. Perhaps this is the correct application of golden sand. He had yet to grasp the true essence of its power. Chiya, indeed, was an extraordinary individual, despite never having wielded golden sand. He seemed to possess a deeper understanding of its potential than Luo Sha himself. A sense of admiration welled within Luo Sha for Chiya. He mused that even as AJ Nin, he might now hold his own, perhaps even achieve a stalemate if he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Chapter 70. The disparity. All of this was made possible by Chiya's influence. Luo Sha had mastered Golden Sand for several years, yet his comprehension paled in comparison to Chiya's outsider insight. Absent the guidance Chiya provided that fateful day, Luo Sha would likely have needed several more years to reach his current level of development. As a ninja, the greatest fear lies in straying from the path and wasting precious time. He was in the midst of a golden phase of growth, and veering off course during this critical period could result in irreparable loss of time that could never be reclaimed. Moreover, the harsh reality is that simply wishing to avoid missteps does not guarantee their absence. Most ninjas lack the guidance of a mentor and must navigate their journey through trial and error, often wasting valuable time on misguided paths, only to lament their lost opportunities once the golden period has passed. Yet now, thanks to a single insightful remark from Chiya, Luo Sha found himself spared from countless detours. If she were a woman, he would be inclined to offer himself in gratitude. Unbeknownst to Chiya, he was oblivious to Luo Sha's internal musings. He was simply astonished by the performances of both Luo Sha and Yi Tsang. That day, he had merely expressed a fleeting thought, never anticipating the significant advancements that both Yi Tsang and Luo Sha would achieve. While Yi Tsang's progress was slightly less pronounced, Luo Sha had already attained the caliber of AJ Nin. The pace of progress instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. Indeed, how could the man destined to become the fourth wind shadow find the journey uncomplicated? Furthermore, it was inconceivable that someone with the potential to become a hero of Sunagakure would possess any lack of talent. Nanfeng Chinya, oh Nanfeng Chinya. One must not succumb to arrogance. Otherwise, one risks being overtaken and left behind. However, were Rasha and Yakura privy to Chinya's musings, they would likely feel considerable dismay. Brother, your power is astonishingly formidable, and your growth is as swift as the flow of water. How could we ever hope to leave you behind? If not for Chinya's guidance, he would undoubtedly struggle even against a special jonin, let alone contend with a jonin. Given Chinya's enigmatic and rapid advancement in strength, Rasha harbored no illusions about being able to catch up to or surpass Chinya in the future. He was acutely aware of his limitations. In the past, the only factor restraining Chinya's growth was a deficiency in chakra. Yet, Chinya defied this limitation through his mastery of puppet techniques. Now, with a significant increase in chakra and the ability to wield magnet release, the trajectory of Chinya's development led Rasha to believe that it would not be long before he possessed the strength to rival the Wind Shadow. As Rasha contemplated these thoughts, Chinya swiftly dispatched several foes, including a number of chunin. Even special jonin required allies to dare launch an assault against him. With a swift motion, Chinya commanded his puppets to strike, enveloped in lightning, wielding an overwhelmingly destructive force, accompanied by a terrifying tearing power. The approaching special jonin, witnessing the severed weapons, broke into a cold sweat and retreated, desperately launching shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags to facilitate their escape. They had recently encountered Chinya's peculiar ability to draw opponents towards him. They believed that by overwhelming him with their attacks, they could prevent him from utilizing this skill, thus ensuring their own escape. One must acknowledge that their reasoning was sound and highly feasible. Unfortunately for them, they overlooked the fact that Chinya's abilities extended beyond mere attraction and repulsion. With a flick of his hand, Chinya activated his magnetic release, attraction. A wave of violet light swiftly radiated outward, piercing through the bodies of the four special jonin. In that moment, their expressions shifted in unison as they recalled Chinya's additional technique, but their realization came alarmingly late. The kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags they had just launched now hurtled back towards them. The ensuing chaos erupted with a series of piercing sounds and explosive booms, as a barrage of sharp instruments tore into flesh, accompanied by the resounding echoes of detonations. Two elite jonin, appearing quite disheveled, emerged from the billowing smoke of an explosion, their bodies punctured by numerous kunai and shurikens, blood streaming from their wounds. In the distance, several other elite jonin appeared, their faces etched with terror, cold sweat glistening on their foreheads. Witnessing this scene, Chinya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are elite jonin. It is not so easy to eliminate you." This remark rendered the previously confident elite jonin facing Chiya visibly distressed. One of them, his crimson eyes blazing with fury, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard, don't underestimate us." However, at that very moment, a comrade's alarmed voice rang out beside him. "Be careful. This guy is deliberately distracting you." The red-eyed elite jonin turned to see a mechanical puppet launching a surprise attack from behind, its blade slicing toward him with blinding speed, leaving no room for reaction. With a swift motion, the red-eyed jonin utilized the body flicker technique to evade the explosion, demonstrating his prowess. He twisted, drew his blade, and with chakra enveloping it, executed a powerful strike in one fluid motion. Yet, at the moment of contact, his expression changed dramatically. To his astonishment, he was sent flying backwards, overpowered by the puppet's might. As the puppet targeted the red-eyed elite jonin, the remaining elite jonin seized the opportunity to disperse and simultaneously perform hand seals. Wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. A torrent of wind blades surged toward the puppet, aimed at severing its chakra strings. Fire release. Wolf fire technique. A fiery wolf charged forth, lunging at the puppet. Water release. Water iron bullet. A hefty water projectile sealed off the puppet's retreat. Several elite jonin acted in unison, overwhelming even the puppet's defenses. Magnet release. Control of sand. Chiya maneuvered the puppet into a defensive stance to counter the water projectile while evading the wind blades. Concurrently, he activated his magnet release, imbuing the earth with magnetism. In an instant, colossal hands emerged, slapping down upon the advancing fire wolf. Boom! The area erupted in a cacophony of sound, dust enveloping the battlefield once more. Yet amidst the chaos, a chilling figure darted through the haze. Soon after, muffled grunts and the sound of a heavy fall echoed through the air. Thud, thud. Two figures stumbled out of the mist, utterly battered. As they were propelled backward, the puppet unleashed a barrage of peanut-sized lightning bullets. Puff, puff, puff. The lightning bullets struck the two figures, piercing their bodies with multiple holes. Nevertheless, they swiftly retreated, appearing on the ground at a distance, yet unable to stand. Half kneeling and gasping for breath, their faces filled with resentment. Damn it! Why is there such a vast disparity? Amidst the swirling dust, the two individuals acutely sensed the approach of the puppet, prompting them to swiftly raise their defenses. They anticipated successfully blocking the attack, yet were taken aback by the puppet's overwhelming strength, which hurled them out of the haze. As they emerged from the fog, a lightning projectile from the combat puppet pierced their bodies before they could react. In the distance, two specially designated jonin, bearing wounds from the confrontation, could not suppress their expressions of dread. Numerous chunin were left with a tingling sensation of apprehension. How formidable could he be? That even a coalition of specially designated jonin could not contend with him? Logically, even the most elite jonin should not possess such extraordinary prowess. An involuntary sense of fear towards Chiya began to take root in their hearts. Do not be deceived. A jonin interjected in his first encounter with four specially designated jonin. He merely forced them back, and subsequently faced three at once, defeating them all. His ability to eliminate jonin Zidu is not surprising. Any elite jonin possesses such capability. He is not as formidable as you imagine. Upon hearing this, many of the ranged shinobi found themselves wavering in belief. Is it truly so? Chiya, however, could not help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, a jonin with some discernment. Although he managed to defeat four specially designated jonin simultaneously, it was still inevitable that he would sustain some injuries. Special jonin are not as fragile as chunin, and they possess a certain degree of resistance against elite jonin. With this thought, his gaze fixated on the aforementioned jonin. Eliminating this jonin would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the sand-hidden village. With that in mind, Chiya's intent sharpened, and the combat puppet surged toward the jonin clad in a straw hat. Zidu, be cautious. As the combat puppet and the fighting puppet charged at Zidu, the surrounding ranged shinobi could not help but exclaim. Yet, the speed of the combat puppet and the fighting puppet was astonishing, slicing through the air like phantoms. Their icy lightning blades aimed at Zidu. Having witnessed the formidable power of the combat puppet and the fighting puppet, jonin Zidu instinctively trusted in his chakra, channeling his strength to counter the assault. However, this was inherently a false premise. As Zidu's attention shifted to the power of the combat puppet and the fighting puppet, he overlooked the true purpose of the puppet itself. Knight's secret technique, Emerald Toxic Mist. Poison. It has always been one of a puppet's secret weapons. No matter how powerful an opponent may be, unless they are of the caliber of Pain or Uchiha Madara, poison can yield remarkable effects against any adversary. If a chunin were to encounter the enveloping poisonous mist, they would likely retreat in panic. Even a special jonin would instinctively fall back, while simultaneously attempting a counterattack. Yet, as a seasoned jonin, Zidu remained unperturbed, his form suddenly transforming into a pool of flowing water. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the next instant, Zidu appeared swiftly behind Chiya, unleashing several fireballs akin to molten bombs, their speed rivaling that of Chinya's lightning release. In an instant, he enveloped Chiya in flames, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Zidu's strategy was remarkably lucid. By eliminating the puppet master, the puppets would naturally lack a wielder. Truly, he exemplified the prowess of a jonin, terrifying indeed. Faced with the imminent threat of fireballs, akin to the scorching rays of the sun, Chiya maneuvered his puppet, the duel puppet, while simultaneously generating a powerful repulsive force around himself. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding hum, just a fraction of a distance from striking Chiya, the fireballs were repelled back towards Zidu, the caster. Astonished, Zidu recoiled, his gaze fixated on the movements of the duel puppet, while his chakra flared to counter any sudden gravitational pulls or magnetic forces that Chiya might employ to restrain his movements. Such attentiveness was characteristic of a jonin. However, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Even with precaution, it did not guarantee true evasion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ground around Zidu heaved, clods of earth rising to form a massive wall that partially encircled him, obstructing his path. No avenues for escape remained, all blocked by the earthen barrier. Damn it! This scene compelled Zidu to resort to his water clone technique once more. The fireballs erupted against the earthen wall, which was half a meter thick, shattering it into a myriad of cracks before collapsing under the sheer force. The magnitude of the assault was evident. Observing the spectacle, Chiya couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder he's a jonin. The potency of his ninjutsu is entirely distinct from that of a special jonin. Yet, as he beheld Zidu evading through the water clone, a subtle smile crept upon Chiya's lips. I awaited your use of the water clone. Activating the magnetic field sensing to its utmost state, he finally tuned his awareness to the surroundings. The duel puppet was poised for action, one wielding a long sword enveloped in lightning, and the other gathering energy for a Rasengan. In the next moment, at 11 o'clock in the northwest direction, a surge of Zidu's chakra resonated. The duel puppet surged forth like a phantom. The instant Zidu materialized, a profound sense of peril washed over him. The longsword, crackling with lightning, lunged forward. Zidu's body tensed, every hair on his skin standing on end. He swiftly retreated to the side, evading the duel puppet, and prepared to affix explosive tags onto the passing puppet. Yet, zzz, as the piercing sound of rapid tearing echoed behind him, Zidu's expression drastically changed, and he instinctively realized the impending danger. Rasengan. A resounding impact followed. Although Zidu attempted to evade, he barely managed to retreat a half step. Yet the Rasengan struck forcefully against his side. With a horrific, visceral sound, flesh and blood erupted, a significant portion of his ribcage vanishing, along with fragments of his internal organs, the excruciating pain contorting his face and severely impairing his consciousness. In the next instant, the ground erupted with two incredibly swift earthen spikes, piercing through Zidu's chest at an angle. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe that he was about to meet his demise in such a wretched manner. As a distinguished jonin, how could he perish so disgracefully? Silence fell abruptly around him. Many rain ninjas stood in stunned disbelief, their minds blank as they witnessed this scene. A jonin had been taken down so effortlessly? Was such absurdity even conceivable? Yet, the one most enraged by the fall of a jonin was Hanzo. Damn it! Hanzo found himself besieged by Roman, Chiya, and HZ, unable to extricate himself and already at a disadvantage. Facing three opponents, unless he were the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, it was implausible for him to overcome the combined might of Roman, Chiya, and HZ. Consequently, witnessing his fellow jonin being systematically eliminated while he was trapped, he realized he could not even break free to teach that insufferable brat Chiya a lesson. Well done, Roman exclaimed with unrestrained joy, laughing heartily. Hanzo concede. Your rain ninjas have lost any advantage at this point. Chiya added with a smile. Hanzo, if you refuse to surrender, we wouldn't mind reducing the ranks of demigods in the ninja world. Chapter 72. Calling you trash at these words, Hanzo's face darkened. However, He understood that Chiyo's statement held undeniable truth. With Chiyo and Romon already pressing him, the addition of HZ left him with no feasible escape. The battle had barely commenced, and his summoning creature, the salamander, had already been forced to retreat due to injuries. Hanzo was left to fight alone. As for why the three, capable of eliminating him, had yet to do so, he could certainly surmise a few reasons. Any of the 5 great ninja villages, when faced with the Rain Village's influence, would carefully contemplate the consequences of its annihilation. In the balance of power within the ninja world, the Rain Village contributed significantly. For the Sand Village, the Rain Village served as a buffer zone between the Sand and Rock Villages. Should the Rain Village be obliterated, the Sand Village would confront the Rock Village directly, devoid of any buffer, inevitably exacerbating the already tenuous situation in the ninja world. This was a scenario that the higher-ups of the Sand Village would categorically refuse to witness. Chaos signifies uncontrollability, having endured the tumultuous era of the Warring States. Where familial conflicts raged, both Chiyo and Hanzo comprehend the dire consequences that chaos can unleash. It is highly plausible that the hidden Sand Village may succumb to this turmoil, perhaps even facing annihilation within the ninja world. After all, the factions coveting the resources of the Sand Village are numerous. Humph, do you truly believe I would concede defeat? Hanzo scoffed coldly, despite the unfavorable circumstances, as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. To surrender without a fight would undermine his authority and ability to command the Rain Village in the future. A true warrior must possess a spirit of pride. It appears that the losses incurred are still insufficient, Hanzo. Romon sneered. If that is the case, let us continue. With that, countless sand iron projectiles surged towards Hanzo, forcing him to evade hastily. Chiya. After vanquishing yet another Jonin, Chiya's stature in the eyes of the surrounding sand ninjas soared dramatically. Meanwhile, the Rain ninjas regarded him with an increasing sense of trepidation. With 2 Jonin having perished at Chiya's hands, his prowess had surpassed the capacity of the chunin and jinin to contend with. Even many special Jonin gazed at Chiya with expressions rife with gravity. Just as Chiya was maneuvering his puppets, preparing to advance once more, a loud cheer erupted from behind him. There stood Romon, breathless and bearing a deep wound across his chest, while not far ahead, a Jonin had lost an arm. This sight caused Chiya's brow to arch once more, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his puppets to charge towards Romon. His injuries were severe, and his breath labored. He was vulnerable to being dispatched by adversaries. It was only when the puppets reached Romon's side that many Rain ninjas realized the opportunity they had just missed. Had they seized the moment, they might have eliminated a future elite of the Sand Village. Yet, considering Romon's ability to inflict such grave harm upon a Jonin, many felt it prudent not to intervene. If Romon were to unleash his fury, dragging them down with him, they would not be as fortunate as the Jonin to merely lose an arm. You did well. Even a Jonin lost an arm to you. Chiya praised Romon without turning back. Naturally, Romon replied proudly, then sighed. Yet I still cannot compare to you. You have dispatched 2 Jonin without sustaining a scratch. Fear not, you shall reach that level soon enough. Chiya patted Romon's shoulder, adopting a brotherly demeanor despite their similar ages. Of course, I have unwavering confidence in my own strength. Romon replied noncommittally, promptly retrieving a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch. With Chiya safeguarding him, he could focus on restoring his chakra with peace of mind. As the twilight descended upon the battlefield before Raza, those with intentions in their hearts hesitated. The remarkable prowess demonstrated by Chiya, who had effortlessly vanquished 2 Jonin without sustaining a scratch, instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. Many chunin from the Rain Village were calculating how many of their number would be required to execute a strategy against Raza that would capitalize on his vulnerabilities. However, before they could reach a conclusion, Yetsong approached with urgency. Numerous sand shinobi gathered closely, forming a protective barrier around Raza. At present, the sand shinobi were nearly equal in numbers to their Rain counterparts, rendering the prospect of overwhelming a single individual with sheer force a formidable challenge, especially with Raza so well guarded. Moreover, harboring intentions to assault Raza was no trivial matter. Suddenly, Chinya's puppet, Do Puppet, sprang into action. With a sweeping strike of its long blade, it unleashed a blinding flash of lightning, exuding a terrifying force that cleaved through the weapon of a nearby chunin, leaving a deep gash upon his chest that sent him retreating in panic. Concurrently, the Do Puppet emitted arcs of lightning, prompting a chorus of anguished screams as several genin were rendered paralyzed. The puppet then unleashed a noxious fog that enveloped the vicinity in an instant. The chilling sounds of slaughter echoed within the toxic miasma, and when the fog dissipated, several lifeless bodies of rain shinobi littered the ground, both genin and chunin alike. Outraged by such unbridled brutality, many rain shinobi gritted their teeth in frustration. The cold-blooded massacre of their comrades felt akin to the indiscriminate slaughter of poultry, a sense of helplessness washing over them. "If you find me displeasing, come and strike me," Chiya taunted, gesturing mockingly. In earlier times, such provocation would have incited rain shinobi to retaliate, but now, having witnessed Chiya's formidable might and illustrious achievements, they dared not approach him. All talk and no action. What a bunch of worthless scum. Chiya's scathing mockery ignited fury among the rain shinobi. "You will soon know my strength," bellowed a chunin with a rooster-like crest, slamming his fist into the ground. Earth release, earthquake. The ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves that destabilized all who stood upon it, tossing them about uncontrollably. Even as Chiya and his companions gripped the earth with their chakra to brace themselves, they found it a struggle to maintain their footing. Earth release, quicksand. In a flat terrain, one might evade a sudden pitfall, but amidst the chaotic undulations, when a mire emerged beneath them at the peak of a rise, it left them no time to react. In an instant, half of a calf was ensnared within the treacherous muck. A prime opportunity had presented itself. As Chiya found himself ensnared in a quagmire, his movements hindered, the assembled chunin immediately perceived an opportunity. They beckoned to one another, forming hand seals. "Let us unite and unleash wind and fire release." Fire release, great flame technique. 3 chunin stood in a line, unleashing torrents of roaring flames. Wind release, violent wind technique. Another trio of chunin arranged themselves similarly, summoning fierce gales. Chapter 73. Remarkable achievements indeed, though this ninjutsu was a collective effort from several chunin. Its potency was undeniably formidable. Even the techniques unleashed by a jounin alone rarely exhibited such might. Chiya's expression grew unusually serious. Ninjutsu, mechanized shield. The combat puppet expanded, perfectly shielding him while the device swiftly maneuvered around the chunin. Compared to a solitary jounin, although this group of chunin wielded considerable power, their sustained capability was significantly inferior. Chiya was entirely capable of dismantling them one by one. Roar. Before the raging flames, the chunin's line of sight was utterly obstructed, rendering them oblivious to the puppet's departure. All they perceived was the relentless collision of flames against the combat puppet. Boom. An incredibly violent sound resonated, the air erupting in a cacophony, yet the flames abruptly split, surging forth in 2 directions. This sudden turn of events caused the ninja positioned behind the combat puppet to turn pale. Aside from a few who managed to evade, the rest were instantly engulfed by the flames, their anguished cries echoing. Impossible. How could their assault fail to breach his defenses? Witnessing their flames collide with the puppet's protection without inflicting any damage, the chunin's morale began to falter. This was a combined effort of several of them. Even many jounin's techniques would not easily surpass their strength. Yet, such a ferocious strike had failed to pose any threat to Chiya? "Huh, are you still concerned about whether my defenses are breached?" Chiya grinned, gesturing behind them. "Perhaps you should pay more attention to your own safety." Prompted by Chiya's words, the chunin hurriedly glanced back, only to discover the combat puppet had appeared behind them, launching a barrage of poisoned sunbon from its hands. Puff, puff, puff. Except for one chunin with a rooster crest who managed to evade the onslaught with a substitution technique, the others were all struck by the sunbon. It was over. The faces of those hit turned ashen. The potency of Chiya's toxin was well understood by all present on the battlefield. Indeed, within mere seconds, they felt utterly drained, struggling to breathe as their vision blurred rapidly, their bodies akin to being relentlessly pummeled, the pain unyielding. In less than 2 seconds, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Chiya, ever considerate, manipulated the earth, transforming it into several earthen spears that pierced through the chunin's chests, delivering the final blow. In the scene before him, the rooster-headed chunin could not help but secretly rejoice at his swift actions, having narrowly avoided the deadly poison of the 1,000 blades. However, in my battlefield, there are no fish that slip through the net. Suddenly, the voice of Chiya echoed, and behind the rooster-headed chunin, the puppet followed him like a shadow. This revelation sent a shiver down the chunin's spine. Before he could react, the puppet opened its mouth, and with a surge of chakra, a flurry of shurikens was unleashed towards him. The prowess of the rooster-headed chunin was evidently superior to that of the previous chunins. His strength was unmistakably greater. With a piercing sound, as the shuriken pierced his body, he instantly transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. Evading was futile. Chiya seemed to anticipate precisely where the rooster-headed chunin would emerge, grinning as he directed the puppet's palm towards a specific direction. The puppet stood resolutely, as if forming a peculiar formation, making it appear as though the chunin was ensnared in a trap. In the next moment, the rooster-headed chunin indeed appeared from the direction the puppet was aimed. Bang! A frigid lightning bolt erupted violently, causing the newly emerged chunin to feel a chill run through his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted to the side. Yet, by sheer coincidence, his escape led him directly into the path of the puppet. By the time he realized this, it was far too late. With a swift thrust, a lightning-wreathed blade effortlessly pierced through the chunin's chest. The chunin emitted a harrowing scream of agony as the lightning surged throughout his body. Wreaking havoc within, "I will drag you down with me, even in death." But before he could finish his thought, the puppet withdrew its blade and unleashed a bolt of lightning, again piercing his heart. The rooster-headed chunin collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with resentment. This scene instilled a deeper sense of dread among the surrounding rain shinobi as they cast fearful glances at Chiya. "Ha ha ha, splendid work, Chiya. You executed it beautifully." The voice of Chiya suddenly rang out as he appeared not far from Chiya. In front of Chiya stood several elite rain shinobi, gritting their teeth as they glared at him. "Brilliant puppet ninja, do not overstep your bounds. Do not think that by eliminating Along, Zetaro, and Guangzhou, you have earned the right to be arrogant." Upon hearing this, Chiya raised his eyebrows in surprise. If memory served him correctly, the three names mentioned by the elite rain shinobi were indeed formidable figures from the Rain Village. He could not help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of brother Chiya. To have eliminated 3 elite shinobi from the Rain Village in such a short time, the losses for the Rain Village are indeed catastrophic. Each elite shinobi represents a precious asset to any faction. Losing A.J. Nin, even for the esteemed Leaf Village, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, constitutes a considerable loss. How much more so for the Rain Village? Ha ha ha, you have already achieved such remarkable feats. In comparison, I am but a shadow of your prowess. Chiya laughed heartily, exhibiting a demeanor that utterly disregarded the Rain Village Nin before him. How infuriating. Do not presume to be so arrogant. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The Rain Village Nin, perceiving the disdain directed towards him, felt a surge of indignation. In the village or during missions outside, who would not exhibit a degree of trepidation upon recognizing his rank? He had grown accustomed to being revered. Thus, being so blatantly disregarded, stripped of dignity, was intolerable. My apologies, though you may refuse to acknowledge it, the situation appears to be as I describe. I do not hold any particular grudge against your Rain Village. I merely assert that apart from Hanzo, the rest of you are but worthless. Chiya shrugged, exuding a brazen confidence as he spoke his mind. Observing the Rain Nin's clenched teeth and the palpable anger on his face, Chiya continued to stoke the flames. Look at you, unable to bear the truth. Alas, if one cannot perform, must they silence those who speak candidly? How utterly dull. Seeing his reaction, Chiya empathized with the Rain Nin's plight. Unable to fight back or articulate a retort, it seemed that impotent fury was the only recourse. How vexing. This indeed reflected the Nin's thoughts. Outmatched in battle and outwitted in discourse, what else could he resort to but impotent rage? Chapter 74. The Rain Ninja contemplates surrender. The scene elicited jubilant cheers from the Sand Ninja faction. Chiya is magnificent. Chiya is valiant. Victory for the Sand Village. The morale of the Sand Ninja forces surged, decisively overshadowing that of the Rain, securing an undeniable advantage. Hey, do you see this, Hanzo? Will you continue to resist? If you do not concede now, the losses for your Rain Village will only escalate. Chiya interjected. We are offering you a chance to save face. However, should you choose to be obstinate, we will ensure your dignity is preserved in our own manner, though it may not be to your liking. Hearing the veiled threat in Chiyo's words, Hanzo snorted disdainfully. Chiyo, do not let your triumph cloud your judgment. Our men chuckled. Hanzo, I do not believe Chiyo has misspoken. If you refuse to seek dignity, I, as a younger generation, am more than willing to assist you in maintaining it. However, my methods may not be as gentle as you might desire. Armin's increasingly audacious jests deepened Hanzo's scowl. In times past, Armin would never have dared to speak so to him. Yet, with the Rain Village in such dire straits and the Sand Village holding the upper hand, Armin's audacity had only grown. He could not help but glance at the instigator of all this, Chiya, feeling a deep sense of regret within. Had he known it would come to this, he should have resolved to eliminate Chiya while he was still relatively weak and had not yet gained such formidable strength. If only he had acted then, they would not be entangled in such a predicament now. Alas, it was too late. Chiya's power had solidified, and it was likely that, after a period of absence, he would only grow stronger. Hans, no. We have not yet lost. Hans, we can still fight. We are not afraid of the Sand Shinobi. Hans, who could be seen, displayed a contemplative expression, igniting a sense of urgency among his guards. If Hans were to concede defeat, how could they, the Rain Shinobi, ever hold their heads high again? To initiate an offensive only to concede in disgrace would be tantamount to becoming a laughingstock. Yet, from a distance, the other Rain Shinobi, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a glimmer of hope. Conceding to one of the 5 great hidden villages, the Sand Village, did not seem entirely unacceptable. Given their current circumstances, the situation had turned against them. Continuing the fight would lead only to needless casualties. To acknowledge defeat and limit their losses was undoubtedly a prudent decision, though conceding might seem shameful. It was preferable to losing their lives and inflicting severe damage upon their village, leaving it unable to recover. Hans, their fighting spirit had been extinguished by the impressive display of Chiya and Chihiko. Facing such a formidable foe, it was only natural that they felt overwhelmed. Hans keenly sensed this shift, and his expression darkened further. While he acknowledged that the Rain Shinobi had indeed fallen out of favor, was such pessimism not a sign of excessive self-doubt? However, the remaining Rain Shinobi were indeed consumed by such thoughts, steeped in a profound sense of despair. Initially, they had come with the resolve to conquer the Sand Shinobi and seize their resources to bolster their own strength. Despite suffering defeats leading up to this final battle, they had not perceived themselves as inferior to the Sand Shinobi. After all, the actual strength of both factions was relatively comparable. This defeat was merely a temporary setback. In the long run, under Hans's leadership, they believed they could ultimately triumph over the Sand Shinobi. Yet, all these hopes were shattered in this final confrontation. The Rain Shinobi finally realized that the overall strength of the Sand Shinobi far surpassed their own. Just one individual, named Chiya, was already enough to instill terror in them. Moreover, there were 2 others possessing similar formidable capabilities, and one even stronger than Chiya. The very existence of these individuals had disrupted the balance of power, coupled with the fact that Hans, after engaging in battle with Roman and Chiyo, had soon lost his summoned beast to grievous injury. He was left to fight alone. As Hans faced the relentless assault of Chiyo, Roman, and Ebisawa, he found himself with no recourse but to defend his own position, utterly incapable of launching a counterattack or gaining any semblance of advantage. In such dire circumstances, the prospect of victory was utterly non-existent. The situation was irrevocably beyond their control. The longer the battle persisted, the more precarious their plight became. Upon realizing the futility of this conflict, many of the Rain Ninja resolved against further senseless sacrifice. This pervasive atmosphere of despair swiftly spread through the ranks of the Rain Ninja like a plague. Before long, Chiya became aware of this troubling development and, naturally, sought to exacerbate the prevailing sense of pessimism among the Rain Ninja. He plunged deeper into their ranks, sowing chaos and inflicting casualties, thereby intensifying the pressure on the beleaguered warriors. Within merely 15 minutes, some Rain Ninja began to cast glances at Hans, imploring, "Lord Hans, let us concede." Such words, once uttered, unleashed a torrent of similar pleas for surrender and withdrawal, akin to opening Pandora's box. How outrageous! Hans seethed, his nostrils flaring in indignation. Was it possible that his Rain Ninja were so spineless? Moreover, even if they wished to concede, such a declaration should originate from him. How dare his subordinates assume the initiative, as if they were attempting a coup? Where was his authority? How could he continue to lead the Rain village under such circumstances? In the past, his reprimands would have silenced any dissent among the Rain Ninja. Yet today, under the oppressive threat of death, several still voiced their sentiments. "Lord Hans, we truly see no possibility of victory. The reality is stark. We have lost. Indeed, Lord Hans, losing to the 5 great ninja villages is not a disgrace. Witnessing this scene, Chiya and Romon exchange smiles, both deciding to lend a hand to the Rain Ninja. Hans, do you hear? Your subordinates have surrendered. What purpose does your stubbornness serve? They continued. While you are the leader of the Rain Village, if you alienate your subordinates, your position as leader will become untenable. Should you forcefully oppose their wishes, the authority you have painstakingly built may dissipate entirely. At that point, no matter how formidable you are, facing thousands of Rain Ninja alone will be an arduous endeavor. Indeed, as the leader of a village, one cannot afford to let personal whims dictate the fates of their subordinates. A leader who disregards the welfare of their followers is unlikely to endure. Chiya and Romon's words resonated not only for Hans, but were also directed towards the surrounding Rain Ninja. Internal discord often proves more successful than external confrontation. Unsurprisingly, many Rain Ninja, upon hearing these remarks, cast discontented glances at Hans, questioning his resolve. If you refuse to concede, do not drag us down with you. Our lives hang by your decisions. While you can survive at will, we cannot. Chapter 75. The Rain Shinobi's surrender. Even Hanzo, confronted with this scene, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chiya was indeed correct. Even he, Hanzo, could not single-handedly contend with the entire army of Rain Shinobi. Despite his esteemed standing within the Rain Village, where his word held great weight, a single misstep could lead to the complete erosion of that authority. After repelling Chiyo's puppet once more, he swiftly retreated, casting a glance at the faces of the surrounding Rain Shinobi, all of whom bore expressions yearning to conclude this conflict. He clenched his teeth, pondering, must I truly concede? The cost of surrender is not insignificant. Moreover, it signifies the utter extinguishment of any hope for the ascendance of the Rain Village as the 6th great Shinobi village. Most critically, would the Sand Shinobi truly watch idly as they capitulated? If he were to declare their surrender, what if the Sand Shinobi turned on them, taking advantage of their momentary lapse in vigilance to launch further assaults? Such losses would be unbearable, even for Hanzo. Fear not, Hanzo, we, the Sand Village, are one of the 5 great Shinobi villages and would not stoop to treachery. Armand keenly observed the turmoil etched upon Hanzo's visage, instantly discerning his inner conflict. Humph, how can I be certain you are not merely speaking empty words? Hanzo retorted coldly, yet it was evident that his resolve had begun to waver. This was apparent even to Hanzo's close guards, who felt a surge of anxiety. Lord Hanzo, this cannot be. This is not solely for your sake, but for the very future of the Rain Village, and indeed for our own well-being. Should we voluntarily concede, our reputation within the shinobi world would be irreparably tarnished, relegating us to a status of contempt. However, their concerns were unlikely to sway Hanzo's decision. In comparison to the multitude of Rain Shinobi, their voices held little weight. Armand, are you certain you will not engage in underhanded tactics? Hanzo inquired, undeniably indicating his readiness to surrender. Upon hearing this, Armand exchanged a glance with Chiya, both recognizing the mutual elation reflected in each other's eyes, and nodded in agreement. Of course. With that, Hanzo's gaze swept over the faces of his close guards before addressing the assembly of Rain Shinobi. My friends, I am prepared to bring this war to a close. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Hanzo's declaration, the Rain Shinobi, who had longed for an end to the conflict, erupted in cheers. Yes, Lord Hanzo is wise. This caused the Sand Shinobi to momentarily be taken aback, before they too began to display expressions of joy. Is it truly coming to an end? Conversely, Chiya seemed somewhat unsatisfied, clicking her tongue. Armand, shall we simultaneously call for a ceasefire on both sides? Certainly, with Hanzo poised to concede. Armand was more than willing to play the part of a gentleman. With this victory, his position as the Wind Shadow will be more secure. However, some elders in the village are quite discontent with his role as Wind Shadow. Now that the war has concluded, he should take the time to reorganize the internal affairs of the village. Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, cease your actions. At the simultaneous command of our men and Hans, both sides of ninjas halted their combat. Yet, given the battlefield's nature, the animosity that had accumulated between them made it nearly impossible to stop entirely at once. It was only after 2 minutes that all minor skirmishes finally ceased. In that case, let us commence the signing of the ceasefire agreement. Our men grinned. Right here? On the spot. I dislike dragging things out. Hans snorted coldly in response. What? Are you afraid I might renege? Rest assured, I am a man of my word and disdain fickleness." Upon hearing this, Armin waved his hand dismissively. "You overthink it, Hans. I merely wish to return home swiftly with my army." "Humph. War involves many facets. Drafting a ceasefire agreement is hardly a swift task," Hans retorted. "Grant me a day, and we shall begin signing it this time tomorrow. You may choose the location." Without hesitation, Armin suggested, "Let us sign at the city gate crossing. This place, an inconspicuous small lake, conveniently lies between the camps of the Sand and Rain Shinobi, thus making it Armin's choice." "No problem." Hans considered the location and found it acceptable, agreeing to it. "Keep a close watch on your men, should any of them attack us unprovoked. Do not blame me for tearing up the ceasefire agreement. Fear not. Such an occurrence is absolutely out of the question," Armin confidently assured him. He had just led the Sand Shinobi to victory in an external conflict, which significantly bolstered his authority. Even if there were individuals within the Sand Shinobi who did not belong to his faction, they would likely not dare to defy his command. What a dramatic conclusion. Suddenly declaring the war over was surreal for Chiya, who had prepared himself for a prolonged battle. The end of this war does not imply the cessation of all conflicts. Shihan approached, placing a solemn hand on Chiya's shoulder. "Our enemies are not solely the Rain Shinobi." Chiya paused, momentarily bewildered, before quickly grasping the underlying meaning of Chihan's words. "Are you suggesting that the hidden rock village in the north may also launch an assault on our sand village?" Chihan regarded him with an approving expression. "Precisely. Compared to the Rain Shinobi, the hidden rock is the genuine threat we must focus on. The entire ninja world is aware that aside from the isolated Hidden Mist village, the Sand village is deemed the weakest in strength. In the present time, amidst the discord between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Sand village, having endured the ravages of war, finds its military forces similarly weakened. Qian Yin is not inclined to believe that the Hidden Stone will let such a prime opportunity slip by. Indeed, it is a situation that warrants caution. Of course, as long as they do not confront the Hidden Leaf directly, Qian Yin feels assured that he will not meet his demise at the hands of the White Fang of the Leaf. Upon returning to his modest tent, Qian Yi promptly succumbed to slumber, processing the experiences gleaned from the day's fierce encounters within his dreams. As a newly appointed jonin, he now possessed his own independent quarters. While Qian Yi slept soundly, the higher-ups such as Luo Min and Qian Dai remained preoccupied, deliberating the terms of a ceasefire agreement for the following day. Meanwhile, within the Rain Village encampment, Hanzo pondered the future developments. The war against the Hidden Sand had culminated in failure, yet he was unwilling to accept this defeat. The ascendance of the Rain Village must not be stymied by setbacks in the conflict with the Sand, for the psychological toll of surrender would weigh heavily upon him, and his subordinates would lose faith in his leadership, undermining his authority. Thus, he felt compelled to redirect impending internal strife by creating external conflicts, striving to maintain his dominion over the Rain Village. Consequently, he set his sights on the ongoing skirmishes between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud, contemplating an alliance with the latter to confront the former. This notion was perilously audacious, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. However, Hanzo found himself bereft of alternatives. To fulfill his ambition of strengthening the Rain Village, this was the sole path available to him, a lamentable reality for a minor hidden village. Hanzo exerted himself earnestly to extricate himself from this predicament. Yet, the thought of the reparations he would face upon conceding filled him with trepidation. His recent aggressive maneuvers against the Hidden Sand had culminated in disgraceful defeat, and the Sand would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extort him. Given that the Rain Village was already impoverished, the imposition of hefty compensation would only exacerbate their dire situation. With such thoughts weighing heavily upon him, Hanzo let out a deep sigh, releasing a plume of toxic gas that swiftly dissipated. The following day, the ceremony for reparations commenced. Qian Yi was not present to witness the proceedings, yet the smiles adorning Luo Min and Qian Dai's faces conveyed their satisfaction with the outcome of the negotiations. Qian Yi refrained from inquiring further, despite his curiosity. He understood the importance of discretion and the need to avoid appearing overly inquisitive. Initially, he presumed that Qian Yi would approach him to inquire about the specifics of the negotiations, as they had indeed been fraught with tension and complexity. Ultimately, however, a commendable resolution had been achieved, and thus he eagerly anticipated Qian Ye's visit to glean the details of the discussions. Unexpectedly, he waited throughout the afternoon, hoping to see Qian Yi, yet all he received were numerous upper ninjas inquiring about the situation. Ultimately, unable to contain himself any longer, he took the initiative to visit Qianye's tent. Ah, young Qianye, you certainly possess remarkable patience. Aren't you even curious about the negotiations? Qianyen inquired, observing Qianye meticulously adjusting his puppets, feeling a twinge of frustration. This young man seemed utterly devoid of conventional curiosity, which left him feeling rather unaccomplished. What I ought to know will surely be conveyed to me. What I should not know, why must I seek it? Qianyu replied calmly, lifting his gaze. Well, while that may be true, many upper ninjas are unable to resist the urge to glean information. Aren't you the slightest bit intrigued? Qianyen attempted to provoke Qianye's thirst for knowledge, believing that the more enticing the tale, the greater the sense of achievement in sharing it. However, upon witnessing Qianyen's eager expression, Qianyi conceived a rather clever idea. I understand your impatience, but please, restrain yourself. My lack of curiosity does not imply that I share the same desire as the other upper ninjas, does it? This is merely a game. Your unconventional approach is quite exasperating, Qianyen lamented, yet he was compelled to recount the events to him. Indeed, after hearing Qianye's words, Qianyen appeared somewhat exasperated. No way, you're not even the slightest bit interested in such significant news? He regarded Qianyi as if he were a curiosity, then sighed in resignation, alas. You truly have me at a loss. Very well, if you do not wish to know, I shall remain silent. With that, he turned to leave. This left Qianyi momentarily taken aback before he resumed his task of repairing the puppets. Truly, as an upper ninja, Qianyin also relished in defying expectations. Since Qianyi showed no desire for knowledge, even though Qianyin was eager to share, he chose to withhold it. Though Qianyin claimed he would depart, his pace was so leisurely that even a snail would have scoffed at it, as if to suggest that should he move any slower, a snail would seem swift in comparison. Clearly, Qianyin was engaged in a psychological game, betting that Qianye's patience would wane and compel him to halt. Yet, even when Qianyin reached the entrance, Qianyi remained utterly indifferent, displaying no hint of interest whatsoever. This inability to maintain his composure pushed Qianyin to his limits. Hey, are you not a bit too composed? He exclaimed upon returning, unable to restrain his comments. At least feign a modicum of interest. It would ease my mind a touch, preventing me from feeling utterly defeated by you. He genuinely felt a sense of defeat. After all, how could someone so young possess such composure? Perhaps it was the knowledge that Qianyin would eventually divulge the information that allowed Qianyi to remain so unperturbed. After pondering for a moment, Qianyi finally responded. However, this statement left Qianyin feeling increasingly helpless. Well, even my personality has been thoroughly analyzed by you. Alas, comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. He sat down opposite Qianyin and began to recount the day's events. During the negotiations, we spoke at length for over 10 minutes. Qianyin vividly narrated the entire process with remarkably concise language. In the end, although our demands displeased Hans, he still signed the agreement. Oh, by the way, Qianyan's expression turned somewhat playful. Hans remarked that the greatest regret he harbors from this conflict is not waging war against us, but rather failing to eliminate you before you became formidable. He claimed that the swift conclusion of this war owes much to your contribution. This remark caused Qianyi to momentarily freeze. He pointed incredulously at himself. I have little education, do not deceive me. Did Hans truly say that? Is he overestimating my worth? As a mere Jainin, do I really warrant such a personal threat from him? Instead of feeling elated by the praise, he was enveloped in a profound sense of vigilance. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although he was indeed strong among the younger generation, in the ninja world, where powerful figures abound, his strength was but a drop in the ocean. Did he possess the ability to alter the tides of war? What a ridiculous notion. The credibility of the author being the most handsome man in the universe is far greater than this. Haha, Lord Kazakage shares this sentiment, stating that you are merely a small fry, lacking any capacity to change the course of battle. Qianyin smiled, but then his expression grew serious. However, these words have already spread throughout the ninja realm following the signing of the agreement. You must tread carefully, lest jealousy incite harm against you. Qianyi had contemplated these matters the moment he heard Hans's intent to target him. He nodded. Indeed, this Hans, even in defeat, seeks to strike me down. Truly ruthless. As expected of a pinnacle figure in the ninja world, a monster of both strategy and strength, there remains much distance between us. Nonetheless, You need not worry excessively. The village will protect you, and no one will dare act against you. Ah, I hope so, Qianyi sighed. Then his gaze sharpened, and he declared resolutely, when my strength reaches a certain level, Hans, I will settle this score with you. This surprised Qianyan, who thought to himself, this lad, though appearing gentle, is truly one who harbors a vengeful spirit. Hans, you may have miscalculated this time. He did not doubt that someone who could elevate from a ch-nin to an elite j-nin level in just over a month would eventually match Hans's strength. Chapter 77. The reaction of the ninja world. After exchanging a few more words with Qianyi, Qianyan took his leave, following the surrender of the Rain Ninjas. As one of the higher-ups, he needed to participate in addressing certain matters and could not simply shirk his responsibilities. Chiya escorted Qianyan out of the tent and then resumed the maintenance and repair of his puppets. He took the opportunity to disassemble and reassemble the previous puppets, replacing them with new parts to ensure they bore little difference from the current combat puppets in use. With the ability to utilize bloodline limits, Chinya's enthusiasm for employing these techniques on his puppets had diminished compared to before. His puppets now possessed superior skills to be harnessed, and their potency was rather impressive. He found himself increasingly inclined to explore the technology of electromagnetic manipulation of puppets. Once he mastered this technique, combined with fixed target recognition technology, he could create puppeteer robots endowed with independent consciousness. When battle commenced, should any ninja approach Chiya or the combat puppets, they would immediately be assailed by the puppeteer robots, thereby enhancing Chiya's safety and increasing the threat level against his adversaries. On the following day, upon awakening from his slumber, Chiya received news of the entire army's return. The tidings of the Sand Ninja's victory over the Rain Ninja rapidly spread throughout the shinobi world. What? So soon? In Konohagakure, when the third Hokage received this information, he was momentarily taken aback. Shortly thereafter, he summoned his 3 advisors, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. Take a look at this intelligence regarding the Sand Ninja's victory, the third Hokage said, handing the scroll to the closest advisor, Shimura Danzo. Upon receiving and perusing the scroll, Danzo's brow furrowed in disbelief, revealing his astonishment. How could this happen so quickly? The other 2 advisors, Mito Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, approached Danzo and shared in his astonishment. The fact that Hanzo had conceded defeat was utterly baffling. How could this be? Their conflict had lasted less than a month. Such matters typically endured for several years. Danzo, lost in thought, had initially intended to exploit the opportunity presented by the conflict between Konoha and Kimobikure to covertly contact Hanzo, weaken the Sand, and leverage this success to gain more power from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His aim was to position himself as a formidable contender for the title of fourth Hokage once Hiruzen stepped down. Yet now, just as he began consolidating his strength and preparing to approach Hanzo, the war had concluded unexpectedly. Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu. We should not dwell on the abrupt end of this conflict, Hiruzen said gravely. The Sand has achieved a significant victory, and their morale is soaring, while our situation with Kimobikure remains precariously balanced. The Sand has always coveted the wealth of our fire country. We must remain vigilant regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Danzo turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, So, your intention is to mobilize 5,000 troops and personally station yourself at the borders of the Land of Wind to intimidate Sunagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen's response was immediate and firm. No, it is unthinkable for the Hokage to take the field. If anything were to happen to you, Konoha would be left in disarray, vulnerable to a devastating blow while our forces engaged with Kimobikure on the front lines. Moreover, even disregarding your safety, the regulations of Konoha do not permit the Hokage to lead an expedition personally. There are many capable individuals within our village who can bear this responsibility. Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Kagami, the head of the Hyuga clan, and if necessary, both Mito and I, along with Konohamaru, are also more than capable of leading troops into battle. Danzo harbored ambitions of leading the charge himself, as he had his own schemes in mind. Since it was too late to unite with the Rain Shinobi to defeat Sunagakure, he could instead ally with them to swiftly vanquish Kimobikure, thus garnering immense prestige for himself. Following this victory, he could easily instigate a conflict between the Rain Shinobi and Sunagakure. He did not believe that Hanzo would willingly accept defeat at the hands of Sunagakure. Thus, he began to advocate fervently for this course of action. Hiruzen, let me take the lead, he implored. Very well, Danzo, if that is your wish. I shall entrust this task to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, as if he could see through Danzo's intentions. Only those who are recognized by the people can ascend to the position of Hokage. Let us both strive towards that goal. Bang, bang, bang. After hearing these words, Danzo distinctly felt his heart racing uncontrollably. The implication in Hiruzen's statement was unmistakable. Danzo could indeed become Hokage, and Hiruzen supported this notion. Whether this was merely an illusion spun by Hiruzen mattered little. That affirmation was sufficient for Danzo. Mito and Konohamaru exchanged knowing glances, wisely refraining from further comment. Once close friends, they could no longer interact as freely, as their relationship had evolved into one of hierarchy, with Hiruzen as Hokage and Danzo as his advisor. Certain thoughts were better left unspoken to avoid unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, on the front lines of Kumobikyu's army, the enraged Third Raikage bellowed, "Damn Hanzo. How could he have lost so easily? What is going on?" He slammed his fist down on the table, causing it to topple over. He had proclaimed his ambition to establish the 6th great ninja village, yet this was the outcome? The Third Raikage's fury was fueled by the shock of the news. No one had anticipated that the Rain Shinobi could be defeated so swiftly, while many had speculated that Rain would ultimately prove no match for Sunagakure. They expected the conflict to last at least a year or two. However, the war had barely commenced, and within 20 days, it had ended. This unexpected turn of events left both Konoha and Kumobikyure reeling, due to their mutual apprehension of an alliance between each other and Konohagakure. They swiftly dispatched an inspection team to the borders of the Land of Wind to closely monitor the movements of the Sand Shinobi. Once the Third Raikage regained his composure, a grave expression settled upon his face, as he pondered whether it was still not too late. Sand Shinobi, do not fall prey to the temptations of Konohagakure. They are already struggling against Konoha. If they were to face the sand as well, it would spell even greater trouble. The forces of the Rain Shinobi also require vigilant observation, for Konoha may yet forge an alliance with them. Upon hearing the Third Raikage's orders, several individuals promptly departed to fulfill them. Meanwhile, in the distant Iwagakure, the Third Tsuchikage, Anoki, squinted his eyes in disbelief. Has it truly ended so swiftly? When did the sand become so formidable? It appears that we should continue to recuperate and refrain from meddling in the conflicts of the shinobi world. The wounds from the First Shinobi World War have yet to heal completely. Thus, he must exercise caution in restoring his strength. To rashly intervene in the war between Konoha and Kumobikyure would not only yield unfavorable outcomes, but could also jeopardize his own well-being. Chapter 78. Amity and Harmony in Sunagakure. As the Kazekage, Armin, and his team arrived at the village, they were met with the jubilant cheers of the Sand citizens. It has been a long and arduous journey. For many years, Sunagakure had not tasted victory in external conflicts. Yet now, under Armin's leadership, they had successfully vanquished the invaders and emerged triumphant. Although their victory over Hanzo and the Rain Village may not hold the same weight as a battle against one of the 5 great shinobi villages, it was nonetheless worthy of celebration, earning Armin even greater support from the populace. Armin, that fortunate lad, managed to secure victory against the Rain Shinobi with such speed. While the citizens of Sunagakure rejoiced, a figure clad in white robes, an elderly man with a scar over his right eye, calmly observed the scene from a high platform. This man was none other than the highest authority of Sunagakure, the Grand Elder, who had remained to safeguard the village during the war. Grand Elder, shall we? A middle-aged man beside him displayed a fleeting expression of obscurity, seemingly intent on creating some challenges for Kazekage Armin. No need. The Grand Elder swiftly dismissed the man's thoughts. Although I still do not believe Armin is worthy of the title of Kazekage, he is nonetheless the designated successor of the second Kazekage, Sabaku no Shaman. Furthermore, even Lord Chiyo has acknowledged Armin's legitimacy as Kazekage. With his leadership in defeating the formidable forces of the Rain Shinobi, his prestige has soared to unprecedented heights. I must formally recognize him. While I may not necessarily bow to him, I can no longer regard him as a mere boy nor maintain my previous resistance against him. The primary reason for his lack of recognition of Roman was the belief that Roman lacked the experience and capability to govern Sun Yin, merely an assistant to the second generation of Kazekage, who had gained favor and thus attained the position of Kazekage. However, he now had to concede that perhaps he had underestimated Roman. He might indeed possess the qualities befitting a Kazekage. Great Elder, the middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. Hastening to the elder's side, "Are you considering reconciliation with Roman?" The great elder nodded. "This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, unforeseen complications may arise. After all, Roman does not fully trust me. I cannot jeopardize the village's overall development for my own sake." One of the critical factors hindering the development of a force is the presence of too many internal factions, which often leads to infighting, draining vital resources, and stunting external growth. The great elder was acutely aware of this truth. Yet, those beneath him might not share his willingness. The middle-aged man hesitated. "You must understand, not everyone among our higher-ups possesses such a broad perspective." Upon hearing this, the great elder paused and turned to the man, asking earnestly, "How many would oppose this?" After a moment of struggle, the middle-aged man replied, "I estimate around 40% might resist." This revelation caused the great elder to furrow his brow. Such a significant proportion? The middle-aged man appeared uncertain. "Perhaps it is not that many. After all, those who accompanied us into battle, I do not know their current sentiments, whether they have recognized Lord Roman as Kazakage or still doubt his capabilities. Nonetheless, pondering this now is futile. I will personally gauge the situation when the time comes. Let us go. We must greet the Kazakage." With that, the great elder resumed his pace. As for Roman, he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, you may disperse. I have received your sentiments." He gestured with a smile. Yet his gaze swept the area, still not spotting the figures of the great elder and others, leaving him somewhat disheartened. As the Kazakage, the leader of Sun Yan, having just achieved victory, it was disconcerting not to be welcomed by one of the senior dignitaries. "Welcome back, Kazakage." Just as he was about to turn away, a voice, though aged, resonated with vigor. Roman halted, surprise flickering across his features. The great elder approached with a confident stride, reaching Roman and bowing respectfully. "Now that you have returned, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. All matters of Sun Yan shall be entrusted to you." He grasped Roman's hand sincerely, saying, "I hope that under your leadership, we can build an even stronger village." Momentarily taken aback by the elder's grasp, Roman felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. This was a moment he had awaited for many years, yet its arrival felt almost surreal. The elder, who had always regarded him as a junior, has finally acknowledged him. Chiya quickly reacted, smiling as she said, "Elder, you jest. Your contributions are indeed monumental, and the village will continue to rely on your support. After all, Wind Shadow still lacks experience, and with your guidance, the management of the village by Roman will be far more composed." Chiyo's words accentuated the elder's significance, dispelling any notion that his relinquishing of power to Wind Shadow would diminish his authority or respect. Roman immediately chimed in, laughing as he patted the elder's arm. "Indeed, elder, you cannot abandon your duties. There are many matters in the village for which I will seek your counsel. Do not hesitate to guide me." Hearing this, the elder nodded affirmatively, saying, "Lady Chiyo, I shall indeed do so." He then turned to Wind Shadow and Roman, adding, "In the future, I hope for your continued guidance." Observing this exchange, Chihiko and Chiya exchanged glances, both surprised by the elder's sudden change in demeanor. While they were uncertain of the reason behind it, they sensed it was a positive development. Chihiko mused, stroking his chin, "It seems Wind Shadow's victory in the external conflict has altered the elder's perspective." Chiya narrowed her eyes and looked back at Chihiko, and they both remarked, "However, not all of the Elder's faction may endorse this change." Yet, they chose not to elaborate further on the matter. With Roman's capabilities, along with the support of Chiyo and the Elder, they believed that opposition would not stir significant unrest. The crowd was soon dismissed, returning to their homes. 2 days later, a meeting to address post-war affairs would convene. As a newly promoted jonin, Chiya was finally able to participate. All matters following the war, including rewards, spoils distribution, compensation, personnel promotions, the reception of Rain Ninja reparations, and the arrangements for land taxes and bounties from the daimyo, would be discussed and resolved during this assembly. Following these discussions, it would be the time for the jonin to address village development. Each jonin would have the opportunity to express their thoughts, and if deemed viable, those ideas would enter collective deliberation and implementation. This framework was universally accepted throughout the ninja world. Chapter 79. The post-war meeting. How I have missed my little courtyard. Chiya opened the door, gazing at the familiar surroundings of her modest abode, and felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. Indeed, it is only within the confines of one's home that one can truly experience a sense of grounding. No, rather, It is only after acquiring sufficient strength that such a sense of security can be attained. Without power to lean upon, one can never hope to savor this feeling. There is still much to study, and I must master the art of electromagnetic manipulation swiftly. In doing so, my prowess shall ascend to new heights. Simultaneously, one must diligently refine their physique, augmenting the quantity of active factors within their cells. Otherwise, upon reaching the age of 20, the secretion of these active factors will significantly diminish, rendering any subsequent attempts to enhance one's chakra a mere folly. Age is currently Chiya's greatest advantage. For the next 2 days, Chiya immersed himself in physical training, studying puppetry techniques and electromagnetic technology. This left Yi Tsong, who sought to invite Chiya out for leisure, feeling quite helpless. Can't you allow yourself a moment of relaxation? You are already so formidable, yet you tirelessly strive to elevate your strength further. It truly makes me feel like a slothful and inept individual. In response to Yi Tsong's lamentations, Chiya merely smiled. Everyone has their own habits. I am more accustomed to pushing myself to be stronger. Otherwise, I often feel a lack of security. Yi Tsong merely rolled her eyes before departing, subsequently dedicating herself to her own training. I absolutely cannot afford to fall too far behind Chiya. Similarly, Luo Sha was diligently honing his skills. He sensed a bottleneck but believed that with further effort, he could overcome it. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who had eagerly awaited Chiya's return, desired to cling to him for lessons in puppetry, only to be met with Chiya's busy schedule as an excuse, leaving Scorpion quite displeased. Chiya could only promise that he would teach him once his obligations were fulfilled. Thus, the day of the meeting arrived. Chiya polished the completed puppet blade, rolled it up, and made his way to the Kazakage building. Along the way, numerous individuals waved at Chiya, respectfully saluting him with the honorific Lord Chiya. Chiya responded to each greeting to avoid being labeled as arrogant or haughty. After much effort, he finally reached the Kazakage building, feeling somewhat exhausted, more so than if he had battled hundreds of foes. Observing his state, Chiya, standing at the entrance, couldn't help but jest. So, how does it feel to suddenly be famous? To which Chiya could only offer a wry smile. If I had the choice, I would prefer not to be this well known. He was not particularly adept at managing such social obligations. He preferred engaging with adversaries. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed inside to avoid being late. This is your first time attending such a meeting. It would be unwise to leave a poor impression by arriving late. Indeed, let us go. Chiya found Chiya's words quite sensible, and thus, he patiently acknowledged everyone who greeted him along the way, fearing the perception of being overly proud. The conference room. It was a grand hall capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals, arranged in a circular tiered format. Chiya and Chiya casually selected seats near the center. Nearby, other jonin had already taken their places, and the two nodded in acknowledgement. The jonin, recognizing their greeting, promptly responded with a nod, not daring to act presumptuously. One is Chiyo's son, now the foremost shinobi in the village, and the other is Chiyo's grandson, currently the leading figure among the younger generation. Anyone possessing even a modicum of wisdom would refrain from offending either of them. 10 minutes later, the Wind Shadow, Chiyo, and other high-ranking elders arrived in succession. Without further ado, they were ready to commence the first agenda item. Luo Min wasted little time on pleasantries and delved directly into the matter at hand. As the meeting progressed, an envoy dispatched by the daimyo of the Land of Wind also arrived, bearing a decree regarding the reassignment of taxes for several border cities. Henceforth, in addition to funding from their own missions and allocations from the Land of Wind, a third source of revenue would be established. This was undoubtedly a momentous boon for Sunagakure, which had long endured harsh conditions and financial constraints. Although the daimyo of the Land of Wind had suddenly reneged on his promise, limiting the previously guaranteed taxes to a mere 10-year term, it was still ample time. A decade of sufficient funding would significantly bolster Sunagakure's growth and enable Luo Min to undertake various initiatives. After respectfully seeing off the envoy from the Land of Wind, matters concerning compensations, post-war rewards, and promotions were swiftly set in motion. Moreover, with the sudden influx of wealth, genuine smiles illuminated the faces of all present, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of never having fought such a prosperous battle before. Before long, the relevant affairs were concluded, and the hour had reached 4 in the afternoon. Yet, the crux of the meeting was yet to unfold. It was time for the elite shinobi to begin voicing their suggestions. Who would be the first to speak? Luo Min scanned the assembly of high-ranking shinobi, cheerfully inquiring. Having gained the elder's approval and received a substantial gift from the daimyo, Luo Min felt a grin almost splitting his face. However, the gathered shinobi merely exchanged glances, hesitant to break the silence. They certainly had numerous thoughts swirling in their minds, yet struggled to find a starting point. Luo Min, unperturbed by this, directed his gaze toward the center of the crowd where Chiya stood. Chiya, as this is your first time attending such a meeting, why don't you share your thoughts first? Upon hearing Luo Min call out to him, Chiya remained composed and unflustered, as he had often been summoned by teachers in his previous life to answer questions. Thus, he felt no panic at being put on the spot. Observing Chiya's calm demeanor, many shinobi couldn't help but nod in approval. His poise in such a situation was impressive. They recalled their own initial experiences, often stammering or struggling to get to the point, their voices trembling with nerves. Yet here was Chiya, attending for the first time, displaying such remarkable composure, truly admirable. Then allow me to humbly share my perspective, he began. Currently, with ample funding at our disposal, perhaps we should focus on addressing the harsh environmental conditions surrounding our village. Many individuals raised their eyebrows in interest as Qian Yi continued. I recall reading in some scrolls that our wind country is not devoid of water beneath the surface. It is merely the lack of vegetation and the flat terrain that causes the moisture to dissipate under the merciless winds, rendering the land increasingly desolate. So, you intend to utilize the recently acquired tax revenue to embark on a substantial tree planting initiative to ameliorate the arid land? Roman summarized. Qian Yi first nodded in agreement, then shook his head. No, while I believe that planting trees is indeed beneficial, we must also devise a means to alter the inconveniences posed by the flat terrain. We need to first retain the flow of water. To accumulate moisture, we require nearby mountains. Qian Yi turned to Roman and suggested, I think we could use the village as a pilot site to explore whether we can successfully transform the landscape. Chapter 80, The Red-Haired Boy. If we can retain moisture, it will gradually form rivers, leading to significant improvements in the environment surrounding Sand-Hidden Village. Consequently, the tree planting endeavor would become considerably more manageable. Over time, the environment of Sand-Hidden Village would vastly improve. The village's influence extends over several dozen kilometers, allowing for considerable development within that range. However, as you might understand, creating a mountain capable of obstructing moisture in the flat terrain of Sand-Hidden Village is no simple feat. It may even be an implausible task. The ancestors of Sand-Hidden Village could have conceived such an idea, yet the question remains, why was it never realized? This indeed highlights the core issue. It is undeniably challenging to construct a mountain capable of blocking moisture within the confines of Sand-Hidden Village. Qian Yi acknowledged this reality. However, what if we leverage the geographical advantage of the Eastern Highlands and Western Lowlands within Sand-Hidden Village to create a system of canets and open channels? As many pondered this idea, Qian Yi elaborated once more on the principles of the canet system from his previous life. After approximately half an hour, the audience grasped his concept, their faces reflecting astonishment. They understood the feasibility of Qian Ye's proposed canet system. Should this idea come to fruition, the living conditions for all residents of Sand-Hidden Village would improve significantly, as one of their most scarce resources, water, would be substantially enhanced. After all, the Wind Country is a coastal nation abundant in moisture. It merely appears arid due to the flat terrain lacking conditions to intercept moisture. However, the amount of moisture in the Wind Country is indeed considerable. Yet, Roman suppressed his excitement, recognizing that once water is found underground, the environment of Sand-Hidden Village will gradually begin to improve. The fundamental question remains, from where does this moisture originate? This is the crux of the matter. In the absence of humidity, all of Chinya's previous thoughts were but castles in the air. I once encountered a device inscribed on a scroll from the Warring States period, which detailed a mechanism for capturing moisture. It was explained to the assembly that, given the quantity of humidity near our Sunagakure, the potential water yield in a single night should not be underestimated. This capturing device has a remarkably low maintenance cost, requiring merely that Lord Kazakage perform the Suna iron domain technique every 6 months. The moisture capture device. It entails constructing a sieve-like iron net positioned strategically in the path of the eastern moisture flow, allowing droplets to condense upon it, thus coalescing into a stream that descends into the surface wells and channels, ultimately flowing into the subterranean reservoir, aided by the terrain S gradient towards Sunagakure. As for the excavation of various open channels, underground wells, and concealed conduits, I believe the assistance of Earth-style ninjas would render the task quite manageable. Upon hearing this, Roman immediately led the applause, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a remarkable proposal, and it possesses considerable feasibility. What do you all think?" Chiya was the first to respond, stating, "I believe we should give it a try. But we need to conduct experiments to ascertain the actual water yield over a night." The elder nodded in agreement, adding, "If we can accumulate enough water for a barrel in one night, I believe this endeavor can be realized." With both Chiyo and the elder in favor, the remaining Nin naturally had no objections, confident that the results would not disappoint. Chinya smiled and took a seat, brimming with confidence. Shortly thereafter, Yin stood to present his own suggestion, to relax the restrictions on ninja backgrounds, thereby recruiting talent and enriching the military strength of Sunagakure. He proposed an increased investment in educational resources, advocating for a shift from a focus solely on elite forces to a simultaneous development of a broader talent initiative, encompassing both elite and mass recruitment strategies. With a larger populace, the elite program would also flourish, yielding a greater number of talents. Enhanced policy incentives could attract the elite from the ninja world. This tripartite approach, he believed, would significantly bolster Sunagakure's military prowess and strength. Many present expressed their approval of Chinyen's proposal, though it did not garner as much consensus as Chinya's suggestion, partly due to some Nin's reservations. Recognizing the challenges ahead, Chinyen understood that the implementation of his plan was unlikely to succeed, already foreseeing its outcome. Unsurprisingly, Kazekage Roman announced that the proposal to recruit talent would be temporarily set aside. He then turned to the others, asking, "Now, who would like to share next?" With the momentum provided by Chinya and Chinyen, the remaining Nin began to articulate their thoughts. Ideas emerged regarding enhancing ninja training, establishing a comprehensive system for nurturing Kekkei Genkai, and suggestions to refine the classification of jutsu and forbidden techniques, enabling a wider array of talents to select paths suited to their circumstances, thus avoiding indecision that could hinder development and stifle potential. This proposal was exemplified by Chiya, garnering considerable acknowledgement from several elite ninjas. There were also suggestions to establish and enhance a medical ninja system, which would significantly improve the village's medical capabilities, whether in times of war or peace. 3 hours swiftly passed. The assembly of elite ninjas discussed 18 proposals, among which 3 were adopted: the establishment of a medical ninja system, the refinement of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other skill classifications, and the strengthening of specialized skill training for elite ninjas, also known as special elite ninjas. The remaining suggestions were either shelved or rejected. Although only a few proposals were accepted, the collaborative brainstorming proved quite fruitful. It was indeed efficient to generate 3 or 4 proposals in a single meeting to enhance the village, far superior to haphazardly concocting a resolution on a whim. As the meeting adjourned, dusk had already fallen outside. Children were joyfully playing in the streets, the slanting rays of the sun illuminating the village as if draped in a golden veil, glimmering brilliantly. This was merely an ordinary day, yet it embodied the tranquility that countless souls yearned for. "Hey, laggard, save your breath. You lack the talent for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and you are even weaker in taijutsu. With your sole proficiency in calculations, do not harbor dreams of becoming a ninja. You have no chance of achieving that." As Chiya turned a corner, he was met with a wave of derisive taunts. He glanced over to see a group of boys from the ninja academy surrounding a boy with crimson hair and dark red eyes, incessantly belittling him. "No, I believe that knowledge can alter destiny. Perhaps I am a weakling now, but I shall not remain one forever. One day, I will rise swiftly to power." Just like Lord Chiya, the red-haired boy's gaze was resolute, his tone brimming with confidence. "Ha, you? Pray tell, how do you intend to become strong? Is it merely your audacious spirit? Indeed, with your inability to grasp ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, how can you aspire to strength? Don't tell me you can master puppet techniques. You cannot even perform the most basic dual tasking. Thus, puppet techniques are beyond your reach. So, what will you rely on to become strong?" Faced with this relentless interrogation, the red-haired boy's expression flickered with a hint of struggle and self-doubt. Yet he stubbornly bit his lip. "I believe there are skills beyond these that can empower me." Ah, ambitious indeed. Just as this group continued to mock the red-haired boy, Chiya's voice of encouragement rang out. Upon hearing Chiya's voice, the boys excitedly turned their heads, and upon confirming it was truly Chiya, they exuberantly exclaimed, "Lord Chiya, greetings to you." "Hello there." Chiya smiled warmly, addressing the group of 7 to 8-year-old children as a friendly older brother. "Did you hear that?" Lord Chiya greeted us. "Indeed. It is quite a surprise to encounter Lord Chiya. My joy knows no bounds." Observing the group of admirers, Chiya couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, then turned to the red-haired boy. "You possess admirable ambition and conviction. What is your name?" The unwavering determination radiating from the boy reminded him of his own past. "Greetings, Lord Chiya. I am Sina Osaka," the boy replied. "A splendid name. Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, all present widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at the red-haired boy with envious admiration. Why had they not caught Lord Chiya's attention? Meanwhile, Sina was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected fortune that had befallen him. If the opportunity arises, I would gladly engage in discussions and exchanges with you all," Chiya remarked, casting a glance at the others who were visibly envious yet tinged with disappointment for not being chosen. Without hesitation, Chiya painted a grand vision for the boys. "Is that true? How wonderful." Instantly, the previously disheartened boys perked up with excitement. Sina followed Chiya into his courtyard. "Brother Chiya, you have finally returned." Scorpion greeted him with a bright smile, but upon noticing another person behind Chiya, his expression soured slightly. "Who is this? Brother Chiya, is there something you need from him?" Children are often transparent with their emotions, their feelings plainly displayed on their faces. "This is Sina. I intend to discuss some matters with him." "Scorpion, you should join us." Chiya introduced Sina to Scorpion, then reassured Sina, "Do not take offense. Scorpion is like this, but he is quite easy to get along with. You will surely find common ground." However, Sina was not so convinced. He had heard of Scorpion, the most renowned genius of the Sand Village. Having only been in school for a year, he had already set records for both theoretical knowledge and practical performance. Each time, he ranked first by a significant margin. Sina doubted that, with his sole strength in theory, he could find a common topic with a genius like Scorpion. "Oh, Brother Chiya, what will you be discussing? Is it the firearms knowledge you mentioned before?" Scorpion quickly forgot his earlier displeasure. For him, nothing could bring greater joy than hearing anything from Chiya's lips. "I believe you will find it quite delightful," Chiya replied with a mysterious smile. Once inside, he instructed the two to take a seat and declared, "I have a question for you both. Since you both excel in theory, let us see who can solve it first." This announcement caused both Scorpion and Sina to sit up straight, their full attention directed at Chiya, eagerly awaiting the challenge. Qianyi promptly spoke, imparting a fundamental theoretical knowledge of firearms and a problem concerning their lethality to the two individuals. Scorpion and Zhao Jian, upon hearing this, exhibited no hesitation and immediately began to apply their ninja school knowledge to solve the problem. Scorpion secretly cast a glance at Zhao Jian, motivating himself, "I must solve it faster than this fellow, lest I be looked down upon." Likewise, Zhao Jian stole a glance at Scorpion, feeling a surge of competitive spirit. "I must outpace Scorpion, otherwise he will forever regard me with disdain." With such sentiments, the two engaged in a fierce race against time, competing for the final answer. 15 minutes later, they had completed it. Scorpion and Zhao Jian raised their hands almost simultaneously, leaving both surprised, and their gazes exchanged a hint of astonishment. Indeed, they had solved it in 15 minutes, a commendable feat. I took 20 minutes to arrive at the solution. Qianyi praised them, which filled both individuals with immense satisfaction. Even Qianyi had been slower than them, which was a source of undeniable pride. "Now, let us reveal your answers." At Qianyi's prompt, both responded in unison, 4,864, setting it as the lethality value. A normal punch from a lower ninja causes damage of 10. "Well done, young men. Your answer is remarkably accurate." Qianyi commended them again. "It is quite close to the precise answer of 4,857. However, at that moment, Qianyi suddenly turned to Zhao Jian, inquiring, "What do you think of this pistol's power? If used in actual combat, could it pave the way for someone devoid of ninja prowess to ascend as a formidable warrior?" Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jian's mind felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, a resonant buzz echoing within. He quickly regained his composure and implored Qianyi, "Yes, please, Lord Qianyi, teach me how to become stronger." If he could not discern Qianyi's intention to mentor him, then he would truly have wasted his considerable theoretical aptitude. Ha ha ha, splendid. I can teach you. Qianyi laughed heartily, but swiftly shifted his tone. However, should you ever harbor intentions that threaten the village, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do you understand? Rest assured, I would never entertain such thoughts. Zhao Jian assured with unwavering conviction. Yet, one can never be entirely certain. I only hope you can remain true to your heart and live up to yourself. Qianyi understood well that the P recalling the technical prowess of Scorpion's future puppet operations. The mere thought of each puppet being armed with firearms sends a thrill down one's spine. Indeed, I am determined to learn. Without a moment's hesitation, Scorpion acquiesced, a playful grin spreading across his face. Soon, I too shall possess a puppet as stylish as yours, brother Chiya. Nodding in agreement, Chiya produced a scroll from his attire and handed it to Zhaonai. Here is a foundational text for you to study. It contains my personal annotations. He added, I once used this very material to enhance my own knowledge of weaponry. Chapter 82, The Genius Puppeteer. Upon hearing this, Zhaonai's face illuminated with resolve. The achievements of Chiya are evident to all, and since he had strengthened himself through this very theory, Zhaonai believed he could do the same. Rest assured, Master Chiya, I shall dedicate myself to this study and will not disappoint your expectations. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhaonai bowed deeply once more to Chiya, even attempting to kneel in gratitude. No need for such formalities, my friend. It is but a trifling effort. There is no need to kneel so easily. Chiya gently pulled Zhaonai up, offering gentle admonitions. Thus began the fate of Zhaonai, who would one day be recognized as the weapon ninja, instilling fear in the other 4 great ninja villages. The words Chiya imparted that day would guide him throughout his life. A man's knee should never bend before an enemy. In this moment, Chiya could not have fathomed that Zhaonai would evolve into such a formidable creature. He merely saw in Zhaonai a reflection of his own past, which inspired him to offer a modicum of assistance. The ultimate outcome, however, would rest solely on personal endeavor. After Zhaonai departed, Chiya turned to Scorpion. Let us see how much your puppet mastery has progressed during my absence from the battlefield. At these words, Scorpion proudly raised his chin. Brother Chiya, prepare to be astonished. Upon entering the courtyard of the inner chamber, Scorpion immediately unfurled his puppet scroll, performing a series of seals. With a resounding pop, 2 puppets emblazoned with the character for brother appeared before him. Brother Chiya, I shall begin now. As he spoke, Scorpion extended 2 puppet strings, animating the puppets to stand. Compared to Chiya's more mechanized creations, Scorpion's puppets retained a closer affinity to traditional forms, with distinctly articulated joints and a rather unrefined appearance that could even be deemed unattractive, emitting a cacophony of sounds as they moved. Yet Chiya would not underestimate them. Nodding at Scorpion, he grasped a kunai. Let us commence, Scorpion. Whoosh. As he finished speaking, the left red puppet opened its mouth, releasing a plume of crimson mist. It was evident that this was a toxic gas. Scorpion's mastery of poison, taught by Chiya, was clear, and Chiya understood all too well the dangers of inhaling such noxious fumes. He launched a kunai towards Scorpion while simultaneously retreating. Scorpion, however, remained unfazed. The dark red puppet abruptly revealed a shield on its back, effectively blocking the kunai. Taking advantage of the situation, the red puppet charged towards Chiya, its chest suddenly opening like a gaping maw of an abyss, lunging at him. Oh, is this not the ability of the salamander and the black ant? Had he already conceived this strategy? Chiya effortlessly evaded the red puppet's assault and retaliated with a swift slap. Bang! Even though Chiya was not particularly skilled in combat and exerted only minimal force, the red puppet staggered slightly, prompting Scorpion to hastily stabilize it. Yet, one should not underestimate Scorpion. At merely 6 years of age, he had already demonstrated remarkable prowess by creating a puppet. Not only did he possess impressive combat capabilities and agility, but he could also be considered a prodigy. Truly, Scorpion, who single-handedly pioneered a unique style in the original narrative, was destined to excel as a puppet master. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chiya found himself behind Scorpion, gently ruffling his hair and saying, "It's over now." This left Scorpion feeling utterly defeated. What? I lost just like that? I thought I could at least exchange a few blows with you. After all the effort I put in, to lose so quickly to Chiya is simply disheartening. Nevertheless, it was indeed a commendable achievement. Chiya playfully flicked Scorpion's forehead. Do not forget, you are only 6 years old. Being able to craft a puppet at your age already surpasses 99 of your peers, not to mention the formidable offensive capabilities of your creation. Scorpion, you are undoubtedly a more gifted puppet master than I, really? Am I that impressive? Scorpion beamed at Chiya's praise. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Chiya laughed heartily, then affectionately tousled Scorpion's silky hair. You should also reflect on the reasons for this defeat. Until next time, I shall return to assess your progress. All right, it's settled then. Scorpion's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This was indeed a thrilling challenge that he relished. Now, let us continue our study of puppet techniques. Chiya entered the room, retrieving a scroll to impart further knowledge of puppet mastery to Scorpion. This not only served to educate Scorpion, but also provided an opportunity for Chiya to review his own techniques, reinforcing his understanding while potentially yielding new insights, greatly benefiting him in the process. Not long after, Chiya arrived. Witnessing his son diligently following Chiya's teachings filled him with genuine pride. Scorpion's eagerness to learn signified a significant expansion in the ranks of puppet masters, which was immensely beneficial for the legacy of their craft. Initially, he had heard rumors of Chiya taking on an apprentice, prompting him to inquire about what was so special about this Chikai that had caught Chiya's attention. Having observed Chihina-sama in secret for quite some time, he found nothing particularly remarkable about him. On the contrary, he believed that Chihina-sama was utterly incapable of becoming a ninja, lacking even a modicum of talent in the 3 essential ninjutsu disciplines. It was rumored that his theoretical knowledge was quite impressive. Perhaps he was better suited to be a teaching ninja. However, he could never aspire to become a formidable warrior. Chihiko prided himself on his keen eyesight, convinced that he could not be mistaken. Thus, he was quite curious as to what qualities Chihina possessed that had caught Chiya's attention. Upon Chihiko's arrival, Chiya instructed Scorpion to practice the knowledge he had recently acquired, then approached Chihiko, asking, "Brother Chihiko, what brings you here?" It was inconceivable for someone of Chihiko's stature, an esteemed genin, to visit him without a significant purpose, especially in these critical post-war times. In truth, there was nothing of great importance. He merely wished to inquire what made Chihina-sama so special that he had been chosen as Chiya's apprentice. What absurd rumor is this? Chiya was taken aback. Had it only been a short while since he had heard this gossip? Since you've brought it up, I shall speak candidly. What I see in Chihina-sama is his theoretical aptitude. Noticing Chihiko's puzzled expression, Chiya elaborated, "You see, Brother Chihiko, the knowledge I have gained regarding firearms is profoundly intricate, requiring a strong theoretical foundation to comprehend. Thus, when I encountered someone so well suited to learn about firearms, I could not let the opportunity slip by. With proper development, he could become a pillar of support for our Sunagakure in the future." Chapter 83. Back on the front lines in response to these words, Chihiko remarked, "While that may be true, Chihina-sama lacks even basic physical combat abilities. No matter how powerful the weaponry, it is challenging to cultivate formidable fighting prowess without physical skills. The absence of such skills implies an inability to move effectively. And without mobility, wouldn't that render him a mere target? Any middle-ranking ninja could easily outmaneuver Chihina-sama. How could he ever hope to become powerful?" This was not a concern for Chiya, who smiled confidently and abruptly shifted the topic. "Brother Chihiko, what do you think of the lethality of my puppets?" Although puzzled by Chiya's sudden change of subject, Chihiko replied earnestly, "Quite impressive. It represents a significant innovation in the history of puppetry. With merely 2 puppets, such formidable combat power can be unleashed, shattering the historical notion that a puppet master's strength is determined solely by the number of puppets they control." "Why do you ask? What does this have to do with Chihina-sama?" Chiya responded with a calm smile. "If I were to use my puppets as a foundation, outfitted with numerous firearms, and then create a puppet large enough to accommodate a person to operate it, Brother Chihiko, do you think this puppet would possess considerable lethality?" "You mean?" Chihiko's eyes widened in shock. "Chihina-sama could create such a puppet?" Xianyi nodded. "Indeed, I believe he will undoubtedly succeed in researching this puppet." Hiss. Xianyin couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Does this mean that once Chihina develops this contraption, our Sunagakure will gain another ninja? At least at the Jonin level?" Xianyin nodded. "That's about right. Chihina possesses a remarkable amount of chakra for his age, which already rivals that of a nin. Once he matures, his chakra will be sufficiently robust, and controlling this puppet will not pose any issues regarding chakra deficiency." After hearing this, Xianyin's expression was filled with deep emotion. "You truly have an eye for talent." someone who seems hopeless in our eyes. You have found a way to transform into a powerful individual. I must be getting old. It is important to note that nurturing a jonin usually requires at least 7 to 8 years, involving various selections and resource allocations. Moreover, there are not many individuals who possess the potential of a jonin, making the selection process quite arduous. Yet, Chiya's method appears significantly simpler. By directly choosing an individual and imparting knowledge, one only needs to wait 7 to 8 years for a high probability of acquiring a powerful jonin. It seems that if this were to be shared, few would believe it. Brother Chiya, rest assured, I too will become a formidable puppet master in the future, Chiya declared, eager not to be outdone by Chiya. He was determined not to fall behind. All right, I believe in you, Chiya. You will undoubtedly become the most powerful puppet master, Chiya said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Chiya's hair, seizing the moment before he grew too tall to reach. Time passed, and 2 days went by. Chiya gasped heavily, sprawled on the ground in a starfish position, greedily inhaling the oxygen in the air. Over these 2 days, Chiya had been tirelessly honing his physique. Remarkably, upon refining his chakra, the active factors had significantly increased, and his chakra levels had also risen considerably, nearing the strength of a jonin. The rate of chakra growth was indeed gratifying. Simultaneously, he did not neglect to enhance his practical combat experience as a ninja. You truly are a prodigy. In just 2 days, your combat experience is already sufficient to contend with a jonin, Chiya remarked as he retrieved the puppet. However, it makes sense. You possess combat experience in controlling puppets to eliminate jonins, and your reaction speed and corresponding combat knowledge are well developed, so replicating it onto your own abilities isn't overly difficult. Moreover, your proficiency in magnet release is simply extraordinary. It's no surprise that you can face a jonin. In response, Chiya merely smiled. I am still not strong enough. Brother Chiya, in the presence of true powerhouses in the ninja world, I am but a mere nobody. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before the two, respectfully addressing them. Lord Chihiko, Lord Chiya, the wind shadow requests your presence for a meeting. Hearing this, the two did not hesitate and promptly made their way to the wind shadow's tower. Upon their arrival at the conference room, they discovered that the wind shadow, the Grand Elder, and Chidai were already present, along with several high-ranking ninjas. A shared glance between the two hinted at the unusual nature of the situation. Indeed, as soon as they were seated, the wind shadow spoke gravely. Just yesterday, traces of the forces from the two major ninja villages, Konoha and Kumobikure, were detected near the borders of the Land of Wind. Konoha has stationed 5,000 troops, led by the second Hokage's disciple and current Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo. Kumobikure has deployed 3,000 troops, commanded by the elite ninja Dukai, who has previously faced the rampaging Eight Tails and emerged unscathed. The expression on the wind shadow's face was particularly serious. The sudden appearance of these two forces at our borders suggests they are preparing against the possibility of an alliance between us and one of their factions, aimed at confronting the other. Although their presence is merely a show of force meant to intimidate us, we cannot afford to be careless. Therefore, we must swiftly dispatch our own troops to the borders to confront both Konoha and Kumobikure, to prevent a surprise attack from either side. Simultaneously, we must guard against the Rain Ninja potentially colluding with Konoha or Kumobikure to launch a sudden strike against us. Listening to the wind shadow's words, Chiya and Chihiko's expressions grew grave. Thus, I have decided to deploy 2 detachments, a force of 3,000, led by Ayabozu, to monitor the movements of the Rain Ninja, and a contingent of 5,000, led by Chidai, to safeguard against actions from Konoha and Kumobikure. Chiya and Chihiko, you will accompany Chidai. Is that acceptable? Both shook their heads in affirmation. No problem. Chiya could not help but ponder. The name of the 3 ninjas seems poised to emerge. I wonder if this confrontation with Konoha will allow me to meet the future titans of the village, perhaps a certain prodigious ninja known for his swiftness. However, he quickly chuckled at the thought. After all, could the young Namikaze Minato possibly be on the battlefield at such a tender age? Since there are no objections, we shall depart this afternoon, the wind shadow declared, unaware of Chiya's musings. Understood, Chiya responded, having no qualms about the imminent departure. Yet, upon hearing that Chiya was returning to the front lines just days after his arrival, Scorpion was quite displeased. Why must we go to the front lines again? I haven't even spent enough time with you yet, brother Chiya? Faced with Scorpion's discontent, Chiya could only shrug. War is like this. It does not bend to our whims. Chapter 84. The Gathering of Forces. Fortunately, while Scorpion felt reluctant, he was not unreasonable. If only there were no wars in the ninja world. Then I could spend every day with you, Brother Chiya, learning the art of puppetry. With a hopeful expression, Scorpion spoke, prompting Chiya to gently pat his head. I believe that day will come, so you must strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming more formidable can you achieve this goal. Yes, rest assured, Chiya brother. I will certainly work hard to become very strong. Then it is settled. After a pact was made between the two, Chiya packed away the chakra batteries, corresponding poisons, and various puppetry maintenance items he had prepared into scrolls and headed to the assembly point. As expected, Luo Sha and Yi Tsong were also among the ranks. Chiya spotted Asano Chinji, who, now a special jonin, led a team of ninjas. Upon noticing Chiya's gaze, he politely nodded in greeting. Naturally, Chiya's arrival attracted the attention of many present. Although they were on the same battlefield, many jonin and chunin had yet to witness Chiya's prowess firsthand. They only knew that he had once wreaked havoc on the battlefield, thus earning the title of the youngest jonin. Consequently, many were left wondering, was Chiya truly that formidable? An hour later, once the team had assembled, Chiya wasted no time and announced their departure. At the border of the Land of Wind, a member of the Umbu entered the command camp at the Konoha main base, reporting to Shimura Danzo, who sat at the head of the table. Lord Danzo, we have detected the traces of the Sand Ninja Army 100 miles away. The leader is the puppet master, Chiya of the Sand. Upon hearing this, Danzo maintained a stoic expression, calmly responding, understood. Continue to investigate. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha had enough powerful shinobi stationed to remain unfazed. Even by someone of Chiyo's caliber leading an army. He turned to the man seated beside him, who sat like a sharp sword, with blonde hair. What is your opinion, Shomo? I have no objections. The Sand Ninja's current forces do not pose a threat to us. The man referred to by Danzo was none other than the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, father of Kakashi, who would one day become a pivotal figure in the ninja world. Hatake Sakumo's eyes sharpened slightly. The response time of the Sand Ninja warrants our serious consideration. From the moment we arrived at the border of the Land of Wind to their mobilization, only 2 days have passed. Their capacity for mobilization has significantly improved compared to the First Ninja World War. Hearing Sakumo's words, many present nodded in agreement, their expressions growing serious. This was indeed true. However, they believed that it would still be challenging for them to stir up any significant trouble. Danzo spoke confidently, for his true purpose in this endeavor was not merely to intimidate the Sand Ninja. Secretly coordinating with the Rain Village to attack the Cloud Village was his genuine aim. Is there anything we need to be cautious about regarding the Cloud Village? Sakumo inquired, casting his gaze toward the northwest. Not long after their troops descended upon the borders of the Land of Wind, the army of the Cloud Village also arrived. However, both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud maintained a relatively restrained stance, avoiding immediate conflict. Yet, Shikaka Nara understood all too well that once the delicate balance was disrupted by any event, a confrontation with the Cloud Ninja was inevitable. It was imperative to closely monitor the movements of the Cloud Ninja to prevent them from swaying the Rain Ninja to their side. Tanzu Shimura remarked, Hanzo is no fool. He knows precisely which alliance would be most advantageous for him. Compared to Konoha, the Hidden Cloud possesses relatively lesser strength. A coalition between the Rain and Cloud Ninja to oppose Konoha is a choice any leader of a faction would make. However, I, Tanzu Shimura, am confident that I can persuade Hanzo to ally with Konoha, if I promise to assist him in vanquishing the Sand Ninja after defeating the Cloud Ninja. He will undoubtedly seize such an opportunity to redeem himself. Furthermore, should I guarantee that the Rain Ninja will receive half of the war reparations from the Sand Village, Hanzo would be even more inclined to cooperate. The Hidden Cloud, being far from home, would dare not linger even if they allied with the Rain Ninja to defeat Konoha. Thus, the Hidden Cloud lacks the means to support the Rain Ninja in their quest for vengeance, rendering their competitive advantage significantly lesser than that of Konoha. With such an advantage at his disposal, if Tanzu Shimura cannot persuade Hanzo, it would be a grave disservice to his role as the Hokage advisor. In the camp of the Hidden Cloud, orders were swiftly issued to intercept the advancing Sand Ninja. It was imperative to prevent them from meeting with Konoha. Should they be persuaded by Konoha to join in the campaign against the Hidden Cloud, it would spell danger. The commanding figure of the Hidden Cloud, Dukai, immediately took charge. leading troops to obstruct the Sand Ninjas' advance. Meanwhile, news of the assembly of forces from the Sand, Leaf, and Cloud at the borders of the Land of Wind reached the Rain village last. However, as Hanzo surveyed the ravaged land before him, devastated by the wars waged by Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, he found it impossible to suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. His fury intensified upon hearing that Konoha had slaughtered Rain civilian populations. The audacity of Konoha ninja to forcibly invade the homes of innocents to seize food was reprehensible enough, but to subsequently annihilate the defenseless families to silence potential complaints was utterly inhumane. Such atrocities were occurring in every corner of the Rain village, with both the Cloud and Leaf ninja complicit. Nonetheless, the brutality exhibited by Konoha was unparalleled. The Cloud ninja may have pillaged, but they never took lives. Infuriating, Hanzo bellowed to the heavens, his wrath reverberating across the land for 100 meters, causing the earth to tremble under the weight of his fury. Yet, in the aftermath of his rage, he was left with a profound sense of helplessness. This was precisely why he aspired to transform the Land of Rain and its village into the sixth great ninja village. As a small nation, they were utterly incapable of controlling their own destiny. Even the power to refuse to become a battleground for great nations eludes us. Konoha, I shall not let this matter rest. Originally, according to Hanzo's plan, had both Kumogakure and Konoha united with him, he would have chosen to side with Kumogakure. This is because, in the event of an alliance between Konoha and himself to defeat Kumogakure, his position as a Rain ninja would be relatively weak before Konoha, rendering his words ineffective. However, by allying with the Rain ninja to conquer Konoha, the disparity in strength before Kumogakure would diminish, allowing him to negotiate more effectively and secure greater benefits for himself. Now, with the massacre of innocent Rain citizens by Konoha, his inclination towards an alliance with Kumogakure has intensified. At the Sand Ninja Army's encampment, Lady Chiya received a report. Sir, the distance to Konoha's forces is less than 20 miles. We are approaching the location of their reconnaissance teams. Upon reaching a gorge, a member of the Sand's scouting unit rushed to deliver the news. In that case, let us establish a stronghold here and station our troops, she commanded. Naturally, it would not be feasible to camp within the gorge. Rather, they should set up outside or at an elevated position. Chapter 85. The Unknown Presence Regardless. The purpose of this expedition is not to instigate war. It is merely to remain vigilant against potential conflicts and to avoid sudden attacks. Patrol teams were dispatched to set up defensive lines and monitor any intelligence from Konoha and Kumogakure. Following Lady Chiya's orders, the patrol units promptly commenced their duties. As A.J. Nin, Senya was assigned a separate tent, with little interest in provoking conflict. Upon arriving at the tent and learning that Lady Chiya had no immediate meetings scheduled, he resumed his research on upgrading puppets. He focused on utilizing bloodline limits, electromagnetic manipulation of puppets, and precision strike capabilities. Coupled with his increasingly refined abilities, his overall strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Time passed quietly in this standoff, and a day slipped by. The following day, as Senya arose, he was startled by a violent rumble emanating from the distant mountains, accompanied by flashes of lightning in the sky. Although the distance made it difficult to see clearly, Senya sensed that something was amiss. It seemed a conflict had erupted. Indeed, not long after, an Umbu operative arrived, requesting his immediate presence to discuss matters with Lady Chiya. What has transpired now? Suppressing his inner doubts, Senya quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face before hurrying to Lady Chiya's tent. Upon arrival, he discovered that he was the last to arrive. According to reports from the patrol units, not long ago, Konoha and Kumogakure had clashed once more. The conflict arose from a formal alliance between Kumogakure and the Rain Ninja, leading Konoha to attempt to persuade the Rain Ninja to withdraw from this alliance. However, they were met with mockery from the Kumogakure leader, Dukai, which escalated into a regional war. After hearing this, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Some remained calm, others were surprised, and some showed signs of agitation. Chiya gazed at Chinya's grandmother and inquired about her plans. He felt that there was no necessity to involve themselves in the conflict between Yunin and Konohagakure. It was far more prudent to focus on recuperation and the development of their own village. I would like to hear your thoughts first, he said, encouraging open dialogue among the group. Chiya redirected the question back at him. Since you asked first, please share your own opinion. Chiya offered no resistance. Personally, I believe we should refrain from intervening in the battle among Konoha Yunin, and Rain. Our village of Sunagakure has always been weaker than the other 4 great shinobi villages. And after our recent conflict with the Rain, our forces have been further diminished. Now that we have finally triumphed over the Rain and acquired several resources, we should seize this opportunity to develop our village. Such periods of tranquility are fleeting, and we must capitalize on them. Upon hearing this, Chiya promptly expressed his agreement. Indeed, I find Chiya's reasoning quite compelling. However, there were still some who believed they should take this opportunity to make a bold move against Konoha and Yunin, demonstrating their power to ensure that these villages would think twice before acting against Sunagakure. Yet, those in favor of this idea were few. Consequently, Chiya made a decisive call. In that case, we shall not intervene. Sunagakure's decision to remain an observer caught T's eye by surprise. How could they pass up such a golden opportunity? Shouldn't they insert themselves into the fray to complicate matters for Yunin and Rain, preventing their alliance? Only in a chaotic situation could they hope to gain an advantageous position. Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow in disbelief. This cannot be right. When did Sunagakure change its stance? He found the situation rather peculiar. Similarly, the leader of Yunin, Dukai, was taken aback upon receiving intelligence from the reconnaissance team. Why had Sunagakure suddenly deviated from their usual tactics? Only Hanzo of the Rain breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Sunagakure's interference might jeopardize his alliance with Yunin. A day later, Yunin and Rain officially formed an alliance and mobilized against Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Chiya briefly felt the weight of concern before setting it aside. What he did not know was that, following the alliance between Yunin and Rain, Hanzo had secretly received a letter from Danzo, unwavering in his ambitions. Danzo sought to establish a record of achievements to bolster his claim for the position of Hokage, and thus suggested that Hanzo join forces with Rain to confront Sunagakure, avenging past grievances. However, Hanzo did not contemplate the proposal as Danzo had hoped. Instead, upon receiving the letter, he merely scoffed and incinerated it. His rejection was unmistakably clear. Hanzo believed that as long as he and Yunin could defeat Konoha, the resources they acquired would be sufficient for the Rain village to flourish once more. At that point, their village would be strong enough to confront the Sand village independently, rendering any alliance with Konoha unnecessary. Moreover, he mused, joining forces with Konoha against the Sand would be less advantageous than allying with the Rock village. The risks of collaborating with Konoha were far too great. The disparity in strength between Konoha and the Rain village was too pronounced. Hanzo did not foresee any significant benefits for himself after the war. He had experienced the powerlessness of a weak nation firsthand. Furthermore, he had no intention of collaborating with the scheming Shimura Danzo. That would be tantamount to playing with fire. Hanzo would not make such a grave mistake. What? Hanzo has refused? When Danzo received this news from his subordinate, his initially hopeful expression darkened with incredulity. How could this be? Why would he refuse? Did he not wish to redeem himself? It made no sense. Danzo was perplexed and seething with anger. However, all of this was but a fleeting concern for the Sand village. Once Konoha, Yunin, and the Rain village had withdrawn from the borders of the Wind country, the Sand side also prepared to depart. Yet, an unforeseen event caused the Sand forces to halt their advance. That morning, as Chiya ventured outside the camp to train, he sensed an unfamiliar chakra presence several kilometers away. The trajectory of this energy was quite peculiar, zigzagging erratically, as if carefully surveying the terrain of the Wind country's borders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chiya quickly concluded his training and rushed into Chiyo's tent to report his findings. What? An unknown ninja? Chiyo was equally taken aback and promptly summoned the patrolling ninjas. What? The presence of an unknown ninja is detected just 2 kilometers away. The captain of the reconnaissance team appeared bewildered. I haven't detected any anomalies on my end. However, considering Chiya's acute sensory abilities, the captain did not dare to be dismissive. Chiya-san, I kindly ask you to lead the way. I will take the team to verify the situation. Chiyo, recognizing the urgency, designated Chika as the leader for this mission. Chapter 86. Traces of the Rock Ninja, 20 miles away. Captain, is it truly without consequence to openly approach the borders of the Wind country? A Rock Ninja glanced nervously at a superior shinobi ahead. What are you afraid of? We entered stealthily, avoiding all paths and ensuring we wouldn't be discovered. The towering figure, with one arm exposed, commanded authority. But, no buts. Enough of this chatter. Let us proceed swiftly and infiltrate the Sand village to ascertain their current strength. The burly shinobi's stern command silenced his subordinates' concerns, decisively ending the discussion. The village of Sunagakure has recently proclaimed its desire to recruit talent from afar, offering remarkably generous conditions that have captivated the hearts of many wandering ninjas. Numerous individuals, driven by a spirit of experimentation, have begun to journey towards the land of wind. As the neighboring village to Sunagakure, the Wagakure is naturally keen to seize this opportunity to ascertain the true strength of their rival. Should Sunagakure prove to be significantly weakened, the Wagakure would prefer to refrain from engaging in the impending Second Shinobi World War, thereby avoiding further turmoil in the ninja world. Initially, the Wagakure had no intentions of waging war. Noki envisioned a period of peaceful recuperation. However, the sudden alliance between the Cloud and Rain Ninja compelled him to reconsider. Inaction could potentially widen the gap between them and the other 4 great ninja villages. Moreover, Noki harbored a genuine envy for the resources that war could procure, resources that were abundantly available during conflicts. A fact well understood by all in Wagakure as participants in the First Shinobi World War. Thus, the situation unfolded. Yet, as the burly J-Nin and his contingent of IWA ninja arrived at a specific meadow, his expression shifted abruptly, forcing him to halt. Before him stood Chihiko and Chiya, both wearing cheerful smiles as they awaited him alongside a squad of sand ninja, seemingly anticipating their arrival. How could this be? The burly man felt a surge of trepidation. They had consciously avoided the main paths, logically minimizing the chance of encountering even ordinary folk, let alone sand ninja. It appeared that Chiya and the others had long since detected their approach, positioning themselves along their inevitable route. Esteemed members of Wagakure, what brings you to the borders of our land of wind? Chiya inquired with a grin. Should I interpret your presence as an attempt to invade our territory? As Chiya stepped forward, 2 puppets behind him raised their arms, aiming directly at the IWA ninja. The moment the burly J-Nin was targeted, an involuntary chill coursed down his spine, as though the puppet's assault could inflict harm upon him. This realization sent a wave of anxiety through him, prompting a rapid mental review of all known powerful figures in the ninja world. Soon, he identified the information he sought. Such youth coupled with formidable strength. Alongside the use of puppetry, there could only be one individual, the recently ascendant Thunder Puppet Ninja, Nanfeng Chiya. You are the Thunder Puppet Ninja, Nanfeng Chiya, the burly man exclaimed, his voice tinged with astonishment, his gaze shifting to Chihiko, whose very name made his pupils constrict. Chihiko was a name known far and wide, unlike Chiya, who had only recently begun to make a name for himself in the ninja world. How could it be? To encounter not only the Thunder Puppet Ninja, but also the illustrious Puppet Ninja in this very place? He exuded confidence, believing that if he faced Chiya alone, he could rely on his own strength to contend with him. He did not perceive Chiya as particularly formidable, as one of the elite jonin of Wagakure. His prowess was beneath that of the Tsuchikage, the 2 Jinchuriki, and several other stronger jonin. Even when confronting the Tsuchikage, he felt he had some leeway. He did not believe he would be outmatched by Chiya. However, with the addition of Chiya, the situation transformed entirely. Chiya had long been renowned, having reached the pinnacle of jonin strength many years ago, and with the passage of time, none could ascertain how much stronger he had become. The presence of Chiya and Chiya instilled a sense of pressure within him. It is indeed I. I never anticipated you would recognize me. A pleasure, a pleasure. Chiya replied with a modest, albeit feigned, smile. However, I would appreciate it if you could answer my question. Impudent child. How dare you speak to our captain in such a manner? Do you wish for your demise? Not everyone was familiar with Chiya's reputation, and upon hearing his audacious words, a burly Iwagakure chunin shouted in anger, feeling threatened by Chiya's tone. Stand down. The burly man was taken aback, quickly positioning himself defensively in front of the chunin and then addressing Chiya. The youth is simply naive. I hope you will overlook his transgressions. Upon hearing this, Chiya's lips curled into a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. How could we hold such trivial matters against you? However, should you not disclose your intentions to us? Otherwise, we may have no choice but to treat you as intruders. I am aware of your formidable abilities. Yet should I join forces with Chiya, I believe it would be difficult for you to depart unscathed. The burly man recognized that Chiya was still granting him some face. Otherwise, with Chiya's strength, he alone could subdue them all without the need for Chiya, whose recent fame was merely an afterthought. He promptly relayed their purpose. though truthfully he could not divulge the full account. We intended to journey to the land of rain to monitor the movements of the rain shinobi, remaining vigilant against any sudden actions against a Wagakure. However, we unfortunately lost our way and inadvertently stumbled into the land of wind. Rest assured, we shall depart immediately and will not cause any trouble for your esteemed faction. Upon hearing the burly man's explanation, Chiya and Yin exchanged glances. They were far from convinced by the man's fabrications. Yet, in this tense moment, they dared not act against a Wagakure, lest it incite a new wave of conflict for Sunagakure. Thus, they merely sought an answer and a clear stance from a Wagakure, allowing both parties to retreat gracefully. Ah, so you were merely lost. Let us hope such an incident does not recur, for that would indeed be perilous. Not every Sunagakure shinobi is as reasonable and accommodating as we are, Yin said with a disarming smile, looking towards Chiya and the scouting team. Now that we have clarified the situation, let us ensure the safe passage of the Wagakure shinobi out of our land of wind. In response, the captain of the sand-hidden exploration team let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Today, it was truly thanks to Chiya's timely discovery that disaster was averted. Had it not been for his intervention, the reconnaissance team would have indeed committed a grave error. The mere thought of the rock ninjas successfully infiltrating their wind country sent shivers down his spine, realizing that his position as captain would be at stake. Not to mention his own life as a form of penance. It is worth recalling that during the previous war, the former captain of their reconnaissance team was dismissed immediately after failing to adequately monitor enemy movements. That time, it was also Chiya's timely discovery of the enemy's tracks that averted numerous crises. Chapter 87, Bounty. 40 million Rio. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill of anxiety washed over him. Of course, Chiya remained oblivious to the captain's inner turmoil. Observing the departing rock ninjas, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is a tumultuous season. The once quiet rock ninjas have begun to stir." Fortunately, they had detected this movement. However, what if they missed it next time? That would spell true trouble. Hearing Chiya's reflections, Chiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems imperative to enhance vigilance along the borders upon our return. We cannot rely on fortune to reveal the enemy each time. Chiya wholeheartedly concurred. The group made their way back home and relayed the situation to Chiendai. What? Such a development exists? Chiendai had initially assumed that the unidentified individuals would be wandering ninjas, but was taken aback to learn they were rock ninjas. Her expression instantly turned grave. It appears the rock ninjas have also begun to act restlessly. The situation in the ninja world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Coupled with the recent recruitment efforts by Sand Hidden, the turmoil intensifies. Given this, Chiya and Yin, you two shall be responsible for monitoring the rock ninja activities. Maintain a close watch on all movements from that direction. Both individuals had no objections to this assignment, as they had long been prepared for such a responsibility. Aside from the two of them, no one else on the front lines was suitably qualified for this task. Out of my 5,000 personnel, I shall allocate 4,500 to you. The security regarding the rock ninja front will be entrusted to you. Understood, they replied in unison. Chiendai promptly summoned the other high-ranking ninjas to discuss the matter, and no one raised any further objections regarding Yin and Chiya leading the initiative. Their prowess was evident, and they were undoubtedly capable of shouldering high-level combat responsibilities without tarnishing the dignity of Sand Hidden Village. Well then, I look forward to your guidance, Captain Yin. As the commander regarding the rock ninja front, Yin naturally assumed the role of the highest authority. Meanwhile, Chiya temporarily took on the role of an ordinary high-ranking ninja, participating in the deliberations. Strength, at times, does not equate to capability. Chiya, still young, had much to learn regarding leadership skills. Thrusting him into a commanding position too soon would not serve his interests but rather hinder his development. Chiya naturally understood this principle. With a hearty laugh, he expressed his unwavering confidence in his companion's abilities, stating that it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him as a commander. In response to Chiya's praise, Chiya smiled and remarked, "I must strive diligently. Otherwise, I shall not reach the heights you have, brother Chiya." At the Hidden Stone Village, as Chiya led the 500 sand shinobi to fortify the border of the Wind Country, a robust man from the Rock Shinobi, accompanied by several of his subordinates, arrived at the Hidden Stone Village. "What? We have been discovered?" The report from the burly man startled the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. How could this be possible? Logically, The route you chose was particularly concealed and should not have drawn any attention. How did you end up exposed? Please elaborate. The burly man promptly recounted the events involving Chiya. In your opinion, is it possible that your exposure is closely related to this Nanfeng Chiya? Lord Tsuchikage, I am 70% certain that our infiltration of the Wind Country has failed, and it is undoubtedly connected to this Nanfeng Chiya. This statement plunged Inoki into deep contemplation. After some time, he remarked, "It seems I have indeed underestimated this Nanfeng Chiya. I initially thought he was merely a prodigy whose strength was slightly above average. But his perceptiveness is astonishing. If this individual continues to develop, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the 4 great shinobi villages, aside from the Hidden Sand Village." Inoki immediately aligned his thoughts with Hanzo's. We must eliminate Chiya. We cannot allow him to grow. He recognized that their recent reckless actions would inevitably alert the Sand Shinobi, who might already be advancing toward the border of the Wind Country. Just as Inoki finished speaking, an Umbu member entered to report, "Lord Tsuchikage, Sand Shinobi have been spotted at the border of the Wind Country, and they are positioned along our route to the Wind Country." Inoki was not surprised by this news. However, the Umbu's subsequent statement made his expression turn severe. It appears the Sand Shinobi army is showing signs of advancing further, crossing through the Rain Country to reach our borders. At this revelation, Inoki let out a cold snort. They dare. As long as they have the audacity to come, I assure you they will not return. He indeed did not wish to initiate war at this moment, but if the Sand Shinobi were overly arrogant, he would not hesitate to teach them that the Rock Shinobi were not to be trifled with. Lord Tsuchikage, please remain calm. I believe the Sand Shinobi are merely displaying this inclination. As for actually invading our land of Earth, they certainly do not possess the courage to do so. The burly man offered his analysis. The leader at the Wind Country border is that Chiya from the Sand, and I am confident she would not dare to easily provoke us Rock Shinobi. Upon hearing this, Inoki's expression softened somewhat. However, he underestimated Chienyan's cunning ability to manipulate perceptions. In the region where the Rain Country meets the Land of Earth, in the Land of Rain, there exists a region that delves deep into the Land of Earth, serving as a bridge that allows one to remain within the confines of the Rain Country while gaining insights into the affairs of the Earth Country. More importantly, this area is a gathering place for various wandering ninjas, rebellious ninjas, and underground forces from both the Earth and Rain countries, as well as neighboring nations. The flow of information here is particularly astute. As long as one can afford the price, virtually any piece of information can be unearthed. Presently, the destination of Chiya and Chienyan is precisely this place. "Chiya, are you afraid?" asked Chienyan, as they found themselves in an underground bounty office on the border of the Rain Country. "Hey, brother Chienyan, if you're not afraid, why should I be?" Chiya replied with a grin, both of them cloaked to conceal their true appearances. However, Chiya felt that with their current prowess, a single move would likely reveal their identities. The masks were somewhat inconsequential. Yet, Chienyan believed that concealing their identities would spare them considerable trouble until their exposure. Chiya pondered this and found merit in it. Thus he made no objection. At this moment, the bounty office was a cacophony of voices, filled with a myriad of individuals. "Have you heard? That prodigious puppet master from Sunagakure, Nanfeng Chiya, has been put under a bounty of 40 million ryo by an unknown party." "Nanfeng Chiya? Is he not the one personally bestowed with the title of Thunder Puppet Ninja by Hanzo the Salamander?" "Indeed, that's him. My goodness. I believe he is only 15 years old. To have such a high bounty at that age is truly irresistible." At this juncture, a robust man with arms covered in dark hair caught Chinya's attention with his conversation. Chienyan, overhearing, couldn't help but wear a knowing smile. "You're quite the catch, aren't you? Ever considered selling yourself for a bit of coin during your impoverished times?" "I think that's a splendid idea," Chinya mused, stroking his chin. Although his face was concealed, the thought of a 40 million ryo bounty was indeed tempting. "Hey, you two, what are you whispering about?" At that moment, an imposing figure approached, his demeanor menacing as he licked his lips with ill intent. "You two seem unfamiliar. You must be unaware of the rules here." "Oh, rules? Do enlighten us. We are but newcomers, utterly ignorant," Chinya responded with a smile, feigning amiability. The hulking man, exuding the aura of a mid-ranking ninja, but showing signs of physical depletion, likely due to indulgence in vice, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing Chinya's words. He thought to himself, "It seems I've stumbled upon another naive newcomer to exploit. Tonight's feast shall be splendid." Thus, he immediately feigned authority and proclaimed, "Every newcomer who arrives here must relinquish 70% of their earnings to us seasoned veterans to better guide you in undertaking tasks. This is to cultivate the propriety of our profession and to enlighten you to the harsh realities of this world." The burly man seized Chiya by the collar, exhaling a foul breath, his repugnant yellowed teeth eliciting disgust. "Of course, you may refuse. But consider whether your frail physique can withstand the might of so many accomplished bounty hunters." Upon hearing his words, those who had been previously engaged in discussion broke into sinister laughter, their expressions akin to a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a delectable lamb. 70%, indeed. If I were to complete a task worth 10 million, I would owe you 7 million. Oh dear, how lamentable. They chortled. "You may lament, but you can also attempt to leave with your earnings from this bounty house." As he spoke, the man exuded a formidable aura, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. This tactic had quelled many young hunters, and he presumed that Chiya would be no different. "Do you not manage such blatant extortion?" Chiya retorted, glancing towards the task release desk within the bounty house. "Here, as long as the safety of the bounty house is not compromised, I shall not intervene. The law of the jungle prevails. If you perish, it is but a consequence of your misfortune and insufficient strength. Nothing more. Do not expect my pity. This place is not meant for the likes of you." Upon hearing this, the fierce man laughed heartily, his tone tinged with arrogance. "Did you hear that? You shall receive no assistance." In his mind, he envisioned Chiya's face contorting in panic, pleading for mercy, or perhaps defiantly refusing, only to be overwhelmed and ultimately humiliated into submission. This had been the fate of those he had coerced before, and he was certain Chiya would follow suit. However, he was taken aback to find no trace of fear on Chiya's face, nor any indication of a stubborn refusal. Instead, Chiya appeared to be filled with anticipation. So, in this place, strength reigns supreme. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, they hold the ultimate say, correct? A rather commendable system, one I find quite appealing. With that, Chiya picked up a metal skewer, reminiscent of a harbinger of death, and declared, "Thank you for enlightening me. In recognition of your contribution, I bestow upon you a swift and painless demise." In that instant, the burly man was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, compelling him to distance himself from Chiya. Yet, before he could act, the skewer in Chiya's hand had traversed the space between them, poised to pierce his skull. No, the burly man let out a terrified scream, attempting to evade the impending danger. Yet, at the very moment his voice rang out, a resounding thud echoed through the air, and a vibrant spray of blood erupted from the back of his head. With a sickening thud, a bloodied iron skewer embedded itself deep into the counter, its end still quivering. The man, eyes wide with shock, collapsed heavily to the ground. What had transpired? At that moment, the previously malevolent group was left utterly bewildered, their gazes fixed upon Chiya, eyes brimming with horror and trepidation. "Ah, my dear friends, were you not eager to witness a spectacle?" Chiya remarked with a mocking tone. "The show has yet to commence, and yet you all seem to have lost your nerve already." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers, who had anticipated a thrilling scene, quickly waved their hands in denial, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." "Oh, a misunderstanding?" Chiya replied, his smile growing ever more radiant. "I find it hard to believe this is merely a misunderstanding. Furthermore, it is I who shall determine whether it is a misunderstanding, not you. And I am convinced that what just transpired was no misunderstanding at all. Of course, I am a reasonable person. If you are willing to heed my commands and assist me, I may just consider acknowledging this incident as a simple misunderstanding." At Chiya's words, the group clenched their jaws, their gazes turning fierce. "Are you truly intent on exterminating us without leaving any room for negotiation? We acknowledge your strength, but you are but 2 against our numbers, over a dozen of us. Even when faced with a high-ranking ninja, we could still retreat unscathed. I advise you both to reconsider a path that leads to mutual destruction. I trust you do not desire such an outcome." Upon hearing this, Chiya and Chiyan exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. Mutual destruction? What an amusing phrase. With a casual wave of his hand, Chiya unleashed a surge of violet energy that swiftly radiated outward. Instantly, the bounty hunters felt an unsettling sensation, as if their bodies were no longer under their control, propelling them toward the iron pillars of the bounty office. But that was not the end. Chiya then spread a multitude of shurikens across the table and flung them forward. Thud, thud, thud. The shurikens, seemingly guided by an unseen force, pierced through the chests of several individuals, delivering lethal blows. As Chiya prepared to launch another barrage, those yet untouched, drawn inexorably toward the iron pillars, quickly surrendered, pleading, "We promise to comply. We promise." The group was thoroughly shaken. From the brief skirmish, they had come to realize the insurmountable gap in strength between themselves and Chiya. They understood that resisting him would lead only to certain death. Exactly. The ability to endure and yield is the mark of true greatness. With a beaming smile, Chiya retracted the shurikens. The survivors felt as though they had been granted a second chance at life, their backs drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying. Thankfully, they had chosen wisely. Chapter 89. Relentless Refinement. Qian Yi effortlessly gathered a group of followers, leaving Qian Yin in a state of profound admiration. Initially, he had contemplated seeking individuals to inquire about the movements of the rock ninjas, but with Qian Yi's newfound ability, his dilemma was swiftly resolved. Should Qian Yi lack sufficient control over these individuals through ninjutsu techniques, such as implanting cursed seals to prevent them from speaking indiscriminately, Qian Yin was more than capable of providing ample assistance. What Qian Yi could not accomplish, he certainly could. Indeed, after subduing this group, Qian Yi turned to Qian Yin, saying, "Brother Qian Yin, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. You are aware that I am not particularly adept at managing follow-up affairs." Naturally, Qian Yin accepted without hesitation, as this had been the very purpose of their visit. It was only when Qian Yi cast his gaze towards Qian Yin that the group realized the presence of another formidable figure. The prospect of escaping Qian Yi's control appeared far more daunting than they had anticipated. Despite their internal musings, their expressions remained respectful, tinged with a hint of sycophancy. With that, it was time to depart. "Everyone, follow me," Qian Yi declared, gesturing to leave. Suddenly, he turned his attention back to the counter-attendant. This abrupt pivot caused the attendant's demeanor to shift, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. "What do you intend to do? I warn you. If you make a move against me, be prepared for the consequences." Observing the attendant's feigned bravado, Qian Yi chuckled. "There is no need for such tension. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to bid you farewell. Thank you for enlightening me on the rules of this place. It has spared me considerable trouble." With a casual wave, he departed. As Qian Yi strode away with an air of nonchalance, the attendant exhaled a sigh of relief. The display of power Qian Yi had exhibited was utterly terrifying. Even he could not ascertain whether Qian Yi might choose to act against him. Had Qian Yi directed his strength towards him, he highly doubted his earlier words would have held any sway. After all, this was a world where power reigned supreme. And individuals like him, mere counterstaff, were certainly not worth provoking a formidable opponent. He reminded himself, appearances can be deceiving. Wasn't it precisely because Qian Yi appeared as an unassuming youth that he mistakenly assumed his strength was lacking? Had Qian Yi possessed a more imposing presence, he would never have dared utter such words. Yet, who could have foreseen that beneath Qian Yi's seemingly ordinary exterior lay such immense power? Fortuitously, he had escaped unscathed. Otherwise, this day could have marked his downfall. After leading the group to a secluded gorge, Qian Yin proceeded to implant the appropriate curse seals on each individual. Initially, some attempted to resist, but once Qian Yin unleashed his near-shadow level oppressive aura, their defiance swiftly dissipated. As they all comprehended fully, Qian Yin's prowess was even more formidable than that of Qian Yi. While a single Qian Yi could easily manipulate them, the appearance of a Qian Yin, who surpassed him, left them utterly helpless. Thus, they could only calmly accept their fate. "Your task is quite straightforward. Gather intelligence on the movements of the rock ninjas and report back to me promptly." Qian Yin assigned tasks to the group, dividing them into 4 teams, each allocated a summoning beast, a hamster, to facilitate communication and oversee their actions. With the dual assurance of the cursed seal and the summoning beast, their safety was significantly enhanced. Qian Yi observed silently, absorbing the knowledge as it unfolded before him, transforming theoretical insights into tangible practice, enabling him to grasp the essential points more swiftly. Now, they could only await the news these individuals would relay. After dispatching them, Qian Yin clapped his hands, embodying a sense of completion. "How about that? I was quite dependable just now, wasn't I?" Qian Yin exclaimed with a playful demeanor, prompting Qian Yi to suppress a sigh. At times, he found himself feeling quite helpless. It was hard to believe that the renowned and illustrious puppet master of the ninja world was such a whimsical character. Nevertheless, he thought it harmless to indulge Qianyan's antics. After all, he too had a playful side. Indeed, you were quite reliable, Qianya acknowledged. Now, we can patiently await their corresponding reports. With a radiant smile directed at Qianyan, Qianya added, we shouldn't waste this time, brother Qianyan. Surely, you wouldn't want to squander it either. Hey, what are you scheming? Qianyan questioned, watching Qianyi with a hint of trepidation. Whenever Qianyi donned that expression, it rarely boded well. Hee, with such a powerful ninja by my side, how could I not seize the opportunity to hone my skills? My bloodline limit is perpetually yearning for enhancement, Qianyi declared. Presently, he was capable of wielding puppets with significant strength, so he believed that even without relying on them, his own abilities ought to be commendable. After all, he was not a particularly conventional puppet master. Moreover, who said a puppet master could not possess formidable combat prowess? It was entirely possible, but could you refrain from displaying such a terrifying expression? It genuinely sends chills down my spine. Qianyan feigned wiping sweat from his brow, nearly convinced that Qianyi was plotting something nefarious. Is my expression truly that frightening? Qianyi responded, somewhat bemused, then fell into contemplation. No, it surely isn't. A dashing and suave individual like myself could never harbor a sinister smile. Thus, the conversation continued. In this inconspicuous locale, intermittent echoes of violent explosions and dull collisions reverberate, accompanied by the resounding clatter of metal striking metal. After a span of 7 or 8 days, what was once a modest canyon has transformed into a fragmented abyss. The towering walls that flank the canyon have utterly vanished, leaving behind only countless shattered remnants. At this moment, not far from the depths of the pit, Chiya lies sprawled in a grand manner, his chest heaving violently as he greedily inhales the oxygen in the air. Yet, the aura surrounding him has remarkably intensified several-fold. Beside him, Chiya appears equally disheveled, clearly indicating that both have endured a rigorous period over the past few days. You truly are a prodigy. Your progress and strength is astonishing, Chiya cannot help but exclaim as he collapses onto the ground. Throughout these 7 days, Chiya has relentlessly sought him out for combat, fervently experimenting with various techniques during the day and at night, engaging him in puppet contests. He feels utterly drained, yet resigned, knowing that such a remarkable talent and capability must not be squandered. Chiya, albeit fatigued, speaks with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The battles of these 7 days have finally led him to believe he has taken a significant step into the realm of formidable ninjas. However, his perception of formidable ninjas transcends the common understanding of elite J-nin. In Chiya's view, anyone who has not reached the level of a shadow is akin to an ant. Chapter 90. A dire situation simultaneously in the exchange center. A man with a face obscured, yet possessing emerald green eyes, retrieves the highest bounty notice from the task board. This notice bears the name Chiya. Understood. You are aware of the corresponding rules, I presume? The attendant at the counter, now subdued, speaks with a calm demeanor. This prompts a slight furrow in the brows of the man with green eyes. I know. At this moment, another individual approaches the counter, characterized by an unmistakably prominent nose. Observing the frown on the green-eyed man's face, he quickly pulls the task attendant aside, urging him to step away. Though puzzled, the attendant complies, trusting that his best friend would not lead him astray. The big-nosed man then turns to the green-eyed individual with a broad smile. Mr. Kakuzu, please forgive the previous individual. He is new and unaware of the protocols. As he deftly completes the task form, he respectfully hands it to Kakuzu. Your task reception form is ready. Please check it. This pleases Kakuzu, one of the future members of the Akatsuki, and he relaxes his furrowed brow. Do you have any information regarding the bounty target? The big-nosed man's demeanor has earned Kakuzu's satisfaction, prompting him to inquire graciously. Certainly, he was merely probing for answers, not genuinely believing that the man with the prominent nose would possess any. However, to his surprise, the man from the counter emerged with an expression brimming with excitement. A few days ago, a young rascal visited here, accompanied by adults. After recruiting a handful of subordinates, he departed. Among those he gathered, some were particularly fond of gambling, so if we search the nearby area, we are bound to uncover leads swiftly. Upon hearing the name Kakuzu, he was immediately invigorated. Just days prior, he had been intimidated by Chiya. In that moment of weakness, he had to acquiesce. But the humiliation lingered in his heart. He had resolved to seek revenge at the opportune moment, and he never anticipated that the opportunity would present itself so soon. Who was Kakuzu? He was one of the few elite hunters within their exchange, a figure of the caliber of the five Kaguya. To him, even a minor character like Chiya was inconsequential. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Chiya appeared, he barely reached the level of AJ Nin, which was hardly impressive in the face of Kakuzu's prowess. This was indeed promising news. Excellent work, Kakuzu commended, handing the man a stack of money. Yet, just as the man was about to take the money, his expression shifted abruptly as Kakuzu's demeanor darkened. But you must understand one thing. Once you accept my money, your information must be accurate. Should you dare deceive me, Kakuzu's warning hung in the air. Believe me, you will regret crossing me. The man's throat tightened at those words, but soon, steeling himself, he confidently replied, Of course, my information is absolutely reliable. I witnessed it firsthand. There is no room for deception. If you doubt me, ask others. Many have seen it as well. Upon noticing Kakuzu's gaze sweeping across the room, several who had encountered Chiya nodded vigorously in agreement. Satisfied, Kakuzu departed. Achoo! Just as Chiya had finished resting and stood up, he unexpectedly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? He mused playfully. Feeling no unusual sensations, he dismissed it as a normal bodily reaction. Little did he know that he had caught Kakuzu's attention. The following day, while Chiya was studying puppetry at a local inn, Chihiro suddenly entered. There is news. Within the rock village, two factions are emerging. One, led by Tsuchikage, is poised to take action and join the war. The other, comprising certain high-ranking members within the village, believes it is prudent to recuperate and wait for the other forces to exhaust themselves before making their move, thus conserving considerable energy. However, this notion encountered considerable opposition, as many believed that refraining from involvement at this moment rendered the future's development unpredictable. They might not live to witness the day when the remaining factions engage in a chaotic struggle. The lack of control in such matters is profoundly concerning. It would be wiser to take initiative and seize the reins of power for oneself. Listening to Qianyan's words, Qianyi spoke. So, now a Wagakure merely awaits the final decision. The question of whether the IWA Nin will suddenly initiate war must be resolved, correct? Qianyan nodded. Precisely. Furthermore, the faction led by Noki possesses greater strength and will likely persuade the opposing side swiftly. According to the rumors that have circulated, IWA Nin do not intend to engage in the conflict involving the AIM Nin, Hyumo Nin, and Konoha. Qian Yan's expression turned particularly grave as he spoke. Qian Yi's countenance also grew significantly somber. If IWA Nin abstained from participating in the war against Hyumo and Konoha, the available options for them would dwindle to merely two, Sunagakure and the distant, isolated Kirigakure. When comparing the two, it is evidently more convenient for them to assault Sunagakure. Undoubtedly, should IWA Nin decide to deploy their forces, Sunagakure would once again be thrust into the throes of war. Given Sunagakure's current strength, overcoming IWA Nin would prove to be a formidable challenge. IWA Nin are significantly more powerful than the AIM Nin. Thus, a protracted conflict is inevitable. Unlike the AIM Nin, IWA Nin will not suffer from a lack of reinforcements. Moreover, IWA Nin possess two formidable weapons of war, the tailed beasts and their jinchuriki. This capability serves as a crucial asset that elevates the 5 great shinobi villages above the smaller ones. When the tailed beasts are unleashed, even the most powerful of shadows must retreat. These creatures are unequivocally born for war. Faced with IWA Nin and their 2 jinchuriki, the upper echelons of Sunagakure's combatants would need to be fully engaged. Consequently, when confronted with Noki personally leading the IWA Nin, Sunagakure's chances of victory appear bleak. Noki is a seasoned veteran, having endured the Warring States period, witnessed the establishment of the shinobi villages, participated in the First Shinobi World War, and possesses abilities that surpass even the bloodline limits. His vast experience and formidable power render him a far more challenging adversary than Hanzo. In terms of upper echelon combat strength, Sunagakure currently lacks the advantage. After all, the jinchuriki of Sunagakure, F, is a guardian of the village and cannot take to the battlefield. Thus, should Sunagakure confront IWA Nin, it would inevitably devolve into a drawn-out struggle. The situation is dire. Qianyi sighed. If only I could be stronger, then there would be no need for such worries. Chapter 91, Kakuzu. Upon hearing this, Qianyan gently patted Qianyi's shoulder. What are you saying? Sunagakure is not solely your village. Even if the sky were to fall, I, the tall one, would bear the brunt. Let us strive together. As long as the two of us swiftly ascend to the level of a shadow, we will no longer fear any ninja village aside from Konoha. Chiya inhaled deeply and nodded. Indeed, let us strive together. Relying on his puppetry and innate bloodline abilities, he has already reached a level comparable to Chiya. Only one final opportunity stands between him and a breakthrough to shadow-level power. With his bloodline abilities alone, he has already defeated elite J-Nin. His progress has been remarkably swift. However, just as the two reached the entrance of the inn, a figure fixated upon them. In that instant, not only Chiya, but even Chiya felt a shiver run down their spines. So formidable. This is undoubtedly the caliber of a shadow-level ninja. Damn. When did we offend a shadow-level powerhouse? A flurry of thoughts raced through Chiya's mind. He simply could not comprehend how they had drawn the attention of such a formidable opponent. Yet, as Chiya gazed at the man before him, an overwhelming tide of realization surged within him. Kakuzu. This fellow has set his sights on me. Chiya suddenly understood. This man is a bounty hunter. And I happen to have a substantial bounty, making me an easy target. He clenched his teeth. Previously, when facing Hanzo, Chiya and the Wind Shadow had been there to shield him. Thus, in the face of a shadow-level ninja, he could maintain his composure. But now, with only Chiya to support him, he was truly about to confront a shadow-level powerhouse alone. He genuinely felt the weight of what it means to face such strength. Powerful. Nearly insurmountable. Even before the battle commenced, the pressure was already palpable. This is troublesome, Chiya. Chiya's tone was grave, and Chiya nodded. Indeed, to encounter such a formidable foe. And I do not even know this individual. This revelation surprised Chiya. Chiya, renowned throughout the ninja world, does not recognize Kakuzu? That seems unlikely. Kakuzu is still active within the ninja realm. He should not be unknown. This man goes by the name Kakuzu, Chiya stated without hesitation. Aware that Kakuzu could hear him, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, he once assassinated the first Hokage and successfully escaped his grasp. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu, who had been observing Chiya like a corpse, suddenly displayed a flicker of interest in his eyes. He possesses the secret treasure of Takigakure, the Earth Grudge Fear, a dangerous entity capable of seizing hearts and acting as a collective of blood vessels, enabling both entanglement and piercing attacks from a distance. Furthermore, upon realizing that Chiya had such intimate knowledge of him, Kakuzu decided not to linger any longer. He believed that continued observation would lead to the complete exposure of his secrets to Chiya. Information shared weakens one's position. He did not intend to wait for others to fully comprehend the situation before launching an assault. Be careful, this fellow is about to strike. He possesses 5 hearts and wields 5 distinct techniques. Thus, when Chiya's words remained unspoken, Jiao Du bellowed, "Brad, you chatter too much." In an instant, he materialized before Chiya, unleashing a powerful punch enveloped in chakra. Therefore, this individual is endowed with 5 lives. After narrowly evading Jiao Du's strike, Chiya swiftly retrieved a scroll, summoning his puppets to engage in battle. Observing Chiya's evasion, Jiao Du immediately pivoted, delivering a kick that sent Chiya sprawling. Lightning style, thunderclap. In that very moment, as he kicked Chiya away, Jiao Du completed his hand seals, unleashing a torrent of frenzied lightning that surged forth, ensnaring Chiya in a net of electric fury. The speed was so astonishing that Chiya found himself bereft of the opportunity to evade, let alone deploy his puppets. Universal pull. Chiya swiftly conjured a gravitational force, drawing Chiya towards himself while simultaneously commanding his puppet to unleash a lightning-infused projectile. Secret art. Thunderous white bolt. Yet, facing such a perilous strike capable of instilling dread even in seasoned jonin, Jiao Du did not flinch, confronting the onslaught head-on. The projectile impacted with a resounding clash, akin to striking iron, rebounding harmlessly without inflicting any damage upon Jiao Du. After dodging the projectile, Jiao Du closed the distance once again, unleashing a multitude of black, vascular tendrils from his arm, lunging towards Chiya with malevolence. Shinra Tensei. Secret art. Verdant poisonous mist. As long as one is not a mere shell like pain, even the mightiest of ninjas harbor a fear of poison. A resounding force erupted forth, launching the advancing tendrils and Jiao Du into the air, while the toxic mist expanded, enveloping him within its grasp. Seizing this moment, Chiya hastily released 10 puppets. Impressive, this fellow. Chiya's expression grew grave. If he had indeed battled the first Hokage, he should be of an age comparable to his mother, yet he appeared remarkably youthful. He commanded the 10 puppets to spread out, encircling the entire area of the poisonous mist, ready to strike should Xiao Du emerge. In a certain sense, as long as one of his 5 hearts remains unexhausted, he is immortal. Moreover, he can perpetually replace his hearts. Just as Chiya prepared to elaborate further, he suddenly manipulated the earth to form a mound of sand, elevating both himself and Qianyan, while the weapons of their puppets crackled with electricity. In the next instant, a surge of black tendrils erupted from the very spot they had just occupied. Had Chiya reacted even a moment slower, they would have faced dire peril. Simultaneously, Qianyan swiftly detected Xiao Du's presence. With a swift motion, from the southwestern direction, a figure burst forth from the toxic mist. The azure and cerulean puppets positioned in that direction surged forward, blades drawn. However, Xiao Du, being a shadow-level powerhouse, possessed an abundance of combat experience. The sound of a swift whoosh pierced the air, as a mass of black tendrils ensnared the puppet's weapon and rapidly spread to bind its body. With a sharp crack, one of the puppet's arms was twisted off by the tendrils. Fortunately, Qianyan sensed the impending danger and immediately withdrew the 2 puppets, where the losses would have been even more severe. However, the crisis for Qianyi and Qianyan was far from over. The black tendrils, having missed their target, ascended into the air to pursue them relentlessly. Just as they neared Qianyi and Qianyan, they unleashed a fierce jolt of electricity. The sudden lightning left the 2 barely able to react, and even when they managed to evade, a lingering dread remained. Truly, it was a creature of the shadow level. Even the most unremarkable ninjutsu could yield extraordinary results. Before they could touch the ground, the black tendrils surged after them once more. Qianyi found himself directly confronted by Kakuzu, who taunted, "You've got quite the reflexes for a kid, worthy of a bounty of 40 million Ryo." Chapter 92. Securing a heart, a heavy fist came crashing down, forcing Qianyi to retreat. Before he could command the combat puppet to counterattack, the black tendrils pursued him again, targeting both his physical form and the puppets. With a swift slash, the combat puppet and the weapon puppet unleashed their blades, the lightning flashing as it effortlessly tore through the black tendrils. Yet, the remnants of the tendrils still clung to the combat puppet and the weapon puppet. As the latter seemed poised to meet the same fate as the previous blue puppet, the crimson puppets surged towards Kakuzu from behind. "You wretched fiend, perish!" Qianyan shouted, believing the 2 crimson puppets could distract Kakuzu and alleviate Qianya's peril. However, Kakuzu showed no inclination to evade. He faced the oncoming long blades head-on. To Qianyan's astonishment, the blades of his puppets struck Kakuzu like they were hitting an impenetrable fortress, failing to penetrate his body in the slightest. Useless. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Qianyi seized the opportunity. The combat puppet and weapon puppet unleashed a surge of electricity, instantly liberating themselves from the black tendrils. With the power of magnetism granted, Qianyi swiftly withdrew the combat and weapon puppets while emitting a radiant light that imbued objects with magnetic properties. "Do not let that purple light touch you." Kakuzu felt a sudden surge of danger. Although the light appeared harmless, his years of combat experience warned him that ignoring it would lead to dire consequences. Retreating was not so simple. Seeing this, Qianyan swiftly supported Qianyi with the technique, ninjutsu, heavenly isolation. The 2 crimson puppets rapidly formed hand seals, erecting a towering barrier that blocked Kakuzu's escape route. Damn it! Kakuzu gritted his teeth as his path was abruptly cut off, forcing him to dodge to the side without a moment's hesitation. Yet the purple radiance surged ahead, piercing through his very being. This is bad. Although Kakuzu did not comprehend the full effects of the purple light, it was evident that its release by Chiya was not without reason. Chihiko, employ the lightning ninjutsu against him. He was impervious to our attacks just now, having fortified his defenses with earth release. Upon hearing Chiya's advice, Chihiko realized why his puppet assault had inflicted no damage upon Kakuzu. "Damn brat, you speak too much." Kakuzu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of earth grudge fear veins that surged towards Chiya like a deluge. "Shinra Tensei," Chiya uttered, channeling all his chakra into a powerful blast. Every approaching tentacle was instantly repelled. But this was not the end. In that very moment, as the tentacles were pushed back, Chiya's right hand moved, concentrating an exceedingly violent chakra beam within the puppet's grasp, shooting forth like a ray of light towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu felt a momentary blur before an unimaginable sense of impending doom engulfed him. How is this possible? Kakuzu thought incredulously. A mere brat could unleash an attack that instilled such danger? This was illogical, utterly illogical. Moreover, he found himself unable to evade it. Earth Release, Earth Spear Technique. Kakuzu's scalp prickled as he hastily activated Earth Release to harden his defenses. However, events did not unfold as Kakuzu had anticipated. This strike pierced directly through his body. How could this be? Kakuzu shouted in disbelief, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. What an opportunity! Chihiko's eyes sparkled at the sight. The red, orange, yellow, and green puppets swiftly surrounded him, forming seals. Ninjutsu. Heaven and Earth Isolation. Whoosh. An astonishing barrier materialized, encasing Kakuzu within. Chiya, seize the moment. Chihiko urged, his puppets continuing to form seals, causing the barrier to rapidly constrict, seemingly intent on squashing Kakuzu into a pulp. Seizing this chance, Chiya hurled a poison bomb directly into the barrier. The red puppet formed seals, creating an entrance within the barrier. Once the poison bomb was inside, it sealed shut immediately. Kakuzu, trapped within the barrier, had no time to mourn the destruction of his heart. Utilizing Earth Grudge Fear to extricate a blue-masked avatar from his body, he faced the rapidly expanding toxic mist unleashed by the bomb, which bore terrifying corrosive properties, causing the air to sizzle ominously. Lightning Release, Breakthrough Thunder. He held his breath, rapidly forming seals to unleash Lightning Release. Boom. The sky darkened instantly, followed by bolts of lightning descending in a frenzied assault, targeting Chiya, Chihiko, and the four puppets of red, orange, yellow, and green. Bang! The earth was instantly ravaged, riddled with wounds as the thunderous power unleashed its terrifying might. Akin to the force of a billion beings, capable of shattering all adversaries. Simultaneously, a red-masked doppelganger of Deidara emerged from his shoulder. Its mouth agape as it gathered astonishing heat, which soon transformed into a devastating fireball. The Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Bang! Much like a high-temperature welding torch slicing through steel, the barrier was swiftly breached, allowing Deidara to escape. You two are impressive. To make me lose a heart so quickly, he remarked, his eyes filled with brutality, his tone chillingly menacing. He unleashed a tempestuous gale, wind release, pressure damage. As if a Category 12 typhoon had descended. The surroundings blurred instantaneously, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, resonating with the roar of a demonic deity. But this was not the end. The red mask upon his shoulder spewed flames once more. Fire Release, head hardening, roar. In an instant, the world transformed into a vast ocean of crimson, searing and despondent. Not good. Qian Yan's expression changed dramatically. The six bodies of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple swiftly formed a hexagonal formation, shielding Qian Yi behind them. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, as if the god of flames were charging forth, teetering on the brink of collapse. Within the barrier, both Qian Yin and Qian Yi let out muffled groans, the terrifying heat rapidly stealing their oxygen, thrusting them towards suffocation. Yet, compared to the struggle for breath, facing the flames directly seemed far worse, for within those flames, there was no doubt they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The inferno raged for 10 seconds before finally abating. Just as the flames receded, before the two could catch their breath, Deidara descended once more. Earth Release, Swamp. A vast swamp emerged beneath the earth, threatening to engulf both the barrier and its inhabitants. Without hesitation, the two prepared to flee. However, Qian Yi was already poised, activating magnetic force. Indeed, as the barrier dissipated, just as they attempted to escape the swamp's grasp, the black tendrils of Deidara's doppelganger lunged forth. Magnetic control, Qian Yi shouted, as his puppet and battle puppet dispersed, the main body maneuvering the sand to form a defense against the incoming black tendrils. One puppet materialized a hidden spiral sphere, while the other launched a barrage of lightning projectiles. This tactic proved effective. Faced with the lightning projectiles, Deidara dared not withstand them and retreated. Yet, the puppet immediately targeted his direction, hurling the completed hidden spiral sphere. Chapter 93, Desperation. Breakthrough. Confronted by the rapidly approaching hidden spiral sphere, Deidara did not dare underestimate it. Having just lost a heart to Qian Yi, he felt a sense of profound danger emanating from the sphere. Instantly, he enveloped himself in the Earth Release, Earth Spear Technique, solidifying his defenses. Just as he was preparing to evade the Shinhin spiral sphere, it suddenly vanished with a pop right before him, leaving Kakuzu momentarily stunned. However, Chiya had no time to react. Through the recent battle, she had gained a rough understanding of Kakuzu's combat style. Aside from the blue puppet that had its arms severed, the remaining puppets, armed with blades, swiftly slashed through the pursuing tendrils of the vengeful spirit and lunged at Kakuzu. The puppets approached from all directions, their strikes executed with remarkable cunning. Despite Kakuzu's hardened defenses, he dared not underestimate Chiya. His survival over the years hinged on his prudence. Although his earth-style technique had fortified his defensive capabilities, rendering them quite formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. He feared that among Chiya's puppets, one might unexpectedly wield lightning techniques. Kakuzu moved like a whirlwind, his hands meeting the onslaught of puppets from every direction, successfully parrying all incoming attacks. With precision, he scanned the battlefield, deftly responding to each assault, his defense impenetrable. One must commend Kakuzu, a seasoned elite from the original tale, for his solid prowess in taijutsu. Alone against 6 blade-wielding puppets, he not only repelled 3 of them, but also managed to crack the body of another. Hey, little brat. Don't think that sheer numbers can overwhelm me, Kakuzu thought, a sense of pride swelling within him at the sight. His meticulous taijutsu skills were honed during his fierce battles with Hashirama Senju. Yet, he pondered, do you think I suddenly attacked you for no reason? Kakuzu, it seems you've misjudged the main threat. Chiya flashed a grin as her 9 puppets surged forward in unison, launching a coordinated assault. Upon hearing her words, Kakuzu felt an ominous premonition. He promptly reflected on whether he had overlooked something crucial. Then, the key point struck him, the chakra sphere that had abruptly vanished moments ago. Just as he contemplated this, an intense sense of danger surged from behind him. The previously vanished Shinhin spiral sphere reappeared, mere centimeters from his Earth-style mass clone. Under normal circumstances, Kakuzu would not have bothered to evade, as he held unwavering confidence in his Earth-style techniques. However, having recently experienced a formidable breakthrough by Chiya, he could not afford to be complacent. Thus, he prepared to evade this strike. Yet, at the instant the Shinhin spiral sphere descended, Chiya's puppets unleashed their technique, ninjutsu, world exclusion. 5 barriers materialized, sealing Kakuzu from all sides, left, right, above, below, and ahead, almost enveloping him completely. Consequently, Kakuzu found his escape routes entirely severed, seemingly left with no choice but to face the impending strike of the Shinhin spiral sphere. However, you underestimate me far too much. Kaku roared, as he witnessed a multitude of vengeful tendrils rapidly emerge from behind him, forming a defensive barrier that collided with the Shinjutsu Rasengan, forcefully pushing it away. Hey, Mr. Kaku, I told you, your focus is misplaced. Chihiro's mocking voice echoed again, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through Kaku's heart. Misplaced? Where then should his attention lie? It was only when his gaze fell upon Chihiro that realization dawned upon him. Indeed, his focus ought to be on Chihiro. This individual was exceptionally perilous. Yet, just as he prepared to make his next move, calamity struck. With a piercing sound, a searing beam of chakra penetrated Kaku's chest. Unbeknownst to him, the puppet had silently appeared behind him. It was at this moment that Kaku comprehended the truth. He should have been tracking the puppet's movements. Crack! The earth release mask shattered. Ugh! Kaku spat out blood, his eyes instantly turning crimson once more. Ah, how infuriating! In an instant, he had lost 2 hearts. A loss he had only experienced when facing Hashirama Senju. Never had he felt so utterly defeated.